just now entering into the debate. Imagine if you were a genuine like globe believer and you're just now entering into the debate. You're like, what's going on here? Like, what are the Globers actually teaching you? They're teaching you buzzwords. Refraction. It almost, dude, it feels like sometimes they gather up in a huddle and they're like, all right, guys, refraction on 3. 1, 2, 3, refraction. And they all break. And it's like, they come here and they're like, yeah, well, you never heard of refraction, did you? I'm like, you idiot. We've been saying that since 2017. Like, at least that when I first joined, we've been saying that. But they come in like, oh, bet you never heard of refraction, bitch.
I did my little spiel, right? Like I showed them the little minute and 30-second clip. Then I did the whole Google thing, and I'm like, yeah. So based on what just doing the whole thing, and the guy's like, you got it, man. I don't know, you got it. Like he was like, I don't even whatever, man. he was
That's
defeated.
funny.
He was.
That's funny, man. Like, we were just talking about that a little bit earlier, how like you could pin like a 2023 Glober versus a 2017 Glober. They'd be arguing against each other. Cause when Helio's in the chat. Hey, let me just double check this stream here. And we are live. Shout out to Helio. Thank you, sir.
Hey, yeah. I wanted to. I got a little tip here from the politics server. They literally think they know more than us, but then they say dumb stuff like this.
Okay, so what causes an eclipse then?
An eclipse is when the sun goes in front of the moon, and then there's right. Isn't that what it is?
No, that's
Isn't that
a
what-
solar.
Solar.
Is that
Yeah.
solar? Okay, maybe it's the other.
Yeah.
The sun goes in front of the moon.
Whatever it is,
Yeah.
what's the point?
Somebody clip that.
The way,
Go back
it's
and
the
get
way
that.
that light.
Oh my god. Dude, this is another great example, Drace. They're literally trying to figure out their worldview on the fly. And someone in the chat said this earlier too. They're like, well, your average globe earther has to kind of look things up to figure it out. You're exactly right. They don't know it. I call them the Google as you go earther.
Yo, you know what happened earlier? It was pretty cool, right? So one of the things I have is like my citation pulled up as far as where is it at now? I have to look I could just look it up on Google. Like I usually just look it up right from there. And I'm like, you can manipulate microwaves. You can't manipulate gravity. And they're like, oh, after I had them say they can manipulate gravity. So it's like, they look dumb. And then they're like, well, mass attracts mass. I'm like, there is no phenomena because if mass attracts mass, then you would have gravitational accretion, which would mean that the gas particles would have had to have been attracted to each other. But right here in the kinetic theory of gases, there are no interactive forces, i.e. attraction or repulsion between the particles of a gas. So then we even opened up the citation and he is like, well, with the force of gravity, like in there, it says something about like the force other outside forces, but the energy is so great that it kind of basically just makes that null. So he reads the part that there are forces. I was like, yeah, even with that, it doesn't affect the gases. And then I read the rest of the citation because he just only read a part of it. And it's just like, these guys are bricked, man.
Yeah, those are the lazy earthers too. You know how people say like, oh, some people only read headlines. Like these guys are even worse than that.
He's like, look, gravity does exist. Yeah, but it's saying even with that, it's no effect on gas whatsoever.
It's unbelievable. So, and then this just goes right back to my original point that these folks have a syndrome. This syndrome that everything we say is wrong. I sent a message in the chat earlier. Is there anything that Effie says that is right or correct?
We could do like some sort of like spoof not even a spoof, like a real yo. See, we do have to get together and do like a rap song. I need to get me a mic. That's all I need, bro. All I need is a new mic. And all I say is wrong. All I say is wrong. I'm just a fluffer and everything. So I don't know, some shit like that, and then
Yeah.
it's like it'd be so funny.
I
Like,
love
but
it.
obviously, then we'll just hit him with like mad flat earth proofs. But the hook will be like, "I understand, but all you say is wrong." But like,
That's funny.
that would be fucking hilarious, and it would be fucking. It would blow up. I probably in the flat earth community. They'd appreciate it. They haven't got a good like song in a minute.
True. True.
Let me not say that. There are tons of people doing music out there. I just don't know about it.
You like that, Drace?
I thought it was funny.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I asked
Have
this
you,
in the chat.
Grace? Have you done? You've done like new material, like lately.
Yeah.
I made a song not that long ago, but
He been cooking, bro.
people
in the
keep
studio.
pumping it out.
I gotta check it out. I'm probably gonna put a flat earth playlist together and listen to that, because sometimes you need a break from those guys, man. It's not easy.
Yeah, you gotta take breaks and recharge the batteries for sure. I had a couple days off here. I wasn't feeling too good, so trying to recover. But you know, with my time off, oh, I see Area has joined. I'm just gonna pop you off mute for like 30 seconds if you want to say hello. I'll have to put you back on server mute if you don't chime in. But do you want to say what's up? We can give you a VC
No,
pass. You can come and hang out. Hey, what's going on? How did you find yourself here?
I actually, funny enough, I was in an atheist server and my friend was listing off all the servers he got banned from, and this was amongst them. So I
Oh,
decided to come here and see what's up,
okay.
kind of
Cool.
educate myself on flat earthers.
What do you already know about the topic? Like, what have you heard, or what is your current understanding on the topic?
My days.
It's okay.
I
If you know, most people, I think if you just took like a random sample of 10 people and you're like, "What is flat Earth?" I don't think most people would know, which is fair. But what do you understand, or what do you already know about the topic?
I have a somewhat vague idea. That flat earthers believe that the Earth is flat
Well,
and
duh.
not
Well, what does that
spherical
mean
or
exactly?
round. Oh, take it for a tabletop surface. Is that what you call them? Yes. You envision the Earth as a tabletop surface. That's what I personally think flat earthers believe.
Hmm.
I find it hard to critique that.
Surprise me then.
It depends on the person saying it. But I mean, you got some salt up there. You got a bowl.
Ah,
Different
interesting.
things.
Okay, surprise me. Educate me and surprise me.
Well, if I were to ask you to draw the shape flat, what would you draw?
That's a good question. I would either leave the paper blank or I would actually draw a box. No, because when I imagine flat Earth, I don't imagine a sphere. I imagine like the Earth is. Have you ever seen a chapati before? Or naan bread?
Naan bread.
Chapati.
I know what naan bread is.
Something like chapati or naan bread. That is what I think a flat earther thinks the Earth looks like. A
Interesting.
flattened disc.
Ooh.
But
Kind of.
isn't
That makes sense.
Chipotle? Isn't that is that a flat shape, like, or is that like a chapati shape?
Yo.
For flat Earth to work, the Earth can't be completely flat, right? Because if the Earth is completely flat, it wouldn't have much mass to it. okay? And mass is kind of needed to, create a sense of gravity, or the moon wouldn't be,
Hold on, let's go
somewhat
slower here, right?
rotating around us, orbiting us. So that's the best way I can make sense of this. It has to have some mass. It can't be a flat piece of paper. It has to have something to it.
I think we're rushing a little too fast, all right? We just met each other. All right? Let's go slow. This date just started, okay? So I think you were right when you said I would leave the paper blank. Let's go back to that, because when I said I would take a random sample of 10 people and ask them the same question I asked you, a lot of them would probably say, yeah, a disc or a piece of naan bread. It was a trick question, because flat isn't a shape. It's a description of a surface. So if I was going to ask you, what shape is the universe, what would you say to that?
I'd say I need to get a glass of gin to make sense of this conversation. No, genuinely. Give me a
Fair
second.
enough.
I'm going to go get some alcohol to make
Oh.
sense of this.
All right.
I will be back.
Well, first dates,
I
guys.
like the way you asked that, man. I never thought to ask him what.
I think it's because you have to present them their worldview, because in their worldview, you can't pop out of the universe and then look at it from some outside and say, oh, well, it looks like a piece of bread or a disc or whatever. You don't get that perspective. So it's important to help them understand that, in that same way, you can't get that type of perspective on the earth, from our position, from our standpoint. I'm going to tell her if she's listening. I don't know if she's listening or not, but in the same way, you can't look at the universe like you can look at a puppet on your hand. You can't look at the earth like you can look at a puppet on your hand. So,
All right.
were you
I'm
listening
back.
there,
I'm
Ariel?
back.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
no, I wasn't listening. I'm
fair
back.
enough.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. You would agree that you can't pop out of the universe and take selfies from some outside place, right? And say, well, the universe is this shape. It's not like you can leave the universe and say, oh, well, this is what it all looks like, right? I mean, where would you pop out to? I would say that the universe is like the embed. It's like everything in you. Sorry, let me slow down.
Let me try and level with you here. Wait. Picture? We stopped on piece of paper and how flat is in the shape. You
Correct.
you have to go easy on me here. I'm not
I got you.
following.
I got you. So we're gonna draw that. We're gonna tie that into. We're gonna go to your worldview, okay? You believe there's a universe. So, can you look at the universe like you can look at a puppet on your hand?
No.
Right. So our position is the exact same thing. You can't look at the earth like you can look at a puppet on your hand. So nobody here is going to tell you that it's a disc, it looks like a piece of bread, a piece of paper, because you can't see it from some outside view. Just like you can't pop out of the universe and take selfies, there's nowhere to pop out to. So we're saying the same thing. You can't pop out and take selfies with the earth and see all of it and say, oh, well, it looks like a disc. Mainstream media will show you pictures of some floating pizza pancake in space and say, oh, that's what they think. It's cap. There's nobody here that thinks that. It's just a sloppy idea. So I don't know if you used to play video games or you're familiar with Xbox or PlayStation or whatever, but
Yeah.
oh, back in the day, there used to be some games that were exclusive to Halo, exclusive to Xbox. There was a game called Halo, right? It was only available on Xbox, so you couldn't take this Halo and put it in a PlayStation. They're not compatible. So what I say that to say this: you can't take flat objects and put them into space and call that flat Earth. They don't go together. So That's why nobody's going to tell you like, oh, it's a disc, it's a pancake, it's a piece of naan bread. So, are we getting somewhere, or does this make sense?
I'm somewhat getting it. I'm just, what is your stance? What does the Earth look like to you?
I can't tell you. Just like you couldn't tell me what the universe looks like. There's no way to leave.
Take that car, take that car, take that car.
Just like I said, you can't look at you
No.
can't look at all of reality from an outside view.
No,
No,
perhaps I was wrong.
I know, right?
Oh, my bad.
Oh, Elijah's hot miking. Like, you know, you can put a puppet on your hand, right? And you can look at it from all sides. You're looking at it from the outside. So you can't do that with.
Are you stating dimensions and shape are? I'm not entirely following. Is the Earth? Are you saying that the Earth can't be entirely spherical simply by looking at it? We can't be entirely sure. Are you saying you haven't seen the Earth yourself from space, so you can't confirm that the government's lying to you or something along those lines? What are you getting
We
at?
just ripped the Band-Aid off. We don't think there is an outer space. So that's what I'm trying to tell you, that you can't see, quote, all of the Earth, just like you can't, quote, see all of the universe. Like, I'm trying to be
Interesting.
fair. In your worldview, you would admit that you can't see all of reality because there's nowhere to leave to take selfies from the outside. Like, that's why I asked
So
you,
you,
like, what shape is the universe? You're like, well, I don't know. How would I know what shape the universe is? It's not like I can leave the universe, go to the outside, take selfies, and go, well, look, it's this big blob or whatever. It's not possible to leave the universe. So we're saying the exact same thing. You can't leave Earth. We're basically saying the Earth is the universe. So you can't leave Earth to go to the outside.
wait.
Go ahead.
The Earth is the universe?
Yeah, well, because
Well,
we don't think there's a floating disk in space. That's cap. I mean, maybe you've seen that type of imagery before. If I go to Google right now, I'm going to just go to Google. I'm going to go to Google Images and search flat Earth.
how do you make sense of gravity?
Oh, well, hold on now. We can get to that in a second.
Let me make a point too about the universe. So before the Catholic priest Georges Lamont gave his idea and coined the term Big Bang, and then there's people like Edwin Hubble, and he had a protege as well, who came up with this idea of multiple galaxies. Our universe was the solar system. Like there was nothing other than that 100 years ago. So when we say, well, we don't believe in space, this big expansive place that you can travel all of these distances, and then there's the distance to the sun, and we're in a galaxy. Coincidentally, it's supposedly a donut disk in floating in space. That's what no, Google it. That's what our galaxy
A
supposedly is.
donut shaped disc.
Yeah,
Huh?
that's what that Google it.
Okay.
That's what the galaxy supposedly is. That people believe they live in. That's if you believe
Don't
that
you
you live
think
in a
you're oversimplifying it on some level?
no, not really, because if you zoom out, that's what they claim it looks like. And
So
however,
you're making an assumption based
That's
off of
not
the
his
pictures you
idea,
saw
Aria.
online.
no, it's not. It's not my idea. You're
Ah,
confusing
okay.
me with those religious zealots. So I'm just explaining to you the idea that is only 100 years old because a guy just decided, well, we live in one of many galaxies.
Ah, okay.
So
So
prior to that, this is all there
I want
was.
to
So
just
it's
be
not
sure
that
here
crazy.
before I continue. You both are flat earthers, right?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay.
But it depends on what, because
Go on.
most people don't know what that is. So we're at least trying to give you an understanding of what that is, because most people have a very, very big misunderstanding of what that is. Are you able to see the chat area? I just posted. I just tagged you in the chat. Can you see what I posted?
Sure.
Okay. Do you see those pictures there?
Yes, I do.
All right, what do you see?
I see a somewhat. Oh my! I see a flat disc,
Mm-hmm. Right.
and I see a dome on one of them, and
Mm-hmm. You see them. Where do you? Where do they show them in? They're showing them floating around, right? So this
I
is
also notice a majority of these images are either drawn or look AI generated.
Right. So what I'm trying to tell you is that none of us here would present this to you. This is mainstream's sloppy idea. What they want you to think our position is. I've been telling you this whole time. None of us think this is real. All of that is cap. I think it's funny too. So,
Interesting.
like, here, let me just say this.
Mm.
The way you would see the Earth is an object within a larger space. Right? We don't see it that way. I would say the Earth is the large space. We don't see the Earth as some object floating around within a large space. We have the same worldview. Yours is just a lot bigger, essentially. But it's the same thing. You cannot leave reality and say what all of it looks like. I agree.
Interesting. Okay, so do you happen?
That would be some type of God's perspective. So just like you can't tell me what shape reality is, I can't tell you what shape the Earth is either.
All right. Do you happen to have any evidence that motivates you to be a flat earther or to think this kind of way? Concrete, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, I would love to hear it.
Yeah, sure. Like if you told me, Area, that you were, I don't know, 5'3". Okay.
Why did you guess that right?
Is that, I mean, I don't know. I'm just guessing. But like the concrete way to prove that would be measurements. So the same thing applies to the Earth. The claim is that it's a certain size. If you go to Google, what size is the Earth? It's going to have a number there. And we ask people all the time, well, who measured that? Because that would be the only way to prove it. Measurements. I mean, unless you would just, we don't just believe, I wouldn't just believe somebody. I would need someone to back it up, like you asked, concrete. Here's the problem. We're just going to rip the bandage straight off. No one measured that claimed size of the Earth. And when you do actually go out into reality and measure the surface of the Earth, it's definitely not what they're saying. So, you know, I have nothing against a tall broad. I think it's a boss move to pull off a tall chick. So let's say you claimed you were 5'3", and then we go to measure your height, and you're really 5'7". Well, how do you debunk a measurement? So that's what we're essentially doing. The Earth is claimed to be a specific height, and when we go out into reality, it does not match the claim. I mean, do you know how big the Earth is claimed to be?
Not exactly, but I'm taking these points into account.
I'm just gonna go back to Google and Google it. I'll post a screenshot for you. How big is the Earth? Okay, it says Earth radius 3958.8 miles. So that's essentially you claiming you're 5'3". All right, let me get the screenshot for you. So how would we prove that? Measurements. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, is there any other, like, would you accept anything else other than a measurement to prove it?
I wouldn't know. Honestly, I'm just here to understand.
You know. Like if I just took pictures of you, like, oh, see, look, there she is. That's not really proving how tall you are, is it?
Oh yeah, I
need
know. I get the
measurements.
point that you're getting at here.
Yeah.
The measurements
Is the
are
proof.
falsifiable to some extent, right? That they're not confirmed entirely, so we can't rely on them as.
No, I would say you can rely on measurements. Like if I claim I'm 6 foot and then I measure, and then you measure how tall I am, then I'm 6 foot. How do you debunk that? You can't.
No, I mean the measurements. Your point was that the measurements weren't exactly originally like the Earth wasn't measured.
Yeah.
Like some guy did not go around the Earth and measure it, so we're not sure.
Yeah. Yeah,
Huh.
that claim is just. I mean, we're just saying it's cap because it doesn't match the measurements. When you go out and actually measure the Earth, it does not match what they're saying. Some people will say, "Oh, well, look, we have pictures." Even those pictures don't match. Look at the screenshot there. Are you still seeing the chat? Do you see all that water? You see all that water on the screenshot there? You see how it's like kind of like curving there, like bending around. when you
Wait.
when you go out into reality, like, do you see water like forming into like a hill?
Can I
Wait.
ask? Can I ask a
No.
question or three?
Sure. Go ahead.
It'll be in the same line because I don't. Let me help you understand. So you've heard, you know,
Yeah.
globe earthers give examples of, well, the Earth is so big, you have to imagine yourself like an ant on a basketball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you've held a basketball before, correct?
Yes.
Okay, it's a ball, it's a sphere. So you understand that if you hold a ball up, that line at the top, that is literally the limit at which you can see the ball. You can't see 100% of the ball because the rest of it is curved away from you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they have geometry, they have formulas online that will tell you how far into the distance you can see, and then the rest of the earth is curved away from you. So in our reality, they claim the horizon is that. Just like the line on the basketball that you can't see, the rest of the ball, they claim that the horizon is a geometric, physical, predictable distance to which you can't see the rest of the earth. So when he's talking about a hump of water, essentially when you're looking out into the ocean, um, from where you're standing, at some point there's a limitation that is predictable to what you can see. Is the claim. Does that make sense?
On the level, yes.
Nope.
Go ahead, Christian.
I'm just messing. I mean, let's just start slow. Let's start with a small example. Like, take a bathtub. Like the water on the surface. Would you say it's laying, quote, flat, or would you say it's kind of curved, bubbled up, bulged up, or mound, or a hill? Which of the two is the water doing in your bathtub?
Well, the water in my bathtub is just kind of there. Maybe on the sides it looks slightly curved
Not on the
due
sides.
to
I mean,
the
on the
structure.
surface. On the surface.
On the surface, it's
Mhm.
obviously very flat.
Okay.
Not entirely, of course, but it's
Oh.
flat.
Okay. Well, so let's go to something bigger, like a swimming pool. Is it the same thing, or does it start doing the bubble, the curve?
It's not entirely flat either.
Well,
You've been in a pool
is it
before,
like?
haven't you?
Yeah. I have. So wait.
You've seen the surface, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm obviously like
Mm.
ripples. I'm not really asking about like ripples or anything like that.
Exactly.
But
Light ripples.
I would say that
Mhm.
it would still be flat even with ripples. Let me just pause there. Think of like I always use the example of like a floor. Like say like the floor you're on right now. Is it like a carpeted floor? Do you have like a wood floor? Is it tile floor?
Carpet.
Carpet. So would you say the
Mm.
floor like is the floor flat or curved? Like yeah, the floor flat or curved.
Obviously flat.
Okay. So sorry, a little premature there. Would you say that the carpet, even though it's like bumpy or whatever, it doesn't really make the floor curved. It's still a flat floor, even with the bumps. Does that make sense?
Wait. Alright. I'm sensing a lot of simply because I'm not commenting doesn't mean I'm not thinking certain things. It's the like conversation. I'm here to understand you. I'm not here to argue you.
You're doing great. You're doing great.
Well,
So, like, all I'm saying is that even with the carpet, even with the bumps, it's still a flat floor. So let's go back to the water. Even with the ripples in the water, it's still the flat surface. It's not formed into a hump in the middle. Are you following so far?
Could I share my thoughts with you right now?
maybe. I mean, you need to grab another drink or something.
Oh, the glass is empty at this point.
Feel free to go.
Okay. I actually came here and I expected, maybe some, random evidence out there, maybe some scientific evidence supporting it. Maybe you'd manipulate some, formulas because people have done that when they were talking
Well,
about flat Earth with
to
me.
be fair,
But
yeah, you thought that this
what
was
I'm
like a
getting
flat
here is a
pizza
lot
at
of
first.
questions with
Mhm.
answers that seem to be.
Wait, Aria, let's just be.
You're
Let's just
asking
be.
questions
Let's just.
with
Let's just.
answers, and you're using the answers as reasons for your way of thinking. It's not actually
No.
telling me much. It's just telling
Creation.
me.
One more slight interruption. Can I
Go.
pass it over
Mm,
after?
Yeah.
All right.
um,
So if you want us to do it the way that, okay, so you don't want applesauce. You want the apple, right?
mm,
All right. Well, they claim that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, every horizon distance is no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So you put that into a modus tollens, that's a logical syllogism. So if P, then
mm,
Q, not Q, therefore P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every
mm,
horizon distance will be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or whatever metric you use, Q. The horizon distance is much greater than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, not Q. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. P. Everyone can go ahead and validate whether or not what I said is true. Do you understand what I said?
Nope.
somewhat somehow. You're speaking quite fast, and I am exhausted. But I have taken into account that in chat someone was like, "She's going into cognitive dissonance. That's science. Manipulate
I mean,
formulas."
we couldn't even.
I'm
Well,
not asking you.
I
Okay,
gave
Listen.
you,
listen,
I
guys,
gave you what
guys.
you asked for.
I'm not asking you
So
to
Oh
manipulate
my
formulas.
I
I'm
gave you what
genuinely
you
here.
asked for. To be fair,
No, no,
so
no. I was
this is
telling you
a
my
live stream.
She doesn't like
No,
expectation.
I
foreplay.
feel you. I feel you. There's two ways to go about this. There's the applesauce
Yeah,
way, and then there's the apple way. So
yeah.
that might have been fast or whatever, but this is live streamed, and so you can go back on the live stream, slow it down, listen to what I said, type it into Google, ask a professor, do whatever you have to do. Hey, what does this mean? What did he say? What exactly was he getting at? What was he talking about? Okay, he seems to have given me some kind of formula, some kind of epistemology, some kind of method that is
Hmm.
falsifiable. Is this a reasonable approach? These are questions you would have to ask yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Then you come to a determination, because all I did was tell you what Washington State said. That's a university here. All I had to do was get something from Andrew Thomas Young. Andrew Thomas Young is a subject matter expert on things like this.
Thank you.
So
This is what I want. I like hearing this
No, you
because
don't.
I have something to research. Because trust me, right now, I'm actually taking you seriously. I have some of your points down. I plan to research this later. I want to
mhm,
understand you. I'm not trying to judge you. So you
mhm.
said Washington State something? Could you repeat that?
Yeah, if you Google distance to horizon formula, you can
Uh huh.
pick any EDU you like.
Uh huh.
Dang, she wants to skip the foreplay.
She belongs to the streets.
Okay.
Go,
Good.
but you could take over creation. I just
No, dude.
Yeah, so why is the distance to the horizon formula or the horizon being talked about in this conversation at all? Well, it's very simple. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
if the Earth is a giant sphere, then that means that the oceans and the water of the Earth are conforming to the curvature of the sphere. So,
Mm-hmm.
in our common everyday experience, we all experience large bodies of water as flat and level. That's what we experience, minus any ripples, waves, etc. So, if 70% of the known territory of the Earth on its surface is covered in water, if that water can be demonstrated to be flat, then it disproves the globe proposition immediately and in totality. So all you have to do is just simply go out and measure the water. Now, lo and behold, if you use a laser transit methodology, which is a good methodology to measure, it's used in construction all the time, You set up a laser on one side, you set up a target on the other side. You get the differential between the laser beam and the ground. Now, when done, time and time again, it demonstrates that there's no big hump of earth curve blocking the laser because the laser hits the target, even when it's supposed to be 2 orders of magnitude lower. And in this particular example, which was done at Lake Itzel, which is in Europe, they shot a laser 25 miles and hit a target. Now, you should have 90 meters of variance between the target and the laser if the Earth is curved, because the laser, would shoot off into the sky while the ground keeps going down and curving away, but they hit the target. So all things taken into account, you have a measurement that's 2 orders of magnitude off from the geometry of the Earth, effectively disproving the claim that the Earth is curved in that manner. So if the proposition and the premises varies, then it would go like this. If the Earth is covered in 70% water, and water is demonstrated to be flat, then the Earth cannot possibly be a globe.
Very, very good point. I'm writing that down.
Now, it just so happens, my friend, that I have for you a 90-page, or actually I think 120-page PDF. It's not super involved. The pages, are very easy to read, not super lengthy. If I remember correctly, 14 laser measurements done by this particular team, culminating in the 25-mile test, which had various other things going on. And I also have an accompanying approximately 1 hour long documentary about what they did. Would you be interested?
I would love that. Send it
All right, I'll
in
post
the
it for you.
chat. Interesting. Okay. Alright. That's enough writing. Who was the original speaker again? He was still giving me one of his points.
I mean, these boys pretty much got to the point of it. I only was going to take you through. I was only going to just take you through bodies of water, like starting with maybe man-made bodies like a pool, a bathtub, etc. Then we'd go outside to like a pond or a lake or the ocean, and I was just going to demonstrate that they're all the same. They're not formed into a bump in the middle, but that's what the argument is. Elijah brought up the distance to the horizon, right? So let's take a quick listen to an argument between me and a gentleman who dubs himself Bob the Science Guy when we're talking about water. Let's take a quick listen.
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Okay,
and if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
All right, so that's a big part of the argument. We're saying that water does not curve like the, quote, space selfies show you. And you can test this. AI gave you an example of how to test it. You were asking, like, well, what did you do for yourself concrete? Well, I spent a month in San Diego, California at the coast checking for this, quote, hill of water that's claimed to be there. And I'm just here to tell you it's not there. So that's really what a lot of this boils down to. So you can either believe Bob the Science Guy, who thinks that there's hills of water, which, I mean, you're welcome to believe that, but I don't. And I don't think anyone else in the panel does, so.
Yeah, there are multiple ways to look for either discrepancies in the globe story or for their claims in reality. For instance, we have a bunch of salt flats on the Earth. They have been surveyed as being super flat, but they also get flooded. And so if the globe is causing water to form into humps, why can't we measure the water hump on this flat surface?
Interesting.
Yeah, there's also something called specular reflection. So specular reflections are just like, it's as far as the salt flat go, perfectly symmetrical. So there's a perfect mirror. Now, you know that if you have a convex mirror or a funny mirror, like in the carnivals, you don't get perfectly symmetrical reflections back at you. You get funny shapes, funny faces, funny things, this, that, and the third. So there's that. And also just look up oceanic basin. That's all we're saying it is. You got one coastline to another coastline across the sea. Boom. It's a fucking basin, like they call it. It's not us, it's them. They agree. People just believe what they want, regardless of the information and the evidence out there. It is what it is.
Yeah, we were all trained to believe in this since we were young, before we had any critical thinking. And so, as you grow up in the education system, naturally you're inclined to believe in the ball, and you see it on TV and all your TV shows. So, it becomes a part of your identity. And so, when you go out into the field and you see something that doesn't seem to match, you naturally try to think of some way it could work on the globe without actually going much deeper into it, because it's a globe. You know that. But do you really?
I mean, no one believed in the globe more than me. I mean, I'm saying that kind of strongly. Obviously, there's a lot of people out there who believe. We didn't just fall off a truck and like never heard of the globe before. I mean, I believed it in my whole life strongly. I mean, for people's birthday, I would be like, "Happy birthday! You made it another trip around the sun." Cringe, but I say that to say that, like, a lot of us believed it. It's not like we don't know about the globe, but we're here to tell people it's not true. Period. And you can go find out for yourself. You don't just have to like disconnect this call and be like, "Well, those guys said it, so like go."
No. It's the reason why I'm writing down a lot of your points.
Good.
And I like sources and studies to look at to form a proper opinion, because I'm just here to learn. I don't know anything for sure. I'm not a physicist, astrophysicist. I have no qualifications.
That's okay.
I just want to understand why you think the way you do, and if the evidence you guys have is enough for me to start thinking the same way. I want to form my own opinions. But I did have a question. Something that kept coming to mind the entire conversation actually was time zones. How would you guys account for that?
Well, see,
Take us for a while.
you have to first address the idea that you think the sun has a location in the sky that's 93 million miles away. And how many times is it supposed to be bigger than the Earth? I don't know. But according to the distance and the size of the sun, we're supposedly getting parallel rays of sunlight on the Earth. And so half of the globe, if it is a globe, is lit at any given time. Well, here's the truth. That's not actually true. Um, I think India was talking about it the other day. He's an admin in the server, and you can get up to like 67% of the land masses with sunlight still. And I know me and a few others have actually went live and had conversations together simultaneously in different parts of the world. So that would be the UK, that would be in the UAE, that would be in Scotland, that would be in Australia, and that would be here in New York City in America. And it just doesn't match what a globe does. I mean, funny enough, we're not the only ones saying it. The information is out there. You can look at a Mercator projection and look at timeanddate.com and bother yourself with that stuff. But the overall point is people believe that, 50% of the earth is lit and the
lit.
earth is revolving. And so because of that, you can kind of get this idea that time zones have to do something to do with the tilt and all this other extra stuff. But the bottom line is what we all experience in reality is it's noon when the sun is overhead or somewhere overhead, and it's dark when the sun is away. Now,
What?
that's just different for it's noon, it's daytime, right?
Yeah.
When it's nighttime, the sun is no longer overhead because it went
Mm.
from east to west, right?
Mm.
Right. So we live on different parts of the earth. So the daylight is just it just shines the way it shines in these different areas. Now, like I said, if you look at a Mercator projection and you get an idea of what the territories are and what how much daylight there is in those territories, and I mean that's pretty much all we know. Again, like
You said
creation
the
said, we
Mercator
don't
what?
have the Mercator projection. We don't
Projection,
have
okay.
yeah. We don't have like an outside worldview or a different perspective than anybody else. We just have what we have. Now the
And what is
difference
that?
is other people make assumptions as to why we see what we see. We don't. We just go with what we see.
Would the same theory apply for the moon?
What do you mean?
The moon as well, the moon.
I don't get what you mean.
Is the moon flat? Could the moon also be flat?
What?
That's a
No,
weird. That's a malformed question, Arya.
No. Okay, because I was trying to understand this. I was trying to visualize this. Okay.
Well,
because creation is flat, but not entirely flat. Something of that sort. And you spoke of you spoke about something regarding space or something. I'm not entirely following. How does the moon and the rise of the tides come into all of this? My point isn't well constructed because I think that alcohol is hitting, but I want to understand how the moon is accounted in all of this, and the moving tides and all of that.
Well,
Because that all hints towards gravity at some point.
Well, you know what's crazy? What's crazy is we can just look for a proposed hypothesis from either Einstein or Newton if they had it in their papers and when they were alive and when they put out their work. Now, I would tell you that there is no hypothesis, so there's no scientific validation for these things. That might not be something that you're ready to accept because you're like, surely somebody in academia would have said something by now. Well, I mean, again, we can point you to many resources that you may not have seen. But the bottom line is, because I suspect that you can ask a million questions. Everyone has a million questions. But the more interesting question to me, and the other guys can answer, this is how I choose to answer everything that you might possibly ask. It's a true dichotomy. Either the Earth's surface is curved or it's not. Those are your only two options,
correct.
and it's falsifiable. So, if that's the case, and everything that we've shared with you already gives you some methodology to go to some large body of water or somewhere where you live and try to validate this for yourself, if it is indeed flat, what think about the questions you're asking because they're more real at that point. You think we haven't asked, damn, what is the moon? If the vacuum of space isn't real, this is the way they told us. Damn, how do the tides work? Since I know that there isn't any curvature measured anywhere. And by the way, all of the numbers that they have about the distance to the sun, Kepler's planetary motions, and all of that has to do with the assumption that the sphere is the size that they claim, which would begin with the observations that we're talking about. So they can just assume it and then extrapolate all that data based on those numbers, tell you where satellites are, how they're orbiting. All of this stuff has to do with whether or not what we said is true or not. So if what we're saying is correct, and there is no measurable, fathomable curvature anywhere, then the question becomes, what the fuck are those satellites doing up there? But it's a different connotation than what you may be asking right now. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, I want to address what she said about the tides real quick. Do you see this picture?
Yes.
Is this roughly what you think is happening?
Roughly, yeah.
So there's a bulge following after the moon.
Mm.
We just talked about how water doesn't do that, but yeah, go on. Aria, you want to answer that?
Wait, you want me to explain to you how tides work? How
No,
I
no,
believe tides work?
we know what it's. Go ahead, Andres.
I know about it. I'm just asking you, do you think there's a bulge of water chasing after the moon or from underneath the moon?
I don't think there's a bulge of water chasing after the moon. I
Yeah,
believe
there's
that the
not.
moon's
There's not.
own.
This cartoon was given to us as children in school and doesn't actually represent what we see in real life. What we see in real life is that tides appear to circle tidal nodes. And what funny thing about tides is if you look at the measured pressures and how the pressure systems appear to move over the earth, they just happen to correlate largely with this.
Nice. Well said, Andres. What was weird, Aria? You were like, yeah, I do believe that graph. And you're like, wait, no, I don't believe it. So wait, which is it?
Oh, no, sorry. I'm lost in thought because I have so many points here I have to look at. Like specular reflection, oceanic, and all of this. I'm just trying to get
Well,
all
let's
the
just go one
thoughts
at a
together.
time, you know? Let's go one at a time.
No, it's fine. I've gotten
Because
enough.
you brought up the tides,
and-
so like we like
No. You guys have done a good job for
Okay.
now. I have enough to look at. I don't want it to seem like I'm running away, which I am not.
No,
I
worries, we're
simply
here
have
all-
things to do, and I have to look at what you've given me. And I'm wondering if you guys are still going to be here sometime in the future. So if I do form some opinions and
Hello.
have some questions, I can still ask.
Yeah, it's 24/7, and I've given you a pass to jump in and jump out as you'd please. So
All
no worries, you
right.
can come and go as you'd like.
All right.
Yeah, if it
Thank
look-
you.
Go ahead.
If it doesn't look like there's many people in here, we always have people. They're just we have a outpost in a different server where we're having a lot of fun talking to new people. So if you just ping a mod or something like that, they should be able to get people over here.
All right.
Hey, you've been a good sport though, and like you said, your friend got banned. Notice the difference between like people don't just get banned for no reason. If you're here in good faith, you have questions asked. Why would we ban you? This doesn't make sense. There's no requirement to be, on our side to be here. If you're here in good faith, you have questions, and there's no reason to mute people, ban people. That only depends on your own behavior. So tell your friend to, I don't know, reel it in a little bit. He can come back.
Maybe. All right. Thank you for your hospitality. You guys were good as well.
Likewise.
I've learned a lot, surprisingly.
We'll
And
quiz you
again-
next time you come back. Yeah, have a good one.
Oh, my days. Please do not. I have a terrible memory, but...
Oh, you
I'll
wrote it
try.
down, remember? So.
Oh, yeah, I did. My. All right, I'll see you guys
Take care.
later.
Have a good one.
Have a good day. Bye.
Bye. Nice job, boys. Well done.
That was a breezy Wednesday. Wasn't expecting that.
Easy dub. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that was nice. That was good. Do you hear what she said though, at the end? She's like, "Well, I have a bunch more points: specular reflection, reflection, oceanic, something."
Yep.
Someone was hitting there in the DMs, like, "Yo, ask him this, say this."
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not what she said.
Oh,
She
maybe I'll
said,
have to go back and listen.
You've given me a lot of points.
Nah, I'm gonna go back and listen because I'm pretty sure she said that she had, because after she brought
It doesn't matter, dude. Look, it doesn't matter what the recording says. If the recording doesn't match your memory, then it's a Mandela effect, and I'm still right.
Nice.
That's why I love Mandela effect. I'm always right. It's awesome.
Yo, there's this girl on my news feed on YouTube, Facebook, and she's like dude, is this Mandela effect everybody keeps talking about? So first of all, she's in the rabbit hole of flat Earth, 100%. This girl makes over $100,000 a year, right? Easily, and she is so fucking like her shit don't stink. You know what I'm saying? And when I first got into my office, she had mentioned someone, but I didn't know them at the time, so I can't remember who it is. But she was like, yada, 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 yada. And of course, he's a flat earther, but we won't talk about that. And I was like, who the fuck did she say? Who was that? And I never got a chance. So somebody's in that ear. Like, somebody's in that ear. She's talking about the Mandela effect and shit now. But anyway, she says, so I remember there specifically being 52 states. So there's only 50 states. I remember there being 52 states. Can somebody explain that to me? Is it Mandela effect? And I was like, maybe you're just thinking about cards. Like, I don't know what else to say.
That's funny. Real quick, I just want to welcome Rajesh. Normally we ask people to go through the VC check-in process, but I've been feeling friendly today. You saw I unmuted you. I saw you unmute as well. So if you want to chime in and say hello, we can hook you up with a VC pass and kind of give you a quick introduction. Otherwise, I'm going to pop you back on server mute. And if you leave the call, you'll just be automatically muted as well. Abe, do you want to say what's up? How are you?
Yeah, hey, how are you guys?
I'm doing well. What brings you here? How did you find yourself in this server?
Yeah, I just wanted to join because I'm really passionate about it, so.
Interesting. I don't think you don't really just trip and fall into a topic like this. It's pretty obscure. So, what really brings you here?
Yeah, I'm just I like to research deep into things, so.
Okay.
I've just been doing a lot of research.
Okay. You said you're really passionate. What are you passionate about?
I really like questioning stuff, if that makes sense.
Okay. All right. What are you questioning?
I don't know, life as we know it.
Okay. All right. Well, do you have any questions we could help you with?
No.
So much for that passion. I'm just joking. So, I mean, what is your current understanding of the topic? Because you know what we're here for.
Well, I just want to find out more from you guys.
Okay. Yeah, we can help you with that. What do you... Yeah, go ahead, Drace.
I just wanted to ask, what do you know already? Like, because so far it's been super vague, and it would be nice to hear what you know about the topic so far so that we can either add to your knowledge base or cover something that you don't already know.
I don't really know a lot. I'm looking to learn more, if that makes sense.
Well, we just want to know like a status report. Where do you currently stand? What is your current understanding? You're starting with 0, or do you have some things in mind?
Yeah, I
already?
like absolute 0.
Okay. Have you talked about this topic before with someone?
No, I haven't really I'm just
Alright.
questioning, so.
Yep, no problem. I got you covered. I'm here for you. So, the Earth is covered in 70% water, the known surface territory. Okay? It's flat and level. If 70% of the known territory is flat and level, then it can't possibly be a globe, therefore the Earth is flat. Alright, any questions?
No questions.
Alright, so you accept the proposition in totality, that my conclusion is correct, that my premises are true, and the conclusion necessarily follows from the premises? Question mark?
I can't really hear anything, so.
Yeah, AI, your mic's a little scratchy at the moment, homie. Uncle?
Man,
Well, we can hear you.
man.
It sounds like your mic's banging on something, but we can hear you fine.
But what I think what he was trying to get at is basically if the premise is correct that all the known territory is flat like the water is, then the Earth can't possibly be a ball.
Could you like go into more detail, like please?
Yeah, water is flat and level, and whenever we look over water, make observations, we see things that are not only just a little bit too far, but way, way too far for it to be the sphere that they gave us the dimensions for, which we would require a drop over distance that would be a notable one, starting at, let's say, 5 miles, 16.667 feet, and at 10 miles, 66.67 feet.
I would make a small what's the word? What is the word? I think it starts with an A. It doesn't matter. So I would say, like, for example, dang, I don't know if I'm not really familiar with the area I assume you're from based on your accent. So I'm gonna go with Lake Michigan and Chicago. There's 50 to 60 miles in between over this lake, okay? From shore to shore. And here's the thing. Me, when I see Chicago, I say, "Oh, look, I see Chicago." Now, if a globe earther sees Chicago, they go, "Oh, look, I live on a globe. Therefore, I'm not seeing Chicago. I'm seeing a holographic projection from beneath the Earth curve that is somehow wrapping around the globe to meet my eye, thus making it appear like I can see Chicago."
What kind of shit is that?
So, do you guys have like a diagram like I could see?
Of what?
Yeah.
What you guys are like trying to say?
Like the water? Like, why don't you just go outside? Why do you need a diagram of the water on the
I
side?
mean, maybe we're being less charitable because the other girl was like, I just wanted to. She seems at least more amicable. Maybe we should treat her with the patience that.
She just wants an orthographic view of a
Yeah.
globe projection of the geometry and the locations of the supersedery geometry that disprove the fact that the Earth is a globe by demonstrating that the Earth curve hump that they claim blocks things doesn't exist. That's what she's asking.
All right. Do you have can you see the voice text under the live stream?
Probably not yet. Let me give them some roles real quick. BC verified. Rajesh, I'm going to ping you in the chat so you can see what these guys are talking about. Can you see my ping there? Sorry, the live stream voice text.
Yeah, I can see your ping.
All right, cool. Yeah, some people are going to post some stuff in there for you.
Okay. I wish I could share like one page of this. Nevertheless, I'm going to send a
You play the
screenshot
Horizon thing?
now. I was gonna skip that just to give her the what she asked, like just the visual representation, like the orthographic view, because again, this is what they give as an explanation, which is probably why nobody understands what to expect. So I'm posting in 5, 4, 3, 2. You see that?
Yeah, it looks really confusing though.
Well, you did. Okay, so let me try to explain it as best I can. I see that's the thing. You know what? Creation Bear, play the she can't see the visual representation, but play the audio.
Yeah, got you. The 90-second thing. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. 1 second. Yeah, it does look really confusing, I guess, for a new person. So we got you on something really simple. It's only a 90-second clip, Rajesh, and also really quick we got someone new that joined named Hi, Hi. I'm just gonna unmute you real quick. Probably gonna pop you back on server mute if you don't say what's up in the next few seconds. We typically have people go through a VC check-in process to hang out here, but do you want to say what's up?
What's good, bro?
Hey, what's going on? We're about to go into a quick video. Maybe you could follow along with this. Just curious how you found yourself here.
I forgot.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Is that a game?
Probably don't have a lot of time for goofballs, but if you're genuine, you have some questions. What brings you here?
Just wanted to see what the server was about, maybe.
I mean,
I don't know.
You know what we're about, so.
You know what it is?
It's in the title, bro.
Anyway, it is.
I'm gonna give you a chance to hang out for a bit, but go ahead, AI.
A lot of people think that they come in thinking it's a meme server or a joke server. They don't know that we're dead ass serious. So, my friend, the Earth is covered in 70% water over the known surface, allegedly. Water is flat and level, and that's your human experience. And if water is flat and level and it covers 70% of the surface, then the Earth cannot possibly be a globe in the manner in which we've been told in the mainstream. Okay, so yes, we are seriouser than a heart attack in here. All right, let's continue.
Yeah, we got a couple people that joined too, so just want to quickly. I mean, do you know anyone else in the server, or are you flying solo?
Flying solo.
All right, you're flying solo because I see there's Shunin and Baguette Thief. I mean, everyone's piling in at the same time. I know people like to kind of join hands and join, which is fine.
That is so like
it always
what a coinky dink, you know? Like,
yeah, no, that's not coincidence. No.
These flat earthers you'll never know till we came together.
I mean, it's totally fine, guys. If you need help, there's no problem. But Baguette, Shunin, do you guys want to say what's up? Or I'll pop you back on server mute. You can come back with a VC pass, but if you say hello now, we can hook you up with a pass to jump in and jump out as you please. Hey, Baguette, what brings you here? Really quickly, just give us a quick, how did you get here?
I've been interested in theories about the flat earth and shit.
Okay.
I'm not a believer yet, but I'm interested by what the government lied to us and shit. I just want to be convinced.
Okay. All right. What about Shunin? Do you want to quickly chime in, or I can stick you back on mute for now? Shunin. Shunin. Going once.
Shunin.
Twice.
Shunin.
Bro said no mic. He said he had no mic, bro.
Okay, he can just listen for now. That's fine.
You get a listening pass.
If that. But, all right. Quickly, we're going to go into a quick video, guys. This is not from us. This is from like 9 years ago. Someone claiming stuff about the globe. So let's take a quick listen, and we'll get back to the chat.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing. If
All right. So again, this is just some of the claims, so you don't have to hear it from us. All right. This is not. We're not making stuff up. We're just simply citing what the claim is. At a certain height off the ground, the distance to the quote curve will be a certain distance away from you. So at 1 foot away from the surface, if you're 1 foot off the surface, distance to the horizon or the curve would be 1.22 miles. For an average height person, say 5-6 feet, the distance to the quote curve would be about 3 miles. So if you want to double check this, you can hit up Google Earth Curve Calculator or Distance to Horizon Calculator. It's all there. This is all based off of the claimed size of the Earth. So you can punch in some numbers and mess around with it, look around your surroundings. You can kind of, you can check it out. So does anyone...
I also posted a very simple graphic. It's the last image posted in the voice text. Just shows, an orthographic view of a circle representing the Earth that they claim is a globe, and then a person, and then an object in the distance, and the line of sight to the object. Very simple to understand, hopefully. It's as simple as I could make it. So you can see there, you got a little dude. He's looking at the object in the distance, and you can see underneath that red line, supposedly more than half of that object is being hidden because the big hump of Earth curve is in your way. And that's the standard globe claim, that I can't see things in the distance because they're obstructed by Earth curvature. However, we all know that water is flat and level, so now we have a contention between what we're being told we're seeing and what we actually see, because rest assured, all we actually see when we go out and do these observations is maybe I can't see something in the distance. That's known, right? They infer that means there must be a globe based on pictures like this. They draw a picture and they say, look, this explains it, therefore the Earth is a globe. The problem is, when you have a contention about what you're looking at, the best way to arbitrate that is just to measure the thing. So I'll submit to you that you can use measurement methodologies to prove to yourself that water is flat and level, just like you experience it. And like I said before, if the Earth is covered with 70% of something that lays flat and level, then it can't possibly be a globe.
I mean, come on, guys, Baguette, hi. It's not like you've gone out into reality and seen hills of water, have you? Rajesh.
Yeah.
Or have you?
No, I haven't.
Well, I haven't really noticed,
Yeah, so this is the point of all this, is to give people a certain awareness, because of course you wouldn't notice something that doesn't exist. However, people don't know what to expect, so they just kind of make it up in their mind based on their experience. And so you don't experience a globe, but you take it for granted, so you're like, what I'm experiencing is the globe. And then when they're asked questions like this, they're like, well, I don't know if I really thought about it, but it's well, why can't I see from London to New York City, something like that? Well, what we're showing is that there is a limitation. There's a predicted limitation on a globe with the size that they claim. So if you look at what I posted at 9 minutes past the hour. No, it's not 9 minutes past. It's at 3:00 for me. I don't know what time it is from you. 0 minutes past the hour. How far away is the horizon? When we stand on the shore with our feet just at sea level and look out to sea, we may ask, how far away is the horizon? We start by making the simplifying assumption that the Earth is a sphere with a radius r, which is 3,959 miles. Then the line from our eye to the horizon is tangent. Tangent is a line to a circle of radius r representing the Earth as shown. So there you have that circle, and then you have that triangle there, and you see H, and there's a line that is going to the circle, And that is what the horizon is supposed to be based on the size of the earth. And we're here to tell you that is a falsifiable claim, which means anybody other than, you don't have to be a scientist, you don't have to defer to the physicist. None of this that we're talking about has to do with science at all. This is purely math, just geometry, and it has to do with the claimed measurement of the earth's surface. Is it curving or isn't it? Is the horizon predictable based on everything that they've told us, or isn't it? And basically, the reason that we're all here is because no, it isn't. You can go out and test for these things yourself and find out, oh, wow, the things that I learned in textbooks have nothing to do with my reality. Of course, it gets deeper than that, but that's just like where we start. Is there curvature? Is there detectable curvature? Is there a consequence of a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles as far as I can see anywhere using any kind of optic? What can I do to personally validate it where I don't have to look to a Neil deGrasse Tyson or defer to someone in authority? What can I do with my God-given senses to tell that I'm on a globe? Because for God's sakes, you live here. This is the world, and you shouldn't need a Princeton degree or a some sort of 5-year degree to figure out that you live on a globe. Does anybody agree?
Yeah, fair point. So let's ask the guests. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's true.
But what do you think about what I said? I know you think it's true. That's what we knew since you came in. We know that.
Yeah, I don't really see those qualifications. Sorry, I need to go and get water.
That's okay. Sure.
Well, that's an upgrade. The last girl had to keep going get alcohol.
Yeah. True that.
The next person will have to go and get vegetable juice. I don't know, which is more healthy, water or V8?
It might depend. Are your vegetables sprayed with pesticides?
Yeah, that could make a difference.
Is your water full of
Is your water sprayed with pesticides? Does the water in the V8 have fluoride? Okay, never mind. Off topic. Forget I said it.
That's actually very thought provoking. What kind of water you jokers using in my juice?
Yeah, right. Is all the water in this juice come from the vegetables or fruits?
So
Yeah. So what about the other guys? Go ahead, Creation.
No, I was going to say, Rajesh, what happened to all that passion?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
It's fine. So why don't we give some more exposition?
Am I roboting or is that y'all?
Might be you.
No,
Everyone sounds good on my end.
It might have been art. It might have been AI. Could have been.
So the young lady, she was about to say something, or maybe she did and I missed it.
No, nothing important.
Okay.
Let me just play the clip of the water hill, because I don't know, maybe they can just hear, since they're not really making the argument, which is fine. You guys are still learning probably. You can hear an argument between myself and someone who dubs himself Bob the Science Guy. Why don't you take a pick on which side you'd rather be on after hearing this?
There's also Horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
All right, so we're simply saying there's no freaking hills of water, not at the ocean, not at the lakes, not at a pond, nowhere. So, I mean, you can take your pick. You can either be team hill of water or not. What do you think about that, Rajesh?
Well, yeah, I think it's like a bit ridiculous.
Okay, but when you look at the, the quote space pics, the selfies from space, well, they're showing you a bunch of curved water. So those don't seem to match reality, where the water's definitely not doing that. So, thoughts?
Yeah, I haven't like noticed that until now, so
Nice.
I don't really have anything to like really say about it. It's like interesting to know.
Fair enough. That's an honest response. Well, cool. I mean, you don't need to rush out today or tomorrow, but at some point, maybe you'll take a trip to the beach. You know, I'm a big fan of the beach. I'm a beach bum. You could just drop me off at the beach. I'll be happy. So maybe you'll take a trip to the beach or a lake sometime in the future, and that would be a good opportunity for you to conduct some tests of your own. You don't want to just hang up this call and go, well, those guys said it, so it must be true. Like, no, we don't want you to just auto-believe what we say, and you should stop auto-believing what, people on the TV or whatever say too. Go and check for yourself. So one day you'll be able to go and test some of these things on your own. We can give you an idea of how to test it, but that is the place to do it. In reality, in the field, potentially at maybe a lake or an ocean, is a good place to start.
I have like a really stupid question.
Go for it.
So how do we not like fall off?
Oh my god. I mean, let me answer that because it is a silly question. Let me ask you this. How do you fall off the ground? There's nowhere to fall to, Rajesh.
Do you have like vestibular problems? Vertigo issues?
Like when you're like at the end.
No.
The seashore. Wait a minute. She's talking about the end, so let's just tell her. So the end of every piece of land or continent, what is at the end of every continent? A seashore. So yeah, you could fall off. If you fall off from the shore, if you fall off of the shore, where do you usually fall? Where the water is, right? You don't fall from the water onto land. You fall from the shore onto the water. So wherever the shore is, you could fall off into the water.
So where does the water go?
It doesn't go anywhere. Let's go to your worldview for a moment, Rajesh. Let's say we get to the end of the universe. Can I, quote, fall out or fall off the universe?
Yeah, sure.
Wait, where would I fall to? Is there where would I be falling to?
Void.
Okay, all right. Well, let's just say this. All right, there is no, like, the way you currently see the Earth would be like an object within a large space. So you could potentially fall off the globe into outer space. But we do not see the Earth as like a flat disk in space. So your question is asking something along those lines. Well, if I get to the edge of the flat disk and jump, like, well, that's not flat Earth. So it's a malformed question. There's nowhere to fall to. You can't leave reality and will fall off. All right, there's nowhere to go. You'd be falling back down to the ground you already were on. You see that GIF I posted in the chat? That's basically what you're asking. There's nowhere to fall to.
Do you guys like believe in the core?
No. Like, okay, let's say this, all right? You've got a house, you've got a property, and in the backyard, you've dug 20 feet down into the ground. And then I come along, I'm like, well, actually, did you know there's treasure 100 feet down? Like, how would I know what's deeper than what you've actually physically dug? Because that's essentially what they're saying. The deepest ever dug on the earth is by these Russians. You can look this up, the Kola, Kola, super deep borehole. And they dug about 8 to 9 miles, something like that, eight-ish miles down. Then you've got these other people coming along and say, well, we know what's below that. How? So, no, I don't believe in a core. I believe what we physically have done. Just like if you dug in your backyard 20 feet and you're like, well, this is as far as I've gone. Who the hell's going to come along and tell you what's below that? And why would you believe them anyway?
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me add to that. So, nobody's actually ever claimed to have been to the core of the earth, right? But there are people throughout history that have claimed to been in a earth underneath the surface. So we have people who at least loosely could be considered eyewitnesses to a world underneath our surface. But nobody really believes that. Yet you see a core in a book that's just a drawing, and many people believe that. Why is that the case?
I have another question.
Well, make sure your questions are valuable to you, because you don't want to treat your questions like Monopoly money and just start making it rain questions that you don't even care about. Notice how you've asked the last question, you've already moved on, you didn't even really care about the answer. So I would say maybe you should gather up maybe 2, 3, 4 questions that actually are meaningful to you, that you really, you care about the answer. Because you asked about the core and we've already moved on to something else. So maybe just keep that in mind, because people are going to try to give you genuine answers to your questions. But if you don't even care about the answer, then like, what's the point? So go ahead with your next question, but just keep that in mind.
No, I'm genuinely curious. So, so do you guys also believe that the sun is also that way?
What do you mean? What way?
Like it's the same as the Earth?
No. I think that's something that people get wrong a lot. It's a big misconception. They hear the words flat Earth and they go, oh, well, everything must be a space disk now. Like, people will ask, oh, so is the moon flat? Oh, so the sun is flat too then? Like, no, we don't think the Earth is in space, or a disk in space. So obviously we don't think the sun is a disk in space or the moon is a disk in space. It's a huge misconception to think that this topic means everything just turns into a space disk. So no, and I wouldn't be so quick to compare the Earth to things that you see in the sky. There really is no resemblance anyway. When I look up in the sky, I see things that glow and bright and are moving. The Earth doesn't glow. And it's not moving. So I wouldn't be so quick to compare the Earth to things that you see up there. I look around Earth, there's a lot of trees. You see any trees in the sky? Go ahead with your next question.
So what makes the Earth special?
I wouldn't say that the Earth is, quote, special. I would just say this is the place. Like, I tried to say this before. You see the Earth as an object within a large space, right? We don't see the Earth like that. That's where the space disk idea comes from. I like to use the metaphor of Xbox and PlayStation. some people may understand that Xbox has some exclusive games like Halo. So you can't take a Halo 3 and put it in a PlayStation. They're not compatible. So you can't take flat objects and put them into outer space. They are not compatible. So in that same regard, like you guys see the Earth as an object within a large space. I would say the Earth is the large space. So no, it's not like Earth is like one special thing and all these other things are round and this is one flat disk. No. I would say the Earth is the place. I know that's kind of difficult to understand, but hopefully that answers your question.
I'm really curious what like the other new people think.
Yeah. Don't be shy, Baguette. Hi. Fortnite has joined. Let me unmute you as well. Fortnite, I saw you in the chat going hard in the lobby, so welcome. Do you want to chime in and say hello? We can give you a VC pass. You can kind of jump in and jump out.
Bro, just keep speaking, bro. I like hearing your voice.
Yeah. And they're
like I'm not
number
gay, but
one.
holy crap.
This guy's wet over here. No, but we want to hear what you think. Hi, I don't want to just be monologuing. We want to make sure you guys are picking up what we're putting down. So, do you follow? Do you understand that we're not talking about space discs? Is that
You know what's crazy though? What's crazy is like people have like. Hold on, I'll answer you in a second, Gary. People have this idea of what we think, and it didn't come from us. Like usually they have a favorite, a podcast that they watch, and the podcast is like, these crazy flat earthers think this, that, and the third, XYZ. And that's just you're in magazine land. You're in TV land. That place has moved from the TV, and it has become social media where obviously things are characterized. And I'm glad you guys came because now you get to realize we're just regular and boring as fuck. It's not anything extraordinary. We're not talking about dragons and shit on the other side of the rim of the ice and all this. We don't give a fuck about none of that. There's a true dichotomy. Either the ground that we're living on is curving or it's not. Like that's pretty much all we deal with. Now, we try to answer questions, but again, that's because people kind of been inundated with these ideas and these questions to ask flat earthers. So when they come in here, they're like, "Well, that's not really what I expected, but it is what it is." Like, as far as Gregory said, did you see this nigga walking around with your likeness? I didn't know. I know you told me, but I didn't know for sure. Like this is what this is what people do, right? Like we have a spot in another server, that we also occupy, and we're answering people's questions and whatnot. And then someone took it upon themselves to take my name and my picture, and then put in parenthesis next to that the real one. Like what you do? Like, why?
I mean, that's when you have no argument. You just get salty. Oh, I don't like these people. Fine. You don't have to like us. It's not about that. We're just trying to make a case. All right. It's really simple. Like, hey, real quick, Fortnite. I'm gonna pop you back on server mute, unless you want to just quickly say hello and chime in. But you can come back with a VC pass if you'd like. Do you want to say hello? Going once. I mean, you're hot micing, so you might as well just say hello real quick. Going twice. And sold. All right, no problem. Fortnite, you can come back, maybe join the VC check-in, and we can give you a VC pass. That way you can come and go as you please and open your mic and all that good stuff. So, yeah, Rajesh, don't worry too much about Kmart, all that stuff. Just focus on you know, you asked a question, so let's just try to focus on some of the answers and stuff like that. So, anyway, Baguette, you there? I see Shark has joined. Let me unmute you as well. Shark, welcome to the panel. How did you? Oh, okay. Thank you. Shark, I'm gonna pop you back on mute unless you chime in maybe in the next like 30 seconds or so. I'll give you a VC pass so you can kind of come and go. Normally, we have people go through a VC check-in process, but I've been feeling friendly today. So if you want to chime in, say what's up, we can give you a VC pass. If not, you can come back and get one some other time. It's no problem. So I'll give you a few seconds.
Sounds like it's Kids' Day in the library today.
Yeah. I was thinking it.
No, that's all my Globey children. All right, you know. Nah,
Don't be flat smacking in there.
bro, I'm getting louder and louder. I'm just dropping flat bombs on everybody, so it's all good. Wave mixer blowing my cover, but no, I'm just kidding. Anyway, what's up, Heretic? I see you're in the panel. Shout out to Heretic. Shout out to Dev. Shout out to Flying, Flat Lloyd. Hey, we're getting the boys back in town, all right? Let's go. Don DeMarco in this B.
Day. I don't know what it is with this phone. Sometimes I take it off mute to respond to somebody saying hi to me, and it just bounces me out of the VC. Really annoying.
It might be a soundboard thing. That used to happen with me on the soundboard. Sometimes it would kick me out of the call for that. So
yeah,
but I don't think I played one. Maybe I did. So sorry if that happened. But yeah, glad to see you.
It's happening. Like people say hi to me, and then they probably think I'm like running away.
Yeah, what's going on across the street?
The usual.
Like Fortnite, Shark. We still got Rajesh, Plumbob. Hi, have you spoken yet? Are you the guy that was feeling the vibes?
He's shy.
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm so shy.
Wow.
Nah,
Alrighty.
just want to hear this man speak.
Well, the server meets in here.
Those were the ones that just didn't chime in. I did like a quick unmute to see if they wanted to get a VC pass, and they were shy too. So it's nothing they did wrong on their part.
I thought for a second it was getting crazy in here.
Nah, not yet. Everyone's been pretty cool today. Actually, we had a girl named Aria. She had some questions. Rajesh has had some good questions. So, hi, I'm sure you've got some questions, man. This is a good place to ask. There's a lot of people here who would be happy to give you a genuine answer. Same with Baguette. Guys, don't be shy, man. You can ask all types of questions. I mean, we got some silly questions like, how do you fall off the ground? And stuff like that. But don't be shy. I mean, we got you.
Oh, I quite literally don't have any questions. I'm just here to see what everyone else thinks, honestly, because like I don't really hate flat earthers in any way whatsoever. I really don't care for like whatever like debates and stuff. I'm just here to listen and chime in. It's always nice to hear both sides.
I agree. Well, listen, if you don't have questions for us, we're gonna have some questions for you. For example, hi.
Wait, I have a question. It's not for real. I have to ask.
All right, go ahead. You got
that is not your goddamn profile picture, bro. I feel a way because someone is running around with my face and my name. Why do y'all feel like y'all have to do this?
Me?
Don't do this. All right, go ahead.
So, hi, I got a question for you, man. So,
Wait a minute. Hold on. All right, let's just be clear. Elijah, you are not a stacked, ripped black dude, all right?
Yeah, the fuck I am.
Okay.
all right, let's stay focused, Fe. So,
I'm all right. You caught me right now, but catch me in a couple months. Right?
listen, I'm just saying this is your chance to get some questions in because we might put the spotlight on you. But I mean, hi, you sure you don't have any questions? Because I've got some questions for you, bro.
Just ask away. I really don't got any.
All right, fair enough. Are you in a building right now, like a house or some type of building?
Yeah, I'm in a house.
All right. Do you think that building is moving?
No.
Okay, all right. Well, let me ask you another question. Like when you go to the grocery store and you know you can put your groceries on the belt and like it'll like move towards the cashier. Are you familiar with that type of thing?
Yeah.
So would you say those groceries are moving?
Well, wait. Can you repeat that? Actually.
Yeah. So like you put your groceries down. I think there's a GIF for it. Let me see if I can get a GIF for that so we can all see.
All right.
Groceries. Let's see. I thought I had one before. Damn. Oh, here we go. Wait. I don't know what to look up for that. Oh, here we go. There we go. So, all right, let's. Well, that's not a good example because it's actually rolling. But
Yeah.
you see how you see what I mean? You put your groceries down, and then they can kind of move towards. So, would you say that like so you put like a bread and some food and stuff on the belt? Would you say that they're moving now?
Well, no. No,
Wait,
not really.
Really? Hold on. Let me see.
No. I'm just confused, really.
All right. Let me. I really want this to come through clear. I had a gift for this in the past that was better than that chapstick because I guess it doesn't really help because that thing's rolling.
It is so good. Like I'm trying to figure out ways to use this right now. Like I saved.
Damn. I swear I had one before. I'm sorry, I don't have a gift for you offhand. I might have to look one up on Google because there's not one in Discord.
You just go on to the next question, and then
No, this is the question. I want to stick on this one. So you put your groceries down, and then they move towards the cashier.
Yeah.
Right?
All right.
It's not like the bread got up and walked to the cashier.
Oh, that's what you meant. Oh.
Okay, so I'm asking you the same thing. If we take a look at the globe claim, obviously the house or the building that you're in isn't supposed to be like getting up and walking down the street. That's not my question. But if the ground is moving in the same way the the grocery conveyor belt thing is moving, again, it's not like the groceries have moved themselves towards the cashier. It's the belt that's moving them. So let me re-ask the question about the groceries. Are the groceries moving towards the cashier?
Yeah,
Okay,
they are.
So the building that you're in, is that also moving in the same way?
No.
Interesting. So wait.
Not really, I don't think.
I don't know if that came through. Do you think the Earth moves?
Well, I'm believing that right now, obviously, because don't really know much. No, I don't really know any other perspectives, really, but that's what we were taught.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I
Well,
think you should also address this question to Baguette.
Rajesh, shut up, bro. Let me hear this man speak.
So y'all do know each other.
No, I don't actually know that one.
Exposed.
I don't know.
No, I'm just kidding. It's fine.
I do not associate with that moment either.
Okay. Just get back to topic. Let's go back on. All right.
Well,
wait,
yeah.
all right.
Well, Baguette. So same question would go to you. Like, are you in a building right now?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Would you say that building? Would you say that building is moving?
To me, no.
Like, okay. Well, if we're on a moving Earth, then everything would be moving with the Earth, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it depends on the observer.
No, I'm just mean objectively. Like, for example, with the groceries, right? You put the groceries down. Would you say the groceries are moving towards the register?
Yeah, they are.
Right. So again, it's not like the groceries grew legs and walked themselves, but it's because of the moving belt or whatever, they are moving. So just like the claim of the Earth, the globe, it's not like the houses or buildings are moving on their own, but because the ground is claimed to be moving, then everything would be moving along with that ground. So it's one of my favorite questions to ask. Do you think that the building you're in is moving? Most people have this gut reaction to say no, but deep down, like a lot of people believe that they are moving. So I like to bring this up because people will say that, oh, these flat earthers, they're so crazy, they say silly things. But then you ask, like, well, what do they say? Well, we're just simply saying that buildings don't move. But you guys think they do.
No, but I've got a question.
So do you guys want to go ahead?
I mean, I did. Fuck. Shit. I don't know what to say. Oh my god.
Well, it's just simple. It's just really simple. We do not think the Earth moves, period.
Yeah, I think it's already been established from what I've heard.
Yeah, so just keep in mind, next time you go out, if someone's like, man, those flat earthers are so crazy, just be like, well, I mean, they're just simply saying that the Earth doesn't move, like buildings don't move. So why is that crazy? That doesn't sound crazy to me. You know what does sound crazy? It's people saying that buildings move.
All right, let's expand. Let's expand on that premise. So go outside of the building you're in. You don't have to do it right now, but just imagine. You go outside of the building you're in, you look at the sun, right? You see the sun move across your sky. So that's what you see. You see the sun move. But the globe paradigm is that you are actually falling backwards around a curve. And that is what's happening. Not that the sun is moving, but that you are falling over backwards around a curve. And that is the reason why the sun moves across the sky. So if I simply go outside and say, you know what, I see the sun moving, and someone else goes out and says, you know what, I'm falling backwards over a curve, which one is the more rational claim?
I can give an analogy for that too. I'm glad you brought that up, AI. I don't know if you guys want to answer that before I go. Do you guys want to respond to AI?
I'm just a bit busy right now.
All right. Well, I'll give a quick analogy. Maybe I can help. So let's start inside of a room. You know, we've got a ceiling fan above us, and we flip the switch, and the ceiling fan starts spinning above us. Is there anyone in this panel that would say that the room was actually spinning and not the fan? Does anybody want to take that? Does anybody want to step up to the plate and say, yeah, the room spins, not the fan? Crickets. Yeah, I don't think anyone would say that. So then we go outside, and then you see, you know, a helicopter or a plane flying across the sky. Would anyone say that, no, I'm not, the plane's not moving, it's me that's moving? I don't think anyone would say that either. Clearly it's the plane that's moving, not you. But then for some reason, when it comes to the sun, they see the sun moving across the sky and they go, well, actually, that's not moving, I'm moving. And so that's where I get this moving buildings thing. That's probably where it stemmed from, because if you're sitting in a room, right, you're behind a window and you see the sun go across the window, you can observe this anytime you want. Either the building you're in is moving or the sun's moving. So no one would be crazy enough to say that, oh no, the room spins, not the fan. But when it comes to things like the sun, they say essentially the room is spinning and not the fan. So again, this is just another example how people will say flat earth is crazy, but what we say is definitely not the crazy thing out of the two positions. People who believe in the globe say that essentially the room is spinning, not the fan. And we're simply saying, no, you see the fan spinning, that's what's moving, not the room. If I flip the ceiling fan switch 100 times, well, 100 times out of 100, the fan's going to move, not the room. For some reason, these globies will go, well, no, actually, the room spins. So just understand that we do not have the crazy position. They do. And I can go on and on about how they have the crazy idea, not us. If you guys want to continue, there's plenty more examples of that. But go ahead, Rajesh.
Yeah, I agree with your what you're like saying.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to note during the conversation that the young man, I don't know the name exactly, but whichever young man said "hogue shit," that really is because the words that CB is saying here is going through your system, and you're recognizing by your own experience that you're not moving because you know when you're moving, and you know all movements, and you also know all angularity or any changes in angle of your cranium through your endolymph system that's in your inner ear there, your vestibular system. So your cognitive mind is trying to reckon with you believing that you're moving this whole time in life, and realizing that your own experiences don't show any of that motion. So it's a hard stop where you have to go, holy crap. I just thought I'd note that because that's cognitive dissonance. Now, there's ways through this.
All right, so I've got another example of something that, like, you know, people will say flat earthers are crazy, but notice I'm going to give you another example of how we do not have the crazy position here. All right. So people ask us about the sun all the time. What is the sun? What, you know, where is it? All this stuff. There's really not much to say. Like, when I believed in the globe, I heard this quote: "The greatest mysteries to man are the sun, the moon, and the stars." Okay. But there's only a couple things you can bank on. And yes, really quickly, there is someone in the VC check-in, so if anyone wants to go up there and quickly check them in, I'd appreciate that. I'm going to continue to cook in here. Thanks, AI. So there's only a few things you can bank on when it comes to the sun. Number one, it's above you. Number two, as we just established, it's moving. Okay, and you can pretty much just stop there. Now, what do our ops say? What does our opponents say? They're saying that the sun goes under the ground. Like, okay, so you've got the ground below you. If they were to point down there, like down to the ground, they'd say, well, there's stars under there. The sun goes under there. Does that, like, out of those two positions, which one sounds crazier? That the sun's above you, or the sun's under the ground?
Yeah, I guess the sun above you would be more logical.
Exactly. Well, I mean, it's not. This isn't proof or anything. I just like to get our position out because people will say, "Oh, these guys are so crazy. They're so dumb." It's like, well, dude, we're simply saying the normal, logical thing. The sun doesn't go under you, under the ground, under your house. Obviously not like we're not saying it's burrowing into the earth or whatever, but they say, oh, the sun goes down, right? Oh, the sun's going down. Look, it went under the horizon, etc. But I would say that the sunsets works just like the boats thing. One of the big claims for the globe is, like, they say the boats go over the curve. I just saw this on Twitter today. There's a guy who's like a conspiracy theory guy, but he hates flat Earth, right? I posted it in the chat. Let me get the tweet. Here it is. It's Sneeko talking about the flat Earth, and then someone goes, "Well, actually, this is so stupid and whatever, because look at this boat. It's going over a hill of water, which we kind of covered earlier. I'll get a screenshot for you guys here." All right, let me post a screenshot and we'll kind of analyze this a little bit further. All right, so here's the screenshot, and then I'll get you the tweet so you guys can check it out on your own. Again, this is like a conspiracy guy, Ryan Dawson. He's super banned on, lots of platforms or whatnot. He says some all right things, but again, he's very much against flat Earth. So there's the screenshot of the boat, right? This is a big thing that the globe side likes to argue. They're saying that the boat goes over the curve. Well, that would mean that water has to be formed into like some kind of hill, which we joked about earlier, that we don't think water forms into hills. So even that boat appears to be going, quote, down. It's not actually going down or sinking or whatever, right? I mean, I jokingly say that boats are designed not to sink. But I would say it just works like the boats. Or, sorry, the boats works just like the sun. It's not actually going down, just moving away from you. So, yeah, yeah, so that's just another thing too. So things can disappear over flat surfaces. A lot of people try to say, well, look, the boat is down underneath the curve. Well, number one, water doesn't do that, period. And then number two, like Flying just posted in the chat, you can see that things can disappear bottom up on flat surfaces. If you've got a flat table there, you zoom in, boom, the boat's disappeared bottom up, just like that picture shows on the water. So again, one of the two of us has a crazy position, and it's not us. Usually ever. So I'm going to take a break, let it breathe. If anyone wants to respond, I'll give you a chance. Go ahead.
Oh, why is there children in the background?
I'm at the library, so there's some kids goofing
and I
off in the
assumed you were
background.
I thought you were father or something.
These are my globey children in the background here. So no, I'm just joking. I'm totally kidding. Do not have kids.
All right, makes sense. I was gonna say.
Yeah, I mean, this the hood, ain't it? No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just joking, bro. I'm gonna get a screenshot for you guys. There's another website that says basically the water forms into a bulge, and so I mean that way you don't have to hear it from just us. We're not the ones saying that water forms into hills. I know I joke about that a lot, but that is essentially what the globe side is claiming, that water forms into a damn hump, like that picture is showing. They're like, oh, Earth can't be flat because look at this picture of a boat that looks like it's going over a hill of water. Are you serious? Yeah, well, number one, water doesn't do that. Like, when have you ever seen water do that? It doesn't do that in a man-made structures like a bathtub, a pool, and it doesn't do that in natural bodies of water, lake, pond, not the ocean. It just doesn't happen, period. And again, folks, we're talking about bodies of water. Some goofballs will say, oh, look at this drop of water. Okay, well, maybe somebody can fit their pea brain into a drop of water, but we're talking about bodies of water, something you could put your body in. I could give another example of water in a small, like if you put water in a beaker, for example, then you've got a meniscus, which is concave. Is anybody in here going to argue for concave water? No, hell no. So we can't use small examples like that to extrapolate out to the bigger picture. So drops of water is not going to cut it. Neither is a freaking beaker of water. We're talking about bodies of water, something you can put your body in. That's why I start with like a bathtub or a pool or a pond or a lake or the ocean. But then you look at these, quote, space selfies, pictures of the Earth, they say, from space. And what do they show you? Curved bodies of water. Yeah, that does not match reality. So just keep that in mind, folks. Out of the two positions, we are saying that water doesn't form into a hill, that buildings don't move, the sun doesn't go under the ground. I mean, how far do I need to continue? Like, clearly we do not have the crazy idea here. They do. So, I'm sorry to break it to you guys. Like, Flat Earth is not as crazy as they want you to think. But, if you go to Google, I'm going to post a screenshot in the chat right now. This is what Google wants you to think Flat Earthers are talking about. Some floating pancake pizza in space. No. That's the most stupidest idea. The only people who fall for that is people who think we fell for that when it was really them. There's not a single flat earther in this panel who would tell you that the Earth is floating disc pizza pancake in space. It's the biggest cap I've ever seen. So don't fall for that. So, what? Anybody else want to chime in? I'm going to give it a chance to breathe here for a second. I'll let you guys chime in.
Yeah, I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, how do compasses work? Like, how do they know it's north? Like, there's no north globe and south globe.
Magnetic fields.
Get him, T-Dub. I mean,
So
yeah, go ahead.
they point towards a magnetic field, right?
I think he's asking how do they work on a flat model. Basically, if you look at the photo that I'm gonna post on the channel, you can see that a compass actually works more or perfectly on a flat model than it would work on a globe model. And it's also an electromagnetic field, of course, and there has been lots of research and books and from adventurers from hundreds and thousands of years ago who traveled around the world wrote what they found, and a lot of them have wrote that the closer they got to the North Pole, which if you look on the flat Earth map, you will see is the center, the more they felt or they measured this magnetic field or these magnetic variations. And this is all compasses do point to that center, to that magnetic field, but it's just a different representation of it when the globe model comes in and says, oh no, this magnetic field it's on a ball, and the reason it's happening is because there is a core molten iron, and that's all spinning in a certain direction, which is also, by the way, not scientific, because if molten iron is molten, it cannot create a magnetic field, but that's a whole different story. Anyway, it's basically the same principle. It just works better and more correctly on a flat model.
All right, I got it. Thank you.
Nice. Shout out to Dev. Yeah, honestly, guys, I would keep in mind like some of the questions you would ask. You would also want to like check to see your current understanding. Like if you're like, well, how does it work for flat Earth? How does it work for the globe? Like I'd probably send that back to you, Baguette. How does a compass work on a globe, or what makes you think it like proves a globe or whatever? It's okay if you don't know. I'm just make sure we don't have double standards here.
Right. In the fucking globe model, there's like, I don't know how to explain English. It's not my first language. It's fucking confusing.
No worries, brother. No worries. It's okay. This is just something people do all the time. It's not an attack on you. It's just that sometimes people will go, oh, well, how do eclipses work? It's like, well, I mean, dude, what makes you, how does it work on a globe? You know, so. Also, just want to welcome Hellish Fish. How was your check-in process? Shout out to you for getting checked in.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, check-in process was pretty smooth. I've actually been here before. I think I originally joined the server back in, I think it was late 2020 or 2021. I've been, I've had a bit of a rocky past. I've been banned and unbanned and banned and unbanned like 2 or 3 times, I think. I think most of the time is because I came in with pretty half-cocked arguments. So today, I'm just kind of going through the check-in process once more. I'm not going to present nothing today. I'll put it together, for something clean later. But yeah, I'm just glad to be back. I really appreciate the level of debate and inquisition that occurs in this server. I like
bro,
it.
Did you pay your membership fee, bro? Just sorry to interrupt.
Oh, what's that?
Did you pay your membership fee?
My membership fee? No, okay, I don't got no cash on me. Okay, wait a minute.
No, some people like go instantaneously start going rah rah rah. I'm like, whoa, fucking calm down. But it's just a little bit of humor, bro. Sorry, I had to add that there, just a laugh.
No, I appreciate it. No, I know a lot of people get in here and they start like, well, the first thing that comes to my mind, I'll just start talking about that. I'll stump these flat earthers for sure. And I've been there, done that. That was years ago. So.
Hellfish, you don't need cash. You can send me crypto. I'll give you my wallet address.
Okay, I got a few Dogecoin lying around. I got, I still can send you some. I think that's still good, right?
So, what do you think of the shape of the Earth, then, bro? I mean, are you now a flat earther? Are you on the fence, or what was the deal? Sorry, I missed you introducing yourself.
I am not a flat earther. Personally, I view the other shape to be more accurate, the globe Earth. But I won't go too deep into detail. I want to put together something a bit clear, a bit. Oh, hey, calm down. Wait just a minute. All right, I'm not going to go into anything crazy right now. I'll put together something a bit more solid, so we can have a more actual conversation.
Would you say you've got anything that like the flat earth cannot explain? It's not got a hope in hell, like something that sticks out in the globe as guaranteed 100% concrete. Like, is there anything at all that you would say? Something that
I appreciate the invitation to start the debate, but like I said, I won't jump into it half cocked. I'll think everything through. I won't just first thing out my mind. But I appreciate the invitation. I'm just going to sit quiet for now. I appreciate it though.
But that's cool. You've obviously heard the discussions in here, man. You obviously know what the deal is. I wasn't trying to get you into big aggro. I just wondered, man, because like some people, like when it comes to like finding flat Earth, they've got something specific that says that the Earth is flat. I just wondered if it was something for you, for the globe. That's cool, bro. I mean, I'll look forward to seeing you sometime. Speak to you, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hellish, let me ask you a question, and this is not an invitation to a debate. Do you consider the possibility of your current opinion or position ever being wrong? Do you ever consider you might change your mind in the future?
Well, I will say that there's that one, I can't remember what it is. I think therefore I am type argument where it's like, potentially you could be thinking because you're like a brain in a jar in a simulation type thing where nothing is actually real and the entire world is simulation. I mean, that's kind of like an argument to absurdity. All that to say that I try and keep an open mind. I don't think we know everything about the world. I don't think we know everything about the universe. We're still learning every day. So no, to say I know something for certain, especially if I don't have like a damn PhD in the topic, it's not grounds I'm willing to take. But I'm definitely happy to join in some casual debate with some thought out argument and some evidence. But I won't go half cocked right now, of course. But yeah, that's what I'll say on that.
Okay,
is there a PhD in brain in the jar theory?
There's probably a PhD for like ethical dilemmas and philosophy or something, but and I think that would fall into that category. But I don't certainly have that.
Sorry, Devlead.
It's all good. Just to make sure that I understand your position, what you're saying is the only way for you to ever think your position on globe versus flat might be wrong is if you subscribe to the theory that we're all just a figment of our own imagination and living in a matrix simulation. Is that?
No, I'll clarify. That's not what I mean. I was mostly saying that to say that, personally, I feel that I could never be 100% on any topic, no matter how far-fetched it might seem to me. So, I'll never say 100%, that the Earth is this definite shape because, there's always the possibility, no matter how small, that I don't know enough about, the universe, about existence. But not to say that I couldn't be convinced, just to say that like I feel pretty confident, but I'm never going to say 100%.
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever your current position is now, if your current position is 99.99% confident that the Earth is a globe, that's fine as well. My question is not even asking you to be 100% possibility of getting convinced that the Earth is 100% flat. No, it's just, would you ever be 51% convinced that the Earth is flat? Assuming, of course, we or somebody else or your research present enough evidence that satisfies your logical mind. Would you ever reach 51%?
It's a difficult question. It's definitely a difficult question because the evidence would have to be quite persuasive indeed, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's kind of like it falls in that same vein, and I'm not trying to go on a tangent here, but in the same types of conversations where it's like pro-life and pro-choice, where it's like there are people who will never change their minds on a topic because of their predefined life experiences, right? That they've experienced, that they've built their opinions on and their life on. And so, spending my whole life as someone who believes the Earth is a globe and who has gone through, I have like a bachelor's degree in like environmental sciences, which deals heavily in earth science and weather effects and things like that. It's like, I just, when my whole educational background and experience lies in the earth is this particular shape with these functions, that's persuasive to me, right? And so it would take persuasive evidence from the flat earth position to change my mind. I'll say that much, of course.
I won't change my mind
Okay,
on
no,
anything,
that's fair.
regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
I have a quick objection, though, quickly before you can continue, Deb, but I just have a quick objection to the, you said can't be 100% on anything. So let's just maybe try one thing and see if we can be 100% on that. Like, I don't know, 2 + 2. Is that, or can we be 100% sure that that's 4?
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's basic math. 2 + 2 is certainly 4. But it's, of course, it's an arbitrary thing, right?
Well,
Like,
let's go on to something
is-
else then. Let's go on to something else then. Like, say, like, how tall are you? Like, can you know how tall you are?
Well, I'll say this much. On any of these things that we call basic facts that seem plainly evident, I mean, they're all arbitrary, right? Like, if I say I'm 6'4" to someone in a different country or someone from a different planet, like 6'4" is a measurement that's, but it could be somebody would use 2 meters or somebody would use a different measurement, right? Like, we have our words that define the world around us, but
objectively, you are as tall as you are. It's not something like, well, I mean, there's a chance that I might be a different height. I mean, you just are what you are. So I don't think that, I'm just pushing back on the idea that we cannot know things 100%. I think there are things that you can know for sure 100%.
So relative, man.
It doesn't matter the metric you use, does it? It's still the same measurement, like even though it's in a different meters, whatever.
You're totally right. I do agree. To the point where it's like I could never be convinced of anything 100%. You're right. That is like absurdism. Like, I certainly have to be convinced on a lot of things to be able to simply live my daily life. And taking my height as part of that, I have to understand and believe the height I am is the height I am. So no, I mean, I was just more saying that I guess because the Earth is such a fundamental thing, that fundamentally I can't ever be 100% convinced. But on, like, things I need to live my life, the shape of the Earth is not something that's like going to affect my day-to-day life. I'm still going to get up in the morning and make coffee and shit. But, as far as like fundamental things go, 99%, right?
SEB, you're going further with this, the questions you're asking him, bro, yeah?
If you want to chime in, go ahead. I was pretty much my push.
No, on you go, bro. I was just waiting because I kind of thought you were, so I just thought, whoa, I'll hold it. On you go, bro.
I only have one more thing to say if anyone wants to chime in, but like, I do agree with you on that last point, though, Hellish, is that, like, this topic is not going to relieve you of life's responsibilities. Clearly, you still have to, live your life. But I do think knowing things is a good thing, and you can know things. So that was pretty much my general point. If anyone wants to chime in, please go ahead.
No, CB, I thought you were getting are you here on Discord, though, if you were 100%. I thought that's where you were
okay, yes, yeah. Well, I mean, that is a question we like to ask people, Hellish, is like, are you 100% sure that you're on Discord right now?
Yeah, I definitely am. Though I see the point that you might be making about that. If we were to take these things that we are 100% on, these small things here and there, and build them together, if we're 100% on all of them, then we could build an argument that is 100% convincing. And I feel, is that the point you're making?
I think that's just something that differs between. I don't really meet a lot of folks on this side of the fence who are 99%ers. That is something I see on the other side of the fence. I mean, Kim pointed out this, like, I'm a brain in the jar thing. Like, that's something that I've heard so many times from our quote opponents. I don't really hear that a lot from this side of the fence. So we ask questions like, are you sitting in a chair right now? And they'll be like, I might not be, while they're on camera in a chair. So I don't know if I can pull the video up quickly, but I'll see if I can find it.
Well, it's kind of like the religious belief of agnosticism, right? Where it's like, you would never say you're 100% atheist, even if you feel that way, because something as fundamental as, like, God is something that it's like I'm no a Hawking. I'm no Einstein. I'm not going to pretend to know a thing about the universe. I'll just kind of leave it up to however it is. I won't make a call because I don't frankly know. I'll do my best to live my life on what I believe, but saying that I know seems hubris. It's arrogant, right?
Okay, so to get back to my percentage that I asked you, the reason I'm asking you is, and I specifically put the percentage as in 51% versus 49%. I don't even want you to be 100%. I just want to know from you as a person who's coming into a group of people who have a certain, let's call it a belief. And even if those people are believing in this thing 100%, and you believe the opposite 100%, but you want to prepare a presentation and lots of arguments and go into debates, but if you do all of that with the premise that you will never ever reach 51%, do you see that you might be wasting those people's time?
No, I understand what you're saying. That if I came in here with the belief of, I'm gonna save these people, I'm gonna save them from their mistaken belief. That's not at all why I'm here. Frankly, I like the server because there's always conversation, there's always debate, there's always like a reason to ask a question, and that's why I'm here. Is I love to think through things and think through arguments and evidence. I'm not here to do some kind of weird charity or something. I'm here because I love to debate and I love evidence. As far as like that evidence and debate convincing me, I won't speak to the matter. It'll have to be the evidence at the time, and it'll have to be persuasive. But
that's fair.
I think the former part of that was genuine and well said. I would agree with you on that. It shouldn't be, we're not necessarily here. I always use the example of like a courtroom. We're not here as the plaintiff. I'm not here to convince a defendant. So I do think some people come here like, I need to straighten these guys out. I don't think that's the right spirit. So the way you put it is a good spirit. But I really quickly wanted to play, before the point got too lost, the 99% sitting in a chair stuff. So let's just take a quick listen, and Dev, you can pick up where you left off.
We understand who we know, people that can identify. Like if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly, generally. What are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay. So maybe what are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that, and you're sure that you. Hey, man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I was like, you can say that.
Imagine how fast that mentality goes away when they're sitting in front of a court and they're being accused of murder, and they say like, "Did you murder this man?" "No, I didn't murder him." Oh, are you 100% sure of that?" "No, I'm not sure. I might have murdered him."
Dude, what's funny about that last clip is like he's literally on camera sitting in a chair. He's like, well, maybe, I don't know. So I just think that's one of the things that differ between someone on this side of the fence is we don't say things like that. Go ahead, Trace.
Just imagine the like he would want to argue against the evidence that exonerates him because that could potentially not be him. If he were actually true to his philosophical view, which he claims, then that would be the case.
I could have done this,
something
Your
else.
Honor, but then again, am I really even here in the courtroom?
Right, exactly. That's why I like the courtroom setting, because this type of stuff would like never fly. Any sound judge would like throw half of this stuff out, you know. You get on the stand. Do you swear? Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth,
Look what?
the truth and the whole truth? Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm sitting brain in the jar. It's like, dude, get out.
You were there this morning, right, Trace? You were there this morning?
Yeah, I was there.
So could you imagine the judge is like, okay, so where's your evidence? Well, let me give you an example, Your Honor. No, do you have any evidence? Well, see, look, you're not listening to me. I'm just trying to word it. The evidence, actual evidence. Do you have the evidence? Well, if you let me explain it, if I were like, yo,
Yeah.
outta
Sorry,
here,
Judge.
son.
Sorry, Judge. You just don't
Yo.
understand. You're dumb or something. You need to go back to school. What you need to do is just, imagine that the Earth is a ball, and then, like, if we do these calculations, then we can say that it is.
Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
done,
like,
son.
Your Honor, I would present the evidence, but like you just wouldn't understand it. So it's like, what the hell, dude? That's so common, that type of thinking. It's like, well, I mean, just put your best foot forward. If you have a case, make it, please. Don't worry about. This is why I'd say, like, the plaintiff and the defendant, you are not there for each other. So that's where I think people get it wrong. They're like, it's not about. That's why I liked what Hellish said. He's like, well, I'm not here for you guys, or I'm not trying to like convince you guys. Good. That's not. We're not here for that either. We're gonna make our best case because there's gonna be a lot of people listening on YouTube, just lurking in the background, reading the chat. That's the jury, and then the judge is whoever you think your higher powers or whatever. So go ahead and put your best foot forward, make your case. Do not worry about the defendant or the plaintiff. Regardless of what side you're on, you're not there to convince the other counsel. Well, I think that's where a lot of people get it twisted. They're like, well, I would convince you, but you're just stupid. It's like, well, don't worry about that. Make your case to the jury.
No, I appreciate that. Now, I would never fall back on the 99% argument as some sort of legitimate means of in defense of my evidence. It's more like something to make clear about like a fundamental, nature of the universe. Of course, it would be absurd to use it in any sort of real world setting because there's no point. It's like, like you just pointed out, it's completely absurd. But no, I was just making it clear because it's like, when asked if you're 100% about something as wide as like the shape of the Earth, it's like, if you say you're 100%, well, it's like, well, you better have pretty convincing evidence, right? And you're like, well, let me come back to, it's like, it would make me look foolish, right? So I'll definitely come back. I mean, I didn't have any plans to present anything today, but
that's why the best option is always just to say, I don't know, when you don't
Right.
know, because
I'll
that
get back
shows
to
so
you.
much honesty and people appreciate that.
I agree.
And I would also say that it's okay to plant your stake in the ground. I think it's better to put it down and make a position because you can always make adjustments. There's a lot of people who are like, well, I'll just kind of hover and, nebulous position. Like, no, go ahead and take a stance. First of all, we know what side of the fence you're on, Hellish, so it's like, okay, you don't have to necessarily be 100%. So go ahead and make your case. Maybe it doesn't have to be here today, but we can all learn and make adjustments in our position moving forward. So that's completely okay.
Yeah,
I think
it's also
go
the
ahead.
strongest position to argue from is I don't know, because then it's on them. It's on them to prove their shit.
Yeah, and I would say, the problem that I have personally with going so far as to like plant a stake and say, no, this is where I draw the line, I'm not budging on this argument, is that leads to a lot of butting heads, and it leads to a breakdown in the argument. Because if we both have our lines that we won't cross, then we're just going to have to come to like an amicable like agreement to like, okay, we'll leave this point, we'll have to talk about something else, and that can be a difficult thing to do. But that's the draw of saying I'm 99% certain, because then it's like, then it leaves the door open for whatever point we drew our lines on to eventually maybe be convinced later. So I see the draw in it. It's not something I'll rely on, but I appreciate it.
You can also look into appeals to possibility, because that's what all this is. It's just appealing to there could be some other possibility of something other than what I'm experiencing or seeing happening. Therefore, I'm gonna imagine that that's possible. That's not the same as saying, I don't know, there are more unknowns that we don't know. We at least do know that there's an apple here, and I can give you an apple, and you can eat that apple, and we can agree there's an apple there. For someone to be like, no, it's a banana, that's delusional. That's not what we see in reality. That's the crux difference. They want to just it becomes a catch-all excuse for when something doesn't match what you want to believe. You're like, it's just some anomaly in my head because the simulation is broken. Like like we had a guy come tell us that even if his neighbor was sleeping with his wife and he walked in on them, his wife could make up any kind of excuse and he would just believe that excuse. Yeah, the model is the excuse.
Yeah, that
and
was
so,
funny.
To him, like, sex robot sounds reasonable rather than the neighbor, even though there's no sex robots that look like his neighbor or anything, and he goes in and checks and he doesn't find any batteries. Then it was like an accident. It must have been an accident. They just spilled something on their clothes, got undressed, and then fell into each other. It was just an accident. She didn't cheat.
Yeah, she tripped and
that's
fell
the
into
kind
some
of
Robocock.
yeah, and when she actually admits it and says, no, we were cheating, he's like, no, okay, yeah, it must be a demon is controlling my perception at this time, so that nothing is real and I'm just hallucinating all of this stuff. That's insane.
I know when really it's super simple, and she
belongs to the streets.
But like you have to make all these mental you had to come up with all these mental gymnastics. Oh, maybe she tripped and fell into some robo pee-pee. Like, no, dude, come on, man. The mental gymnastics are way too crazy. So
With planting a stake, I'd say it's helping something grow in a certain direction, so you can focus and have it not be entwined with other things outside of that thought. So it's kind of a good way to just focus on something without all the distraction.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you define where your arguments are, you can really make clear the boundaries. You can make clear all the different arguments that create those lines in the sand, that creates the stake, and then you can have a deeper conversation on a topic instead of butting heads and pulling away. I can agree with that.
Yeah, and I mean, when I said it the first time, I think my point is like, well, you can make adjustments from that point. Your response was something like, oh, well, I don't want to draw lines in the sand. It's not exactly what I meant. I just meant to like, oh, it's okay to take a position because then you can make adjustments from that position moving forward. You don't have to be rigid. But I notice a lot of people, they try to kind of take this hovering, nebulous position, like, oh, I'm just this third-party interviewer observer. I typically call cap on that, and I usually suggest to those people, go ahead and take a stance, because then you'll learn and you'll be able to move that position if needed. So, yeah. Shout out to Kiwi. That was a good point.
Yeah. You won't know if it affects your life or not if you don't know what's going on. You could say, this topic doesn't affect my life at all. But in the same way, you could live in a town where there's some nuclear waste runoff, and that does happen in America, where you're drinking the water, cooking with the water, you have no idea, and you're like, well, doesn't make any difference in my life. Yeah, until you figure out how it did make a difference in your life. But you'd have to kind of be a little knowledgeable to figure that out. So I hate when people say, what difference does it make? Well, first you have to know what's true and what's false to then determine what difference it would make.
Yeah, that's a good point, Elijah. And this is something that we notice from a lot of the people that we debate with. They come from this premise that, like, why does it matter? Why do you guys care? And I usually use the example of, like, say you woke up from a coma. One of the first things I would ask is, like, well, where the hell am I? And they're like, well, it's like, what kind of mentality would it be if you woke up from a coma and you're like, well, I don't care where I am. Like, I would want to know where I was. If I call someone, I'm like, hey, I need a ride to get out of here. And they're like, well, where are you? Give me some, landmarks and stuff. What's around you? You're like, well, what does that matter? Well, how the hell am I supposed to pick you up? How am I going to get you out of there? So I think it does matter, and I would want to know where I was if I woke up from a coma, type of thing. So yeah, it's like Hellish said, and I agreed with, is that of course, this topic isn't going to relieve you of your life's responsibilities. You still have to do the things you need to do. But I think I would want to know. I would want to know where the hell we are, and then maybe there are some implications based off on that. So I think it's more important than people like to let on. People come here and say, oh, it doesn't matter. Why do you guys care so much? I don't know. Elijah made a great point there. Like, well, you don't know what you don't know. Maybe the water's killing you. So. I mean, I have a good example. Like, people, to answer the whole, like, why does it matter thing? Like, well, there's people trying to sell you these ideas that there might be some things falling from the sky, maybe crashing from space, might smash into your car, and look, we'll sell you some insurance to cover for that. Well, if you knew what we think we know, then you would never be so gullible enough to go and buy, like, space coverage insurance for your car. Let's take a quick listen to this advertisement.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
Bruh. So, well, in one breath, they'll be like, well, it doesn't matter. Why do you guys care? Well, dude, like, they're trying to sell you things like space coverage insurance for your car, bro. Like, there's nobody in this panel that's going to buy that. Not even, doesn't matter how much money you have.
Oh no, fear the global warming.
I can also give you another example that goes a little bit deeper, and it's personal example, but it applies to a lot of people in this community as well. And you can see it for yourself without believing the Earth is flat, just hypothetically. The research that I have done, and I've done months and months of research before I was like, okay, yes, this is the most logical conclusion. There's no way around this, that the Earth is flat. So now I go a step further and go, okay, but why is government A, government B, government C, government D, they are all telling me the opposite? And they are all agreeing on this other theory that I know for 100% that is false. That tells me that all these governments are sitting behind the television, so we don't see them, and they're working together. Okay, that's interesting information, and I keep that information in my mind. Now, every time these governments come up and all agree on another thing and try to sell me something, for example, the recent 2020 COVID, just as an example, I don't want to go deep into COVID, but when I see, oh, they're all agreeing on this one thing and they're trying to sell it to me, but I also know from the Flat Earth research that, hey, these guys are actually working together and they're hiding things together. So they might be hiding something in this COVID topic as well. Let me dig deeper into it. Let me find the actual science so I can make a better decision whether to inject myself with poison or not. So this is how it actually does affect your life. But you will never know this. I would never have known this if the first video I came across about Flat Earth 100 proof video, I looked at it and I didn't look at it in an open mind. I was like, nah, this is just crazy. Goodbye. I would never have realized it.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Skipping on some dangerous topics there, but yeah, no, that is a good point to make. And I have another example too. I'll post this in the chat, a quick video, and then I have some screenshots for you guys. This one's kind of fun, but there's a company that makes custom iPhones. Let me play the clip, and then I'll give you some more background on the company here. So let's take a quick listen, and we'll react to it afterwards.
Number 1, the Caviar iPhone with a piece of the moon in it. I asked Neil deGrasse Tyson if he thinks it really is a piece of the moon. He says it's possible, but also this is the same company who covered an iPhone in $100,000 of gold and who also made a Cybertruck iPhone, so clearly they have a thing for flashy phones.
All right, so this is, again, like, people ask, well, why does it matter? Why do you guys care? Like, blah, blah, blah. Well, again, if you know what we know, excuse me, then you would never be so gullible to go, hold on one second, excuse me. Sorry, I'm just getting over sickness. But you would never be so gullible enough to go and purchase an iPhone. I don't care how much money you have. You would never be so gullible enough to go and spend $13,000 on an iPhone because
They've been the same for 10 fucking years.
Yeah.
Like, go ahead. I don't know. I don't fucking know. And, okay. Here's a tip too. Here's a tip. You only have to buy a new phone once, damn near. See, you have a phone because the system is here for you. Like there are people who abuse it because people are ignorant. Yo, you buy a phone, right? You put the protection on and all that. Guess what? When the year comes up, you get a new one. Why? Because you can replace it. Because that's the service you bought, right? And then you go on and you sell that motherfucker after you paid it off. And then you can get a brand new phone for like $100, $200 versus the $800, $900 that you spent. Hello. Anyway, sorry.
No, it's all good. Yeah, so like iPhone costs you like $800, maybe $1,000 these days if you want the new shiny one. But the point is that like the people will ask you, why does it matter? Why do you guys care? Well, I don't care how much money you have. Nobody in this panel that's on this side of the fence would spend $13,000 on an iPhone. Look at the screenshot I posted. They're claiming it has meteorites from Mars, Moon, and planets and all this stuff. Like, it's $13,000, dude. So,
A phone with a diamond from Jupiter. No, was it Neptune? Yeah, that's what I want in it.
When it's just probably some
Analogy about why it might matter, why it would matter. Why does it matter? Say we're all in a house and we could see out one window, and everyone's like, "There's nothing out there. It's just a wall." But we could actually see beyond that wall that there was something there. We're being told, "Nah, food's running out. It's getting hot. Heater's on. All these problems. There's nothing else out there." But we can actually see that there is something out there, and then we'll be saying, "Oh, but we can actually see there's might be something more to this," and then everyone's in the house, "Oh, why does it matter?" That's pretty much the state of why does it matter.
Yeah, that's a good point as well, Kiwi. Been chiming in with some gems today. Nice. Appreciate the feedback. But are you serious? Like, look, you guys should go to the website. I've got a link for you here. I'll post a link in the chat. You can take a look. I went through a bunch of them. But dude, who the hell in their right mind would buy an iPhone for $13,000? Are you serious? The only person that's going to work on is gullible globe heads. And I don't mean that to be offensive to guys like Hellish that are in the panel. I'm just saying, like, that's why it matters, because it doesn't matter how wealthy you are. Why the hell would you buy that? Dude, it's worth a fraction of that price. They just put a piece of dirt in it and they're like, "Oh, well, we're going to charge you an extra $12,000. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So, hell no. Yes, it matters. So, I mean, go ahead, Beast. You want to say something?
Oh, sorry. I just finished eating. I was going to say what's up.
How dare you?
No, yeah. That's like you said, trying to sell you something. And we're basically just pointing out the sleazy salesman of the globe model. And yeah, of course it matters. It matters on all aspects of your life. You know, your entire worldview comes into question that you've been told. And you have to literally readjust as if, you're 5 years old again before you learned about the globe model. It's like you come back to that place of like where you actually don't know. Like all the things you thought you knew, you really don't know. And that's scary for people. All the accountability falls on your shoulders. And a lot of people don't want that, especially young people.
That is a good point. Yeah, that is actually a great point, because notice how many people kind of, when you go up to them directly and go, "What is the evidence? Do you have the evidence?" They typically point to their left or their right and they go, "Well, somebody over there has it. There's a group over there, big brains. They've got the answers." So we go and approach them. "Hey, big brain, We were told you have all the answers. What are they? Oh no, you got to go higher up. Somebody else has it.
Right.
And everyone thinks like this is the Emperor has no clothes story all over again. Everyone believes that there's some entity, some vague panel of shadowy figures out there that exist that have all the answers. Well, I'm just trying to break the news. Newsflash. This group that you've all imagined does not exist, period. There's not a group of people out there that have all the answers. I'm sorry. What there is a group of people that are faithful believers. Just like I was. Just like most people are.
Right. So is it hellish?
Don Pettit has the answers.
Yeah, no, and so what's funny about that, T-Dub, is when we go to Don Pettit, he'll go, oh, no, I don't have the answers. Or the people will throw him under the bus in a heartbeat. Oh, no, he's not the one. It's like, well, pick a side. Which is it? Is he the guy or not the guy? So go ahead, Uppies. I think you wanted to talk to Hellish a little bit.
I'm sorry about the wind, guys. There's a storm coming in again in Vegas.
I just have seen this happen so many times. I think we were in another server, and they were like, I think this was our conversation in the Sneeko server with Indio and I. And they were like, oh, no, if you want the real answers, you got to go up to the astronauts. And then we're like, oh, well, here's the top guy, Don Pettit. And we played some clips from him, and they're like, oh, no, not him.
He didn't mean it that way.
It's like, wait a minute. You just said we got to go to the top guy. We went to the top guy, and now you're throwing him under the bus already? What the hell, man? Like,
Don the Pet.
I wonder what he says now about
I
like
really
the
like-
Indian moon landing. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Drace.
I was just going to add on Sneeko because I really like that Circa guy who supposedly turned Sneeko into a flat earther. Just listening to him a couple of times, he's pretty passionate.
Bro, I don't think he's even a fly earther, bro. I've heard him arguing or supposedly presenting arguments. I don't know what the guy he was with, he was supposedly having a debate, and he kept conceding all these points. He's like, oh, well, that's a good argument. That's a better one than I've got. But I don't think he's got some talking points. He's reciting, he's repeating them. But I don't think he might know the earth's flat, but he's not got a fucking clue what he's talking about, man.
Yeah, Spake. He's not good at arguing the arguments. He doesn't know all the arguments, but because of his Muslim faith, he believes it's flat, and he argues with a lot of passion. If you've seen his debate with Witsit, it'll pretty much show everything.
You know
With
what?
Witsit?
Yeah, he did a
What do you mean,
panel.
with Witsit?
He has way
When
more
was that?
content
Was that
on
a
this
modern day
topic.
debate? Like?
Yeah.
Was that a modern day debate?
I think so, yeah.
When was this? Like, that's the first I've even heard of it, bro.
Yeah, he's got more content on this topic than you might think. And his very first video online, he was repping FE like a shirt with flat earth on it. But no, this is one thing I think that we expect so much of people out there because we know a lot of the arguments, the Black Swan, the 3 points, etc. So I think we have high expectations of like what it means to be a flat earther, and when other people don't meet those expectations, it's like, oh well, he's not good. And I agree that I think Zergo does make kind of shitty arguments, but it's like if he came here, we could teach him. Type of thing, but it's not like our arguments are not mainstream. No one's really giving the sauce that we're giving. So, yeah,
Bro, I just think
I do understand where you're coming from.
Oh, I think it's his shtick. He just wants to use stuff like using the M-bomb, fucking the Christianity, saying he's a fucking this and that of Christ, and then he's talking about coke, and like he's doing all these buzzwords for the general fucking globetard out there, or just youngster who's easy influenced. I think he's just trying to play a game just to get as many people as he can fucking annoyed or emotionally fucking vested in his stuff.
Hey, well, look, it worked, right? I mean,
well, it does. He's making money. He's making cash.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Drace.
He's even if he's not making the best arguments, he's getting people to think like Sneeko and people who because it's just like QE can sometimes be abrasive, and that doesn't work for everybody. Circa is very abrasive, and that does not work for everybody. But for some people who are trying to be a hardcore male, and then you got Circa, who's super manly, just laughing at you. It makes them be like, "Oh, am I the funny guy?" And they start thinking, and then they start talking, and it kind of breaks through their shell. That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, I can catch trolls, bro. I've been catching trolls for I don't know how long and checking, and he seems like he's just a troll using fucking a script.
How much content would you say like you've kind of checked in? Because I've honestly.
I've watched his stuff.
Oh really?
I think it's quite funny. I think he is quite funny, man. He does some fucking hilarious stuff.
him talking about this subject. How much of that content? Because he's got more than you might think. Like he went on Jesse Lee Peterson and talked about it. I'll drop a link for that. Here's that in the chat.
I've watched maybe 3 or 4, maybe 5 like whole length things, and I've seen loads of shorts with his stuff. But I've seen a lot of him and Sneeko, and I'm talking to Sneeko about it. I've seen a lot of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I agree with Drace on this one. That who are we talking about, Zerk or Jessica? Right now, we're talking about
I've decided. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've decided I'm going to ban everyone out of the server that has a similar argumentative style or capability as Zerka. So let me see how many I got to ban. Approximately 2,000.
Who are these people?
No.
Honestly, I kind of been going into
Dude, you know how many times I'm listening to the live stream where there's a relatively novice flat earther in here just assing out, being absolutely retarded, making stupid arguments, giving stupid points. It happens quite often.
I'd like to get Zerka in here because he wouldn't be able to get past me, man. I would only need 5 minutes for him to see if he is actually a flat earther or not, man. Not even 5 minutes. Anybody.
I think he's past that.
Nah, I don't know. We'll see, because I've been dropping comments repeatedly in his comment section, but he never looks at them, bro. He's probably busy as fucking hell.
Yeah.
But I'll keep dropping comments, hopefully.
All right, we've all got to the crux of the issue. He never responded to your DMs, and now you're breaking up with him.
Not DMs, like just public comments.
That's funny. I'm trying to find.
All right, comments. I meant comments.
Well, if I get the chance, man, I would pay $10 or whatever just to make sure I was able to mention the server, so he got a chance to hear the name at least.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get some of these people who claim they're flat earthers in here so we could help them.
We got some things in the works in the background that we can discuss in back chats. Like this, being involved with these people isn't that far off. If anybody's interested or curious.
Who are these people, real quick?
Yeah, look, just semi-prolific YouTubers. That's all.
Got you.
But the point is that the more we spread out, like we've got a beachhead in the politics server. We've already had a bunch of people connected with the other server. With the other people by connecting with their server, right? So the circles of separation are getting smaller and smaller as the days go on. And eventually we're going to reach a tipping point where it's just going to be, it's going to be old hat where we're going to have some of our members on these guys' shows when the topic gets to it. It'll happen. It's just going to, like I said, it's going to reach a ratio of interconnectivity where it's just going to be one night it's at one level and the next day it's at a whole nother level.
In terms of virality,
yeah,
yeah, that makes sense. There will be a threshold probably.
Like for example, there's a show within that sphere of segues that we have a guy in England who may attend one of the shows live, like in person, on a live panel, talking about these topics in regards to social things and well as flat earth things and other things, because this person's show is kind of about social issues between men and women, right? So we there's plenty of things in the background, right, that not everybody's privy to. And it's not, and it's not just us doing this, right? Like, we're not the only flat earthers out there. There's people in this section of YouTube, people in that section of YouTube. There's people that have come to us via the Nathan Oakley show who said they were flat earthers for 8 years, but had yet to learn of Nathan Oakley or this server, right? So they're out doing their own thing, creating their own circles of influence, et cetera, et cetera. And then after 8 years, we finally connect.
Yeah, I was also thinking about this today. With us filling the politics server room, and we filled this channel room many times, but then we've also gone through many kind of fracturing where people go their own way, make their own servers, and then people collect on those servers. So our communities are growing exponentially. It's just not very apparent from one corner of it.
I'm glad you guys filled up some time there because I was looking for some clips that I had. I posted them in the bot room. They're only a few seconds. They're really not too long. But Beast was asking, like, who are these guys? Let me just play some of the clips real quick, and then we can react to it afterwards. So let's take a listen.
Tisua, I want to hear the panel's thoughts about international agreement to not explore Antarctica. Ooh, that's some deep shit right there.
Yo, are there any globetards on this panel?
Yeah, facts.
The Earth is flat. Globalism is great. Globalism is great. There's a firmament.
That might be too much.
This is like an heart attack over here. This fucking homosexual believes in the Mars. Yo, every picture of Mars, lander, and space, and Pluto, and Planet X, it's all computer-generated pictures. That's why it's called sea level, because the sea is level. That's why it's called tectonic plates, because they're plates. That's why it's called a horizon, because it's horizontal at 120,000 feet. Just like Einstein, your Jew fuck, said it's a motionless plane. The Earth is an observable motionless plane. The Earth is flat. There's a firmament. Read page 1 of Genesis.
Destiny, don't worry. He's going to be fine by tomorrow. Thank you for defending us, by the way, against this.
Dude. Yeah, I mean, that's Zerka for you. He's definitely a character. So not everyone's cup of tea, and I completely understand that. So I don't say this to say, like, oh, everyone has to be on his side or whatever. I completely understand why someone would not like him. Just like I think the QE comparison was fair as well. A lot of people are not a big fan of QE, but
he made some good beginner points.
Yeah, I mean but he also has some sloppy points as well. I think the first time we played a clip of him on this panel, we were like, oh my god, like rainbows and stuff. Yeah. You guys remember that? So, but in that last clip, he did say some good things. I have a few more clips. Let's take a listen.
Just going on. Okay. W fucking stream. We can't have this goated panel and not tackle the flat Earth debate. Zerka and Sneeko versus Nick and Destiny.
No, later, bro.
Zerka Unleashed. Let's fucking go.
I'm on
Jesus,
Team
King of
Zerka.
all kings.
Let's go.
We should ask the girls what they think too as well.
And wait, Marge.
I really think she goes. This stream will go down in YouTube history, Rumble history.
So one thing I liked about that clip, right? So the person that donated the super chat was like, okay, well the panel was Destiny, Sneeko, Zerka, and was it Sartain? Anyway, they were like, well, why don't you do Sneeko and so and so versus Zerka and Destiny or no, it was Fuentes. Sorry, it was Fuentes, Nick Fuentes. If you're not familiar, and you heard Fuentes chime in and go, "What? No, I'm not on the Globe side. I'm on the other side." Nice. That's good. Let me replay that one really quickly, but so you guys can hear it. But yeah, listen, they try to put Fuentes on the Globe side. He's like, nah, I'm good. I'm on the other side. Let's take a listen.
So Lord help.
I say it enough.
And maybe.
Sorry, that was the wrong clip. I'll play that one next. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting. So the person that donated the chat acknowledges that Sneeko and Zerka are already on the flat side, and they tried to put Fuentes and Destiny on the Globe side. And Fuentes is like, nah, don't put me in the Globe camp. Here it is.
Just going on. Okay. W fucking stream. We can't have this goated panel and not tackle the flat Earth debate. Zerka and Sneeko versus Nick and Destiny.
No, later, bro.
Zerka Unleashed. Let's fucking go.
I'm on
Jesus,
Team
King of all
Zerka.
kings.
Let's go.
We should ask the girls what they think too as well.
And wait, Martin.
I really think she goes. This stream will go down in YouTube history, Rumble history.
I thought that was cool from Fuentes. And I don't know if people are familiar with him, but he wouldn't be a bad person to have on our side of the fence. I'll say that.
Yo, check this out, bro. So, what we just witnessed there is what's known as the Paladin ratio. So, what is the Paladin ratio, you may ask? So, there's this ratio in psychology where when a certain amount of people that you have segued connections to speak about a topic, it then becomes acceptable to talk about that topic. Whereas before, you're kind of like in the background, you don't really want to talk about it, you're reserved, even though you hold that position. So, a lot of people go around thinking that flat Earth is a super minority. Right? However, we had one guy come and give testimony that their child went to school and rebuked the teacher openly about something retarded that they said about the globe model. And in the exchange, when the teacher asked a question to the student, a bunch of his peers around him, who he had hung out with before, all of a sudden were on his side, as if they had already known the position. Meaning they knew all this information, but they were just keeping silent because they didn't know whether it was okay to talk about. But once he put his hand up and made a public comment among all his peers, they all instantly recognized, wait a minute, this is more valid than I thought. And then it just spreads like wildfire. So, there's a lot of people that you've encountered in your life that you've never spoken to about these topics that could be a more adept flat earther than you. For whatever reason, they keep it to themselves.
Yeah, actually, I'm glad you said that. AI, because Fuentes pretty much said exactly the same thing. He says the Overton window is shifting. I grabbed the definition of the Overton windows as the range of ideas that the public is willing to accept. This is what Fuentes had to say about that.
I gotta say, it's so awesome. Like, it's me, Fresh and Fit, Zerka, Sneeko. We're all live on Rumble. We got 16,000 watching between the both of us. And we're just freaking dropping these red pills like, bro. Overton window shifting. We're so winning. How could you not trust the plan? Just everywhere you look, the main mission lurches forward. In spite of it all, people create all these diversions and distractions. They try to say, oh, you're failing because of this. Oh, you're not doing it because of that. But it's like the message is getting out. The signal's getting out. No matter what happens. It's like the message just keeps going because I'm a human red pill.
So I agree with AI said it perfectly. Go ahead. Do you want to comment on that?
Well, I mean, dude, have I not said almost the exact thing he said?
Yeah, you did.
100 times prior, and now you find somebody who's thinking the same way that has a circle of influence into a totally different sphere than I have a circle of influence, right? And it just reinforces the point that you're thinking these things, we are thinking these things, and people out there are thinking these things.
Yep. And I know people had issues before. They were like, oh, well, I don't want Zerka to say it because he's going to create a wave of people who just like blindly believe. I don't necessarily think that this topic is something that's like bandwagon worthy because it has, like, there's really not much incentive to just like come out and say it. You tend to get a lot of flack. So I don't think it's necessarily a bandwagon topic. What do you think about that, AI?
Well, I mean, it is going to be for certain people and not for others. There's a lot of people that I've encountered that are very superficial. Like they're almost just on the countercultural bandwagon, right? So if the status quo is heliocentrism, then they want to have an alternative cosmology, no matter what it is. It could be electric universe. It could be ether ideas. It could be flat Earth. It could be young Earth. Whatever it is.
Yeah, and I've said that before too, that like sometimes when things go mainstream, they become a little sloppy. And I've used the analogy of, say, like maybe you stumble across a really beautiful, hangout spot with a great view and maybe some hot springs with some fresh, clear water. And then you like tell your friends, and then they tell their friends, and then next thing you know, everybody and their mama has heard about this place, and you show up maybe a year or two later, and it's like trashed. It's like got spray paint on the walls, the water's got junk in it, etc. So I do agree that there's potential that once it goes mainstream, it kind of comes a little bit sloppy. So perhaps maybe I can understand that. Why some people would say, well, I don't want everyone to know about it or whatever. I don't want certain people to find out. I can get that, but yeah, I don't know. It's not an easy topic to just like join in bandwagon style. Like, yep, I'm on that team. Like, yeah, there's not much incentive. So I was just responding to something in the chat. But yeah, I mean, these folks have a big platform, like bigger than ours. I mean, this server has what? Let me just get a link real quick. We're up to like 30,000. We've been at 30,000 for a while, right? So
Yeah, I think when you
Yeah.
show the invite link, it's like 28,000.
You know, I think there's some funky business happening there because
Yeah.
we get a bunch of people coming in and equal amount of people going out.
Yeah,
I
we're
think
looking-
they're actually trying to throttle our numbers so that because we were
they
one of
could-
the highest discords.
Yeah, they can auto prune accounts based on longevity in the server from their last interaction. So if you get a new user, and let's say you have an old user that is greater than 2 years without activity, they may be auto pruning them.
Yeah, Kiwi also brought up a good point. Many meme earthers. It's a great
Yep.
label for them.
I was just agreeing with that too.
There's been so many people in the politics server as well. They come in. Well, what about the ice walls? It's crazy. It's just like where are you guys hearing this stuff from? There's no flat Earth model. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, you didn't hear it from me. Y'all heard that from not here.
Somewhere.
Yeah. On the streets.
It just makes it
But,
that much harder to have the conversation because it's like not only do they come in with preconceptions of their globe model, right? Then they have preconceptions of what our quote unquote model is, and it's just like we have to make them unlearn that and the globe, and then have a conversation. It's crazy.
I was going to mention what Grim is saying. Dave Farina and people like that basically tell them that they ask them about their model. They can't answer that. That's a silver bullet. Urgh.
Yeah. I've dissected my own way to smash that. I know Kiwi has another way to smash that. He'll say, well, where's your model? But, I typically say things like, there's why do you need a Hot Wheels when I've got the keys to the Porsche right here? The Porsche's in the driveway. I can hand you the keys. You can take it for a spin. But you want a Hot Wheels? Or you go to your Thanksgiving dinner with grandma and you start begging her for a menu. The fuck do you need a menu for? The food's on the table. Or another example would be like, say you grow grapes in your backyard, you make wine, and someone comes over, they're like, yeah, but what does the label look like? Bro, the experience is in the bottle, not on the label. Okay, so the point is that you don't need a representation of the real thing. When you can have the real thing, you can have the experience easy. The experience of the earth is outside. So there's a saying I use all the time. A menu is not the meal. Just like the map is not the terrain. You don't eat menus. You don't live on a map. But
I like that.
Yeah. Well, you don't live on a map, and the food's not on the menu. The food is in reality. So if people start begging you for a model or a map, just let them know the menu is not the meal. Why are you trying to nibble on a menu? Like, dude, the food's on the table. The earth is outside. Go out there. You don't need a little Hot Wheels of the earth. Ding dong. It's like, come on, guys.
I still want to hear a response from like a globe earther on the video I sent in earlier of the sun and the moon being within the horizon. Clearly on video, no CGI, none of that.
I mean, yeah, you see that all the time though too.
I'll
Day
repost
moon.
it for you. Yeah, I'll repost that. Yeah, no one wanted to touch that, did they? Kenshi, ain't
Y'all
nobody
should
wanted
go
to touch that.
watch it. I know there's a lot of videos, but like this one is super special, if you ask me.
I just reposted it if anyone wants to take a look. It's only 17 seconds. So pretty interesting, actually. I've never seen anything like that. So, and what's interesting is whoever took it was in the cockpit. So it's not like, you know, some random person just gets access to the cockpit when you're flying. They don't let people in there, do they? Like that's clearly a pilot or someone, a pilot assistant or whatever. So. And you know how Globies think, like, oh, well, pilots must all be lying. No, they're not just all automatic globe heads like you are, so. It's not like
What's
they see
funny
anything
is they,
special.
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, what's funny when you bring up the pilots, they say, well, is the pilot an astronaut? Does he work for NASA? They don't even know that NASA's not even been up there. They haven't probably even been up higher than a pilot. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah,
whatever.
I know. Well, it's like they think that pilots have some sort of special vision or whatever. Like, oh no, they see the curve when you're in the back of the plane and you can't. Like that. That's stupid, dude. That doesn't make any sense. It's not like they have any special vision. They see the same thing we all see, flat horizon. So.
I think another thing, I'm kind of high, so hopefully I can piece this together well, but um so you see how we call an airplane
I
an
think y'all drinking
airplane?
that wine too much. Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
Sorry, I had to do it. Go ahead.
Okay, they call an airplane an airplane. They call a helicopter a helicopter. They call a ship, right? The ship is on water. Well, in the flat earth theory, what's above us is water, space, ship. Not only that, but they don't hide the fact that they practice in pools to go to space. So I don't know. They kind of hide it in plain sight. That's what I'm getting at.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, you also got to think you're dealing with occultists, and they love symbology.
Yep. Right. Yeah, and it's funny how they kind of put the truth out there in a little bit of hints. And if you don't have your they live glasses on, you might not catch it. You know? So, you better keep them glasses on permanently so you can see this stuff. Yep. It's crazy, man. You can really develop so much here over the years. It's kind of cool, like hearing Kenshi, you know, it does. When did you first hear about this topic? What year could you pin it down to, like 2020, 2021? Like, what was the first
I was
year?
a junior in high school, and it was 2017. And the same year, there was an eclipse, and I skipped school to watch it. I only got like the edge of it, but still, you know,
dope.
I had to watch it.
Nice. Yeah, 2017 was the same year for me as well. Spake, you got some background noise there. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a 2017 class, you know, class of 2017 as well. Not school-wise, but FE-wise. So I think that was a good year for this topic, actually.
So great. You could go on YouTube and you can search it up and research it and actually get good videos. I was trying to debunk it just like everyone else. I heard Shaq say it. I heard Kyrie say it. I heard a few other people say it. I think Shaq was probably just, yeah, I think he was joking, but you know, you kind of advertise flat earth whenever you mention it, which is kind of why I like globe earthers, because they go and talk about it all day, and flat earthers just kind of get on with the day. Yeah.
A couple of years before that, it was even better. I found out about it in 2014, and it took me about middle 2014 until the beginning of 2015, where I done finished my research. And I'm telling you, man, the YouTube days at that time was crazy. People were getting millions and hundreds of thousands of views on just normal videos explaining physics, explaining stuff, and questioning things simply. The algorithm was just organically allowing people to like, to comment, and to relate those videos to other videos. And that's where you actually saw the interest of people in this topic. And a lot of people were more like, oh, yeah, okay, I saw those videos. The arguments are good. I'm going to agree with it until further proven otherwise. But then in 2017, 18, that's where the YouTube changed the algorithm and started the attack. Yeah, started the purge, basically.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that, right? Another thing that I think about why the censorship was so heavy was because it wasn't it wasn't just flat Earth. It was just like all of the captured like academia, right? In any industry or anything you wanted to learn about, you could find on YouTube, right? So it was also like undermining the you know the financial gains that these universities and Ivy League schools, and like it basically undermined the entire education system.
It undermined everything because all of a
Right.
sudden the algorithms on the side of the scrolling sidebar basically would recommend to you anything related to what you were watching. And so what you could do is just keep going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into a subject until you're like
On that weird part of YouTube again.
Yeah, you're in weird part of YouTube again. And so that allowed you to dig really deep into things. It was kind of like how Google was a long time ago, when you could just search and you could endlessly go backwards and look at all of the results.
You know what, Trace? You bring up a good point, though, right? Like about the algos actually working as they're supposed to. And I feel like it was a cop-out when they were saying, oh, we don't actually know what the algorithms are doing. And the reason why they wanted to know is so that they can curate it. But they were like, yo, we just let this grow organically. That's why it works so well. And then when they try to curate those algos, it's like it completely, it just changed the game, kind of, in a sense. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, anybody who says that, it's a lie. I'm telling you, from a programmer point of view, there's no such a thing as not knowing what an algorithm does. Every single step and every single path an algorithm takes and how it relates other things or other words or links to whatever it's currently processing, it is 100% proven before and thought of before and written down. Like, there's no such a thing as not knowing what your algorithm does.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's like you're training data sets and stuff. It's like, why wouldn't you know exactly what you put in there?
Exactly. Like, things would be, from the days that I was talking about earlier, the algorithm would be functioning, and it's not really that complicated. It would be just adding more data sets in terms of, okay, this video's name is 200 proof the earth is flat. So I'm going to take the word 200, I'm going to take the word the earth, I'm going to take the word flat. And now I'm going to create 3 different searches for all these 3 words and find videos on these searches. And from that, I'm going to sort all of that based on the view count and based on the likes. And if the video that gets the top view counts and top likes has 1 or 2 of those searches or names, for example, the earth is flat, then I'm going to recommend that because that's very likely to be related to the video he just watched. So all these steps I already thought of, I written them down in code, and then I implemented them. So YouTube claiming, we don't know what's going on, is bullshit.
So I got a question for you then. In terms of how to curate it, right? Would that mean they're just basically changing the ranking in terms of like, okay.
So let's say they can do it in 2 different ways. The first way is they keep the initial method that I just said, because there are already very highly fast and very good algorithms that produce search results. You study this in computer science, and it's best if you actually use them. However, if the results they are giving you are results that you don't want them to be shown, then you would add a different algorithm on top of that. You created your own and say, you give it a list of things or topics or videos or channels,
Like
aka shadow
out.
bans,
Right.
exactly, to filter out those results. This is what happens. And then you can add another algorithm or method which has another list of people you want to push. So I remember back in the day, in 2015, you search the flat earth topic, you get all these amazing videos and different viewpoints from pilots and engineers and all of that. And then when the purge happened, they paid a lot of YouTubers like millions of dollars to talk about the flat earth, but to quote unquote debunk it. So in a matter of weeks, it switched from all the flat earth supporting videos to all the flat earth debunking videos. So basically they added a whole list.
That was with I can't remember her name, but like Juniper or something, right? Where they were talking to Congress, and some guy was just like, I want to know what you're doing about quote unquote conspiracy theories on your platforms, such as, searching Earth is flat. And she was just like, yeah, we're demoting. She said they demote disinformation or low-ranking information and promote authoritative content to the top, and then started adding the context bubbles. Like, that's crazy.
You would think though. Oh, go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
No, you're good. It was crazy.
My analogy that I'm gonna set up and I always set up for this topic is if some crazy dude on the street came up to you talking about purple dragons are a thing, purple dragons are real, is your first instinct gonna be, oh my god, let's silence this guy so nobody else hears this? Probably not. So why is YouTube, why is Google, why are they coming together and implementing this in such a way?
Mm-hmm. That made me like, for me, my skeptical brain in terms of like research and going to other quote unquote conspiracy topics, right? Whenever they try to hide something or obfuscate something, that information, for me it just makes me want to look into it more. Like, what are you guys scared of? Right?
Yeah.
Like, if flat Earth was so dumb and dismissible, it's like, why is it the most censored topic? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, what is the old saying in philosophy? If you cut a man's tongue, you're not proving him wrong. You're just proving you're scared of what he has to say.
Ooh, I remember that one. No, I don't think I've heard that one.
I don't remember who said it, but it's along these lines.
And
Some
then they did
philosopher
this.
in Greek philosophy. Yeah.
Yep. And they did the same thing with, I don't want to say the word, but the pan thing that happened in 2020. They did the same exact thing. And I remember with the Joe Rogan situation, when he came out and he said he healed himself with a specific drug that I don't even know if I can say without getting us kicked off or whatever.
Yeah.
And then he turns into the most evil person. People are ready to cancel him overnight. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he made his choice. He made his choice. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'll finish after you say.
Well, I mean, you guys know about Eddie Bravo and Eric Dubay and seeing the whole transformation of Joe Rogan being like, this is what Eddie Bravo says, like, you were like the moon hoax crusader. And then what happened? Something happened.
Eddie Bravo knows what's up. He has to. He's too smart.
Yeah.
He's also smart enough to not really be a front man. He's just like, dude, I know, I don't want to do that. I just want to do jujitsu.
Well, this gives me a chance to. This is a perfect alley-oop to play a clip that I have.
Nice.
Yeah, you already know, Beast. About what it takes to be able to stand up against the crowd and say no. It's a very difficult thing to do, and I think that's one thing you guys should pat yourselves on the back. Dre's, Dev, Graham, Kenshi, Kiwi, Michael Gleason, everybody in this panel, Beast, Spake, T-Dub, you guys should all pat yourself on the back. It's not easy to stand up strong, 10 toes down, and say no against the crowd. So let's take a quick listen.
Level. I don't know if you ever saw the study which linked people's testosterone level to their ability and capability to disagree with something. So they did a study which is pretty self-explanatory. The higher your testosterone level, the more likely you are to disagree with a point. And the reason for that is because, especially in older times, if you're going to disagree with something, you had to fight over it.
Yeah.
If you're going to say no to somebody or some tribe or some person, there's a high chance that you're going to have to fight that person. You have to defend your idea. If you don't have the propensity or the capability to defend your idea, then why would you go against the ideas of the people who are stronger than you? So reducing testosterone levels make men more compliant and more complacent because we're less likely to say no because we can't defend what we think. Why would we say you're wrong, but we can't do anything about it? We might as well just say, well, then you're right. Might makes right.
So the important part isn't necessarily the testosterone thing, because I know we have a lot of ladies in here that are also willing to stand 10 toes down and say hell no. Just as much as everyone else in the panel. But it's not easy to go against the crowd and say, no, I don't agree. And so I think that's a common thread that you'll find amongst people in this panel and this server, is we have a strong backbone like an iron rod, because we're going to say hell no and then make our stance very clear. And I see someone just joined the panel named Rich. I'm just gonna unmute you real quick. Feeling friendly today. I'm gonna pop you off mute for like 30 seconds or so. If you want to chime in, you're welcome to say hello. If not, I'll just pop you back on mute. You can come back with a VC pass anytime. So, you want to chime in, say what's up? Tell us how you got here, how you found this place. If not, no problem. You can come back anytime.
You could also use the voice stream or voice text, or can you?
Nope, not until you get either a listening pass or a VC pass. But if you chime in and say hello, we can definitely give you one of those. But we just gotta
check you out.
It's like, bouncers at the club, all right? We just want to make sure you're cool before you come in.
Right.
So, but if not,
sorry to interrupt, but I would look at HPFP. It may not be TOS friendly or server friendly.
I see that. That's kind of funny, but all right.
I'll tell you how I got to this place since I'm new. Just real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
There's an app called Clubhouse that just ruined the whole app, but there's a Flat Earth group on there. There's a few of them, and just kind of ruined it. So I was like, well, I guess I'm going to Discord. So here I am.
Yeah, I've got Clubhouse as well, bro. I've not found the Flat Earth group yet. If you could maybe post me a link for that, because I downloaded Clubhouse a few days ago, a week ago, something like that.
I got you, bro. There's a good one on there.
Cool, bro. Nice one. I was going to just go and see if I could get people to come down to 24/7, so I'm glad you came, brother.
That's not a coincidence, bro, for sure.
Divine appointment.
Wait. What's your profile? I'm gonna shut up here, but
it's like a little baby's face, a little angry baby. People think because I'm Scottish and I've got an angry baby that I'm angry, but I'm not. I'm just Scottish.
Got you, bro.
Calm down, Spike.
I know.
Man.
You're yelling.
No, bro.
Why are you
Relax,
yelling?
No.
Anytime I see an angry baby, though, I just think, oh, dude, that dude's Scottish.
You're the guy we were talking to last night. He was Indian, but he grew up in Scotland, and I was like, bro, you almost sound fucking Scottish. He's like, that's fucking perceptive of you because he grew up in Edinburgh, but he was like an Indian Scotsman. It's like, oh my goodness, he was talking, but he had pure Scottish accent. Man, it's fucking hilarious. Man. I can't remember his name, but man, it was fucking brilliant.
You know what's crazy about Clubhouse and how you found it through Clubhouse, right? There was someone the other day who said they found the server through Spotify, believe it or not, right? And I was like, no way. You type in Flat Earth Podcast or Flat Earth on Spotify, right? And this server is like the 12th result. So it might be feasible, actually.
That's good. Well, shout out to
Spotify's not censoring? Okay.
Well, like if you type in Flat Earth, right, on Spotify, you'll see like most popular Flat Earth podcasts, like I don't know about any of them, like Flat Earth Files. I don't know, I'm always shady, but or shady. I'm always suspicious of them being shady, but yeah, dude, 12th result, and I don't know if it's Helio maybe that's doing it.
I think so.
And it's kind of sporadic in terms of the intervals between each episode I was looking. So I don't know. Oh look, Hellish Fish is back.
Beasticles, I think I gave you Cogged as VIP last night. I don't know if you got the ping, but I gave you that because that dude I put in Cogged as I thought you might be able to check on him.
He doesn't have the role right now, so do you want me to give it to him?
Wait, he gave it to me last night.
It's not there.
That's all right.
I can give it to you.
Yeah, the guy, Sobu was his name. He got banned, though. I looked.
He's just been a complete dick, man. So you got a fucking dent in your head, and you're this and you're that. And I'm like, bro, fucking chill out, because it was the other guy that I banned because he was bullshitting, and he was trying to say that evolution's got nothing to do with abiogenesis. He's like, and then he decided to change it and say, well, that's not what I said, abiogenesis. I'm like, well, that's where your evolution story must have fucking started from whenever the fucking creation came. And he's like, well, I don't believe in the Big Bang. I'm like, but you believe in the globe, so you're just picking and choosing what part you want to believe. And he was just being a fucking knobs up at him and cogged this. The other guy decided to mute me, so he got cogged this as well. Then banned for being a dick.
Rude. So rude.
I mean,
like,
spoke to him.
I'm muting Spake. I don't want to hear him. And then Spake is like, "Yo, you better tell him unmute me or he's going incog dis." I was
You
like, "Dude."
guys. But he was
Oh,
saying
go
I was
ahead.
being belligerent. Like, when the fuck am I ever belligerent? Saying I was drunk and shit. Like what the fuck, man?
No,
Do I
dude, you're
sound
just
drunk?
Scottish. You're just Scottish. That's all it is.
Go ahead, Kenshi. You wanted to say something, Kenshi?
Yeah, I
If I'm
feel
drunk,
like
I don't even come in. Sorry, bro. Sorry.
I feel like we're kind of part of a paused revolution, and when I say that, I say there was a obvious flat Earth revolution between like 2015, 2017 on the internet. I think there's a statistic that flat Earth was one of the most typed things on Google at that time.
Yep.
And they paused it by censoring it. Do y'all think if they would have never censored it, that you would meet more flat earthers in the streets? It'd be more common to see other flat earthers?
That's an interesting question, because it kind of leads me into something I've said before, is that I think people fall into maybe one of maybe 4 or 5 camps. And we were just talking about people in the first camp, the folks like us in the panel, someone who's willing to stand 10 toes down and say it no matter what the consequences are. The vocal group. We're loud. We're going to say it no matter what. And then you have the next group, which is, you know, folks that maybe will hint at it a little bit, but they don't make their stances as clear as the folks here. Then you have the silent group, you know, the folks that just keep their mouth shut. They know it's true, but they don't go around saying it whatsoever. And I can understand why people do that as well.
Right.
And then you have the group that's just like, you know, completely against the idea. So that's a good question, Kenshi. Would there be more vocal people? Maybe, probably. But also, I understand why people wouldn't necessarily, you know, want to speak out, because, you know, I've even noticed folks. Well, there's a guy that came here before. He had like 50 Twitch followers. He was like really hyped up about it. He's like, yeah, I agree with you guys. You all make sense, and I think you're right. But I just don't want my Twitch followers to know. It's like, yeah. So it comes with some negative consequences that people don't want. Like, you know, I can imagine some people have a pension, and they're like, well, I'm not going to just lose my pension because I want to speak out about this type of thing. So I have respect for all 3 of those camps. Maybe not the 4th one that goes
Creation
against
Bear,
it.
what you
Go
said
ahead.
though, right? 10 toes down, right? To be able to do that, you have to first cut off your dependency on so many things. You know what I mean? Like, if you're dependent on YouTube or TikTok or any other social media platform and depend on that monetization because you're a content creator, it's like odds are you're not ready to put 10 toes down. Probably gonna, you know, mosey out. I don't want to say the other word, but you know what I mean? It's just like, to even be able to do that, you kind of have to not have nothing to lose, but, you know, feel that way. Like, if I lose everything just because I'm gonna die on this hill, then so be it. You know.
Yeah.
That's kind of like why I'm so glad I found this server, bro. I'm so happy. Like, I was one of the silent people after, you know, 2020 and stuff like that. I kept to myself, got ostracized by friends and family, trying to just even talk about it, you know.
There you go. Yeah, that's one of the negative side effects, is that, you know, the consequences is you might lose
Self-censorship.
friends, you might lose family members, like sponsors, followers. That guy didn't even want to lose his 50 Twitch followers, which I thought was really funny.
It's pretty funny.
So, you know, it's not easy to be one of the vocal ones. I have an example of someone that's in like the second group that I think is kind of like the hinters, the ones that will kind of throw hints out there, which I have respect for them because they're willing to sort of, you know, normalize the topic by bringing it up, but they're not necessarily putting 10 toes down and making their stance clear. Let's take a quick listen and we can react to it afterwards.
Rich, go they crush the crown, that shit the golden road is promising. Pray that I keep it honest, but what if they say I'm crazy? Like fuck it, it would've changed. Like Kobe, I got an 8 for you, you pray for me, I pray for you. They say the word 360, but what if it's flat? Breaking down, I'm breaking too. Say you wanna change, but keep changing it back.
Freaking love that song. This is an artist from Chicago, Dally Austin.
I remember you showing me this the other day too.
I love it. I love that. He says, let me just get the, I think I have the lyrics posted somewhere.
Hey, someone saying hi, I'm not even gonna attempt to try and pronounce your name.
Yeah, one of the line in the song is "Pray that I keep it honest, but what if they say I'm crazy?" So that's why it's difficult to be in the vocal group, because you have to be honest, but people might call you crazy no matter what. So, but the next line is, so pray that I keep it honest, but what if they say I'm crazy? He says, well, fuck it, I'll never change, which I love that. And then so he says, you know, they say the world 360, but what if it's flat? Yeah. And so he did a comment. There's a website called genius.com, used to be called Rap Genius. And artists can go on and annotate their songs and kind of like, this is what this line meant, whatever. And this is what he had to say about that. I'll post it in the chat.
Nice.
Love
Any
it, bro.
any new Email Smith is in here? I don't know. He's not new, but Hellish Fish, you're pretty new. I'm sure you guys were talking to him before, but I didn't get a chance to. Enemy spotted. No. Wouldn't say that.
No, I'm not particularly new. I joined the server a few years ago. I've been in and out a few times. Just
in and
managed to get back in this time. So, just hanging out.
Where you stand, brother?
Oh, well, I talked a little bit about it earlier.
I kind of missed it. Sorry.
Oh, I got you. No, I'll go back over. I mean, I'm personally, I have a bachelor's of science in like environmental sciences, and that whole field goes into weather effects, the atmosphere, climate. It's all about, and all of that's affected by the shape of the Earth, the structure of the solar system. So my whole educational background goes into the shape of the Earth being a globe, right?
Stop the cap.
So that's where I stand. But I do enjoy just being on this server because I really appreciate the ability to question and to go into any line of evidence and to really think deeply about the things we believe and to examine why we believe what we believe. So that's why I've joined again, because I really just appreciate being here for the debate.
Right. To have a nuanced conversation. Can I ask you something though, since you are in those climate sciences? What do you think about, the fact that we are in a pressurized system, right? The air we breathe, this enclosed system being adjacent to the vacuum of space with no container. Like, how's that?
Well, I mean, I don't have any sort of like PowerPoint presentation on me at hand, but I mean, I'll speak a little bit to it. I mean, it's a gradient, right? It's not exactly as if sea level air pressure is adjacent to, vacuum of space. It's
like 14.7 on the bottom, and then as you go up, the less air pressure. Yeah, but
of course,
gradients though of air pressure, that's totally fine. Differentials in air pressure still have to signify that there is pressure, still contained.
Right. I mean, it's a pretty fine gradient, right? It goes pretty far.
What point, like where does space vacuum begin, and where's the delineation point? How high? Like, where is it?
It's not like a fixed, point. It's not like a hard line, because I mean, our planet does bleed, a tiny amount of its atmosphere into space, but it also, I mean, it's just the noise effect. I appreciate it, but it's a bit interrupted.
No, he's great. He's great with it. But yeah, don't let it distract you. But what do you mean bleed out? What does that mean? Honestly, I don't know.
So I mean, well, let me think a bit about it.
Well, you know what he means. You know what he means, Beast. We would say that's a violation of natural law.
Yeah, the second law of thermodynamics, but I just want to know like what it means to bleed out. Like, is it a lot? Are you gushing? Is the atmosphere
Oh
gushing? Is it
my.
like a little bit?
One report says billions of tons a day.
Billions of tons? Well, I don't know the exact figure. I guess I'd have to do the research on that one.
You'd think that would be like a factor, right, in climate science?
Certainly. No, I don't know the exact figure. I would have to check that.
No, you're good. I'm just like, what do you mean by bleed out?
Well, I mean, the Earth isn't exactly, it's effectively a closed system. It's not like it's not like a random.
I just got to correct myself. Hundreds of tons. Sorry, hundreds of tons, not billions.
Oh,
It was a bit of an
hundreds of tons
over-exaggeration.
of what? Just air?
Is it gas pressure?
I'll post the link in a sec.
Okay, you're good, T-Tub. But what? So you're saying it's effectively an enclosed system? I mean, I could agree with that.
It's like functionally a closed system. Not, I mean, of course, there's no. I wouldn't say in the particular model of Earth I'm familiar with. There's no like hard line. There's no like physical barrier between the gradient of the atmosphere. I mean, I don't see why there needs to be.
Ooh, well,
Container, gas pressure. Go ahead.
Could that be demonstrated? Because that is one of the biggest. Seems to be one of the biggest issues. It's something we ask everybody that joins. It's like, okay, well, if that's the claim, is this something that can be demonstrated in reality? An example, we have where you have gas pressure existing without some sort of barrier or container.
I would say, as far as like, something we could do in our own living room, in our own kitchen, I can't think of anything off the top of the head because it's not like we can replicate something as physically massive as the Earth, of course.
Well, let me push back on that a little bit. It doesn't necessarily have to be in your kitchen or whatever. And you said like, well, I don't see why you would need that. Well, let's take a look at like just a couple examples. Maybe you have a can or a 2 liter of say like soda or something, right? You've got the gas pressure inside, it gives it the carbonation. If I open the container or let it bleed out a little bit, well, over time, the high pressure will move to low pressure. So it seems that you need the container to have the pressure. Or say you have maybe a car tire. If you some crazy chick stabs your tires, well, it's gonna bleed out as you said before, and you'll lose the pressure. And so it seems that you need the container to contain the pressure. Now, what they're saying about the Earth is that, well, the wheel is just so big that you don't even need a container. And so, like, when people say, like, well, I would show you, we would just need, like, another Earth to prove it, it's essentially just saying, well, I would just poof my proof into existence and then show you. And so I don't think that's very fair to say. And another thing I notice is people tend to just point at the sky and say, well, look, see, like, gradient, and like that's not really proving the claim either. And so that's why we ask for a demonstration, because it does seem like you do need it. So I just thought it was interesting you'd say like, well, I don't know why you would, when every example you point to, you definitely need the container to have the pressure. Like,
I'm open to it though. I'm open to having if it's possible to have gas pressure without a container, and and it's demonstrated. I'm so for learning about that if that's the case. You know what I mean? I'm down. I want to see that evidence.
Well, so as I said, I don't think off the top of the dome, I can't think of it, as you said, with a bottle or a tire. These are small examples. These are living room effectively. They're small. They don't replicate effectively, the mass of the Earth in any sort of way for like the purposes of the demonstration, right? And
I sort of
so in a small example like that, we can't effectively replicate the mass of the Earth.
Right, but that's what I find interesting is just saying, well, if we just increase the size of the wheel, if like rappers would be like, I'm riding on 24s or whatever, like Globers will be like, well, I'm riding on 3000s. It's like they're saying that the rims are so big that you don't even need a tire anymore, and then the gas will just stay on. And I think that's a little bit
Distance seems
extreme.
so
It's an
far away.
extraordinary claim. And so, like, extraordinary claims will require extraordinary evidence. And folks will say, well, if I could just poof my proof into existence, I would show you. And I just don't think that's fair to say.
Hellish, I gotta, if I can ask you a favor, right? And in a totally nonchalant way, like, if you could just, whoever your professor is or whoever your mentor is, in this topic, just kind of bring that up a little bit, just to get more information, because I know you don't know it off the top of your head, but what would you say your best guess would be to, like, what is holding in our air? Like, if there is no physical container, like, what would be your guess? I mean, we kind of already know what most people go to, but
Of course, the go-to answer would certainly be the gravity, right?
Gravity.
Of course, but as far as it goes, I won't go too half-cocked into it. As far as having a specific conversation on a specific piece of evidence, I'm working on I'm currently switching from day shift to night shift, and so I have I have to just stay awake for the next 12 hours anyway. So I'm working on a little presentation, a little condensation of a point, right? And so I'll finish this in maybe 2 hours here or something like that, and
okay, cool.
I'll
Yeah,
go
we can
ahead
go back
and
to it, brother.
yeah, I
You said
appreciate it. Yeah.
gravity. Which type?
I'll come back to it. I mean, it's I don't want to go half cocked into something I'm not 100% prepared to speak to. Just like when I was talking about
Fair enough.
how much atmosphere is leaked in the atmosphere. It's something that I'm familiar with from my studies, but I don't know the exact figure. I don't know the exact mechanics. It's just kind of something I remember hearing. It's half cocked, right?
Have a look at that article. Have a look at that article I posted.
Okay.
Have a read of that.
By the way, don't mind us talking about it. We're not trying to get a rise out of you, like, if we are going to keep continuing to talk about it. But if you want to have more information, before you want to talk about it, that's totally fine. So
I appreciate it. I don't want to waste your time by going over. I'm certain you've had plenty of people come in here and have the surface level completely exactly. So I don't want to come with the same.
So I was just
right.
like, oh,
I want to come around with something a little deeper, a little more nuanced, a little more persuasive. So I'll work on this, and I'll come back in maybe an hour and a half or so, and we can have another conversation. But I'm just going to mute for the moment and then listen, if that's all right.
For sure, brother. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries at all. I see a couple people have joined recently.
Yeah.
Carol Medina. I'm just going to unmute you real quick just to see if you're around. I'm probably going to pop you back on mute if you don't chime in for another 30 seconds or so.
Ooh.
There's a Mark J. Feel free to chime in, say what's up.
Where do you see Carol?
Right above me, Carol Medina. Jammer 30 Gems.
What?
Let's see it.
I don't see that.
Did you see that statistic? But we're fourth place in politics, man.
Yep. Nice, Don DeMarco.
Man. Fucking 11 days, 11 days, man.
Yep, they love it, man. They absolutely love it. You guys don't see the person right above me on the panel? Or
Look
what?
at the screenshot.
Whoa, that's weird, bro.
No.
That's weird.
I say email Smith.
Let me take a screenshot. That's hella weird. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh man, have you seen the new Discord update? What it's gonna look like, man? Holy fuck!
Oh yeah, bro.
It's got like a little fucking. Instead of having a green name, we're gonna have a white name with a green dot at the fucking end or start of it. Sorry.
No, I didn't hear about that actually.
Oh, look, I'll post it in a live stream voice text. It looks fucking shit. Like.
I'm sure we'll be able to revert back to the old UI. Someone's got to have the build.
I know, but eventually they'll force you to fucking do it. Eh?
Oh, what the hell?
That is
Creation
weird.
Bear?
Yeah,
that's fucking. It's horrible, man. It's fucking. I mean, I suppose you'll get used to it eventually, like, but it looks fucking shit.
Yo, is Carol Medina a multiverse traveler? Oh,
I only know this because I'm using one of these fucking virtual machines. So
Oh, you
obviously
are?
they're getting constant updates.
What are you doing? VirtualBox or
Nah, it's called Parallel App.
Parallel app? I haven't
Because for
heard that
some
one.
reason I'm unable to upload images on my normal Discord account, or if I use the normal Discord account, if I go into a VC, nobody can hear me and I can't hear anybody. I can hear people pinging in and out of the room. I can go to my fucking settings, check voice activity, audio's coming through. So I don't know if it's because the virtual machines took some kind of path. It's like it's forced it to go down a path in the system somewhere.
You're saying a virtual machine on your phone?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's just
okay.
it's a way of just using like another account where you've already got an account running. And if you want, you can pay extra money and you can have like however many extra. I don't know how many it is.
Who was the other new person? Not Carol Medina, but
Mark J joined August 17th. So you've been in
Email Smith.
Yeah, D-Dub, see that Tone Locks on Funky Cold Medina? I had that down. I had every fucking word for that memorised in about a week. Tell me when that came out.
I still don't understand what rockets have to do with this topic. It's so weird. Oh, I'm referring to T-Dub's article.
I'm referring to T-Dub's Tone Lock fucking gif. It's a Funky Cold Medina.
You know what's funny is like how they go. No offense to our friend Hellish because he's been a great sport, but like the gradient comes up so quickly, and I think it's important for people to understand it is not in contention.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
we all
everyone
agree there's a
agrees,
gradient.
Yeah, of course. So it's that's not evidence. It's not. No one's contending the gradient.
But you can only
Contending
have a
the-
gradient that we know of, at least in containment. Like gradients in fucking boiler systems, whatever. Like heating up one side of I don't know, some kind of vessel with water in it. That produces gradients. But pressure gradients are pressure. They like to forget that the word's
Still
still
contained.
there.
Yeah. So Mark J, what's up, man? Is he able to unmute Creation Bear?
Yeah, you should be able to, Mark. Don't be shy. You can chime in, say hello. We'll give you a VC pass, and you can kind of jump in and jump out as you please. But as long as you chime in.
Yeah. Otherwise, you can't use the chat until you get
Hi.
VC verified. Oh,
Hey,
hey,
guys.
what's up?
Hey, there he is.
Bonjour. Good evening,
all
welcome.
good.
Yeah, man. Welcome.
How's it going?
Robot and
Breaking
my
up for me,
friend.
bro. Alright, same for me.
You gotta get closer to the satellites, bro.
Or further.
Yeah, good to be here. It's good to listen.
Hey, there you are.
This is the
That's better.
problem. I always have a bad signal. Always have a bad signal.
Did you say bat signal? Bat signal?
Well, Mark, if you do want to, participate in the live stream voice text or, to chat along with us if you have a bad connection, you can always go up there and get VC verified and checked in that way. Right?
Check on him, man.
I think I'm just gonna hook him up because he seemed very genuine there, even though he's roboting like crazy, and he's been with us for a little bit. So maybe once you get a good connection, feel free to chime in. You were roboting quite a bit, so.
Yeah. And if you haven't used the live stream voice text, it's right above this VC, this voice channel, and you can kind of respond or put in some input as we go along. But anybody
Not even
else?
that, but if there's any related documents, PDFs, anything to do with the topic of conversation, or just the commentary, because if there's a Globerin being ridiculous, then people will be taking the piss out of them in the chat. So it's advisable to be in that text channel, directly above the VC if you're in the voice.
Right. Who else we got in here? Oh, Sonny. I didn't even notice. What's up, Sonny? How's your day, brother?
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Sorry, we gotta put some respect on Sonny's name. I think the only person that we haven't spoke to.
He just left.
If Sonny wants to chime in. Oh, Rich, yeah. Well, there's also Jezer Lewinsky. Jezer Lewinsky. Oh, they're deafened.
I'm actually
No, you guys
Actually,
know
on
me.
the
It's
elevator.
Yeshu or Satoshi.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
Who
Yakamoto.
the fuck is that guy?
The
Nah,
reason I
CD
didn't,
doesn't
the reason I
over
didn't
the
chime
fucking
in.
soundboard.
Hey, Sonny.
Hey, the reason I didn't chime in is because I'm on the elevator trying to get home right now. So,
Gotcha.
hold on. Go ahead, sir. Oh.
So, Carol Medina's back.
Plus, Lulu's in the chat and she's still not got a fucking mic. I'll put money on it. Lulu, get the mic out or you're getting sacked. Fucking
Johnny
fake
Bravo?
mod. Oh, Lulu. Ah, Johnny Bravo. He's got a different name every day.
So you can see Carol Medina now? That was weird.
Yeah.
Sometimes a couple of times a day.
Let me unmute them because they do.
Sorry,
they don't
I'm
have any roles.
I'm gonna go over and check out the politics, see if everything's running cool.
I don't see Carol Medina.
I do now.
Yo, that's weird.
It might be just lag or something. I don't know. But if you can hear us, Carol, Creation Bear gave you permission to unmute your mic if you wanted to kind of join in on the conversation. If you can.
Don't be shy.
What happened to Helio Skeptic? Haven't heard from him in a while.
Don't say.
Hi, this is Kale. I have a few questions.
Oh,
hey, Carol.
Yeah, sure.
How's it going?
Good. Sorry.
I hear, but I don't see. It's weird.
Oh, that is weird. Yeah. Well, before you ask your question, just how'd you find the server? If you can unmute again.
I saw it on YouTube.
Oh, really? Which YouTube? The live stream? The 24/7 Flat Earth live stream one?
Hold on, she's got to get answers from the handler first. Well, every question's a little bit like a trap. So if you saw it on YouTube, why were you looking for this topic on YouTube?
Honestly, Creation Bear wouldn't be as hostile if you were being more responsive.
Yeah, that's
Because
very strange.
agree with what you
Go
guys
ahead.
were saying.
Sorry. Go ahead. I apologize. Could you repeat that?
I was just like looking at it and I was like, yeah, I agree with most of the things y'all say.
Oh, well, what do we say?
Is this like a guy plugging words into like an AI voice mod or something?
Could be.
It's taking so long between responses.
Hellish is already picking up.
Okay.
Hellish is
Whatever.
on it.
I was just thinking.
Yeah, it was clear. It was pretty obvious.
Oh, wait.
The moon. I'm a trans woman. This is my fake voice.
Okay.
I was just thinking.
Two people on the
moon.
mic.
I looked up in the sky, and I joined because I looked up in the sky, and I saw the moon was shaking. I was like, "Damn, that's a real hologram, ain't it?"
Wow.
What?
Just banned.
Sincerity.
Yeah.
Heretic. He's like,
Get
I'm
him,
gonna
Heretic.
Get him, Heretic.
Get him, Heretic, dude.
Sick him.
Okay. So why do you think the Earth is a globe?
Excuse me? I didn't even hear.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah, you got to translate it from English into like slower English, Heretic. Maybe they'll understand you.
I know that trolley tone of voice. So you think that you're living on a spinning, wobbling, tilted sphere in a vacuum chamber, right?
No.
Stop the
I
cap.
think the theory of the Earth being round, it's like my penis. It doesn't really exist. It's just a figment of everyone's imagination. It's what the government told us what to believe.
So this is a cope right now, what you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm coping, okay? I just transitioned yesterday. I'm taking the voice change bullshit.
Yeah.
It's fucking nonsense.
Yesterday. Wait a minute. Yesterday.
Yeah.
Hello? What?
The acting is
Well,
so bad.
yeah, I mean, I don't really get that interested in talking to the types that don't want to take their balls seriously.
I didn't say.
I mean, I know it's a joke, but come on. At least for your sake, try to take yourself seriously.
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here!
Sorry, that one's kind of loud, but it's funny.
I
Carol,
just-
listen,
I
we
love when
don't
you're
have
on the
time for the
soundboard, bro.
goofballs. Yeah, thanks, man. I find it funny too. I mean, I muted them just because we don't have time for the goofballs. There's a lot of genuine people that come and go. I mean, if you guys want to continue to entertain it, it's fine. But Heretic, what do you think?
Nah, he's just coping and spiraling.
I know. It's like, come on, man. What? The acting is so bad. Like, if you're gonna put on an act, at least make it like believable.
I'm curious
this is
though.
terrible.
T-Dub, do you still see Carol, or do you not see it? See or see M?
Yeah, I dropped, refreshed, and yeah, I see now.
Okay.
Nice.
Strange. We got Rayleigh Criterion in here. Hi, Rayleigh. Rally. Sorry. Would you like to come off mute? Participate in the conversation?
Seeing an AE map PFP. Probably flat inclined. Rayleigh Criterion. Yeah, that's a flat earther.
Ramp?
Flat
Oh, okay.
inclined. Right.
Or somebody trying to be seen as one. We'll see.
That means you're a flat earther and you're just kicking back in your recliner. You're inclined.
That's funny.
I'm a dad joke guy myself.
You know what's actually funny is like that was the first troll we've had all day. And shout out to Hellish because he smelled it he smelled it right away, and he's not even flat earther, dude.
He's not even flat earther. He's just
that's
like,
how bad the acting was. That's so funny. I love it.
Hellish fish, smellish, smelled it.
Shout out to Hellish. And you know what?
I've been around the block. I mean, I've experienced my fair number of trolls in here, as you all have, I'm sure.
Absolutely. And honestly, it's been a great day. We've had like several fairly genuine people. No one got banned at all. No one got muted. So it's been a good day.
That's good to know. So, hellish fish, you have a way of smelling something fishy.
Yep.
Yeah, you could say that. You could say that.
Oh my.
Oh my.
No, that's funny. And shout out to AI as well, because this panel started off absolutely dead. AI and I got the restaurant open. We got the coffees brewed for the day. Now the panel's up to 22. It's been a great day. Thanks, AI. Appreciate you too.
I want to buy AI like a proper mic.
That man's always on the go.
You know what? I went to VC check-in with AI, and I heard him speaking to one gentleman. I think it was Hellish Fish, actually.
Yep.
And then I got kicked from Discord for about a half an hour. I had to do a full restart. Everything, the VPN, everything just like kicked me out. So weird.
You're not the only one, Sonny, with Discord issues. I've been getting refreshed, kicked out constantly. It's just they're probably slowly implementing new things, new builds.
So then I just went on my bike ride for about a half an hour, and I get to listen to you guys the whole entire time, which is really a trip. It's quite surreal, actually.
What do you mean?
Just being on the bicycle and just cruising along and hearing the conversation the whole entire time is really pretty cool.
Oh, gotcha.
Breathe air.
Breathe air. Exactly. Well, I'm a boomer, so like that technology, once it finally came around to be this good, like it's truly astonishing for me, being where I came from, seeing it all.
Yeah, it must be surreal for sure.
Yeah.
Man, that last troll wanted some attention. We were like, nah.
Notice me! Notice
He must think he's the first person to troll a flat Earth server or something.
I know.
I guess what I trolled the Queer Earth channel part of it. I told them, I said, I don't think there's any harm in saying this. My ass has curvature, but your Earth doesn't.
Oh dear. I troll them by never going to their rooms so that they're forced to go to ours and then give us all the hours that would have gone to their room.
Yep, that's my tactic as well, Heretic. Exactly, bro.
You know what's funny about that, Heretic?
Yeah.
Remember when they created the 24/7 Globe Earther one?
I know, it's always a funny response.
But not realizing that's basically 2 flat Earth servers.
I know. Just give us more attention. Bring more attention to the cause. Keep going.
Yeah, pretty cool.
And then we don't go in there, and then they're forced to just come back and be in our VC because they just can't stop thinking about us.
And they can't stand each other, too. They're so boring, probably.
And you know what I've heard about those types of panels is like when you go in there, they're not even talking about the Earth whatsoever.
I know. Yeah, I was just going to say that.
They're talking about every other little minutia besides the Earth itself.
I saw them talking about trucks and cars and stuff.
What kind of shit is that?
Well, we used to have our share of that too with certain individuals.
Yeah,
it
happens.
Unnamed, but
bring it to the chill chat.
That's that. Bring it to the chill chat.
AI. Probably. I mean, you could still have a better mic quality, right? And then you can then distort it, however you see fit. Have like a little reverb / like distortion at the end of your inflections. You can do it.
Put a paper bag over it, try that. Plastic bag, I don't know.
Nope, we don't use plastic, bro. It's not
cover your mic with aluminum foil, tin foil. What the hell is that stuff? Got my tin foil cap over there sitting, hanging on the wall there.
Nice, just in case, right?
I'll take a picture of it. Hold on.
It has been a good day. I just want to, make sure that's known to anyone listening out there, because people will say, "Oh, you guys just mute and ban people." No, we don't. Don't blame your behavior on other people. Like folks like Hellish have come by. He's come and gone. No one muted him. And the last like 3 people that came and gone, no one got muted. No one got. Why would we just ban people for no reason? It's usually your behavior that does that. So just keep that in mind. Like today was a good example of that. The only person that got banned was someone talking about their genitals and stuff. Like, no one's here for that, dude. Like, get that out of here. Stupid.
You know what's funny, Creation Bear? Whether we know it or not, right? Doing this every day or talking with these nuanced conversations every day, we're like basically becoming experts in soft skills.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Facts. Honestly, there's a lot of that's important. And I've talked about this before. There's no cheat code to this topic. If there was, it doesn't matter who jumps on the mic. We'd all say the same thing. Up, down, left, right. Black Swan. Like it's not really that. It's not that. Sometimes you have to, come with the soft skills, and then the information perhaps will follow. So, yeah, I do agree with that. It's like dating, you gotta start slow, like with that girl Area, like she was like, we were going somewhere, and then Drace picked up on the cog this pretty quickly. She started sort of spiraling when we started talking about her carpet. Well, okay, hold on. Hold on.
Oh my.
That sounded wrong, but no, like I was trying to describe. I was trying to describe. That's super funny, Sonny. That's hilarious. Yeah, sorry, Lulu. I didn't mean carpet like that. We were just talking about how, because people will be like, we'll say the water's flat, and they'll be like, but waves. It's like, you dummies. Like waves does not mean curvature. stupid. So we were talking about like water in a bathtub. She's like, well, there's ripples. I'm like, okay, well, that's not a hump of water. And then we went to a swimming pool, and she's like, yeah, but that's not flat. There's like bumps. I'm like, okay, well, let's take a look at your carpet floor, right? Your floor is flat, but it has, you know, bumps on it. That's not curvature. And she's like, well, what about gravity? You know, it's like, hold on, sweetie. We're not there yet. Let's start with, you know. She's like, no, let's skip the foreplay.
She belongs to the streets.
Nah, sorry.
Can't help it, can you?
Well, basically, I say that to say like the soft skills are important. You sort of have to start slow, and you know, a good dance partner, you kind of rock back side to side for a little bit, and then you know, start making your way across the dance floor. You don't shove someone across the dance floor. It's just not how you do it. So,
Are you a techie kind of guy? Like, you know about TCP, IP, or anything like that, or how like data is being sent?
What kind of shit is that?
No, I don't actually.
Sin.
What do you say?
Three-way handshake. I'm familiar.
Okay, yeah. So how you encapsulate data, right? Like frames, packets, stuff like that. It's like your inflections, the way you speak to somebody, right? It's basically that's your like boat. That's your boat. And you know how you sail that boat with that information that you're trying to get to the other side of their cognitive dissonance. It's like you got to make sure that boat, you know, is not sinking. There's no leaks in it. You know, you got to make sure you get to the other side. And it's like everyone has different boats. You know, no one boat is the same. It's like,
yeah, that is a good point. I mean, I used that same type of analogy with like a football team. American football, there's 11 different players on the field, and they all have different roles to play. You know, the center's got to snap the ball, the quarterback has to read the field, the wide receivers have to run down the field, etc. Everyone has a different job, etc. So when you ask, like, are you the technical guy, CB? I'm like, not really. You know, I'm not the most technical guy in the panel. Guys like, I look at, you know, someone like Indio, he's very, very technical and can get into some of the, you know, super minutia. And I have a lot of respect for that. That's not in my wheelhouse. You can always rely on old CB for a good analogy. I got analogies for days. So I'm like the layman's layman. I'm talk about like, is the floor on your floor? Is it like have carpet? Like I'm always talking about like the very simple stuff.
Layman's layman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have no problem with that. So. Yeah.
It's funny how you brought that up because like I don't feel like you're a layman at all. Like a layman is like the average Joe, you know, like, hey, I don't know what's going on, but I know when I'm being lied to. You know,
yeah,
bunch of jamokes running the show.
Yeah. I don't know.
We need to get a good New Yorker on here, bro. I want to hear that accent.
We need like Neil Constantino. Elijah's accent's not too thick, even though he's in the streets of New York.
Yeah. What do you mean you're moving 1,000 miles per hour? What are you talking about? Can you feel it? You feel it? Huh? Can you feel this?
Yeah. Yeah, Neil from the FED panel pretty much checks all those boxes. Are you familiar with like the Oakley show? Oakley's morning show?
I keep hearing about all this stuff and all the drama and stuff behind it, and it's just like now I don't even care enough to like go see those videos. Like I'm good. I like you guys. I don't need to.
Aww.
Yeah, I mean, AI, right? He, when I hear him articulate his arguments, I'm like, oh my god, I know I'll never get to that level of articulation, but I definitely need to learn, like, you know, solidify my arguments, and also breaking down, like, spotting the logical fallacies as they come out of people's mouths, you know. And we'll try to watch when I use one too, you know? It's tough though.
Yeah, I thought he did a really good
like
job.
a thesaurus like 1,000 times from back to front to back.
Wait, you said what a good job though? It kind of cut out the first part.
Sorry, I rumpused there.
No, you go for. I think I rumpused you, T-Dub. Well, I didn't even catch what you said. So go ahead, T-Dub, and I'll go after it.
I think I said I think Gregory is another one. It's like he read the thesaurus like 1,000 times front to back.
Yeah, Yeah, Gregory. I always feel like I'm in a jazz club when he's around. Shout out to Gregory. But yeah, I was just agreeing with you, Beast, about AI's approach. Like today, because him and I had two very different approaches with that girl. I was trying to take the very slow, like, okay, let's understand what flat means first, and she started like kind of cog dissing out, and then AI came in and was like boom, 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 and just like got right to the point, and I was like, damn, he kind of said it in a way that I couldn't. So yeah, I do agree that. Yeah, exactly. So AI does a great job, and shout out to AI. But that's why we're all needed, man. There's no need to have repeats of other people. Like we don't need a bunch of CBs, a bunch of QEs, a bunch of AIs. We need you. We need everyone on their
bunch
best.
of parrots, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
We need everyone on their best behavior. So you just be the best you can be.
With surfacing substantial information. There's nothing wrong with it, but yeah, we're not looking for like personality types, like a bunch of Joe Rogan soldiers or a bunch of.
That's funny.
You know what I mean, like,
yeah.
And it's kind of weird how like we all fall, into those traps, though. I mean, even the intellectual trap too, of just like trying to define and like really break down. Like it's important for sure, especially with these kinds of conversations, but like there is an extent where you're just like, you don't really need to go this far into this topic unless it's like your interest or like a certain topic, you know what I mean, like spectroscopy or something, like something totally niche, like a niche type of quote unquote science, you know what I mean, that's like it's so in the weeds to the layman that it's not useful in trying to, break these people out of their cog dis sometimes, It's just kind of, I don't know. Everyone's got their own ways. But,
yeah, absolutely. You know what the benefit of being like the best you can be is? Like you might come up with a gem. And I don't mean to like pat myself on the back, but there's been things that I know I've come up with. I know I've said originally. And I hear other people using it. And that's good. I like to hear that. So it's like
Waterhill?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think I popularized it because if you search in the server bar, someone said it before me. But I definitely made that argument popular. And same with the moving buildings thing. But like, think of like, you've got like a body of like, oh my God, Lulu. Sorry, distracted by the chat. But like, you have like a body of still water. It's completely calm, and like, essentially, you can throw a damn boulder into that calm water and notice ripples through the server. So there's been certain things that I've said that I've noticed have rippled through the server. I've even heard Elijah today saying things that I've said recently. And so I don't mean to say like, oh, that's mine, you can't use it type of thing. It makes me proud to hear things that like I've come up with and other people use. So you can do that too. It doesn't
use
have
mine,
to just be
Creation Bear.
Yeah.
The only one that I know that I did was like when someone tells me that gravity pulls down gas particles, right? I say like, okay, so if I fart in your face, which direction is it gonna go?
That's funny.
Feel free
Nice.
to use that.
That's funny. But yeah, no.
Heard
like
that.
I was gonna say I
That is
have
true.
heard. Yeah, that's funny. Oh yeah, Kiwi says like your Xbox game and a PlayStation. Exactly. I see. I'm good for analogies. I've got analogies for days, and so yeah, no, I do like hearing other people kind of catching on to certain things that maybe I've said. So you can do that too. Like just be original and be the best you can be, and then maybe someone else will use your gems. You'll notice your effect ripple through the server. So
Yeah,
Yep,
we all have
yep.
our own perspective going into it and
Yes,
our
sir.
own experiences. That's why this is such a beautiful camaraderie, because it's literally voluntary. No one's forcing me to be here. Like everyone has their own interests, their own career, like their own, like they have their own experience to add into the mix of like trying to figure out the nature of our reality. And it's like that is the common thread, right? Even to globe skeptics or even hellish, for example, right? It's the common thread is trying to figure out what the heck we're on, like what is this world, and
Really?
like that's the genuine. Yeah, but that's the
To be an
genuine thread.
exception.
Yeah. I got here actually August 21st. Earth. Stop changing your name.
That's amazing. August 21st. Hold on one second. August 21st. I got
Yeah,
here August 4th, 2020.
Hey, there you go. It was because of Flat Lloyd, actually. Hey, Flat Lloyd's in here. Look at that. His interview with Eric Dubé. And like,
Yeah, that was legendary.
dude, I literally paused 10 minutes in because he was like, yeah, talking about the server nonchalantly. I'm like, what? There's a Discord server? What? Because I just kind of like went on the fence after the purge, not on the fence, but like in hiding after the purge kind of thing, like where it's just like, I don't even talk about this with anybody. So, yeah, I like the fact that I'm able to talk about this stuff. Max snuck in here too. Look at Max. You still at work, bro?
Hey, there's your New Yorker right there. Just
True.
that's what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, but he doesn't
What up,
have
CB?
like, the thick accent.
I don't know.
What?
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that.
Bronx or a Brooklyn accent or
It's,
Jersey
like-
accent.
It's not the I'm walking here type.
Oh yeah. No, Max, we were looking for a nice, strong, thick New York accent. So, can you deliver it or no?
What are you doing here? I'm walking here. Come on.
Max is like an OG New Yorker though, like OG New Yorker. So it's kind of like it's a totally different thing. Like okay, like there is a difference between Jersey accents and New York accents. Like Jersey's like awesome, chocolate, some coffee.
You could put any of those in Chicago, and you could find the neighborhood
Almost
where they
kinda like a
sound
Boston.
exactly the same.
Boston's more like sharper.
Did you guys see that video of the New Yorker screaming at AOC?
No. Well, tell us about it.
It's a pretty good one. I highly recommend looking for it. I should be able to find it.
Check it out.
But no, yeah, the nuance is the thing that keeps me coming back. Think about the conversations we were having, Max, last night. Like, so we were going deep in so many different topics, but it's just, I don't know, man. You need real to bounce off of real, in a sense.
Facts.
I find it's a train wreck that you can't look away from. I think Indio says that a lot.
Sort of like that, yeah.
Okay, you're Lulu, right? Can I just say Lulu so I remember?
Yep. You might as well click on their name, go to notes, and just put Lulu in there because it's gonna change, bro.
That's exactly what I'm about to do right now. But 2020, when I seriously I heard about the topic 2019, it's actually kind of strange because I was big into Joe Rogan podcasts, right? And I remember specifically when Eddie Bravo, Brendan Schaub, and Joe Rogan, and even Jamie was participating in they were talking about flat Earth, and Eddie Bravo was just bringing up Mickelson Morley and Samuel Robot and all this stuff, and then it's crazy. I took that in, but didn't take that in. Right, I didn't really understand the nuance of the conversation, and he even mentioned Eric Dubé, and then a year later, 2020, right before the event, I was gonna go get my OSCP, which is offensive security certification personnel thing, basically legal white hat hacking, where you can hack into any company, find their vulnerabilities, and they pay you for it. And the OSCP is the crescendo of IT in a sense. It's one of the hardest tests to get to pass. You got to do penetration with Kali Linux, all that stuff. So, I was about to go into InfoSec courses with this guy Mohammed Atef, and he happened to be friends with someone who was a customer at the time for like I used to do DTG printing at the smoke shop. I know it sounds kind of weird, but printing and smoke go hand in hand with like the weed industry, labels.
I bet y'all drinking that wine too, aren't you? Just smoking the tweeds and everything.
But like labels, bags, designs, like all that stuff goes hand in hand. So me and my mentor Min, who's the owner, basically decided to take a chance on me in terms of like running that stuff. So I met this guy who was from Iran, and then he was also an ex-military, like for 20 years over here, and he wanted to print out this huge map of like ancient Persia for his like YouTube channel or whatever. And he was the one who knew Muhammad Atef, the same guy I was taking courses from, and was like, yo, I heard you were gonna go get your OSCP, and once you're basically government property, like you're gonna you're gonna know some things, you're gonna see some things that you're not gonna be able to really talk about freely. And the video he sent me was The History of Flat Earth from Eric Dubé. And like that was the only reason why I took it seriously, because I'm like, what the hell, like this guy was like pragmatic, real, like a true military guy. You know what I mean? I'm like, what is he talking about? So I basically watched it with like complete scrutiny and open mind, and then just like the thing that got me was Polaris, man. Like the fact that if you have a camera on Polaris, the North Star, and over a time lapse, and if you add exposure to the star, you can literally see the concentric circles, the star trails. So that's what kind of like clicked for me. I'm like, okay. And then every night, I used to get off work at like 9:30, 10. This was after the printing business. Like I was working from home remotely, and like I would smoke a cigarette on my stairs, and right above me was Orion's belt. I always noticed it like nonchalantly, but now I consciously decided to go every night 10:30, like when I got off, and see if it's in the same spot. Like just my own eyes, my own observation, no instruments or anything used. I did this for like 6 months. Like, and I was just like, yeah, there's no way like that. It just doesn't match up with what they tell us in terms of the globe model about, they're spinning 1,000 miles per hour. And then on top of that, we're orbiting around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour. And then on top of that, the sun is taking the planets and Earth around the Milky Way at 666,000 miles per hour. And like all these different movements in the sky, you would see the like parallax. Now that I know the term, it's called parallax, but like you would see different shit in the sky. Like, like there's just no way it'd be perfect concentric circles. Like astrology wouldn't really be a thing because the constellations would be changing all the time. You know what I mean? Like it just didn't add up. So that's what really kind of pushed me over the edge, so to speak.
Wait, did you say edge? No, I'm just
I know.
kidding.
I just realized.
Mysticals found the edge.
Yes. I found the edge. Yep.
You must have your Sec Plus, right?
What?
Do you have your Sec Plus certification?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay.
I don't have A+. I don't have .NET. I have nothing. So like my IT background, right? I went to ITT Tech. You guys remember ITT Tech?
Yeah.
So I was going for my network systems administration associates, and like essentially I had like $66,000 in loans or something. Like
Wait, 66.
Yeah, 660. It was like 66,300 something, whatever, in like student loans. And I was like, okay, I gotta, I'm already signed up. I gotta go for it. Come to find out, like a quarter before I was about to graduate or get my associates and like get accredited, right? The Department of Justice and Department of Education launched an investigation into ITT Tech for predatory loan fraud, right? And then they shut down all of the IT, like all of the schools across the country. So my loans were discharged, great, but all that time I spent, right, it basically had nothing to show for it on paper. Like I still have like 28 textbooks.
Oh my gosh! You know what? Like I went through the same thing in 20. What year was it?
For me, it was
1999 and 2000 to 2003 when I went to school. The same sort of thing. The same sort of college here in San Diego. Same thing.
Yeah, was it like a for-profit college kind of thing?
I'm not sure. It was accredited. It was supposed to have been accredited. Merrick College. I don't know. They went in with another, or they were part of a larger conglomerate school thing. But all those are just like diffuse now, if you think about it.
Sounds shady.
Shady, yeah. So a bunch of people,
America College, straight up shady.
supposed to get, like it was good. It was good. Like I learned what I needed to learn to work in that field. Although I never worked in IT, I worked around the outskirts in the medical industry. I was making good money, so I wasn't looking forward to like getting a pay cut by going to a help desk, which was the first place to start. Now, help desk people used to make a lot of money when they were here. They could write their own ticket almost. Like they,
oh shit!
Right. They got
a person
outsourced.
like me, just a couple years before that, I could have wrote my own ticket, gone in with tennis shoes and shorts on, t-shirt, and gotten any job I could have asked for. But then the bottom
We're giving
fell out of it.
sign-in bonuses a couple of
Then the
decades
bottom,
back.
yeah. Then the bottom just fell out of it completely. It just fell apart. So
It didn't fall apart. It moved to India.
That was about to say that. Yeah.
that's what I mean. Yeah, pretty much.
But see, that's another thing, though, right? In terms of like outsourcing, right? A lot of these low-level data entry type jobs, right, are now being completely outsourced to, well, first they were outsourced to other countries, but now they're being completely outsourced by ChatGPT or AI, especially financial sector.
Just brought that up the other day. ChatGPT has a new test program that I was invited to test out. It's for tech support and having a AI the support. So doing the kind of stuff that a lot of my brothers out there are doing right now. So
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Like, and there's another thing too. Like when it comes to IT, just like any other industry, like there's a certain level where you will plateau in terms of money, making money, being, being one of those people. Because like, say you go work for Google, right? You got to abide by like the PC policies and all the other different types of policies. Like you're basically being constrained the higher you go up in any field. It's just at a certain point I was just like, maybe I should just keep my IT stuff to me, Do you guys get my drift? Like just
Stickles, are you working in IT now?
No. I am unemployed at the moment, showing on unemployment.
Well, I've been doing IT for almost 30 years. I just turned 65, and I'm glad I'm getting away from this because
right,
getting crazy, man. What used to be able to pay a lot and be a respectful job is no more.
Right.
You said 60.
Boomer detected.
Sorry, dude. Sorry, I had to do it.
So I'm curious, Wave. You've seen the transformation, right, take place in front of you. Now, how often do you go to somebody, right, who's supposed to be, well versed in IT, and you're like, this guy doesn't know shit?
Well, no. My main concern right now is like with anything customer service related. I had an order that I placed on Amazon. I was expecting to be delivered by Amazon. I got a notice today that they attempted to deliver it in another city, and the business was closed. This was supposed to be delivered to my home. I had a hell of a time getting through the automated system until I finally got a live person in India. And, I'm not prejudiced against any country, any nationality, any color. But damn it, jobs for companies here in America should have American employees. And I find it so frustrating trying to talk to somebody that's very hard to understand their accent, and they can't give you much more than what they have on a script in front of them, but isn't actually providing customer service. So,
Right. Like, I used to work for Concentrics. You ever heard of them?
yeah, I have. I
Yeah,
don't remember
and-
what they do, but I'm familiar with the name.
Yeah, basically companies get vendors for tech support and stuff.
Okay.
So I was actually doing Apple support for a while. And it was absolute. I don't even know how much I should talk about it openly, but it was wild the amount of access that I was able to have just being a tech support guy because of how they operate. Like they have a whole centralized database, right? That they refer to. Like someone has an IT question, right? For example, the step-by-step process and how to back up a phone, right? So you type in that in the search, and I'm not trying to name the database, but there's this one centralized database that like every department had access to, and that centralization just was just like eerie to me. You know what I mean? That some average Joe just has total access to like someone's personal information. It's pretty wild. So be careful, guys. What you give out
Back
to
in,
companies.
I got started in IT back in '94. I went to work for a little internet startup company called Earthlink. I don't know if you ever heard of them.
Oh,
They're
Earthlink.
No longer.
Yeah. There's some people that still use their emails.
Well, I was one of the original techs there. I worked there for about 6 years. When I left, my email address was webmaster@earthlink.net. We had one person that was, doing dial-up support, and he ended up getting into their credit card information and made some kind of purchases. I don't remember all the details. It's been a few decades ago. But anyway, they caught him, and I'm glad they did. That kind of sucked. I kind of work in the digital security area now, along the area of access control. And we do have a lot of, what's the word? Not borders, walls put up, okay, to make sure people can't do that kind of stuff.
Right.
So.
Kind of like scopes and stuff like that.
There's permissions. What we let people have permissions. Kind of like the government. Different people have different access to different things. Nobody has access to everything except for probably the actual people that programmed the software that we use.
Right. Just like the server. Everyone's got different roles. Can't access everything. The compartmentalization in any business, whether it be private or government, right, is necessary because of that, because of bad actors, It's just like, it just kind of bring it back to flat Earth. Like when everyone says like, how could they, how many people would have to be in on the lie? Like that question. And it's just
it's how many people would have to be in on getting fooled.
Right, exactly. And it's like, it's not a conscious, or sometimes it's not conscious. They're just, they're just trying to work their job and do what they're told. Like literally, it's not that hard to fathom. And they're just like, why would they lie? Like someone brought up the like totally non sequitur. It's just like, why would North Korea like want to lie about space? Like, what is their like? First of all, why are you saying that North Korea? Like, what reason would they have to lie about anything? Like, so you really think that like Kim Jong-un doesn't poop and stuff like that? Like, like they're gonna obfuscate the truth. It's just like people don't want to accept the fact that our government lies to us in multiple ways, in multiple industries, and there is a captured, system in play. Like if you want access, like I bet you Hellish could speak upon it in terms of like climate science, right? I bet you there's a certain level of consensus you have to have, or you have to quote unquote play ball in order to get research funding or research grants and stuff like that. I bet. Like you can't just be like, oh, this model is messed up. But
I will say something on, not particularly on climate science. That was a few years ago for me. Currently, I'm in the Navy. I'm doing work there, and you know, as far as it goes, is like, you know, when you're in the Navy and you have your commanding officer and they're interested in what's going on with, you know, the units that are under your command, it's like, well, you don't want to go up to your CEO and tell him, hey, sir, we're fucked up. These units are fucked. Everything's fucked. You know, you always want to tell your boss everything's good and dandy, right? So there's always an incentive, you know, in every job, but particularly in a job where your commanding officer is like the person who tells you you're going to be like, you know, you're going to get promoted someday, of like, you're going to make them happy. You're going to tell them what they want to hear, right?
Yeah.
And some reports you're going to keep to yourself. It's like, all right, well, this unit's fucked up. But you know, commanding officer doesn't need to know about this. They'll probably come back up, right? So that's a kind of mentality that I feel is probably spread throughout every industry, but particularly in the government and in the military, just because of the hierarchical nature of it. You got to make your boss happy if you want to go anywhere in the future. So there's always, I mean, there's an incentive. I won't say to lie, but to fudge the details, right? Not to say that people are like lying on the job to support like a particular model of the earth or not, but as far as like when you hear something about the government and it's like this thing was covered up or this thing was lied about, you just gotta think that it's like, yeah, some dumb fuck was trying to make their CEO happy, and obviously they should have told him about something, right?
Right. You know, with government specifically compared to a private corporation, right? There's multiple people you have to kiss ass to, right? But at least with the government, you got one CEO. Like, you know whose butt cheeks you got to kiss. You know, at least it's focused.
No, it's true.
Oh wow, we have a lot of peeps in here. Go ahead, CB.
Sheesh. Well, everyone's holding hands and jumping in. This might be better in the VC check-in, to be honest, since there's so many. Does anyone want to follow me up there, or
I'll go with
do
you.
this here?
I'll go with you.
I'm just gonna move you guys up to the VC check-in real quick. Just I'm sensing a little.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be fine.
All right.
BRB.
We'll be right back, folks. Please keep this thing going. We'll be right back.
Oh, I can't even get in there. Never mind. Yeah, let's keep it going, man. So you're current. I don't want to get you in trouble, but you're currently in the Navy right now doing this research, Hellish?
I'm not doing any particular like climate research. I'm doing. I'm in the IT field as far as the Navy is concerned. Unfortunately, and you know, when you join the military, there's like the enlisted route and there's the officer route. And because I had a college education before I joined, I was able to go the officer route. Long story short, if you're an officer, you're not technically focused. You don't, you know, twist the knobs and turn the wrenches. You basically tell people who are qualified to do that. So, as far as like reading a spectrogram and things like that, it's more like I have people who do that for me. God bless, because they're good at it. But no, I'm doing my job. You know, I can't go, of course, into detail, but
yeah, you're good. You're good.
But I enjoy what I do, but it's distinct from climate as far as that goes.
Okay, for sure. For sure. What else we got in here? Watt Wheat Javandi. Man, these names. What's up, Watt Wheat? Seems like it says you're a globe skeptic. You want to come off the mic?
It's wat weet je van die?
How do you say it?
Wat weet je van die?
What debate? Do you have a nickname?
That's my nickname.
Oh my god. Can I call you Javandi? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm forgive me. I'm really whitewashed American.
If you don't understand them, you could always just say, "What wheat?"
What wheat?
Yeah, usually they call me what wheat.
What wheat? For sure, brother.
But I'm not a globe skeptic, man. That tag is put on me like a year ago, and I'm unable to change it. But I'm a flat earther.
Gotcha. Yeah, man. You been in the server a while?
Yeah, for about a year.
Sure.
Seen
What do
that
you
little
think?
symbol before, that round ball with the little design in there. I'm curious, what? You have a brother named Shredded?
No.
Okay. Go
That
ahead,
symbol
Beastie.
is a mathematical principle, isn't it? Isn't that like polarized mathematical symbol?
Yeah, it's called the flower of life.
Flower of life. I still have this article. I'm still trying to. Anyone really, really good with math or geometrical?
Definitely not.
No. AI. What about you, man? Have you ever seen this polarized fractal math theory? I'm gonna post it. I need someone more qualified to help me with this stuff. But I'm trying not to let the conversation die either. But Ether's in here. What's up, Ether? How you feeling, brother? How's the foot?
Well, I mean, I can jump in. I don't want the conversation to die either. So, I mean, I won't say I'm particularly done with the presentation that I mean, I wouldn't call it a presentation. It's more just
You can
like a
save it.
PowerPoint to organize my thoughts. But yeah, so far as like sharing it, of course, I don't have the ability to share my screen, and I understand the risk. I don't want me showing like gore or nothing like that. But I mean, I suppose I could just like read. I don't want to read from the slides. I suppose like, can I post photos in the live stream voice chat? Is that possible?
Well, we could save the presentation for later, like until it's like ready to go. But I do want to kind of ask you a couple other questions, though.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
So, you said you're in IT.
I mean, I'm like a guy who tells ITs what to do. Unfortunately, I don't get to focus much on the technical side. I have to be familiar with it, but I don't actually get to touch, the keyboard basically.
Gotcha. So what do you think about like long distance observations with infrared?
Can you be more specific? What do you mean?
So line of sight, right? Like line of sight, technologies that have line of sight communications, right? How does line of sight anything, right, work on a globe with the curvature?
Are you trying to touch on the topic of like refraction?
No, just line of sight communication, like fixed wireless, or let's just say like cell towers, for example, that used line of sight communication between each cell tower, right?
So as far as that goes, I mean, the basic principle is if you had a ground station with its antenna and you wanted to transmit to another ground station, there'd be a few different types of waves that your ground station can send out, being like ground waves and sky waves, particularly, right?
So you know about sky waves? Okay, that's kind of trying to bring that up. How does sky waves work, right? With this quote unquote ionosphere, right? They're bouncing off the ionosphere, right? That's the spec. That's what they say in terms of.
Yeah, it's about. I mean, it delves into the realm of refraction. As a particular wave passes through a medium, but a medium without a consistent density, right? It's like more dense at the quote unquote bottom of the medium and less dense at the quote unquote top of the medium. And as the wave travels through the medium, its direction is affected based on the density, right?
Well, the frequency too, like so.
The frequency wouldn't change, but its direction, the direction of the wave would.
No, but I'm saying the frequency of the wave determines the amount of.
Oh, certainly, yes, that's correct.
That
like a higher, a 30 gigahertz wave would be able to punch through the atmosphere, where a 3
low
gigahertz
frequency
wave
bounces.
might not be able to.
Right.
Amateur
Right,
radio,
exactly.
amateur radio, that's known as skip.
Skip. There you go. Shortwave. So how does skip work on a globe? If you kind of like picture it, right? Like how does that? Doesn't really make sense. In my, you know what I mean? It's like it would be hitting curve.
I'm not familiar with the term skip. Are you talking about like ducting on that one?
Go ahead,
Basically,
Wave. You know it.
What happens is when you're transmitting, if you're in an omnidirectional antenna, it goes out all different directions, including up. And what happens is the signal goes up, it hits the ionosphere, and it gets bounced back, just like a mirror.
Exactly.
Right.
So if you hit it at a certain angle, it should come back down at the same angle. I personally have talked to every state in the United States and quite a few countries around the world using skip waves.
Right. How does it? It doesn't make sense that it works on a globe.
Why wouldn't it make sense? I suppose.
Well, you're bouncing waves, right? Imagine you bounce a wave off of a curved surface, right? It's really hard to let's say like it's not gonna bounce straight like in zigzag. Like just picture like a wave, right, bouncing back and forth like like a series of triangles in a sense, right? You can't.
You're talking about the curved surface of like the ionosphere, because it wouldn't bounce off the surface of like water if you're trying to like transmit to a ship, particularly.
Well,
basically what they're saying is the ionosphere changes in altitude. So when the transmission goes up, hits the ionosphere, it bounces back down. Depending on where the ionosphere is located at the time, will determine on where that signal is bounced back down. Now,
right, like if it's day or night.
I could see how that might work on a globe, and because I've actually talked on these skip waves and believed in a globe for many, many years, that made sense to me, I guess. But what really counts is line of sight communications. So if you were on a sub, you look at a telescope or a periscope, it's how far that you could see, and the point-to-point communications they have on naval vessels. That's what's really more compelling than just skip waves off whether it could be a round or a straight Earth, flat Earth.
I thought I saw this in there. You guys, I don't know a lot of details about it, but it was sometime not long after the year 1900. It was sometime around the year 1910 or 1915. I can't remember. But do you guys remember that the longest long distance radio communications, direct line of sight communications done?
Okay, I don't know about line of sight, but I remember Marconi had a transmission. I think it went from France to the U.S., and that was the first long distance recorded. I may be wrong right now. I'm just trying to,
No,
I
you're
wasn't
right.
even. Okay.
Yeah.
France to the U.S.? I thought it was from Australia to somewhere.
No, that would have been Europe.
All right.
Yeah, it was definitely.
And it was 10,000 miles, right? It was a distance, right?
Yeah.
Don't ask me the miles right now. I don't have all the facts and figures in front of me.
Check.
What's
Sonny.
interesting, though.
Hey, I was going to say something on that. Now, if these waves are going up and they're bouncing, if the Earth is supposed to be rotating, then wouldn't the location of the Earth be in a different place than what they proposed? It would be at a certain angle. It would be at a different angle once it hit back down.
Right. They don't take that into account with skip wave technology.
I didn't understand the question.
So the skip wave. So a wave goes up in the air or different directions, right? Upward, let's say. When they bounce back, if the Earth was moving, they would be hitting a different location because that initial location of receiving would have moved from the time the wave came back down.
Well, I don't know how fast the radio waves if they travel at the speed of light, but it'd be kind of like banking a pool ball. Okay, so if you've ever played pool and you want to go ahead and shoot all the way across the table and then come back down, so that's basically what it does. It comes up, it goes up, and then it comes back down.
Right. So now think of the pool table as actually moving at the same time.
Well, and then think about it. Oh,
It
so
could
go ahead.
change where the transmission finally ends up.
Yep.
Eventually going to end up someplace. Okay. When
Yeah.
it does, I lost my train of thought.
But can't they? But listen, can't they predict almost exactly where it's in real life? They can predict where that's going to come back down, right?
Oh, no way at all. I've
Not
been in
at all?
conversations or what's called a QSO with
Uh-huh.
people, and all of a sudden the signal would fade in, and I could look at my SWR meter. I'd see their signal strength come up.
I see.
And they were talking, and whether this is on AM or sideband, what would happen, and then slowly it would fade back out again.
I got
So it's like
So it's just a
Well, if-
band, just like they describe it. It's just a band. You got a certain band, and you have to be directionally pointed almost right to it, right?
Well, no, because if you're using an omnidirectional antenna, it's going out in all directions.
Right.
It's
So it'll
funny.
pick
It's funny.
whatever's coming in. I got you. I got you.
It's funny. It's funny you should bring this up because this is a topic I've been wanting to touch on for a while. Now, talking over two-way radios, there's a few different ways that you can use it. Okay, you can have an omnidirectional antenna, and it sends out like a ball of like neuromagnetic field all around, and the waves just keep going out and out and out in all directions. You can also have a directional antenna. That directional antenna will have a ground towards the back, and it'll point the transmitter antenna all the way straight forward. So you can actually point and beam towards which location you want to go. Then you have two different ways that you can run that antenna. You can run it horizontal, or you can run it vertical. Now, horizontally, the wave is going up and down and up and down and up and down as it goes across. And what's called the flat side, when you're on the vertical side, it goes left to right, left to right, left to right, straight across. And when I was talking long distance, having the antenna on the flat side, a directional antenna, is where I got the longest distance. Oh, there wasn't any reflections coming off the ionosphere. This is straight point to point, using either, like I said, AM or sideband. If anybody knows the difference between that kind of stuff, but either way, the bottom line is the way that signal would go would be flat, right across the horizon. I've talked all the way across the United States, on the
Right.
flat side.
How is that possible on a globe? It just doesn't make sense.
Well, I never gave it any thought years ago when I did all of that, and I don't own any amateur equipment right now. But if I did, I'd be on there talking to other people and trying to prove some stuff.
Yeah, you were saying about the military using line of sight communications, right, between ships.
Huh? For the longest time, we've used lights. They have somebody with a little signal light on the ship, and they'd go ahead and signal to other people, and they do that for a very long distance. I don't know what the height of the ship would be. I would imagine if you're looking at a light and it's dark out in the middle of the ocean, and you can see that light for quite some distance. So, anybody that's been in the Navy might know more about that than I would, Sonny.
Yeah, it was in the lookout. It was in the lookouts manual. So all of that stuff is in there, in the naval lookout manual, U.S. Navy. So let me see. That made me curious. So I thought I would just do a quick search on farthest distance naval signal lights are seen, because they still use them.
So I've got something here, a image you can take a look at. And this pretty much shows how the skip waves are supposed to work, how they bounce off the ionosphere.
See, that's the thing that I'm shady about. Like, what is this ionosphere? So, kind of went deep into this yesterday, Wave. There's a couple projects, and this was all during the 1960s, like 1960 to like 1963, right? Same time frame where Operation Starfish Prime, Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl, right, where they detonated hydrogen bombs in the ionosphere, right? There was another project called the Project Westford, where the idea was to have like 400 million little copper wires, about this, like the size of like a human hair in a sense, and they basically
sorry.
Yeah, here, let me pull it up. I feel like you would find this like interesting, Wave, but I'm kind of glad to know that there's another techie nerd kind of person too, like that actually has experience. Like
Dude,
I've been thinking about this stuff for a
a
while.
Band-Aid on my glasses.
Me too, dude. I literally have tape.
I'll be there soon. I only got one pair of glasses with me where I am, and once these break, there's going to be some tape on them. I guarantee that.
So, BC, while you're looking for that, I put up another picture, and that's what I was talking about, having a directional beam antenna focusing the radio wave at a specific direction, either having the signal going north and south or east, not north and south, east and west, but going up and down or going sideways. And if you take a look at horizontal, the whole thing squiggles left and right, and it follows flat.
Right.
Whereas if you have it on the vertical side, you could say, okay, well, it could follow the curve because the wave, blah, blah, blah. But this way, it's just going straight flat.
Right.
I'm not familiar with that. How does the polarization affect a wave's ability to bounce off the ionosphere?
I have no fucking idea.
Bro, it's just wild that it works. Period.
Now, why does it move? Okay, so first of all, we'd have to ask, okay, well, you might say that some flat earthers and some flat earthers believe that there's a firmament there.
Right.
I've never seen it. I can't say that it's there. I do understand how pressure would need a container and how there could not be a vacuum of space next to a pressurized system without a container. So,
right.
Well, so correct me if I'm wrong, but like the ionosphere is like, it's this layer on layer of particles where, the sun emits, multiple types of radiations, but two types being ionizing and unionizing. And the ionizing type of radiation it like pulls it breaks electrons off of molecules, and that creates an ionized particle, right?
They say
so
it's like the sun. That's what they say.
I don't know.
During the day, it's like the ionosphere is. I can't remember if it's not as thick. I can't. Oh shoot.
No, yeah, it's not as thick at night, and signal loss is less apparent. Like you have better signals at night.
It's in the sunlight that you actually get the skip atmospheric conditions happening. They don't usually happen at night. It'll be in the daytime.
Okay. I couldn't remember.
So I'm so glad we're talking about this, because this is what picked my brain yesterday for a while. Because if you see this Project Westford, right? They wanted to create an artificial ionosphere. And I'm just, my brain is just dot connecting, right? About like why the hell they just detonated not, a specific type of bomb. They detonated hydrogen bombs, right? And it's just kind of like it's like the same type of ionization, right? And it's almost like what they were doing in terms of like Russia and the U.S. detonating those hydrogen bombs. In my mind, it's almost like they're creating this ability to communicate. Like creating something to bounce off radio signals off of. I don't know.
My gut reaction would be that it would be like a temporary disruption.
Right.
I mean, the sun and the hemostasis of like Earth's atmosphere and the sun I feel it's just more permanent than anything like humans can do besides like constant state, just the natural order of things, type thing. It's like the sun and the Earth's atmosphere, it just feels more constant than the minor disruption a hydrogen bomb might cause to the ionosphere, that is.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to think about. But before we get into that topic, we'll talk about that for sure another time. I definitely want to pick your brain, Wave Mixer, as well. But Creation Bear is
I don't have that much left to spare.
Creation Bear's back.
Yeah, we did just checking some new people.
Awesome.
Sorry.
Oh, you know what?
I love it, dude.
Welcome. Beastie, why don't we welcome in these new people and toss them into the panel?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. We'll save this topic for later, for sure.
Well, we were just covering something in the VC check, and I think it's really important for folks to understand, because there's a huge misconception. If I took a random sample of 10 people off the street and I was like, what is flat Earth? I don't really think any of them would truly know what it is. One of our friends here was like, oh, it's a flat disc. I'm like, well, no, actually. No, that's maybe what the media might want you to think. They're going to present to you these sloppy ideas like some floating pizza pancake in space. when no one thinks that. No one in this panel thinks that. The only people who think that are people who think we fell for that when it was them. So don't fall for that. And we got into how, if you're someone that believes in the universe and everything, you can't look at the universe like you can look at a puppet on your hand. You do not have that kind of perspective. I would say that's like some kind of God's perspective. So if I were to ask you to draw what the universe looks like, or what shape is the universe, or where's the edge of the universe, none of those things could really be answered. For example, they claim to have Voyager 1, Voyager 2. We're still exploring. So it's not like anyone's been to any, quote, edge. Hellish, did you want to chime in there? Or I think I saw you unmute.
Oh, no, sorry. I was just doing that for my own ease of unmuting. Yeah, keep going, please.
Okay, yeah. So I just want people to understand that let's not have double standards here. In your worldview, you cannot leave reality, turn around and take selfies from some outside place and say, okay, all of the universe is shaped like a big blob or whatever. You can't do that. So since we don't see the Earth as some floating object in space, you can't leave the Earth and turn around and take selfies with it to say what it all looks like. Let me give you one more analogy. I use this all the time. You guys are welcome to use this. I used the example of an Xbox, which has some exclusive games like Halo. So you can't take Halo 3 and put it in a PlayStation. They're not compatible. It won't work. So you also can't take flat objects like a disc and load it into space and go, well, that's flat Earth. No. So those ideas aren't compatible. Flat Earth does not go with outer space. I don't see the Earth as an object floating around in a big space. I would say the Earth is the big space, like your universe. That's why you can't leave it, turn around and take selfies. So if you can understand that, then you shouldn't be asking me well, what shape is it all? Or where's the edge? Just in your worldview, those things can't be answered either. So just keep that in mind.
Honestly.
Go ahead with your questions, folks.
All right. So
we got 8 LS, 8 Ls, 5 Ls, and 4 Adrian. We're about to deliver 15 Ls up in this joint for the globe. So.
I didn't want to say it, but I thought about that.
But if you have questions, there's a lot of people here that would be happy to answer your questions. Just try to keep them genuine, and I would recommend maybe pick 2 or 3 questions that actually have meaning to you and ask them. Don't have a stack of questions like Monopoly money and just make it rain.
What about? Right.
Yeah, because, just have some questions that are valuable. Don't ask a bunch of invaluable questions. I notice people like to do this. Ask a bunch of questions. They don't even care about the answer. So maybe ask some questions that you do care about. Go ahead, Wave.
I got a quick question for 8LS. I was looking in here in your profile, and it says Semper Fi. Would you be a Marine or former Marine by any chance?
No.
Okay. I was going to thank you for your service if you were. That was all for me.
I like the Marines.
Well, you're coming in a little quiet, by the way.
I know. Why are you all shy now? You weren't this shy in the check-in.
The famous quote that the Marines use, and I like the quotes. Always loyal.
Do you mind increasing your mic input? It's just a little.
You are
low.
very quiet. Maybe get closer to the mic or something, but it's
Gotta
kinda
take
hard
it
to
out of
hear
the
you.
packet.
What were you saying though?
The cameras are on now, so don't be shy. But go ahead with your questions, guys. I'm sure you have a few. So.
Okay, I turned it up.
There we go. Yeah. What would be any questions that you have? You want to start off a topic like Creation Bear said?
Yeah, if you don't have questions for us, we're going to ask you some questions. So.
Right.
I've got another question if you need someone to ask you a question.
Okay. Well, let's let them see if they have any, and then if not, go ahead, Wave Mixer.
For sure.
Okay, I would just like to say, so this is something that I've never gotten a direct answer with, in the sense that no one's ever told me exactly. People either say, "Oh, it's I don't know. What do you think it is?" So, and I know you said don't ask redundant questions, stuff like that. But so let's take the moon landing, right? They were able to take photographs of what they saw. And I would just like to ask, what do you think? What do you think it is that they saw? And I'm not asking that in a literal sense. I'm asking that in more of a.
Try to be more specific though, like kind of narrowing the question.
So a lot of people look at the space, like a lot as a popular debate that the moon landing was fake, but
Cool story, bro.
people take pictures of the moon, and they go on the moon and they take pictures. They see the Earth as a spherical object.
Do you got a question in there?
Say that so matter of fact.
I would just like to know what your take is on that. Like, do you believe that it is
our take on
like
what?
how they make it out to seem, how NASA makes it out to seem?
I got something, but does anyone else want to go first? I got something.
Before we jump on it, or Wave Mixer jump, I really just want like a question. Like, do
You
you
know
have
what he's asking, Beast. You know what he's asking.
Are you saying
Let's just give him what he wants.
is the
all right?
moon landing a real event? Is that the question?
No, I'm asking, do you believe in all the... I probably overexplained, I probably, overstated
A little
it.
bit. You're good.
You take the photos of the Earth that NASA has taken. Do you believe that those are, what the Earth really looks like, or do you think those are just media propaganda?
Okay. Go
Anybody
ahead.
else want to go?
No,
I
you
can
go.
Just propaganda. Just propaganda.
I mean, let's test for any double standards here. So let's say I'm a huge Bigfoot advocate. I'm like, well, dude, look, we have pictures. Is that something you would just accept? Just the pictures, Adrian, or 5Ls?
Good question.
Believe just the pictures. I would need to see, evidence more than just pictures. There'd need to be
you go.
documents.
There you go. There you go. So here's another thing I want you to chew on, just from my own personal testimony here. This isn't really proof of anything, but I used to believe in the globe my whole life, and I never believed in the moon landings. So, and I don't know, like, if you were to like take a poll from all the globe earthers, I wonder what the percentage would be of people who believe in it versus those who don't. I don't think it's as common as you might think. So you do have some very stern globe believers that don't believe in the moon landing. I don't think that's something that's just default automatically true. And then today, in my position now, I would not say the moon is land. I don't think you can go land on a rainbow. Not to say that the moon is a rainbow or anything, but I don't think you can land on it. I don't think it's land. So again, if they're saying like, well, we have pictures, so they have pictures of the Loch Ness Monster and the Bigfoot, and we don't just accept pictures just like you wouldn't accept them for Bigfoot. So we would need more than that. So does anybody else want to chime in?
Yeah, I just want to add caveat that especially if it's unverifiable for the general population.
Right. So
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I just want to bring up like I just want to ask who said that? Was that 5Ls?
5Ls. It's about to be
5Ls?
6Ls here in a second. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, can I go? Wait,
Hold
is
on,
my mic
hold on
on?
a second. Hold on a second, Adaz.
Well,
I think
yeah,
at least one of
afterwards
us
for
chime
sure.
in.
But I just want to ask 5Ls what his take is on the moon landing in general. Like, do you think that was an actual, mission that was successful? That then we went there and and they came back and they played golf on the moon and planted a flag.
Bruh.
Like,
Oh,
I want to know
With
what
the
your
dune
take
buggy.
is. Do you think all of that was real and genuine?
obviously, as you can probably tell by the sound of my voice, I was not around for that. But I have done a lot of readings. I've watched a lot of documentaries, videos, and I do believe that they really put man on the moon. I do believe that actually happened.
So you do understand that that's a belief, right?
Yes. I see what you're trying to say. I do believe I do know it is. From my point of view, it's a belief. But
or is it a belief? But it's important to distinguish those two.
yeah. So I think for me, it's a belief, and I understand that. I think that also were documents that prove it, and I mean, yes, you can't just, since I wasn't there, I can't just look at these documents and say, all right, this is authentic. But I do think that they, point in the right direction.
Do you think the NASA is an authoritative source in terms of like their documents are legit, right? Like you would accept those documents as like, wow, this is empirical evidence, right?
Yes, I would
You
say
would?
yes.
Okay. Hang on to that thought. I know you guys know where I'm going to go with that, but 8Ls, you said you had a question.
Okay, so like why would like the sun be round and why would the moon be round and why would like all the other planets be round, like Neptune and everything? Like why would all of our other surrounding planets be
Slow down.
round?
It else,
Slow
it
down. You're
else,
good.
real
You're
quick.
good.
You make sure
Earth not
you're
be
listening
round.
closely because we sort of already covered this. We do not think the Earth is some flat disk in space. So you're basically asking, well, how come the Earth is a disk and everything else isn't? Well, we don't see the Earth like that.
Right.
And then secondly, I don't know why people are so quick to compare the Earth to things they see in the sky. When I look in the sky, I see things that are glowing, moving. The Earth doesn't glow, and it sure as
So
hell
what's
isn't
the
moving
difference?
either. Well, hold on, if you want an answer, right? So there's no comparison. There's not a single resemblance. So I look around Earth, there's lots of trees, lakes. I look in the sky, I don't see any trees up there. And so there really is no reason to start comparing the ground to things you see in the sky. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you the simple question. Why would you think that the lights in the sky have anything to do with the ground?
And also, why does the Earth, in your theory, rotate, but none of the other things in the sky? We haven't seen the back of the moon. We haven't seen the back of Saturn. None of that. We always see the same position.
Me?
But
Yeah, my question for you,
Ding dong. Yes.
Like other planets?
Wait, so let me ask the question. This is for you, 81 or whatever, or 8Ls.
So I'm more of like concerned
be
about like
9
the
Ls.
universal laws and why if all these other planets follow universal laws, why doesn't Earth also follow
Here's
the
a
universal
newsflash: the
laws?
Earth isn't a planet.
You're being too broad when you say that. Let me just ask the question again. Like it's a very
Well, we can
serious and
also
simple.
Mars is planning if we follow like NASA and what 5LS is saying. Me and 5LS both trust NASA, as we were saying.
you guys trust
If we
NASA,
both,
right? I
yeah,
got
if we
you.
both follow that, Mars is quote unquote a sustainable place to live in the future. It's
Yeah,
not just
I know the
Earth.
story. We're very familiar with the story. All of us in here are very well versed in the story. We know the story. My question to you, pay attention now. My question to you, I don't mean to be rude with that. My question to you is, why would you think that the lights in the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars, these are lights in the sky, luminaries in the sky. Why would you think that the lights in the sky have anything to do with the ground? That's my question to you. Where's the connection?
I mean, the ground, if you compare it, it's like the ground can't just be overwhelmingly flat. That's like if the ground was overwhelmingly flat, I could see lights like all the way to like
No.
Las Vegas, couldn't
No.
I?
I think the question, well, let's go ahead and just look at it like this. On the Earth,
I don't get
if
it.
there were no lights on in your house, no lights on in the street, if it was nighttime and the moon wasn't out, there was nothing to illuminate, would you be able to see? Be dark, you wouldn't be able to see, correct?
Yeah, there'd be no sun.
Okay, so if the sun is illuminating a light,
Mhm.
the moon is illuminating a light, and Jupiter and Mars and Saturn and all the other stars that you see, they're all illuminating a light. The ground that you're standing on isn't illuminating a light. How could you compare them? I mean, I could be in my yard right now. I can look out my window. I can see birds in the tree, and they're flying around. That doesn't mean that I'm a bird in a tree flying around. Ground that we're on is not illuminated. It's quite dark when there's nothing to illuminate it.
The moon
So-
isn't illuminated, it only reflects the
I
sun.
mean, that's the claim, but that's not what you see.
And the Earth also isn't illuminated, it also only reflects the sun. It's how quantum physics work too.
And,
That
well,
was
Things
just
only
before we get
reflect
in,
the sun,
real quick, I like
or
President
they only
Orion.
reflect light too. It's either sun or light. It's a form of light.
Well, 8Ls, real quick, let's just simplify the conversation. I like President
How we see
Orion's
colors,
question.
like photons, electrons, anything.
Hold
It's a
on, give me
perception.
take a second. I want to go back to President Orion's question simply, right? How does looking at things in the sky help us determine the shape of the Earth? What we're standing on? What how does that help? Like I don't look at the
Because
sun
we
and
can
be like,
better
"Oh, we're on the
see.
sun."
Like we can better perceive our reality, I guess, in a sense. Like
How
if
does that
everything
help you
around
measure
me
the
is
ground, though?
curved, then why would I be the only thing that's not curved?
Yeah,
in a
but
sense?
Wavemixer just went over that with you. He said he looks around his surroundings. He sees birds and trees. Is he a bird in a tree? No. So no, you don't just make
Yeah,
comparisons
but
like
that's
that.
like I see animals, but in my animal, no. Like
No. So when you see things in the sky, that doesn't mean the ground is what you see in the sky. As I said earlier, those things
yeah,
glow and
but
they
that's
move. The Earth
also
doesn't glow
like
or
a
move.
proton isn't an electron. They can never mix. Like some things will never mix.
Yeah,
Some
like the
things
Earth
can
and the
never
things in the
mix.
sky.
Quantum
Correct.
entanglement. Things can never mix.
Yeah, like
You're
the Earth
making
and the things in the
inferences,
sky.
though.
Right.
You're making inferences that aren't verifiable. Is the point? We can verify the ground. Like I know, we can measure the ground. We can do all different types of things here on Earth, right? So how does
Mhm.
looking up at the sky help us determine what we're
So
on?
how do
Like,
you measure the ground? Like what measurements do you use?
Not by staring at the sky.
Geology? Like what measurements do you use? How do you measure it?
Well, how do you
Well,
think
there's stages of this. You start with your eyes. All right, you start with your eyes. Then you can move up to a solid straight edge or a laser, one of the two. So that's how you'd start.
So you're starting without a claim. So there's no scientific method?
Well, so far I've made no claim. And what
I
we're
know,
talking about
but
has
like
nothing to do with the scientific method, by the way. The
there's
scientific
no
method has to do
I
with
feel like
cause and effect relationships. But we're just
there's
talking about
no like
geometry at the moment.
yeah, just geometry right now, Ados. You're good.
We sort of did cover that in the check-in as well, Ados. Is that
but I feel like there's no like
you feel like like measuring things doesn't fall into the category of science. If I'm trying to get some new shoes at the shoe store, I don't like try to find the scientist. I just ask the guy to measure my foot. It's just not science.
Right.
They're
Well,
led to
I think
believe
this
that
would be a
it
great.
is, that it's scientifically related, that it has some sort of scientific validity to it. That's because there's fields of study that have been developed that want to give the idea, give the impression that they have that credibility, that it's empirical when it's not. And it doesn't conform to the scientific method. When you break down the scientific method and you study it closely, you'll find that a lot of these fields of study, like astrophysics and even theoretical physics, do not abide by the scientific method.
And while the thought is still fresh in our minds, while 81 is actually asking us the other way around, normally, how would we measure the Earth? We normally ask people how the Earth has ever been measured at all to a ball. So now that we've gone over the basic beginning of the method, let me ask you: do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the surface of the Earth and detected curvature? And what was the method of that?
yeah. So if you go and you go to the ocean, right? And you sit at the end of the ocean and you have like a telescope, right? And you look straight down that telescope, you can wait for a ship, right? And the ship will slowly go up the curvature
Bruh.
until you see the tip of the boat. Makes
so
sense.
that would mean that the water is formed into a freaking hill. Was that like?
So
why
the thing is, this is
does it
affirming
make
the
sense? No, it
consequence.
doesn't make
So,
sense.
look,
That's also
we should
still
point
not
out
how
that this
it
is.
works because if you're sitting waiting for something to happen, I'm just using the ocean because the ocean is broad and you can wait for it to come,
Yeah,
but
it's
maybe
flat.
you can sit somewhere flat and wait for something to come straight at you, and you can still see that the tip of something comes directly at you. You'll see the head of something coming first, and then
Mhm.
you'll see the rest of it.
Yeah, this can happen on flat surfaces. We can show
Yep.
you in the chat. Just hold on a second. We got you. But yeah, I mean, what you would be implying essentially is that the water is curved or formed in some type of bulge or a hill or a mound or a sagitta or whatever you want to call it. I know people don't like the word hill like bruh in the chat, but let's take a quick listen. I have a short clip of someone saying, yeah, it is a hill of water. Let's take a quick listen.
There's also
There you
horizon
go.
way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if
Okay,
you look at how much is
okay.
actually hidden,
Okay, buddy.
So I mean, that's essentially what you would be arguing for. Is like, well, that boat's being blocked by a hill of water. So I mean, you're
Well,
welcome to make that argument, but I would say water just simply does not do that ever.
so there's a hill. So you're saying there's a hill of water?
No, that's what you're saying, dear.
Actually, you're saying that the horizon is the top of that hill.
But let's take a look at the chat. I mean, we can post some examples of this exact same phenomena happening over flat surfaces. And I'll post some stuff in the chat for you. If you guys have any extra content, feel free to post it in there as well. I know
Miguel's
Kiwi had
posted
really
a couple of pictures. I posted the video that I've got from Sunset Beach.
I even post just second. I did post a document from NASA talking about the moon. It says science
Just make sure that-
the lunar surface itself it's a poor reflector. Okay, that's from NASA.
Let's keep it on
Wait,
one
whoa,
topic.
wait up. Wait, one sec. Just make sure these guys are aware of the live stream voice text.
Oh, yes. 8Ls, 5Ls. Can you see the live stream chat? I can post
No,
a tag. I can tag you in there. Just one sec. Yeah, I just tagged
Oh,
you.
I can.
All right, cool. Yeah, so we can demonstrate what you're describing happening on a surface that isn't
Hold up.
curved.
I'm
So,
trying to find the formula, so because everything I say has to be able to be.
oh, we know the formula actually. I mean, I can tell you right now. Is essentially, as Tita pointed out, that the horizon is claimed on the globe side is claimed to be the curve of the Earth. So, the formula would essentially boil down to at 1 foot off the surface up, like 1 foot in height, that the distance to that curvature would be at about 1.2 miles. And, for an average like 5 or 6 foot observer, it would be about 3 miles. And we've got citations for that if you need it. But yeah, go ahead and find your formula if you want to post it. We can compare, but it should be about the same. So, yeah. And we can get into this further because clearly if you're just looking out at the water, we do have ship trackers that I guess could tell you how far away the ship is.
I can't send images.
No, not yet. You can DM it to me. I'll send you a message if you want to send it to my DMs. I'll send you a message here. I'll post it for you for now. Once we vet you a little bit more, you can have image perms. But I'm actually glad this got to this point as quickly as it did because this is essentially what it all boils down to, is the horizon. So let's take a look at your formula here.
That's not straight enough, though. I don't get it.
What's not straight enough? The table?
The way that it's peaked. Yeah.
You're saying the table's curved?
That makes sense. Right, there's a spear.
Wait, hold on. Wait, you're saying the table's curved? Like, isn't the whole point of a table is to not be curved? Anyway, let's take a look at your formula here. Transmitter elevation, Z. Target receiver elevation, ZR. D equals range to horizon. D2 equals range from horizon to target. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much the same. There's no numbers here except for the radius. But yeah, this all checks out. You can put you can start putting numbers into an Earth curve calculator if you'd like. Miguel just posted a graph with some more numbers there. But yeah, essentially the formula is correct, I suppose.
CB, are they allowed to chat in the voice text, just not link or embedded images, right?
Yep, they can text. Yep.
Okay.
Yes, I see your thing, and so two things I'd like to say really quickly.
Wait, Fat Voice, save it. Don't worry, I got you. We'll talk about it, me and you for sure.
Oh no, what I meant to say was that I have to go in a second, so
okay.
Okay.
I wanted to say I appreciate you, I guess, holding the stand up, and I think that although at least to me, I can't really find too much common ground, and I think that we can just agree to disagree at this stage. But I do thank you for having me on, and I wish you all a good night.
Before you go, though, real quick, what do you think about that report, though? Remember, we're talking about NASA docs, right? You would trust NASA documents, right?
You're supposed to read that PDF. Hold up, send me that again.
Yeah,
you sent a PDF, and I was gonna click on it, and then.
But if you could, before you leave 5Ls, I just would like you to read that first sentence of the second paragraph of the introduction. You see that picture?
This report details the development of the linear the linear model of a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. So, yes, I wish I could talk about that. Unfortunately, I can't right now.
Just take that in for now. I know you got to go, but there's like 50, probably even more documents. I know there's at least like 50 documents that have that exact kind of explanation of their, like, they have to assume like everything that they take into effect when it comes to, like, linear aircraft models or for anything to work. Basically, they have to assume a flat, non-rotating Earth. So just take that with a grain of salt. Come back and talk about it.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all a good night.
Yeah, you too, brother. Have a good one.
Can I get claps too?
Maybe once we get to this next argument, I'll give you some claps. Here's a question for you, though, Adels. You see that picture I posted in the chat? 18 minutes past the hour with the two rigs there. My question for you.
My mom actually said I had to go to.
Oh, mom.
Yeah, so I have to get claps. Yeah.
Dang it.
No.
Yeah.
Well, before you go, I know
mom,
Effie is really bad at letting people leave. Let me just ask you a quick question. Where do you see the horizon in this photo?
The horizon is at the very bottom.
I guess the better question would be.
Look.
Let me
Okay, wait.
You're good.
Okay,
I'll give you multiple choice, so it's easy. Thanks, Miguel.
Wait, did you send me it?
It's in the chat there.
Where?
In the live stream chat.
Back
in the server.
Oh.
Miguel posted a
Where
multiple choice. If you just want to answer the multiple choice.
horizon?
I'll give you claps if you get it right. It's not a trick question, by the way.
I'm guessing A.
There you go. There you go. Do you actually have to go or no?
Oh no, we're just going to join the same VC.
Oh, you little rascals.
All right. Well, I mean, you brought up the formula, so next time you come back, we'll test that formula. Does that sound good?
Okay. Bye.
If you don't come back, we're changing your name to 9Ls. All right.
Yeah, that's right.
Bye.
6 L's and 9 L's.
Claps.
Right.
Have a good one.
Later. Man. Nice.
That was a quick one.
That's funny.
Quickie, anybody?
I just I like the fact that I trust NASA. I trust those documents. It's like I had to bring those up. I'm sorry.
They don't really have any reason not to, I suppose. Shout out to Orion on the mic. That was good. Shout out to Beast. Who else jumped on the mic with us?
Wave
Mixer.
Kenchi, but Kenchi left.
Oh yeah, Kenchi. So yeah, thanks guys. We appreciate all the support.
Oh, I was just about to acknowledge him.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, I think you should add the laugh track for Seinfeld to your queue.
And I've got that request a lot. I need to just go ahead and do that because I've got that request a whole bunch.
Yo, what's up,
What?
guys?
Hey, Shakes.
Shakes.
What's up?
Welcome back, dude. What brings
Thanks,
you
bro.
around these parts?
Dude, I'm bored as fuck, like really depressed.
Whoa,
And I
you
got
good?
nothing to do.
That's not good, bro.
Yeah, dude.
We'll bring you out of your funk.
Yeah, we got you, dude.
Yeah. Not going too detailed into why you're depressed, but I didn't talk to you before. So this is your second time back?
No, dude, I've been in the server for like 5 years.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
OG.
Why don't you have your roles yet? Or you're still on the fence? Or
I
like,
know,
what's
only
going
3.
So
I just show up
teammate
here and I
Andy.
listen.
You
I'm just a
Team
little
Flat or
lurker.
you Globe Gang? Oh, and he's gone.
See.
Well, I get these little texts to my phone with news events and stuff. I just now received one that says Space Drugs Factory denied re-entry to Earth. Air Force and FAA denied permission for the Varda space capsule to return to land on Earth. Said here that if they were manufacturing crystals of an HIV drug in space, the first orbital factory struck in orbit after being denied re-entry back to Earth for safety concerns. Oh, that sounds like space herpes to me. Oh, space.
Yep. They're
Save.
trying to find a cure for the space herp. Finally, we've been waiting all this time. Somebody tag Space for a peace roll real quick.
There's Ether. I said hi to you earlier. You didn't say hi to me, but
I may or may not be here at any given time. Just because I'm here doesn't mean I'm here. And just because I'm here doesn't mean I'm not here.
Oh, do we have ether clones?
maybe. I think you would really appreciate a clone at this point that has a nice, healthy foot. Sorry,
Well,
brother, I know you're in pain.
I've missed. Is this? I know that you had an incident a while back, a few months ago. Is your foot? Is that a new incident that I'm unaware of? Ether, your foot?
I fell from a great height. I was climbing up a ladder and it kind of teetered over and fell out from under me, and then my arm. I was trying to lift myself up, but my arm gave out. So I'd actually lifted. It was originally about 8 feet from where the top of the ladder is, but because I lifted myself up, I probably fell more like 12 feet.
Ouch!
You shouldn't have been trying to get up to see the curvature, man. That's what you get. No, I'm just kidding.
You can't climb high enough up on a ladder to see the curve. We've told you again and again.
Yeah, Ether, come on, dude. No,
It's okay. I just realized that there's a radio tower over there, and once my foot's healed.
Did you break anything or sprain it or lose cut?
The heel itself got fractured in a really weird way, and I think I had microfracture in the top part of. Yeah, the top part of the bones and my toes are kind of screwed, but the muscle and tendons and everything are even more messed up.
Damn,
I have to
dude.
keep it under compression and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's funny.
It probably wouldn't have been so bad if I already have health problems, so like my body's not in the greatest of shape. So if it were better off, I probably could have landed even in the darkness without hurting myself as much. But yeah.
That's why we don't dabble in the dark, son. It's like, no,
The last thing I remember from that before I actually got hurt is looking down and seeing nothing but pitch black darkness and falling into the void, and then being thankful. Then I'm laying. Then I kind of like flop back on my back, and my head lands on this tuft of soft grass. So I'm like, oh, well, thank God I didn't break my neck or hit my head or something. Oh my God, like the pain reaches from my heel to my brain, and then everything else is inexplicable after that.
Damn, well, wish you a speedy recovery and hope you get back to 100%, hopefully.
The funniest part, and thank you for that. The funniest part is I get to the orthopedics doctor or whatever, and they're going to do the scan on the x-ray. And when I'm wheeled in there, the technician has kind of like a, oh my God, like reaction, like what the and I can't remember exactly what she said, but I'm like, that is not what you want to hear when they bring you into this room. It's the opposite of what you want to hear.
You're good though. You're here, man.
Yeah.
Still here.
It's all good. It's great.
I
It's
just
worked
wanted to
out.
say, I just love how, like, little did that last gal know, like, she completely pulled the rug out on herself when she was like, oh yeah, the horizon's at A.
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, we'll quiz you on that next time you come back.
CB, how do you do your soundboard? Is it just
Hey,
digitally?
man, a magician.
He uses his mind and transfers his thoughts directly into the computer.
No, I'm just saying, like, are you
Not like
digitally
that.
using it, or do you have like a
Hey,
box?
listen, a good magician never reveals his tricks, all right?
Man, I gotta get my Clubhouse boys on here. This is unreal. Like, there's a dude on Clubhouse that has a soundboard there too. Like a whole flat Earth community on there. I gotta get them over here.
Bet, yeah.
Bring him
Yeah.
on, bro.
Do a little
Whoever
collab.
wants to
There's this one
fight
guy,
CB in
Jamal.
a soundboard.
Yeah, there's this one guy, Jamal. He can go against the top globe earther, like the top. He's so good and fast with his knowledge. It's crazy.
Nice. Yeah, man. It's weird how like this place isn't like advertised. Like maybe, dude, where's all the balling at flat earthers at, dude? We need some of y'all like we need billboards, shit like that. You know what's really funny? We used to have a user named Adam Unsalted. He sometimes pops in and out, so
He's
if you see him-
around.
yeah, if you see him, just give him a shout out. He would make these memes, but they weren't really like funny memes. They were he would like take like a busy street in New York City or something, like in Times Square, with all these billboards and advertisements, and he would swap one out for like the Black Swan. It's like that would be really funny if you literally just put up like, where do you see the horizon type of thing, like billboards and stuff. That would be really funny. I think that's something that we're missing is maybe some stupid rich flat earthers like making billboards for the Discord and stuff like that. That would be really funny because this place doesn't get a lot of advertisement. I didn't even hear about this place until like I heard Globers talking trash about it. You know what I mean? And I was hanging out with flat earthers for a while before that. So yeah, I mean, maybe we need to do a better job of spreading the message of this place. I know people like Spake and there's some others that go out and kind of like spread the word. So I appreciate guys like that. And Orion.
Spake will be getting milk and be like, what are you?
Did you hear about Flat Earth, man?
Did you hear about Flat Earth?
Yeah.
How do you think they're fucking floating above our head, man?
But I wish I could find Adam's memes. I mean, I'll try to find something, but man, I really like those posts. They were hilarious.
I have an idea. Why don't we have a contest? Right?
Well, who can put up the billboard
$500
first?
who can provide evidence of those 3 claims, right? Just have like a contest. Be like, oh, I'll make it easy $500. Oh, I'm a gamer. I'm up
Yeah.
for it. I'll
Oh,
bring
I
him
found
in.
an example. Check the chat. This is the type of stuff I'm talking about. Adam would make stuff like this all the time. It's like, those are so funny, dude.
Is that a real?
No, he would like Photoshop the Black Swan onto like billboards and stuff. I love it. That's something we could definitely do. That's fairly realistic. It wouldn't be too difficult to like get an advertisement like that.
That's where my printing experience would come in handy, right there. Boom.
There you go, Miguel. That's that one I like too. Like just put the Black Swan up on a billboard. I think that would be so funny. Oh
great.
man. So yeah, shout out to those folks that are still finding this place. It's like a it's like a damn war fort in the middle of a war. We got
You
this
know what we
place
can do,
built.
bro? We can flood Google Images, right? Have like Pinterest, Tumblr, wherever else you can post images, and just flood it with Black Swan search results.
Yeah.
And then just have a Black Swan with that in the background or something like that. Like flood it.
It wouldn't be a bad idea, man. It's because like people are still hearing about this place all the time, you know. So maybe we could do a better job. Yeah, I like that one too, Miguel. Some of those are my favorite. So shout out to Adam Unsalted, dude.
Let's see here. So I was also thinking of like a way to do simulcast to kind of get around certain restrictions, if you get my drift.
Dude, yes.
Do you know what I mean by that?
Please,
Simulcast?
we need to get on Rumble.
But what you would do is you'd have the audio off of a different platform, right? That doesn't have as many restrictions or etc. Have the live stream, right? And all you would have to do is just have 2 open links, match the audio with the live stream, boom. Get around TOS.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been saying this for a while. We should do like, if it's just once a week or whatever, but we need to do some like exclusive Rumble streams.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Because, dude, Rumble, this is what's different about Rumble. You don't have to worry about copyright strikes with music. You can play songs. Not that we really, try to play a lot of copyrighted music, but you can play music, you can play clips of other people's stuff, you can say things you can't say on YouTube. I think it'd be fun to go and let loose on Rumble every now and again. That's something we haven't done yet.
How is that possible, though?
Hey,
'Cause I
Rumble's
thought
that, Rumble's
no, I
that
thought the
free speech
copyright-
platform, baby.
No, I thought copyright laws were universal to every platform.
No, I don't think, no, because I was just watching Fresh and Fit, and they did a stream on like top 10. They did a top 10 most simp R&B songs. It was really funny. And so every time they went to play the song, they would go on Rumble and then play the whole music video. So no, you can play music on Rumble that's copyrighted. for sure. At least based off of what I watched. So yeah. Shout out to Rumble, man. Like they're the next platform for free speech. So at least from what I'm hearing, so I think it would be fun to go on there. Go ahead, Kenchi.
Nah, I was just agreeing with you. I really hope Rumble or TikTok, one of them just takes off and replaces YouTube in the long run.
Yeah, I don't know if TikTok's gonna be the spot. Although I know we did get on there for a bit. We were trying really hard to make some moves on TikTok. But personally, I'm more of a Rumble guy myself. I'd love to see. And like, if you go on Rumble and just search up this topic, there's no like text boxes with fact checked and that stuff. And like you actually get what you're looking for. If you just search it up right now, the top 5 results are all positive for FE. I know somebody, I think BC, you were saying like on Spotify, it was like the 12th result. Like you'll get stuff at the top on Rumble. So yeah, I like Rumble a lot. We're very careful here because we're on YouTube, so you don't have to be as careful on Rumble for sure. So if anyone's out there that has the capability to get us on Rumble, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, the thing is, yeah, no, I got you, and I'm trying to be careful now after AI's warning. I got you, brother. My bad.
Well, what do you say? Let me see. Don't talk about.
Yeah, what we were talking about. Don't talk about that. But no, it is a good thing, a good idea to diversify how people listen in. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, no more cute puppies.
Wait, that one kind of went over my head. Did I miss something?
Cute, just cute. Here, I'll just message you.
All right, yeah. Sorry, I don't want to. AI, he don't mess around. You know what I'm saying? So. Oh yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, I kind of forgot. I was on the live stream for a second. Sorry.
No worries. Yeah, so what did you guys think of those last guys, the 8Ls, 6Ls? They were in the chat, like, a little sporadic. I thought actually the conversation went better than I expected.
9 Ls?
Yeah.
6 Ls now?
Exactly, dude, exactly.
They both took 2 different approaches and was just like, we actually got to go and hang out with people that, confirm our bias.
That happens a lot, and I know our friend Hellish isn't here anymore, but what he said also reminded me of a clip I have from Fresh and Fit, where like when we really start getting into like the nitty gritty, oh, look at the time, oh, it's 1 a.m., I don't have all the stats, like I gotta go. Like, let me just play the clip and you guys can see how close it sounds to exactly what they did, so let's take a listen.
There's a plethora of reasons, actually, and the research really exists, and I'm not going to go into all of it. It is almost 1 a.m., and I do have work in the morning, but the research is out there, and Google is free. The stats are very real. There's a lot of social issues that surround it. There's a lot of socioeconomic differences that impact that. If you want...
I mean, I don't mean to throw shots, but...
I want to say 5LS is... doing spam at the Flat Earth Homeschool.
What?
Flat Earth Homeschool, Flat Earth Homeschool server on Discord. 5LS, the guy that was here.
Oh, they're in that server?
They are. This guy is spamming there.
I didn't even know that server existed. Never heard of that.
Yeah.
What is that server that you just mentioned?
Probably.
Let me see.
Probably a troll server, to be honest.
Look at Miguel doing some hunting. He's like,
nice,
where'd these
Miguel.
guys go?
Or investigator. Yeah, but go ahead, Flying. What's up?
Oh, so they can escape this place. These people are too smart. Let us find some dummies to talk to. That's what happened there.
Yeah. Yeah, they had some weird stuff to say in the VC check-in. 5Ls was like... I'm going to start calling them 6Ls. Yeah, 6Ls was like... Oh, we just don't have the right technology yet. 37 members. Yeah, that's clearly I'm gonna join.
So, okay, I know what they're doing. They're literally trying to be like, let's go troll all the flat earthers. Let's go to every single server.
Whoa, what the hell? They're spamming.
What? Where?
Yeah, well, I just joined and they're spamming in the chat already. Let Let me just mute the server because they're spamming like crazy. I don't know
hear
if I
it.
would join. Hold on.
That's from that Flat Earth homeschool server?
It's 5L spamming too. It's weird. How new is this server?
I don't even
I
wanna
guess
click.
we made them spiral because that's not a good sign, not a good mental stable kind of action going on there.
Oh yeah, they're triggered.
Hey, welcome back, Hellish.
Oh, was it?
Yep, been in
were
and
your
out.
ears-
Sorry.
Were your ears ringing something? Because we were just talking
We literally
about
just
you.
said, yeah.
That's funny.
Sorry, I disconnected. I stepped away from the computer, but I'm back now.
No, it's
How
all good.
dare
You
you.
didn't miss too much.
So sorry. Forgive me.
I'm not worthy.
Damn, dude, they're super triggered.
Nah. Hey, pun intended. At least you have balls.
Oh, is that? Wait, hold on. That was a globe pun. Lord
Yeah.
Almighty. Lord
Yeah.
Almighty, help me.
I mean, you're sticking around.
Hey, I've been around. I remember, man, back in the day, I had the damn valued tag. I lost that shit. Now I'm just back to the regular old voice chat, guy.
I don't know if you've seen the stocks on the globe model, but they're not looking too hot, bro. So not too much
I'm putting
confidence.
my money in Dogecoin, so that'll tell you what I know about stocks.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll give you your Globe Earth rollback. So congratulations.
Oh, thank you. God
You
bless.
have been a very good sport, so I appreciate that. You said last time you got banned for half-cocked arguments. I was like, I don't see that as a reason to ban somebody.
It was a terrible argument. I had mixed up like the definition. I don't know how. I had mixed up the definition of potential energy and like acceleration. So I was talking about like gravity is always accelerating all objects at all times towards the center of mass, right? And it's like, well, that's not exactly true. It's more like all objects have a certain amount of potential energy at all times, which can, become acceleration if they were to enter free fall. So it was like I had my argument mixed up, and it just sounded really stupid. It didn't have it fully fleshed out, right? So, and it stemmed from my own misunderstanding. So it was my own fault, and I don't exactly blame them for banning me. I just would have preferred to go into cognitive dissonance so I could have thought about what I was saying first. But I understand. I mean, I sounded like a troll with how fucking terrible the argument was, right?
That's funny. I mean, you've been very genuine and sincere this whole time, so I don't know, maybe you had a different vibe back then, not sure. Honestly, genuine, I think that oftentimes when people come back for round 2, that they have a better experience than round 1. But
Hey, shoot, man, this is round 3 for me, I suppose at this point.
Round 3. Fight. Nice. Oh,
I looked up genuine etymology just for the heck of it. Genuine, in the sense natural or proper.
Nice.
And then it says, or related to genuni, ni, or related to gignir, create or beget.
What was that last word?
Beget.
No, before that.
Create.
No, before that.
Gignir.
You racist? No.
Okay. Oh my God.
That's racist.
Trying to trap me, bro?
Just joking.
I do love etymology. You've struck upon my heart without even knowing it.
What, etymology?
Oh, dude, it's so fun, dude. Why words are the words they are? Why they've settled in the particular word? It's hilarious most of the times. It's usually just because it's like a Latin word that we shortened or whatever, right? Or bastardized. It's great.
You would love talking with Ether about that. Then he's the one that got me on the habit of always etymology of certain words. That's interesting though, man. It's just crazy. It's like trying to rationalize because you seem to have a very good discerning ability, you know what I mean, to pick apart things, right, that make it digestible in terms of information. Wow, I just don't understand. What makes you really think yep, we're on a globe? I just don't get it at this point anyway.
So I'll say it again. But please, don't interrogate me too far.
No, you're
But
not interrogating.
a
No
few
one
years
judged.
ago, no, I appreciate it. But a few years ago, when I was going for my bachelor's and I was getting, a degree in environmental sciences, it was basically like, there's a reason why this particular spot on the planet has this particular climate. And there's a reason why this particular spot on the planet has this particular climate. It's because of these particular factors based on, the incident of sunlight, the incident angle of sunlight, or based on the atmospheric patterns, or based on the circulation within the ocean, a million different factors. And then not to mention like the life that particular point on the earth then facilitates because of all of those facilitating factors. It's like it's such a full structure, and it's very, it's complete in its explanation. Though I understand.
Funny though, bro.
Oh, go
All
ahead.
of that you said, right? Literally doesn't matter if you're on a globe or flat Earth. Like all that just can be completely derived with either worldview. You know what I mean?
Well, I know what you mean because I'm somewhat familiar with the arguments, but I don't know what you mean because some of the arguments, they don't feel as persuasive to me. But I understand.
Like, well, you said certain factors and variables determine, different ecosystems, across the world, right? Like, it's kind of like how, we do all have, we're in air pressure, but, it's not dispersed evenly, right? It's like there's pockets, certain different pockets and different pressures and, colder climates versus hotter climate. I get that. No, I totally get that. But it just doesn't like solidify that you're on a ball. You know what I mean? Like that's because all that's, completely observable, in terms of like the weather. We're here. Like we all experience weather. That's something we can all verify for ourselves. Like I get it. Do you get what I mean though? Like I don't see how that purports to ball, like equal ball.
So there, I won't say equal ball exactly, but I'm sure you've probably heard of like what's it called, like the agricultural fucking like hand guide, like farmers after so many centuries have put together like an index of like these are the conditions of certain crops will face during certain times of year in certain parts of the planets. And that's just because of like what's occurred in those parts of the planets over the past century, 2 centuries, 3 centuries, right? So it's like it's certain, that for like local areas, you can just observe the climate, being the local weather day after day for a year, and then begin to build a model like locally without needing to know the shape of the earth or ocean cycles or like atmospheric patterns globally. But as far as like predicting things on a like continental scale or a global scale, the flat Earth doesn't have a model for predictions, right? Like
so I noticed in the way that you talk that you have this presupposition of globe and planet really deeply ingrained.
I do. Naturally.
Therein lies the problem.
Well, as I was saying, with my education, it's part and parcel, right?
Oh, I have to go in 2 minutes. Hellish, you just reminded me of an analogy I came up with a while back. I posted it in the chat. I'll have to redig it up. But it's this basket of loose cables. I'm going to repost it. And I don't say this to mean like sound rude or anything, but oftentimes when I hear kind of the way you like the
buzzwords,
the stance you come from, not necessarily buzzwords, is because like you have all these things that seem to connect, right? This goes with this, that makes sense. This goes into this. So like I have in my room, a basket of cables, and it's like you could connect some of them. Some of them will connect to each other, but the issue is they're not connected to any power. And so what we spend most of our time on is the foundation or the power, essentially. So it's great that all these things seem to make sense and they connect, but like, where's your foundation essentially? And I think I scared off heretics. So let me just send them a message. I apologize about that. Sorry.
And you're good, Hellish. Not trying to put you against the wall like that. It's just like, yeah, like you said, part and parcel to education, right? There's a fine line between education and indoctrination for all aspects, right? You know what I mean? To be able to discern that, this information that I'm being told, does it, is it actual truth? Like, is it real information, or is it, they're selling me something? We all go through that.
I hear you. It's usually when you have to perform some sort of function or job that it's like you discern if what you learned was pure like when you're going through an educational course. It's like, I have to memorize these things, and it's good if you understand it, because then it becomes easier to answer your questions on a test. But it's like, if you can memorize it, that's kind of what matters. But then, yeah, of course, when you go to a job or an occupational field, if you don't understand it, then nothing matters. You can memorize all you want, but when people ask you questions and you don't understand the inner workings, then you'll sound like an idiot. So, that's all I got on that one, actually.
Everything you said is 100% true. We determine what's useful to us through experience, right? Anything that we quote unquote learned, we hear things all the time, like a bunch of bullshit information, right? And we can't remember all of the things that we've heard over the past 20 years. There's bits and pieces, but like, we filter out the nonsense, the useless things. And I just feel like the biggest nonsense, the biggest useless thing to have in your mind is just like the idea of planets being these spherical objects, with gravity and all these this like, it's like a fan fiction that someone's writing, like, over the story of heliocentrism. And it's like, before heliocentrism, it's like, what was wrong with geocentrism? Everything worked out totally fine. There's no justification for the switch other than a power grab. That's when you want to break it down, like, you go back in history, that was the only reason for it. And then they've just been basically stacking their power grab on top of that ever since. Kind of weird, because like, there's natural science, and then there's there's pseudoscience. I feel like astrophysics and stuff like that, where it's like concepts or theoretical things, you know what I mean? Those are all, that's it. They're just concepts. There's no solid foundation, like Creation Bear was saying. And what you're doing, like, in terms of like weather patterns and stuff, like, that's all great. That's like real science. Like, that's natural science. In terms of like figuring out different patterns, different currents, like things we can all experience. So that's all. I just wanted to...
I will say, as far as like, it's a word that gets tossed around a lot. As far as like the word "they" goes, not to hit on anything in particular, but like, they cover up the shape of the earth. That's something I've heard a few times. And now, as a few years have gone by, and I've since joined the military, and I've had, I have a top secret clearance. Of course, I'm not going to reveal any sort of top secret information.
Please don't.
No, certainly not. But there's one thing I'll see is that, where I am at now, I have a very close in view with our country, the United, I shouldn't say our, but the United States of America's relationships with other countries, particularly Iran, right? We have a very a lot of animosity between those two countries. And I feel, it's just my personal opinion, that if Iran had something to gain, particularly by like revealing some sort of information, or by putting out a different, truth of the shape of the globe, to undercut America and its allies, it certainly would. Iran would do that. Any sort of edge it could gain over the United States, it would take advantage of. But we don't see that. No enemy countries undercut each other by utilizing, geographical information. They don't say, America doesn't understand the shape of the Earth. Here's what it's actually like to. Because if that was the case, then they could undercut trust in Americans wouldn't trust their country as much if Iran could undermine the authority. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but that doesn't happen. No countries use that against enemy countries. It just no countries disagree on the shape of the Earth, no matter how much they hate each other, right? That's just. I mean, it's not exactly science.
Wait. Repeat what you just said. No country, right?
Well, I mean, certainly there's plenty of countries.
No.
There might be one
on the shape of the Earth, right? They're all in tandem.
There might be one that I mean, I'm not certain. I haven't studied every country's stance on the subject, but
they work in tandem, though. Well, I'm speculating. I don't know for sure, but I'm just saying, like, you know about the Antarctic Treaty, though, right?
I think I've heard about it. It's like an agreement or a possible agreement that civilian vessels can't pass beyond a certain latitude to visit Antarctica, right?
And then there's the Arctic Treaty as well. That's actually still enforced.
But as far as I'm aware, there's public tours. You can sign up for like a tour to go visit Antarctica, right?
It's like like the Grand Canyon, how there's certain parts where you can't go into, right? There's only a certain designated section you can go visit, quote unquote. You know what I mean?
I'm not familiar with the Grand Canyon, but
like there's certain parts where you're not allowed to go explore independently because it's too dangerous, So there's only certain parts of the tour that you're able to see. You can't see the entire Grand Canyon with, like, do you get what I mean? There's certain things that are, designated for the public, and then there's certain things that you need to have, like you said, clearance. Have you ever heard of Jarl Anderhoy?
Jarl Anderhoy? No, I've not. I'll put him in my Google though.
Yeah. I think it's J.
Like Skyrim?
Or Jarl Andhoy, not Anderhoy.
I got him.
Yep.
Norwegian guy from 1977?
Oh, he was born in 1977. But
okay.
Yeah. So he was in the summer of 2000. Is this the right one? No, Berserk Sinking. Okay, yeah, that's the one. So in February 2011, during an expedition to the South Pole, Berserk activated its emergency transponder with 3 people on board. At the time, Jarl Andhoy and one of his crewmates, Samuel Massey, were driving ATVs toward the pole. So an extensive search was coordinated by New Zealand's Rescue Coordination Center and involved the governments of New Zealand, Norway, and the United States. So they're basically trying to find their homie's vessel. Like,
I would believe it. A 27-foot vessel, that's absolutely nothing. That's like 3-4 canoes strapped in a line. That's absolutely nothing.
Right. So like he basically was just like, we got to find him. So he joined the search party. And he was like arrested, I think, past the 78th parallel or something like that. And it was by the Chilean government, like, which is so wild. Like, basically, he got arrested by the Chilean government, even though he had clearance from New Zealand's Rescue Coordination Center and stuff like that. But it's almost like, they didn't know what was going on. They just sent somebody in the area, right? Like, hey, we got people in the area that's not supposed to be there. Send the freaking military. So it was just kind of like an example of like, yes, that is definitely being enforced.
There is certainly such a thing as like if like Chinese vessels were discovered to be fishing in like American waters, I believe that'd be like 20 nautical miles off the coast. Not particularly far, but if they were discovered, certainly they would most likely be detained. Not because of a shadow conspiracy, but because of animosity between governments, right? And I hope in this particular case, I don't know. I'm reading the Wikipedia article now, but I assume it'd be like something more akin to preventing competing countries from fishing your waters, right? Not that they were investigating something they were supposed to not be investigating.
No, it's not that, because that's the treaty is that in itself of all of these countries. I think it's like 50 countries. Pretty sure. I think it might be more now. But they all agree that no citizen could privately explore past the 60th parallel without some type of clearance, like either a research grant or military clear, which is just interesting. It's just like, why? Same thing with the Arctic Circle too. The Arctic Treaty, same thing. It's just the northern latitude instead. So I just find that peculiar, and I'm pretty sure that the Antarctic Treaty is one of the only ones, if not the only one, that is an international treaty that's never been broken between countries. I don't know if Iran's in it though. Let me see.
The Antarctic Treaty. I'm not certain. I would have to. I'm not familiar with that.
Check that out. I think it's like Article 5 in it, if I remember correctly, where it says that.
So, let's see. Is this the one that was signed on
1959? Yeah.
1959. Okay.
And then more. Yeah. So the number of parties to the treaty is now 56. Key documents. Let's see here. Sorry, treaty. Got it. Okay. The provisions of the present treaty shall apply to the area south of the 60th south latitude, including all ice shelves, but nothing in the present treaty shall prejudice or in any way affect the rights or the exercise of rights of any state under international law with regard to the high seas within that area. Let's see here.
Oh, could you link where you are in the voice chat? I'm struggling to find the. I'm on the website, but I'm only finding like updates to the treaty instead of like the treaty itself.
Yeah, I got you. I posted it.
Oh, okay, I see it. There we are.
So essentially, all expeditions to and within Antarctica on the part of its ships or nationals, and all expeditions to Antarctica organized in or proceeding from its territory, all stations in Antarctica occupied by its nationals, and any military personnel or equipment intended to be introduced by it into Antarctica subject to the conditions prescribed in paragraph 2, Article 1 of the present treaty. So paragraph 2, Article 1, present treaty shall not prevent the use of military personnel or equipment for scientific research or for any other peaceful purpose. Antarctica shall be used for peaceful purposes only. There shall be prohibited inter alia any measures of a military nature, such as the establishment of military bases and fortifications, the carrying out of military maneuvers, as well as the testing of any type of weapons. So basically, it's a contract or a treaty with all the countries agreeing that, like, hey, like, this is going to be peaceful territory. We're going to, no one step on each other's toes. We're going to go here for research, something.
I bet it was easier for them to sign since it's like, can't grow any food there, can't put any housing there. There's probably no oil to mine there. It's like
probably, or do you know?
No, I don't know for certain. That's just speculation.
Me either. True, to be fair, me either. But there is a famous interview from Richard E. Byrd. The famous Arctic explorer, sailed to he explored the North Pole and the South Pole areas, right? And in his interview, he says, or he's asked, like, is there any value in terms of exploring the bottom of the world? And he goes, why, yes, there is. Beyond the South Pole, and he says that, which is kind of peculiar. Beyond the South Pole, there's a land about the size of America with an untapped reservoir of resources. And he's like, give me an example. Is there uranium there? Is it going to be useful for military? And he goes, well, yes, it's getting kind of crowded down there. But for example, like there's a 150 or 180 mile mountain line that has enough coal to power the world for quite some time.
Is this a biography?
It's an interview on the Longines telescope. Let me see if I can find it. It's on the way back website here.
1888. Good lord. Okay, good stuff.
No, not.
Oh, that was when he was born.
Yeah, keep doing that.
My bad. 1888. Good lord.
Let me see here. Richard E. Byrd.
I must say I'm biased. This guy was apparently a rear admiral of some distinguished service.
Here. There you go.
All right, let's see.
It's very, very interesting. Again, this is all speculation because we can't independently go verify for ourselves what is over there, because we legally can't do it. Be arrested like Jarl Andrhoy was, or Andhoy. So when anyone tells you like a flat Earth, like someone that says there's a flat Earth model, anyone that says that is lying to you. Anyone that claims that there is a shape of the Earth, the true honest answer is like, we don't know. We can't independently verify it for ourselves.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I know. I mean, I remember reading at one point, it was one person's self-published book, and that certainly does not represent the whole community, but it was one person's opinion.
Yeah.
What's that?
Are you thinking about Mark Sargent?
I don't remember the particular author. I just remember the idea he had about the kind of situation of the Earth, I suppose, of Earth more like being. I think his idea was like the environment we find ourselves in is like one enormous ice sheet, and that the Earth is just one particular divot in this ice sheet. But if you were to be able to like transit the ice sheet, you'd be able to go to other divots and other,
Yeah, that's
like,
a speculative theory
quote, unquote,
behind it.
Earths. But it was just one person's opinion. But that's unfortunately, I think that's my biggest problem, is that like there is so much disagreement between the among the flat Earth community about models, because it's just there is none, right? So
What's
people
a
have
model?
their ideas. A model is something you can use to predict, right?
It's a model, though, right? It's a simulation. So it's a model. It's not necessarily reality. They're, like you said, there are tools that people use to help in making observations or measurements in reality, and sometimes those models are way off, right? Like we can, there's a bunch of examples. I don't want to get too deep into it, but
I mean, there are hundreds of models in academia about cosmology right now as it pertains to heliocentrism.
right.
Exactly. So
It's like models aren't, it's not like, oh, if we ever do get a flat Earth model, like, look, we did it, we made a flat Earth model, like, finally, like, there's never going to be that moment, because it's like, it's not really useful to have a quote unquote model, especially when it comes to the nature of our reality that we don't fully know what, we can't really say for sure what it is that we're,
But why wouldn't a model be useful? I mean, being able to predict the weather, being able to predict future climate, being able to predict future storm scenarios, I mean, these are useful things to be able to save lives and protect property. You know, knowing the foundation of our Earth and how it functions and how climate changes over time. I mean, these are important things, and I feel this is something that if the flat Earth wanted to be more important in a bigger view of like the rest of the world, the flat Earth would need to be able to answer. Right?
Well, we're not really concerned with that. I mean, I don't know who you think we are. We're not an organization. We're just the people that figured out that there's no curvature. So, I mean, yeah, it'd be nice if more people. It'd be nice if more people was more curious about the things that they believed. But it is what it is. I mean, I guess some people care about that kind of thing, but it's not like we're an organization.
Right. There's no
Yeah,
one central leader
certainly.
you can point to and be like, "That's the leader. We can shut down the organ." You know, it's like I
Right.
said,
You
we're all
don't have
choosing
like
to be here.
infinite resources. You don't have
Right.
like a sponsor to fund scientists to build a model. I understand, but
I think you're missing my point. No, we're just a couple of people that
I
just
got you.
figured out that all the models based on a globe that doesn't exist is ridiculous. It's I mean, it's not about fame, it's about truth. And the people who don't care about that more than they care about funding, creating creating models is how we got into this mess in the first place. Newton didn't believe that matter had, inherently a gravitational attraction to it. He didn't believe that, but it was something that explained what he saw in the sky. It was just convenient for the poetry that he wanted to lay out. That's pretty much it. And that's how we got here, all these centuries later. So, I mean, I don't know why we would go, build a new foundation on the same faulty foundation that got us in this place in the first place.
House of cards on a house of cards. Right.
well, I mean, I'll say that I in my opinion, the reason that flat Earth will never be like a political mainstream like voting alleyway, as in like you'll never have like a politician is because there's no useful model, right? There's no useful predictable thing that the public could, or particularly people living on the coast, particularly agricultural sectors, could use to accurately predict what the weather will be like, right? I mean, that's what people care about.
I wish that were true. I wish that what you're saying was accurate. And we're just some green party just waiting for our chance. I wish that was the case. But just like the political parties in America, this conversation was routed. People have the conversation the way that they've been inundated to have it. It's not about truth. It's about all the stuff that you care about and all the stuff that you're bringing up. And that's what's sad, because this topic was the second most popular thing discussed next to Donald Trump back in 2016. Not only that, it's still popular. You can tell by the way channels that don't talk about flat Earth, but their audience is asking them, "Hey, can you talk about this? Hey, can you bring this flat earther on?" The Killer Priest podcast didn't blow up until he had flat earthers on. There are a lot of channels that didn't blow up until they spoke about flat Earth. every time someone's willing to talk about flat Earth on their show, it blows up. So it's
There's
just
something there,
there's
right?
something holding it back. The people want it. It's just the people don't know what's going on. Why people like myself and Beasticles is here. They're just being rerouted. So that's what's actually going on. The evidence is there. So the reason it'll never become a big topic, and again, I don't really. That's not for
Yeah, I
up
don't
to
care.
me.
If it does
The
or not.
reason if it never gets big, it's because it keeps getting cut off at the knees, and people are too ignorant and too busy in their own lives to pay attention to what's happening. Just like with politics.
Right. It's like controlled opposition, hellish. You know what I mean, with other topics, and it's like it's Lenin, right? If you can't beat the opposition, you lead them, and that's what they do. They put all these models, quote unquote, right? Like the ice wall and like all these. It's muddying the waters of truth. Where like Elijah was saying, the simple truth is we do not see curvature. We do not experience the Earth moving. Like there's no motion. Like,
Well, it's the case of like, it's a diverse community. Like I brought up earlier, there was the self-published book of the guy who believed in a particular ice sheet and divots and etc.
I want to know which one you're talking about though, because
I would have to look it up. That was some years ago.
there's a guy named Leo Ferrari that was a complete controlled opposition shill. He made the Flat Earth Society. So I'm hoping it's not that one. But go ahead, continue. Sorry.
I don't believe it's that guy. I would have to double check. I can't remember. But that's kind of the root of the problem is that there's so many beliefs, so many different viewpoints, so many different. I think that guy, might be overstepping the boundary as far as what we'll say we believe. It's like there's not like a cemented, central foundation, right? It's like, oh, well, I can publish this New York Times article that says flat earthers believe in this stupid ice wall. It doesn't make any sense. But that's only like a single person who went on some podcast or like Joe Rogan's podcast and got like 10 million listens, right? Then it's like, oh, well, suddenly that guy is the face of all flat earthers. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's a diverse community. And, unfortunately, one popular stream or one popular, NBC news article can kind of paint the picture for your entire community, no matter what the community has, says, right? And that's just kind of the unfortunate truth of whoever's the most charismatic flat earther at whatever point in time at whatever year, right? It's like it's just kind of unfortunate, right?
Yeah, it is. It really is, because we can't even have these kinds of conversations without it being obfuscated or derailed by those types of points. Like, this is why I come here to be able to actually have a nuanced conversation about, the nature of reality. Period. And people have so many different experiences to bring to the table in terms of professional or anecdotal, and it's just such a refreshing conversation to have, the nuance compared to like curated, muddied down ad hominem, just superficial BS conversations about pop culture and frickin' whatever, politics even. It's just so gamified that it's like, ugh. Like I'm not trying to choose a team here. You know what I mean? It's not about the team aspect. It's like, are you trying to figure out the truth? Are you trying to be genuine or not? Are you gonna, like the fact that you say, like, in my opinion, and I believe, and I know it's a belief, right there, that's honest. That's better than most people that still hold on to the globe model. So, like, kudos for being honest and being able to have this conversation. Like, really, most people can't do that. So, yeah, glad we're having this conversation. But yeah, look into Richard E. Byrd, man. and his expeditions. If you want to see like the kind of like the political centrifuge around baking space, like because when all this happened, let me see if I can find the meme to kind of give you a timeline. It kind of propagated a series of events, right? Like right after the I think it was called Operation Deep Freeze. They came back, created NASA in 1958, right? Kind of like saying, "Hey, don't look out over there. Look over here. Look up in space." And then all of a sudden they started blowing up hundreds of nitrogen or hydrogen bombs in the atmosphere. Like Russia and the U.S. both were like, "Yeah, let's do this." And it's like, what the hell? How did this?
That was Operation Deep Freeze, you said?
Yeah. Here, I'll show you this meme here that kind of gives you a little timeline. Operation Deep Freeze meme. I gotta save some of the stuff. There we go. This kind of gives you like a little quick glance about the certain things there. You see it?
Sorry, I was looking at the Wikipedia. Let me pull it
The only
up.
thing I don't like is the discovery of the ice wall, because that's not necessarily true. This is an opinionated kind of meme, but the timeline is accurate. Why is it not showing the full image? Actually, hold on. Let me get you. This is an obfuscated image. Hang tight. It's not the real one. Let's see here. There's one that shows the dates of all. Okay, here we go. Ooh, my headset's dying. Here we go, right here. Pretty peculiar, how it all just kind of coincided together.
Yeah, I'll do some more looking into Operation Deep Freeze, and I will say, let me Google to see if this is something that.
Yeah, check it out for yourself, bro. Like, this is why, this is why this topic's so refreshing. It's like you can come to all the conclusions that most people in here came to. Like, there is no curvature. We're not moving.
Forgive me. What I was going to say was, let me Google. So there's a thing called IntelLink. IntelLink. It's like a resource on secret networks that the military has. So I was going to take Operation Deep Freeze. I don't know if perhaps IntelLink would have.
Don't say it.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
You mean saying Operation Deep Freeze?
No, I'm just saying, because you are, if what you're saying is true, like, I'm just taking your word at face value that you are in the military.
No, IntelLink is something you can Google. IntelLink. I mean,
no, but I'm saying these topics, bro. Just be careful. That's all I'm saying. Like, no.
Oh, I hear you. No, I'm not. I won't risk my clearance, certainly. But I appreciate the concern, to be honest. But I mean, I'll see if there's anything, any sort of classified documents that have yet to be declassified. I mean, 1955. There's probably declassification dates. They're typically like 20 years in advance. So if there's any article, particularly military created documents on Operation Deep Freeze, they're most likely declassified by now.
Okay. Well, real quick though, while you do that, but can we talk about something that I think, like, it's not so risky in a sense? Operation Fishbowl. Have you heard of that?
Shoot. I mean, I've heard the name, but I would have to Google it.
I just want you to look into that one first, because that is probably the craziest thing that I think that the U.S. and Russia had agreed to, in terms of like, yeah, you know what? Let's all agree to blow up hundreds of hydrogen bombs and try to. They say to blow up the Van Allen radiation belt. But I don't think that was necessarily the actual reason after much research into it, but like, just think about that. In that time, right? Like during the frickin', the McCarthy era, in a sense, right? Like basically almost going into a Cold War in that point. And then they both, like, two of the biggest superpowers in the world both agree, like, yeah, you know what? Let's start blowing up nukes in the atmosphere.
Just 1 second. Let me grab my cat card. I'll see if I can get the intel link on the unclassified side.
Cool, brother. Please be careful though, man. Seriously, I would hate for you to. I don't want to. I don't want to be responsible for anything. But if you're willing to freaking, stand on your 10 toes and find the truth out, hey, by all means. Oh, and Kiwi Buzz, no, he's just in the Navy. Certain, you can't discuss his clearance, but I'm not gonna lie, you're poking at my curiosity bone, Hellish. So.
Well, to be honest, I'm at home right now, so I don't have access to a secret network. I only have access to the unclassified side of IntelLink. So I'll see if IntelLink has anything on the unclassified side that Wikipedia might not have.
I'm glad
but
you
as far
told me
as
about
like,
this. I never even heard of this.
yeah, IntelLink, it's like it's an intranet thing instead of an internet thing. Like, the military has its own intranet where it keeps all of its own documents, mostly for security purposes, right? You don't want your secure documents on an internet where they could go anywhere.
Right. So
but,
I can't even get in here.
No, you need a CAC. Yeah, you would need military access.
Gotcha.
So let me see. I'm logging in right now. Let me see what I got.
I'm excited.
Don't expect anything crazy. Like I said, this is the unclassified side. Unclassified meaning it could very easily be on Wikipedia. So.
Okay, I get what you mean.
Okay, Operation Fishbowl.
Well, try Deep Freeze, if you will, or Operation Fishbowl. But there's 3 different names: Operation Fishbowl, Project Dominic, and Operation Starfish Prime, I believe. I would do Starfish Prime, because those ones were that was the Hawaii one where they were at the atoll.
Oh, I've already pulled up Operation Deep Freeze. Let me see. 1 sec.
Interesting.
Okay. Oh, let's see. I have this article is simply an image of an AC-130 taking off from Antarctica. That's not exactly an article.
Trust me, even there's a lot of weird things, speculative things about Operation Deep Freeze and High Jump, and there's a lot of redacted, hidden in, some of it doesn't make any sense because there's gaps in the story behind it. But if you look up Operation Starfish Prime, that's the one that you can kind of start at in terms of there's no reason to lie about you can't really lie about detonating hundreds of hydrogen bombs in the atmosphere. Everyone's going to see that or know about that. You could see that, but the reasons why they did it is the peculiar part. It doesn't make any sense. Why are you trying to blow up the Van Allen radiation belt? Why are you trying to what are you testing? You know what I mean? It's almost like they are trying to figure out the kind of the tensile strength, if you will, so to speak, of the firmament or of our container, if you will.
You said it was Operation Starfish?
Starfish Prime. Yep.
Starfish Prime. Let's see.
I think it's just called Starfish Prime. Main article, Operation Fishbowl.
Hold on. I'm getting. It's like a giant fucking PowerPoint. Let me see what this is. Let's see.
For those who, can't see what you're looking at as well, I'm going to post that. It's Operation Fishbowl. The 3 other tests were bluegill, starfish, and urraca.
Interesting.
Yeah. They don't even really explain like why. The United States completed 6 high-altitude nuclear tests in 1958, but the high-altitude tests of that year raised a number of questions. According to U.S. government report ADA 955-4, on the first successful test of the Fishbowl series, previous high-altitude nuclear tests, Teak, Orange, and Yucca, plus 3 Argus shots were poorly instrumented and hastily executed, despite thorough studies of the meager data models. These bursts are sketchy and tentative. These models are too uncertain to permit extrapolation to other altitudes and yields with any confidence. Like, they're not really explaining like what are they trying to figure out, except for this. It says there were 3 phenomena in particular that required further investigation. They don't explain why it needed further explanation, but this is what they say. The electromagnetic pulse generated by a high-altitude nuclear explosion appeared to have very significant differences of the electromagnetic pulse generated by nuclear explosions closer to the surface. The auras associated with high-altitude nuclear explosions, especially the auras that appeared almost instantaneously far away from the explosion in the opposite hemisphere, were not clearly understood. The nature of the possible radiation belts that were initially generated in magnetic field lines connecting the areas of the auroral displays were also poorly misunderstood. And then it said areas of blackout and radio communication needed to be understood in much more detail, since that information would be critical for military operations during periods of possible nuclear explosions.
Was
Basically,
that
nothing. It doesn't tell you really anything.
Forgive me, Beasticle. Were you reading from the Wikipedia article there?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I was distracted. I was looking at this PowerPoint.
Is it unclassified?
It is unclassified, and I love it because the notes on the first slide are, "Good morning, everyone. I'm the only thing standing between you and lunch, so let's get through this." It's like, I guess this was for some class. No, this PowerPoint is talking about the difference between a radiological exposure device versus a radiological dispersal device. Whereas a radiological exposure device is kind of what we're used to, like the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It's like a nuclear bomb that'll just instantaneously give you cancer, basically. But a radiological dispersal device would be more like something that would spread a radioactive material around an area to like give as many people as possible radiation sickness before it was discovered. A different type of terror weapon, basically. But I don't know if this has anything to do with Operation Starfish. I don't know why it came up under that topic.
Just if you can just find out like why, if there's any explanation, like what they were trying to figure out, that would be great.
Okay, yeah, I'll see what I can find. I get back on watch on Sunday here, so I'll have access to the secret network. And of course, I'm not going to bring any secret material back to the damn Discord. I'm not going to lose my job in my future.
Please don't.
But I'll see what I can find. If anything's interesting, I'll be like, that was interesting.
You can kind of hint at things, though. Be like, you might be onto something. You can say that. You could definitely say that. That'd be great.
I'll say. I mean, no promises. I mean, who knows what's on there? Lord, I mean, I haven't been in the military particularly long, but I've already seen that it's like, it's kind of dysfunctional. People, not a lot of people store relevant information.
If you can look up Bluegill Prime or even Operation Dominic 1, That's another names. There's a tons of them because they did so many from like I think it was from 1958. Let me see here. All the way up to 1958 and 1962. So between those times, 4 years.
What was the one? What was the first one you said? You said second one was Dominic Prime. What was the first one?
Operation Dominic, and then Bluegill Prime. If you can find that.
Bluegill. That was it. Let's see. Some random PDF. I don't know what this is.
Maybe just Operation Dominic. Just that.
A ton of things come up for each thing I search, and they're all like random. Let's see.
There's no way to filter out the type of information.
It's more like Intel Link. It's kind of like Wikipedia. If you know,
is it like Document Cloud? Is it like that?
It's kind of like I'm not familiar with Document Cloud, but it's kind of like if Wikipedia was made by random fucking dudes who wanted to, go home from work and they just put their article up. I was like, all right, like, thank you. This article, your topic certainly relates to the thing I searched, but in such a tangential way that it's like, I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? It's so unspecific or so specific that it doesn't even matter.
Nuclear Weapon Archive. Can probably give you some more search terms if you want, but there's a lot of them, man.
No, I'll keep looking, but no, I'm not coming up with anything crazy.
Another thing that you can search up, Christmas Island. Along with that, that might help because a lot of the detonations were over Christmas Island and Johnston Island.
I came up with findings on the worst forms of child labor, Christmas Island.
Okay.
I don't think that's.
But yeah, if you can just find any, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I don't like Intel Link. Even though I don't have access to it now or whatever, I don't have access. It doesn't seem like it's that useful anyway.
No, it's not. I've tried to use it professionally for several topics, and it's like it's more like the presentations that people have made or the documents that people have made that they've uploaded. So it's like, the chances you find exactly what you want are pretty kind of low. But it is, of course, back on base, it is a secret network, which is, that's already a step above basically anything you'd get off Google. But as far as that thing being relevant, it's a different story.
Let me read this real quick so people have an idea of what's going on. The Soviet Union had abrogated the 34-month-old de facto nuclear testing moratorium on September 1st, 1961 by initiating an unprecedented series of atmospheric nuclear tests. The initial U.S. response was to commence its own test series, Operation Nougat, 2 weeks later. Nougat was an underground series, however, restricted to very low-yield devices. Numerous atmospheric tests, many at high yield, were of course on the drawing board at the weapons lab, some carried over from planning from previous tests. Official U.S. action on convening its own atmospheric series did not begin until October 10th, 1961, when President Kennedy approved planning for one. Final approval was given on March 2nd, 1962, 7 weeks in advance of the first planned test. Dominic included 36 tests. The majority of tests, 29 airdrops, were weapons development tests intended to evaluate advanced designs that the labs had been cooking up during the years of the moratorium and before. 5 rocket launch tests were conducted to gather further weapons effects data on high-altitude phenomena. 2 tests of operational weapon systems were conducted. The Polaris submarine launched a ballistic missile, and the ASROC anti-submarine rocket, conducted as part of Operation Dominic, was a series of high-altitude tests known as Operation Fishbowl. These tests were Tor missile-launched warheads detonated at very high altitudes. It says 30 to 248 miles in terms of range, to evaluate the destructive mechanisms and effects of high-yield explosions against ballistic missile RVs. Several test failures occurred, with missiles being destroyed in flight by range safety officers when electronics failed, Bluegill, when rocket motors malfunctioned, Starfish and Bluegill Prime, or when the missile veered out of control, Bluegill Double Prime. The Bluegill Prime test was particularly disastrous since the missile was blown up while still on the launch pad, requiring complete reconstruction.
Beastical. I'm sorry. I'll stop you. You're losing me.
Sorry. No, you're good.
No, you're losing me. But I'll tell you. When I get back on base on Sunday, I'll give it a look. I'll see what I can see. I doubt I'll find anything particularly interesting. I'm sure that it's all unclassified by now. But
Yeah, you're good, bro. If you can find that topic for sure, and then if you can find anything on Operation High Jump, that'd be great. That'd be awesome.
Should I gotta start making a list?
Just those two, really. But just like I said, be careful, especially with high jump.
Hey, don't worry. I don't want to lose my job over. I love you guys and I love Flat Earth. I love the debate, but I'm not gonna lose my job over this. I hope you understand.
Yeah, absolutely. I just say be careful. Just I'll feel guilty if something happens like that. But even my friend's a pilot, right? And he can't say the Earth is flat, or he'll literally lose his license. That will happen.
It would happen because it would be a loss of confidence, right? If his place of employment believed that their pilot didn't understand, the mechanics of the atmosphere they were operating in, then it'd be like, all right, well, we can't fucking trust this guy to land the plane, if he doesn't even understand how the atmosphere, how weather functions. It's it's a complex system up there, right? So and they gotta have a lot of the pilots have a lot of hands, a lot of lives in their hands. So
yeah,
it makes sense that at least it makes sense that airline businesses and private plane businesses would want to basically fire.
I'll tell you why. Right?
Okay,
let's just say it is a belief, right? Even though it's not, but let's just say it is a belief, right? You're gonna fire someone based off of their beliefs, What's the difference if
It's not exactly like if your pilots, if you had two pilots and one said they believed in, they were a Muslim and one pilot said they were Christian, and you fired the Christian or you fired the Muslim, then it would be religious discrimination. But as far as there's there's so few businesses out there that discriminate on a physical basis. I don't know. That's an interesting topic. As far as discrimination goes, we have discrimination on race, age,
everything.
Sex,
you can
religion.
Discriminate on anything, right?
But as far as discrimination goes on physical understanding of the world, that's kind of a different topic. I don't know. I'm not certain of how many people have been fired, particularly how many flat Earth employers have fired globe
flat Earth employers. What does that even mean?
Well, I'm saying if there were a business that were and what we were talking about an airline business that would fire someone who believed in flat Earth, right? So what about a business that will focus on a flat Earth?
This is what my friend tells me now. He has to say it this way. He said, I used to think the Earth was flat, And now, now I see the curve. Like it's like he's defeated. He actually has to say it that way to kind of hint that, like, yeah, it is flat. Can't really talk about it. There was this whole movement.
Wow.
Like there was this whole movement. Like everyone's mentioning, they're like 2015, 2016, 2017, and it's like I wish I was a part of it during its time, but when I first got into the topic, it was hard to find this information, but there are tons of pilots on camera saying like they can see, like the Colorado Rockies while they're in Kansas. Like shit like that. There's I can't remember his name, but the guy who does the infrared tests, right? What's that guy's name? Oh God, I saved it too. I'm outside though, so I can't really see my bookmark. But like, yeah, we see too far, essentially. Like that is the main problem with the globe claim of curvature, bro. Like we see too far. Like there is no curvature obstructing our view. Like we can have in contention, like, why is there a limit on our vision, pollution, and the limits of our eyes, and why we even need opticals and magnification? I get that, but it's the simple claim that we can't see. There's a certain mathematical like limitation if we are on this 25,000 miles, circumference ball. It just doesn't. There has to be a limitation, and there isn't. In terms of, or the limitation is totally superseded. Like with the black swan and all these other observations. You see what I'm saying? Like it's just. That is the real crux of it. Like that's the thing that grounds all of us, is the fact that these globe claims can't be proven. Like those, it's just. Sorry, I'm getting a little tangential. My bad.
No, I hear what you're saying. I feel like I think I've spoken with others on that topic before in years past. I won't get into it now. In fact, I have to go. I got a friend waiting for me in another Discord. But
you're good, brother.
But Beasticles, it's been a pleasure. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's been a warm welcome back. Honestly, I was worried. I got banned basically instantly last time I came back. Mostly because of my own fault. I had a terrible argument.
That's okay. But hey, come back with what you find, man. Really curious about it.
I'll be on like tomorrow and the day after. I mean, I won't have access to the secret network because I'm not going to work. But
we'll put that on the shelf then. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'll come back in the future when I got that. But I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you later, Beasticles. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Take care, man. Sorry, guys. I know I was going off on tangents and stuff, but it's just I am passionate. I am passionate about this topic. It's just
same, bro. Same. I feel like I was more passionate when I first started believing it, but I think it's starting to grow back again. It's almost turning into a form of entertainment for me. Versus when I started believing it, it was more like passion. I wanted to tell the world. Now it's just entertaining. It's real science.
Flat smacking. The flat smacking is entertainment, right? That kind of thing. But the passion, bro, is like, all the craziness in the world, Kenshi, you know what I mean? We all come back to that simple fact that, like, we see too far. Like, that's what grounds. It's like we know it. It's the difference between knowing and believing. But
not only that, I've never seen the surface of water curve as we are told.
Right. And I feel for him though. I don't like I know people pilot, like my friend's a pilot. I know a couple in the military that are flat earthers. Like there is a dogma, man, and it's you can proclaim you're a freaking Satanist in the military, they don't care. But you talk about flat earth and it's like you're risking your entire like security, like your entire job, like your entire career. So like it's kind of what Creation Bear was saying, that there are levels of different types of flat earthers. People that, talk about it publicly right here, like on the panel, that put their, feet on the ground and proclaim the truth. And like, I'm trying to be that person more than just like trying to like, blend in or hide in plain sight with the other like people that are just completely fucking indoctrinated. Like you know how like you bring up a topic and you're just like, okay, I can't really talk to this guy. You know, you know what I mean? Like I'm not afraid of being alone anymore. If that makes sense. I'm not afraid of like I don't need to conform. Like I've always been rebellious, but yeah, you know, we all have that human need to like connect with people and like actually, you know, have a conversation. But like these dangerous ideologies, including the heliocentric model, like especially that one, it's like that is such a like I would say explosive topic to bring up with anybody. Astrophysicist, physicist, or average Joe. It's just it's the lie is so embedded in us, man. Like, sorry, I don't know, but yeah, go ahead, Kenshi. I'm talking too much. My mind's racing.
Honestly, I don't really have too much to say. I'm kind of fried out of my mind right now. I'm just listening.
Well, how'd you get into flat Earth, man? I don't know your story.
Well, long story short, because you know, we all have probably short attention spans, including me. 2017, I'm a junior in high school. Already was a conspiracy theorist since like 2012, whatever. I think that 2012 World End sent me down the YouTube rabbit hole, and I found a bunch of conspiracy. So I was a little kid conspiracy theorist. But then up to high school, I took a day off school, and I was just laying in bed, and I randomly thought, wasn't Shaq saying the Earth is flat or something? And I Googled it. I mean, I got on YouTube, and I went down the rabbit hole watching 6-hour videos, 4-hour videos, all of that. Long story short, I turned into a flat earth or whatever. And I'm still learning to this day, which is actually pretty crazy. I'm still learning. Like the other day, somebody brought up lakes and oceans, right? The difference between a lake and an ocean, freshwater versus saltwater. A lake is a body of water that's sitting on land. And what we think is the ocean is the same thing, right? So why is the lake freshwater and why is the ocean saltwater? This might go off on the deep end, but just follow me. Some of us may have already seen the videos rumbling around TikTok and Rumble and BitChute of the people who took a submarine all the way to the bottom of the ocean and ran into another ocean at the bottom of the ocean.
The
And
Blue Lagoon, like in SpongeBob. I know
exactly, exactly. And if that's a saline solution preventing it from mixing with the actual ocean water, then that would make sense to why maybe some of that saline solution is mixing into the ocean, making it salt water. I don't know. Just a thought.
But so yeah, you're on these. So you're just looking at videos. What any particular flat Earth?
Man, it's been so many years. I follow Eric Dubay to this day,
Same.
but I
That
would
was
say,
my guy back. Yeah.
yeah, he's definitely one of the top notch. But I would say I can't think of a specific video, but I remember the uh the fact that water doesn't curve. At least I haven't seen the surface of it. And then airplanes don't dip around. They don't dip the nose. They just fly straight. You know, there's a lot of other things, but those are the two things that really sold me on it. And water needs some kind of container. You know, that's just how it works.
You know, I didn't hear about the containment point until I got in the server, and it was just like, holy shit, that's such a good point. Like, how are we next to the? I mean, I might have heard it, but like, it just solidified in here, though. You know what I mean? Like, how is it that we have a pressurized system adjacent to the vacuum of space, or the nearly perfect vacuum of space, as some people are, without a container? Like with the we have to acknowledge that there's a container to have gas pressure, and it's like the fact that they literally can't acknowledge the barrier, right? Because if they acknowledge it, then they would have to also acknowledge that we haven't been past it, right? That we've only been in near Earth orbit or low Earth orbit, as you see some astronauts claim on their NASA feeds and stuff. And it's just like, they would have to acknowledge it. So that's why they have to just go back. Oh, gravity and it's the downward force that's being pulled on the gas, and it's like, it's so dumb. It just defies common sense. But what's up, Kel? I saw you pop in here.
It really does, man. One last thing, I think the Go Fast Rocket video, when I first saw that, I was mind blown. Like, that's another thing that sold me on the flat earth.
I think I remember that.
Just chilling on the bike. How are you doing, man?
Chilling on a bike? What do you mean?
I'm chilling on my bike. I'm riding bike. Just listening.
Oh, gotcha. I thought you meant like a motorcycle for a second. Oh, good, man.
Yeah, I was on my bike earlier. You talking about an e-bike, motorcycle, regular bike? What you talking?
No, just a regular bike for exercise.
Nice.
Gotcha.
Nice. I'm about to switch to my ear pods, and my mic quality's about to go down. I have to go to the store. So I'm gonna be listening mostly, but I'll probably try and chime in and out. But yeah, give me a moment.
I'm sitting here playing a video game off topic, but every video game I've ever played, the map is flat.
Well, you were talking earlier about the oceans and the lakes, right? Freshwater, saltwater.
Yeah.
All right. Think about this. Why is it that they tell us that the moon causes the ocean water to, the sea levels to rise, and that it causes waves, but yet nothing happens to like large bodies of water when they don't contain salt?
You're onto something.
And there's some magnetic force. I think it's got to be something. I don't know, but there is definitely a difference between salt water and fresh water.
Mic check.
Yeah, your mic is good.
Okay. We got 8Ls back in here from earlier. They were not on the fence. They're a Globe believer. So if you guys want to have at it, I have to get dressed, so bear with me. Anyone want to take reign?
Yeah, I don't think the moon has anything to do with the ocean, the currents, and the tides. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think the moon is just the moon. I think it does something else.
They even say it has a effect on women's cycles. Not sure how true, but
Oh yeah, there's a saying that the moon gives life, right? And the sun sustains life. When you think about it, it makes a lot of sense.
Well, I always wondered why we have two different tides, right? Just doesn't make sense. But in a speculative theory, like I'm just speculating, but I would think the sun has more to do with tides than the moon, and I think it has to do with the difference between like imagine like heat, right? Like the sun's just heating up that part of wherever it's going by, and like it's just like contraction, expansion kind of thing, kind of like with metal, but not with metal, but like with water. I'm just speculating. I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, but what kind of makes me think that it's not that is because we have like tremendously large bodies of water that are miles long, right? Like we have lakes, we have huge lakes, and the sun passes over them as well, and there's no effect. So I don't know if it's that.
That's a good point.
Yeah, if it was evaporation and heat, we would see that everywhere. We would see that in lakes. We would continue to see it in the ocean. But that's not what we experience.
Am I coming in a little clear still? My left headphone is still chewed up. Man,
Yeah,
it
it's
won't
clear.
charge. Gotcha.
Something I think is interesting is in the flat Earth theory. There's water above, right? Bible talks about the waters above, and the dome is supposedly submerged in water, something like that. And then when you look down here, I can't name one thing that's living that doesn't require water to live. So it kind of makes me think about water a little bit differently, kind of add some significance to it.
No, this might seem non sequitur to that, but how you said everything needs water to live, right? Thought about it, right? Do insects breathe? No, it's totally random, but I always had that question.
Good question.
You know what I mean?
I think
They survive in water.
I don't know.
I've seen that.
Yeah, I mean, I think what happens is, and I just know this because I watched a lot of like animal stuff growing up, like Animal Planet and stuff. They say that insects breathe through their skin, like their lungs are like, their lungs are just throughout their entire body, and they just breathe like that. At least that's what I was taught. I mean, if I throw an insect in the water, it does fucking die. So, I see insects dead all the time in the water. So they do have to breathe, and they can drown.
Yeah, but ants survive in water though. You survive in water for like 14 days, I think, something like that. If I'm not mistaken. I don't know. Screw insects. Let's get back to flat Earth.
I'd like to read more about that. See if it's true. That's pretty interesting.
I think it came from an Orkin study, like the insect killer, right? About water. They can survive in water like 14 days, and I don't know. Who knows how valid that is, but I'm just waiting for 8Ls to finish eating her fries. Let's get on topic here.
My mic wasn't unmuted too. My bad.
Ah, there you are. So, welcome back. I didn't expect you to be back so soon. Glad you are though. So, remember the last thing you said?
No.
we were looking at the black swan. Remember, you had to choose A, B, or C.
Oh, the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So isn't that interesting though? That the horizon was visible past 9 miles, 10 miles.
Not really. No.
Well, where's the curvature obstructing the view, right? Isn't that why boats disappear bottom up and going over the horizon, right?
No, I just thought it was just how like images are drawn.
Images were drawn. What do you mean?
Like, I just thought it was like a simple answer. I didn't think too much of it.
Well, you know about the radius of the Earth, where that comes from, right? Like about us being on a sphere, on a globe, that it's 25,000 miles in circumference, right? You know about that? No?
It's only 25,000 miles in circumference.
Yep. That's the claim. It's a globe claim. And based on that, right, you can actually formulate the drop over distance you're supposed to see or be able to measure. Drop over distance meaning like like every mile or so you'll see a drop. Like we use kilometers, but miles, right? Let's just say it's 8 inches per mile, right? Every mile, 8 inches drop in terms of the horizon, and being able to see it. That wouldn't make sense because that would be a slope. You get what I mean? That would be just downhill. So to actually have it to where it's spherical, right? It would be drop over distance, and that it would be 8 inches per mile squared, according to what is it? Spherical trigonometry. So there should be actually a geometric horizon that you can mathematically calculate the maximum view distance, right? That you're supposed to be able to see without things being obstructed. So in that black swan picture, it says the observer height, 1 foot. And then if that's the observer height, it'd be the square 1 times the square root of 1.225, right? So it's about like 1 mile in a sense, like square root of 1 is 1 kind of thing. But let's just say, for example, you're 6 feet. You're 6 feet above it, or your observer height 6 feet, then that would be about 3 miles. Now, that formula I just mentioned it's the distance to the horizon formula, which you can do yourself. So essentially, you can do your own kind of black swan observation, and time and time again, we see too far. There's no physical curvature that's obstructing our view. The reason why things disappear over the horizon, the apparent horizon, is just the limitation of our eyes. We're not supposed to be able to see forever. Like, who says we're supposed to be able to see forever? You get what I mean? It's just the law of perspective. That's why that's important.
So if I got like a telescope and I like stood like
Or
on like the
camera,
top
yeah.
of a hill. Okay, I'll
You
do
would just
that.
measure that hill height, right?
I'll do that.
So the reason why you would want to go to the beach, right? Like if you had to logically guess why going to the beach would be the best place for this observation. Sea level. You get what I mean? It's zero elevation, sea level. Are you following me? I can't tell if you can hear me or not. I'm on my mobile.
Sorta.
No, she can hear you just fine.
Oh, okay.
Hear you.
Yeah, so I mean, if you want to do the same observation, come to the same conclusions. Do you live near a body of water, like preferably a beach or a coastline or anything?
No, but I travel.
Okay. Any particular beaches that you normally travel to or anything?
Gulf, like Gulf of Mexico. Yo.
Gulf. Hmm? You say yo? Okay. All right. Well, I'll be right back. Kel, if you want to take over, Kenshi or anybody.
Yeah, did she just join the Discord today, or
My
what's
bad.
going on here?
I'll join. I'll talk to you in a second.
Yeah, she just got VC verified earlier.
Okay. Okay, did she say, like, why she was here? How she found out well, I guess I could ask her.
Yeah, that was what I was. Take the lead. Gee.
It's good to know ahead of time, where a person is when they come to this Discord, because, if not, you're kind of working with, like, you don't know where to start.
But she was here. She was here earlier. She's a glow birther.
Okay. Did she say how she came onto the Discord? Like, her story?
Nah.
Well, that would be a good start, try to figure out,
Talking as if she's not
how
here.
she came into this. Huh?
You're talking as if she's not here. Like, just ask her. You're like, well, what have you talked
Oh, I
about?
thought she left. Did she
Oh
leave?
no, she's just on mute.
Well, I don't think she's there right now.
8Ls, are you there? Can you hear us? Are you able to talk? Okay, never mind. Don't waste your time. She'll come back when she's ready, I guess.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I just came in, so I don't know what she said and what not. Sounded to me like, I don't know. I just want to know her mindset. Where it's at. Like how'd she come to the server? How'd she, find out about Flat Earth? Why she's interested in even being here and debating this stuff? Because she didn't sound too optimistic when you were asking her all these questions.
Sorry, I'm on the move, but she came in earlier with a friend named 5Ls. They both were just,
Was it a guy?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I know this shit.
What?
I don't know why I always see this. Like, it's always a guy and a girl. Like, I've dealt with like Globers before on here that they'll come in and it'll be like the guy and the girl, and they just play around. I don't know. It annoys the fuck out of me.
You're LARPing?
Yeah, they'll like pitch stuff with each other while they're on the Discord, and I don't know. I find that disingenuous, and it's not genuine, like they're just not genuine, and that's why I want to know, like, how she got here, because it's yeah, she could just be a troll.
Yeah. I don't know.
And you know me, I hate wasting my time on people like that.
I know, but
what's funny about the flat Earth and the globe Earth, you can recreate the flat Earth model with actual water. You can't recreate the globe Earth model with actual water.
Well, I mean, I'd be careful to create a flat Earth model. We don't know how big the Earth is. We can't verify it ourselves. But I know what you mean in terms of like physics in terms of like to make a globe model work, you have to defy the laws of the laws of physics. Like, what was that guy's name in here? He was in here one time. Model Builder, I think it was his name. And he tried to debunk flat Earth. Like, this guy's like a professional model builder, and he what did he do? He had a pilot friend who used the old school type of gyroscopes, not the ring laser ones or whatever. So it was just a normal, mechanical gyroscope. I can't remember exactly what it was called, but he wanted to do a test. So essentially, he lined up this guy's flight paths while he was in radio communications with them. And he was doing like a flight from like North America to South America. I can't remember exact places, but it was like about 4,000 kilometers, so something like that. And there was a certain points in the flight, right, where on his model, as he was looking at his model simulating his globe model, where the plane should have had to make an adjustment, like going nose down to adjust for the curvature of the Earth. And not only did he didn't have to make that deviation where it was supposed to be made according to his globe model, right? But the entire trip, he didn't have to make that deviation at all. And the funny thing is like he didn't really tell his pilot friend what he was doing. So there was no reason for him to lie or there's no bias. And then he told him afterwards, and he was just like, that's weird. It kind of made the pilot think too, like, huh, this is kind of strange. I don't have to actually deviate. It's just the flying over a flat plane. I don't know, but yeah, like I kind of get what you're saying, Kenshi, about models. Like, the only problem is having a model of a flat Earth is it's not you can't say we know the shape of the Earth. Like, we just really can't. We don't know. It's not something we can claim to know.
Well, we can for sure say that it's not a sphere. That's for sure.
Right. That's what we can for sure say 100%, that there is no curvature. We see too far. We know 100% that there's no motion of the Earth. And the other claim that we're adjacent to the vacuum of space without a container in terms of like keeping this atmospheric pressure, it just defies the second law of thermodynamics about entropy and shit. About high pressure, low pressure, equilibrium stuff. Like, it just makes sense that there is a container. Like, there has to be a container. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, right now we're in a pressurized system, right? As we go up in elevation, we have less pressure, and so it just makes sense that, and we can't replicate that without a container. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So wild to me.
I think the Earth is flat, relatively. But there are obviously the oceans are 100% flat, sure. Because we know that water always seeks level, and as far as the Earth, the dirt, there are mountains, there's hills, right? There's different elevation levels, but at the core, it is. I would say it's completely flat.
Yeah, I'd be careful by saying at the core, by the way.
Good one. But
At the foundation. At the foundation.
Right. If it is 70% water, then that would mean, if you accept the fact that water always reaches level, seeks level, at least on the surface, then yeah, I mean, you could go ahead and say, yeah, the Earth is flat.
Adels, I'm kind of going into traffic, but are you there? Are you able to talk?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna let Kel and Kenshi take over for a second. Sorry about the background noise.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to know, how you came to find out about the server. You know what brought you here. Why you're so interested in knowing about this. You know, did you learn from a friend? You know, I just want to know your background story, just so I have an idea.
I joined from the politics server in the promotion channel.
Oh, okay.
Liberal or conservative?
You're also very quiet, by the way.
Oh, did I turn my thing back down? I'll send you my entire roles in the politics server. Hold up. Okay, message so I can copy and paste all my roles.
Are you on the
Yo, they
left or
took
the
away my
right?
apolitics role. Wait. Do I even have... Wait, I don't even have permission to send things. I'd say more left.
Okay, that's cool.
Wait, who's got the voice changer on?
The voice changer.
Kel, okay. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, Kel, you sound like a robot a little bit.
I'm on the phone riding bike, so it's a pain in the butt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a robot like behind your voice saying everything you're saying.
It's the Matrix. I'm unplugging right now. Let me rejoin, see if it fixes itself.
Try talking.
All right, hopefully it's a little better.
Nah, you're
We're
good
about the
though.
same, but it's not bad. Like it's not
Yeah.
terrible.
It's not like terrible. You just sound like you got a voice changer on. Like it's not like terribly annoying, you know what I mean?
All right, that's cool, I guess. Well, you guys are just gonna have to bear with it. Sorry about that. So why do you think the Earth is a globe? Like,
Just makes sense.
Do you have anything tangible besides makes sense?
Geological evidence, like geological reasoning, law of physics,
Be specific.
like the way geology works, like
Be specific. It's like geology works. It's not specific.
measuring like you know how if I don't know what the exact measurement I'm talking about is. It's like whenever you measure like how we go into the ground. You know what I mean?
Digging.
you're talking about depth.
Yeah, depth perception, kind of. Like how we view the depths and how we've gone to view the depths of the world. And how
We've only dug
like
8 miles down, so what does that tell you?
there's like so much depth perception though. Depth perception. I trust
What does that
Ansel.
mean? How do you reconcile
I think
that this you live on the globe?
Yeah, I think depth perception is something else. I think depth perception is something that we see visually when we're looking. I think you're using the wrong word for that.
Let's
Like,
just
if
cut.
it's like such a solid idea in your head, shouldn't it be like right away? You should have an answer right away. If
Like,
it's like a belief of yours, you should like have it instantly. This is why,
well,
and it's
I'm not
solid.
really a geologist. I know there's people who are and who spend their entire lives dedicated to it. That's not my main thing. I'm more of like a physics English person.
Okay, so
Sure,
you
then.
just appeal to authority then, right?
Sort of. I know
So
people
then,
who not really appealing to authority. I'm just appealing to people who I know spend their entire lives working to know the meaning behind it.
authority on the subject. Yeah, that's what is an appeal
Yeah.
to authority. Yeah. So, would you like to find out for yourself to have a more solid base and knowledge of something that you hold as a belief right now?
I guess.
So, you might want to go to the sea or the beach, and do some measurements. That would be the first step. I would advise that.
Okay, I finally
Because
found what I was talking about. Like the people that do this, like they spend their entire life to this.
are you going to post it in the live stream voice text?
Oh, I don't have image frames yet. I sent it to what's it called? Kel.
I'm riding bike right now. We'll send it to the other guy.
Anyway, what it comes down to is you trust that people have figured it out, and then you go, okay, people that are smarter than me or people that just took more effort into it have figured it out, therefore that's what I'm going to subscribe to. It's a bit silly, I think, to do that. Personally, I wouldn't be satisfied with that in my life.
It's very silly, but sometimes I guess, a lot of us probably all of us started off as globe earthers. So it's like everybody has their own different thing that just ticks them off or just makes them realize or start questioning things. You know what I'm saying? Because I probably would have said the same thing. I probably would have just said, "Oh well, I think the Earth is round because science says it," and they spend their whole life. You know what I'm saying? So it's just so ingrained in us to respond in that manner. So
For sure, it's at least it's an intellectually honest response, unless you're not coping too much at this point. At least, if you're saying that, it's very honest.
This image that you sent me, isn't that just them like looking at the different minerals as you go down in depth?
Sort of. Drill sort bait. I don't even know what that is. That's just geology, just in the general. But
All right,
they
so
Yeah,
you
but
drill down.
that doesn't prove anything. To be honest, that shouldn't be your first go to, because that has nothing to do with whether it's a globe or flat.
Wait, you said I heard I'm sorry, I'm kind of like doing shit. You said geology? It's just basic. That's just the study of rocks, isn't it?
Yeah, does geology not do with
Shape of
the
the earth?
entire
No.
thought?
I mean, they have only dug 8 miles down, and the rest of the way they have to assume what is down there, so they haven't actually verified any of it. It's just in your textbook, like a core and all that. That none of that has actually been verified for real. So,
Well, she showed me a video, an image of just them drilling down, right? And as they go further down, there's different mineral deposits and stuff like that. But yeah, that doesn't prove anything.
yeah, in the history of them doing it, the first time they did it, they were uncertain what would happen if they drilled it. They had some predictions, and those predictions were not met. So, right now they have predictions about what's at the core of the Earth, and they're probably wrong about that. So, why would you take their word if they were wrong previously? I wouldn't do that personally.
we've only been 8 miles down, but at the same time, we've been to other planets and put a RC car on Mars and landed on the moon. But on our own planet, We've only dug 8 miles down.
It's not safe to dig down.
All right, fair enough.
Because of the
But
landslides and
that's okay.
earthquakes, we
You say
know
that.
it's safe to dig down.
All right, so therefore that's not a proof of sphericity of the Earth. What else do we have? Do you feel like you're moving right now? Do you feel like you're spinning? Is your inner ear kind of responding to a motion right now? You know, because your inner ear governs that. It's able to perceive motion. Like when you're on a carousel, you get dizzy because your inner ear kind of feels it. But on the Earth, you're doing all these acrobatic spins, you know, in different directions, by the way, different vectors, going insane speeds, 66,000 miles an hour chasing the sun. Insane speeds. And they're not constant speeds. They're acceleration because they are elliptic orbit. So you should feel that.
You should actually be able to see that. Like the sun should be in the sky going crazy. Like the moon. We should be seeing the sun, the moon, the sun, the moon. If we're spinning that fast.
Yeah, and all of the air should not be staying glued to the ball by the magic of gravity. That would never happen. You ever see a train moving and the smokestack above the train gets left behind in the path as the train moves away? Somehow the Earth is moving 66,000 miles an hour plus more faster, and all the air around it follows along with the weak force of gravity, quote unquote force.
Well, she says she traveled, right? You travel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever traveled like from the equator, somewhere around the equator? Let's say, Florida or somewhere around Florida, maybe.
Yeah.
And have you ever traveled up north, like to New York or something like that up there?
I don't like New York, but I've traveled up, yeah.
Okay, great. Maybe Canada? Somewhere in Canada?
No.
Oh, that's fine. The problem is, right, is that they tell us that at the equator, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, right? Something like that. Close to 1,000. But as you go north, it spins less. So if that were true, if you were to travel from the north or the south to the equator, you would feel it because now the Earth is moving differently. It's moving faster now. But we don't feel that, right?
Do you notice as when you're in the plane, as soon as the pilot says we're going to land, he says you have to strap in, right? It's going to be something you're going to feel now. So how come the change in acceleration from us being in elliptic orbit is not something we constantly feel? If in the plane, as soon as you change your constant speed, you're expecting a turbulence. It just doesn't make any sense.
Are you asking why we strap in on planes?
No, I'm asking why is the equivalent of the Earth not following the same rules when you should be feeling motion in a change of trajectory?
Turbulence?
Okay. So let me tell you this, right? So they tell us that snipers, people who use long range weaponry, right? They have to factor in the Coriolis, right? The spin of the Earth. Yeah, when you fly in a plane, you don't. So why exactly is that? Why do you think that is?
Because planes are leveled.
Well, yeah, it's because the planes are leveled because the Earth is flat.
Good point.
Also, we have testimony of snipers who admit that they do not use any Coriolis calculations in their shots. So that's also a false narrative.
Yeah, they say that too. They say everything. So I don't know what to fucking believe anymore with these people. But yeah, some say they do, some say they don't. I think the ones that say they do are just bullshitting.
Let's do a rather simple one, right? To 8Ls. I would say, have you ever known or have you ever seen the surface of water curving?
Curving like.
Just keep it simple. Have you ever seen the surface of water curve? So if you're at a beach, if you're at a lake.
I'm trying to think of like. So not a wave.
No, not a wave. I'm talking about like the mud. Yeah.
Like, have you ever seen a water hill?
Nah.
Well, there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
%70 of the earth is made of water. So if you've never seen the surface of water curve in a water hill manner, you should question that.
Are you aware how sound frequency works as far as propagation through solid objects? You know, they use them in submarines. Also, whales have sonar, kind of low frequency sound, where they can detect distances. So they say that a whale has the capacity to send his wave out to 6,000 kilometers far. Not sure what that is in miles, but it's very far. And if that was curvature there, that would not be able to happen at all whatsoever. You can put that in the curvature calculator if you are skeptical about it, but yeah, it just would not work at all whatsoever. And we have actual measurements of 800 800 miles, yeah, of just the radio signal being sent almost at sea level, and it still receives on the other end. There's no barrier, no mountain, no hill of water, nothing in the way, no curvature.
Yeah, I got a 17-second video I'm going to send out to a few of you guys in your PMs of the sun and the moon within the horizon. That should not happen at all on the round Earth model. I'm going to send it to 8Ls, Flying, Kel, the people who are talking.
Also, you might think to yourself, you're looking out at the sea and you're seeing the sunset, and you're thinking, oh, this is just going down, right? It's just the sun is going down. It's a sunset. That's kind of what we thought when we were globe believers ourselves. We thought this was a proof of the globe. It kind of makes sense, you know? But then you have to think to yourself, why do the clouds in the distance also touch the water as you're looking out in the sea? Why is that? do the clouds actually touch the water? Of course not. That's perspective. That's all that is. The same way as you're walking down the street, you see street lamps. Street lamps appear lower and lower the further they are away from you. The same way the sun just disappears down into your perspective view angle. Your angle gets reduced with distance, and you can use a camera to increase the length, the width, I mean, of the angle, and you can bring back the sun. Of course, there's a limit to where you can do that because there's atmospheric conditions and all that, but nevertheless, it demonstrates that the resolution limits exist, and that's why we see the way we do as far as the sunset goes. The same principle works with boats.
Oh, DMs. YouTube watch Sun Moon Under Horizon.
You can you can see videos of where the sun is down on the horizon, right? And you can look at the clouds close to you, and you notice that the sun looks like it's below the clouds, right? But yet the clouds on the bottom are completely dark, and then the clouds on the top are lit up. And that's just perspective. The sun is actually really up, but because it's so far away, it goes down and meets the horizon. You understand?
Re-explain that.
He's having an aneurysm. Too much information at once, I think. Maybe that's the case.
No, I'm sorry. You know how sometimes one day go outside when the sun's either rising or setting, right? And look at the clouds, okay? And look at the clouds above the sun, right? In your view, and you'll notice that the clouds are dark underneath, yet they're lit up on top, right? But the sun is on the bottom, below them. That's because of perspective, right? The sun is actually really high up, but because it's so far away, it looks like it's going down into the horizon. Do you understand? Because that's how we see.
Very simple stuff. Perspective is quite simple. They teach this in art class if you're taking that, but people don't really apply it to reality somehow. Sometimes, even if they learn it in class, I don't know why, but they just refuse to do it in their own mind. Somehow, it just doesn't go together. They don't put one and one together. Sadly, but it's quite simple if you actually grasp it.
Yeah. I think the truth of the matter is, realistically, most people, you can tell them all of these things all day long, but until they actually go out and do some research outside of just looking up Flat Earth on YouTube and clicking the first video, if they actually really do some research, man, and they're actually willing to have an open mind, then that's what's going to convince them. But us just telling them whatever, that's never going to work. Nothing wrong with it though, because it's for conversation's sake,
But as far as YouTube, we can say something that's curious. If you're going to look up Flat Earth on YouTube, you're going to get a lot of propaganda, a lot of things that we do not subscribe to, like the pizza in space. We don't believe in that, and that's what they're going to show you. They're going to show you as if Flat Earthers believe in that. That's what they're going to showcase.
What is pizza in
also
space?
What did you say?
What is pizza in space?
I mean, that's the impression that people have of Flat Earth when they first learn about it because they Google it or have a YouTube search, and that's what they are presented with.
Yeah, you can also call it like a disc in space. That's usually what they say too.
Oh. Okay, I got questions. How long have you guys been like Flat Earthers?
Since
I mean, it depends on who you
2017.
ask. Yeah.
2017.
Almost a year for me.
Understand this. The globe Earth is very new. Is it even 100 years old yet? The flat Earth has been around way longer. It's an ancient idea. So just throwing that out there.
I do agree with that.
And not ancient in the sense that when you go to YouTube and you search for flat Earth, what they give you on the Wikipedia, that's what they're going to give you, by the way, because the U.S. government had a meeting with YouTube, and they told them, "Hey, come on, let's try to put some reins on these flat Earth misinformation agents, So let's put a Wikipedia disclaimer." They had a hearing about this, and you can have a video for that if you want to. They talk about censoring flat Earth, which is kind of funny. Why would you need to censor something that's so stupid that you wouldn't have to even entertain?
Exactly. That should be a red flag. If somebody is coming up to you talking about some nonsense, your first reaction is not, "Oh, let me silence them before somebody believes this." It's to walk away, forget about it, let them do whatever they do. So why can't we have free speech as flat earthers on these social media platforms? You know what I'm saying? That's just not a thing anymore.
Yeah, it's like you can watch all the the Bigfoot videos on YouTube. You can watch alien videos. You can watch all this crazy stuff. Ghost videos, whatever you can think of. Right? YouTube gives no warnings. Right? Nothing. Right? Even though technically, you could traumatize somebody by letting them learn about ghosts and aliens and stuff like that. But yet, when it comes to flat Earth, it's kind of like it's taboo, right? It's a taboo subject. It doesn't really hurt anybody, right? But it's kind of like other things that are happening currently right now that you can't talk about, right? That people are finding out that they're just lying to us, right? And so they're trying to cover it up, right, by silencing people. And so what happens is YouTube. Through the algorithm, it silences flat Earth, right? Every video that you search for, it's like an anti-flat earther. And so, I don't know. I would rather just use Rumble. I like Rumble. Rumble's pretty good. Yeah, Rumble's pretty good when you search flat Earth. I find that you can find a lot of videos there that you can't find on YouTube.
Yeah, somehow flat Earth is so dangerous. Meanwhile, you can find on YouTube how to pick a lock, how to break into somebody's home, and no disclaimers at the bottom. How to pick a lock on a car, specific car door. Just this exact car, let's pick a lock for this car. And here's a tutorial on how to do this. No disclaimer. This is not dangerous whatsoever. Okay, let's have the same for flat Earth, which is obviously, how dangerous can that be? Well, evidently very dangerous because there's a disclaimer.
Exactly. Actually, that's so true. The Kia boys. Some of you may have heard of them, but they go around stealing Hyundais and Kias. A lot of them learn how to do it off of YouTube, and there's no censoring on that at all. You can go learn the same thing. But flat Earth, for whatever reason, it's got to be fully censored out. Like we're killing people. I don't know. Man. I don't get it.
That's a very good point. That is a very good point.
This should be the most harmless, stupid topic in you guys' minds, but I mean, I guess not.
That's crazy. So they actually do show you videos of how to break into cars on YouTube?
Yeah.
That's fucking nuts.
Go type in Kia Boys tutorial. This is happening in every state.
Bro.
Say it again.
Go type in how to break into a Kia Soul.
Exactly. But flat Earth. No, you can't do flat Earth. Anti CV from 2020. Nope, can't have that out there either.
Yeah, flat Earth videos for some reason have a warning underneath them. That should be a red flag for anybody who understands how censorship works and how, they try to silence
I mean, people that are on the politics server, very often I think, okay, these people are very much into the wrestling, into the game of politics, which, I mean, at that point, you might not have a distrust in the government, which, I mean, that would be interesting if that's the case, but I would hope that you have at least some distrust. But really, you should have total distrust because you've been lied to 100 times, 1,000 times. So why would you believe liars?
Is bro talking about me?
Well, you're the one that came from the politics servers, so yeah, I guess I'm addressing that.
They've done me good, bro. They've done me good.
Well,
I'm good at
as long
politics too.
as you can separate, actually, like, okay, this is not something that's, you know, I can really control too much. You know, maybe in my local area, I might be able to have an impact on it, but as far as the whole country, you're not going to do anything there. It's all bought and paid for. So
Yeah.
squabbling about it too much, it's not going to do much good.
My community likes me.
Those sort of communities do attract a lot of people who kind of, you know, they're on the right side of things because they're thinking in terms of, you know, right and wrong. They're paying attention to what's going on in the world, even if they might not see it the right way. They're still trying to pay attention. So, I guess if you're too deep into it, though, there's things about it that become very culty, very cultish, like the Trump supporters or Joe Biden, just anybody who's like married to the idea of a president. That's insane to me.
Then I'm crazy because I'm MAGA all the way.
Yeah, you're insane. You're nuts.
Yeah, that's crazy. I actually don't like. There's a lot of MAGA things about Trump. I don't like Trump. Make a lawyer, get a lawyer. That's what people said MAGA stands for.
What if
Because
what if
his lawyers
politics
are lawyers.
what if politics are set up to distract you from yourself and focus on the world? What if it's just rigged to be how it is and it's never gonna not be how it is until people stop focusing their energy on it?
That's exactly what it actually is. Yeah, it's just the professional wrestling. That's all. It's like two guys get into a ring and they battle, but the script is written already.
That's what I hate about politics in the main sense is most people like the whole GOP debate with like the Republican debate was a complete joke. Like everyone just talked above each other. There was no speaking time for the questions. It was a complete joke.
Well, like he said, it's a WWE match, right? Like I when I say I'm MAGA, you know, I'm just, you know, I just would rather go. I know it's a WWE match, right? But I don't mind watching it, right? Like I know it's fake, but hey, you know, you can't just like completely separate yourself from reality, right? Like you can't, right? Like eventually you have to participate in the community, right? At some level, at least.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, in
definitely
the
true.
community, yes. But if you're in the stands and you're cheering on for your favorite wrestler, it doesn't matter how much you cheer. He's not going to win based on your cheers. You know, it's not going to influence anything. It's already written what's going to happen in the ring, regardless of how hard you cheer, what sign you hold up.
What I'll say is, I do think that you do have to participate in the reality, but if you go into this reality and participate, there's going to be other people that see you participating that don't know what you know about the reality. And those people are going to be more in sync with this reality than you are. Their emotions are going to be more connected to this false reality than you are. You know when to disconnect from it. You know when to stop caring. You know that it's rigged to be how it is and it's not going to change. So it's different for you than it is for them.
Yeah, they're almost
I mean,
creating these stalwart defenders of the illusion. They're just walking around and having these fights between each other all the time. It just creates more and more division constantly. That's just kind of what they need is divide and conquer. That's the whole game plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a distraction for what's really being hidden from us. But, you know, I mean, like you said, you know, I understand it and I'm not trying to contribute to it. But if you're stuck, like I believe that I can't save everyone, right? Like I believe that there are people who are so deep into the mind virus, right? That they can't be saved. And, you know, that's the way I see it.
I agree. I definitely agree, man. But I don't know, man. It's just I don't try to save everyone. This is probably about as far as I've went in a while. You know, and this is not that much, but if I hear somebody talking and I feel like, see, mine doesn't come from trying to prove somebody wrong. I'd rather have somebody focus on what they should focus on, in my opinion, which is themselves. If everybody in the world just focused on themselves and self-development, self-improvement, it would improve overnight, I believe. You know,
Literally.
but we're being distracted by our phones, politics, all of these things.
Literally.
So yeah.
It's part of what we do here. We don't try to like forcibly change your mind or anything like that. We try to just equip you with the right tools so you go out there and verify it for yourself. You don't have to trust us. You don't have to trust anybody. You have to just verify and actually come to an understanding that's tangible, something you can actually touch and have a measurement for. Not just have an
I
idea in
think
your head.
yeah, I think the best thing that we can do is just try to help people, try to teach them how to critically think for themselves. You know, I don't know, because I believe they don't teach that anymore in school, right? How to critically think for yourself. And if more people did that, and instead of just completely believing whatever is told to them, and instead of doing that, they would just invest a little bit of time to try to maybe figure out if it's true or not, or you know, do their own research, the world would be a much different place. But it is what it is.
Yeah, you go to school and you've been trained. If you don't write down what was in the test to be the answer, you're not gonna get an A. So if you want to think differently, then it's not rewarded. You get an F for thinking differently. You get an A for just conforming to whatever is presented to you. It might be right. I mean, 2 + 2 is right, but something else might be by the same way not right. And you're gonna get an A in one subject that is right, and you're gonna get an A in another subject that isn't right, but it's still part of the story, and you're just following along.
Yeah, I don't want to butcher the quote, but I'm probably going to butcher it because I don't remember. But you know, when the Rockefellers started the whole you know, school program and everything, and the whole indoctrination, you know, they said they don't want free thinkers, right? They want workers, and that's what we have right now.
Yeah, if I was in control and I was somebody malevolent, I would not want a public that actually is aware of their surroundings and capable to discern reality. I would want them equipped minimally just to do menial things, to do things that serve me, that serve my self-interest, not something that actually benefits them, because that's not the benefit that I want, you know, as a malevolent evil force. If of course you choose to subscribe to that, but it's quite evident once you see the evidences of it that such a thing does exist.
Yeah, and basically they've enslaved all of us, right? Because think about it, you can't go anywhere unless they tell you you can go there, right? So what are you really? You're not free, right? Like I can't just get on a plane right now and just randomly go anywhere I want. Like this world is a prison.
In a sense, I would say that's part of the problem, kind of having that sense in us. I think it's like more so we believe that it's a prison also. Like if all of us believed that it wasn't a prison, we would be able to change in terms of just, traveling wherever we want and all that. Like if everybody agreed
Oh
that
yeah. Definitely, you know. Well, yeah, we've been indoctrinated into believing that, we need to, give people permission. People have to give us permission to go places, and we can't go, travel the world and be free. Like obviously, we've been told this, and for the sake of I don't know, peace, world order. I don't know why they would say it, but yeah, currently we have been trained to be slaves.
Yeah, I was watching a commercial and there was a prison bus on the commercial, and that just ticked my brain. I'm like, why does a prison bus look exactly like a school bus? I've never seen like there's multiple different kinds of buses, but specifically the prison bus and the school bus look exactly the same.
Funny.
Not only that, school kind of works like prison, but I guess that goes without saying.
Yeah, that's a good observation. That does make a lot of sense. I mean, school is kind of like a training ground for the for civil for civilians to train them to be, like workers, right? Slaves. It used to be that we didn't go to school. Like back in the 1900s, very very early 1900s, they didn't have really 9 to 5 schools every 5 days a week, right? Like people lived with their families in their communities. They would usually work on their whatever their trade was. Very few people worked for other people. A lot of times people worked for themselves, and they used to just go to church on Sundays or something, right? But then they introduced, the indoctrination program, which is called school, in like the early 1900s, and well, here's where we are now. I mean,
Yeah, to add to that point, I would like to say if you want to make sure that, hey, we are not really evolving, we are devolving, just go back and read some letters from the 1800s, how people who supposedly didn't have such a good education, somehow they are able to put thoughts together more eloquently, with way more words in their sentences, better punctuation. Just the way they spoke was like 20 levels above how we speak today, especially the kids growing up today. Every sentence begins with bro, said this, skull emoji. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, that's cretinism. That's cretinization of public.
I love Latin, and that's like why I love like the Catholic Church and like everything. It's because like the way they used to like talk like way back and like before like Greek, Latin, and everything, it's so much better than like the way people like talk now. So much more like eloquent. Hate
yeah,
it.
you go back to they have like letters from the Civil War, right? And these are kids. Like these are very young 14, 13-year-old kids who are sent to war, and they send like letters to their family, and you read these letters and you're like, wow, did like a poet write this? Like who?
Exactly.
These, it's like it's crazy.
And meanwhile, we have people just on Discord, just these kids just writing garbage every day, just memes, gifs, just stupidity.
I mean,
And
it's the
then
culture, That's just the culture that back then they appreciated intelligence, right? I believe that they appreciated other things, right? In today's day and age, what do we appreciate? Like porking and like, you
fuckery.
know, fucking degeneracy. It's the world is just getting worse.
And then these same people will try to convince you that we're smarter than our ancestors. Okay, we'll
Because
see
of
about that.
AI.
I believe our ancestors were free. I believe we're the ones. We are the slaves. Our ancestors were free.
I like free will.
It's very important not to confuse free will with the satanic belief of do what thou wilt, which is very different. And also what people fall into these days, they have no boundaries. They just do complete degeneracy constantly. No rules to their life. Every rule is like, just whatever I feel like right now, I'm going to just do it. No matter the repercussions, because nothing matters. I live in this atheistic solipsist reality where 99% anything could be fake. Maybe I'm in a matrix. All this garbage that we hear, it's just stupidity.
Not true. There's such like low probability of that. Like there's such like, if anyone knows anything about like quantum mechanics and like how like everything is just so precise in the world, there's just so low probability. And like
Well,
when
you
there's
just
low
said it yourself.
probability of things existing, it's you believe the higher percentage. It's just how you rule out things.
Are you trying to say that there's a creator? Is that what you're saying? That
I believe in a creator.
well,
It doesn't even
welcome to
require
Flat
belief.
Earth.
Yeah, it doesn't even require belief. It's like so obvious. Like order does not come from disorder. That's all you need to know. It's just complex things do not appear in a million, hundred millions, trillions, billions of years. It will never happen ever. An eyeball will never manifest out of just garbage, rocks, water,
Yeah,
and
well, nothing is ever going to evolve from a fucking rock. Okay.
What's kind of
Like, do you?
crazy is, I'll finish what you're saying.
I was just going to end with if she really believes that nothing can turn into something and then become as perfect as our world is today.
Exactly. I think I started gardening in 2021. To see a seed, right? To see yourself planting a tiny little seed in the ground, you put some water on it. You look back 3, 4, 5 months later, and it's like a huge plant, and you're eating from it. There's got to be some kind of creator out there.
also the very notion, the way we speak and the way we communicate, we're constantly looking for logical things. There's always a bias towards order in our thoughts. We're never trying to rationalize things into chaos. We're always trying to rationalize things into something that makes sense, something that works. For me, that's the ultimate proof of creation. Order is ever present in everything.
So did it get really quiet, or did my internet drop? What's going on here?
Oh, I
That's
think I
what I
got really
thought. I
quiet.
thought the internet. I don't know. Something that might have happened.
Yeah, yeah. I've gotten into gardening too. Like it's really interesting. I got some avocado trees. I got a mango tree in the backyard. I have a bunch of pineapple trees, plantable plants, and I just recently got a banana tree, and but it's kind of small.
Also, the I guess trees and all that. And when you pick the fruits, you see the beautiful symmetry, right? In them. It's also kind of a telling thing in how everything operates in the world. Is like everything has some symmetrical properties to it, almost as if
Google
there's a programming code behind it.
exactly. Google this right now if you want to be mind blown on this topic. Google the outer shell or the skin of a breadfruit. It's called a breadfruit, and this thing has hexagons all on it, like all over the fruit. There's perfect hexagons.
Yeah, I've never seen this fruit. Doesn't look like it tastes good. I'm gonna be honest.
Believe it or not, it tastes just like a potato, like almost identical to a potato.
It kind of looks like it. Yeah. I didn't expect the inside it would be like that.
So you have to cook it?
I would assume you don't have to, but it's probably preferable, maybe.
I think yeah, it's preferable. You probably can eat it raw, but it'd be weird. Probably be like eating a raw potato.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. That's pretty nasty. Oh, look at you posting the flat Earth map.
So why did you post that in the live stream voice text?
I just thought it was funny.
Or maybe you just like wanted to look at it.
I just wanted to post it
What's funny about it?
because Australia and the other thing on the complete opposite sides of the map, and
Yeah, what's wrong with
following
that?
the way planes work, it doesn't. Like,
It makes a lot of sense if you look at the times that it takes for the planes to actually get there. You know, it doesn't actually go from the south to the other south area. It goes around. So if you actually look at the flight plans, there's some holes in the globe theory, funnily enough, because circumnavigation has never been done from a south location, like the very bottom of the continent there, South America and Australia.
Well, one topic that I really like about that I believe debunks the globe is when you look at the map is the time zones, right? When you research the time zones, okay, so think about it, right? We live on a globe, okay? We have northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, right? We have the equator, and everything on the northern hemisphere should have the same time zone as in the southern hemisphere, right? However, that is not the case, right? Because if you look at Australia, okay, and then you look at America on a globe, okay, they're basically on the same latitude, right? One is just on the north, the other one's just on the south, but they're relatively at the same level on a sphere. However, even though they're both about the same size, America has 3 time zones while Australia has only 2 time zones. It's like 2.5 time zones, right? And that's because when you look at it on a flat Earth, right, the map stretches out, right? So the bottom of the map, the sides of the map are a lot bigger than on the center, right? And so what's happening is the time zones are stretching as you go down. And so that's why we have the different time zones, even though they should be exactly the same.
That's the funny thing about glove artists. They don't even realize these things, and later, once you start to question it, you have to research, and you find out, hey, actually, I thought there were like 24 time zones, or what's happening here? Why is it more? Why are there 32, or some people say even more than that? So, what's up with that? Come to find out, they're very different, and in even close locations, which would really make no sense. Then you find out they're kind of artificial. Even in their own story, they admit to it, that they are just kind of there for farmers to have daylight, which is a great story, but consistency there does not follow.
Sorry, I've been listening in, but you guys should definitely show the time zone around the island of Kiribati. It's the weirdest shit in the world. Like Kiribati. Think like Kiri.
I know that island, yeah.
Yeah, show a picture of how that
looks so weird.
oh, we
I'm tired.
If you're tired,
Yeah,
you might want to
Beasticles.
lay down.
Kiribati is very interesting how they kind of like did that whole little line. They like, the whole time zone there is all whack. I would post a picture, but I'm on my phone. I'm not even like at home.
So somebody found like a ship that was on the GPS system somewhere in the middle of the Antarctica, as far as the map goes. It made no sense, and then they traced that cargo ship, and it belonged to this island of Kiribati. So I don't know what goes on there, but yeah, they're shipping. I mean, if you would think there's more land outside, then you would think that they're shipping something to the outside, which is curious.
Yeah, speculation, but I think Kiribati is basically the place where they ship in and out of our lands to the across Antarctica.
Have you guys seen the Nos Confunden map?
You can post it, and we'll tell you if we've seen it.
Gotcha.
you see that, 8Ls?
Huh?
How weird that is.
Specific times.
Look how it just
Why
wraps
does-
around Kiribati. So
How
weird.
it changes in the like. Yeah, that is weird.
Hey, Beasticles, is that showing that Australia has 3 time zones? Or the center one's half a time zone, right? Yeah, it's half a time zone. Yeah, 9.5.
So basically, it's saying saying Pacific time zone, right? And it's showing like plus 10, right? Plus 9.5, like all those different things. It's basically using Pacific time zone as reference, but I just wanted to point out the weirdness of Kiribati. That's all. Like, why the hell is it like that? Doesn't make sense. You would think it would just be like longitude, right? Longitude based, different sections. And why wouldn't it be even? Why wouldn't it be exactly 24 like Flying was saying?
That's where they paste it. That's where they reduce it and paste it together to reduce to make it look like a globe.
What's happening?
What's up? Who said what's happening? Timbo.
That would be
What's up?
me.
Is that Timbo?
Hey.
You're up early. Just kidding.
Oh, it's lunch. It's lunchtime.
We're just talking about Australia type shit, so you're
Timbo,
just
how
in
many
time.
time zones do you have?
How many? We have 3, but one's a half a time zone.
Okay.
What?
How do you get half a time zone?
Fucked if I know. But the whole East Coast is on the same time zone. And then you go over to Adelaide, which is half an hour difference. And then Western Australia is 3 hours from Eastern. Sorry, 2 hours in the winter, 3 hours in the summer. Because they don't have daylight savings, but not all of the East Coast has daylight savings, only Victoria and New South Wales. Queensland doesn't have daylight savings, and either does Western Australia. So it gets confusing as fuck.
So Timbo, HLs is the globe earther. So we're just kind of like, well, I haven't been really participating, kind of doing a bunch of shit.
Mic bugging.
Yeah,
Losing
just
my
basically
Wi-Fi.
bringing up certain. What was that?
You
Is your mic bugging
sound
or is it my
weird,
Wi-Fi?
Beasticles.
Yeah, Beasticles, your
Yeah,
microphone is like cutting out.
I'm on my mobile.
Yeah, bro.
Is
Mic
it
bugging.
cutting out bad?
Yeah.
Pretty bad, yeah.
Yeah, you sound different too.
How about going out better?
No.
Yeah, it was better for like a second.
I might be in the limbo, yeah. Just catching you up.
Got some new people in here.
Yeah, we
Maybe new
talked to
because I've
Ada
been
last.
over. Yeah.
She's a globe earther. She's really just in the belief state at this point, though. But she's kind of confused. I guess that's what I'm getting from it. But she's here just to, I guess, listen to us. I suppose. And somebody else just came in with an anime picture, which, I mean, you're bringing shame to anime pictures. So I don't know if I want to talk to you. Tyler. Hello, Tyler.
Yeah, just over at the politics server.
What?
Hey, fanboy. I heard you
Hello.
talking before on the politics 24/7 flat Earth.
Yeah.
Oh, we got another politics person. So I guess a lot of people there are seeing that 24/7 channel that they have there, and I guess you're migrating. I guess that's good to hear that we're getting some stray people, even though they might think this is a joke. We can reassure you that it is not a joke. We are really crazy, stupid flat earthers, which you might think.
Or retarded's the new word. Retarded flat earthers. That's
And you would think they would just leave us to this crazy, stupid belief just to have free speech on social media, but for whatever reason, this crazy, stupid belief requires censorship.
It's disinformation. Is my mic fucked up still?
No, we heard you now.
Yeah, you're good.
sounded like you were trying to attempt an Australian accent, though.
Yeah, I'm actually quite dark and twisted. Yeah. I'm learning.
It's a nice touch to add "yeah" at the end of the sentence.
Yeah.
Where's your friend, Cheetos? Your other guy friend, 5Ls or whatever.
Bro's playing a game right now, I think. I think I was
5
playing
owls
Valorant.
went into another server and kind of had a bit of a spiral there, spamming all the channels, which was kind of sad. I don't know.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was playing a game
Reason
right
why
now.
is because he was like saying, I want to trust NASA. Like I trust NASA. Like that's an authoritative source of information. And then I hit him with the linear aircraft model documents and stuff. And
Yeah, do you trust them
he
now?
read that. Yeah, I mean, hey, we're just going by your standard of authoritative sources, right? But
Yeah, if that's who you're going to believe in. Yeah. Somebody wanted to say something. Were rudely interrupted. Please finish.
No, you're good, bro. I'm lagging. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. Yeah, but when we talk about NASA and all that, we're only arguing from the position of a hostile witness. We're just invoking something that you might trust. We don't trust it, but since you trust them, we're saying, okay, they also say this though. They're also inconsistent in their kind of message. So look at this. Look that they admit to a flat Earth in their documents for spacecraft. NASA actually admits to quite a bit of things. NASA also admits to doctoring pictures. They say the blue marble was photoshopped because it had to be. Literally, because it had to be. Because there's no other way to get it all in one shot. It has to be a composite. So if you have a blue marble on your iPhone, it's actually not the actual photograph. It's a stitched together, self-admitted by NASA. Which also should raise your eyebrow.
Yep.
Also, the fact that they admit to having a satellite balloon program. That's interesting too.
Yes, and also they admit to never, being to the moon. As Buzz Aldrin said, we never went, and that's the way it was. He
No,
actually
you're
said,
just not understanding English flying.
yeah, of course. He meant something else entirely. However I have to cope about it is going to mean whatever I'm going to imagine it means.
I like how remember the few months ago where the guy was lost on a submarine and we were just out of luck and there was no hope for them. We couldn't go save them or anything. I like how we couldn't go save them and you needed to advertise to everybody on the news this submarine was lost. When we've landed an RC car on Mars, we've landed on the moon, but we can't explore our own ocean to go save these guys trapped on a submarine. Very that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Datalas, have you followed like these recent launches? Like the India kind of space agency had a mission to the moon recently. They didn't send people, but they did send a craft, and they had some animation to show you. Have you seen that animation?
They sent it back on Nickelodeon.
Yeah, what? No, I heard they made it to the moon, but I didn't see anything about it.
Well, you should look at the footage. The footage is great.
So good. It's the best footage I've ever seen.
And Globe Defenders will say that it is an animation, and they admit that it is an animation. They will admit that it's an animation, but then my question is, in 2023, if you admit it's an animation, how come there's no real footage though? How come you didn't equip 20 mounted cameras with obvious rotational capabilities to actually record everything around you. Why was that not part of it? Why do you have to have an animation? It's kind of, suspect.
Where's the video?
You know what I think? I think when they were doing the whole submarine thing, I think they were trying to scare people to not go into the ocean and to explore, because I think there's a lot of independent companies that are trying to do that, and I think maybe they're just trying to scare people not to do it. Same way how they control the skies. They
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it that that's what's happening there.
How are you, Cal?
I'm in.
That Indian moon landing is in the animation. They genuinely put that on something.
Yep.
That's what they say.
They genuinely advertise that to their entire country.
Not only the entire country, the whole world.
They genuinely advertise that to the entire world.
Yep.
Yes.
They said
That
this is an animation of us landing on the moon.
Hey,
Are you saying that?
Yeah, and people were watching it live, and they were cheering, and they were going, yeah. They had Indian people in the streets dancing, going, yeah, we made it to the moon. And they showed them a cartoon.
They genuinely.
Well, don't be quick to make fun of them, because if you watch the American Hollywood production, it's a little bit better, but it's not much better. So you believe that, though?
You got these days. They still got guys in the NASA control room high fiving, and you look at their computer screens, and they're still using 1960s monitors. What the fuck is going on there? Shouldn't they have all big flat screens and this and that? They're using the old Apple Macintosh fucking screens. You guys might not know what Apple Macintosh is. For all of you young people there.
They only get
Apple
so many
Macintosh.
millions. They only get so many millions a year. How would they afford a computer? It's
I think Windows 98 has better graphics.
They're funny, mate. They're so funny. So 8LS, what do you see that's wrong with that footage of the Indian landing on the moon?
It's just like an animation.
What do they show you when they launch rockets into? Did you ever watch the launch? I think it may be about a year ago when the US sent a rocket around the moon.
Nah.
You didn't watch that either.
No.
Guess what was?
Astronauts.
Guess what was similar to that and the Indian one?
What?
They used the animation
Really?
as well. Mm-hmm.
Funny.
That should be like the biggest red flag. Why so much animation? Golly.
I don't even blame them. I blame the people who believe that shit.
Yeah, that's true.
They're just there going, hey, let's throw out the dumbest animation that we could possibly do, and let's see how many people believe it. And they go, like, because Jim Carrey, they're buying it.
And let's not even hide the fact that it's I can't even speak. Let's not even hide the fact that it's an animation. They'll still believe it. We save money. They believe us. We win.
Yeah, we win. Yep. Why would they lie?
Didn't they also show live footage of when the robot came out of the spacecraft when it landed?
On the Indian one?
Yeah. They had another. I saw it somewhere where they had like a rover come out and
No,
they showed it.
I gave up when I saw the Lego thing landing on the moon.
Yeah, I was like, why is it that while it's landing you have to show an animation, but then somehow afterwards you have like image of a rover like
Yeah,
going onto
there's
the
like two
moon?
images. The second image is like very different because there's like a hole in front of the rover, and before that it's before the hole, and the second image is after the hole. And after the hole, there's some changes in the hole. It's kind of as if like it fell
Yeah.
into it, and then they had to like make up for it and reshape what happened. It's like a whole studio set. It looks like it, exactly like a studio set. It's so stupid.
They could have done better though.
You
I
gotta
feel
watch
like
out for those holes.
yeah. I feel like I've seen better footage in movies. Like they could have put some more effort in.
Hey, femboy Tyler, are you still there?
What?
What's a femboy?
Like Timbo is
Boy.
like
It's
boomer.
like a girly. It's like a girly man. It's like a feminine person.
A guy without a father.
Yeah.
But does that mean? I'm just curious because I don't really understand. But is that like so you're like a guy, but you wear girls' clothes, or is it
Yeah,
something
like
different?
skirts and chokers and stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ooh. I find this new, like the new generation, very interesting.
Can I make an estimation? Can I guess that you're an atheist? Can I guess that?
Who, me?
Tyler?
Yeah.
Yes?
Or,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, sure. We'll go with
Of
that.
course. Funny how that works.
So, do you believe that India landed on the moon?
Sure, I guess. I don't know. I don't really be keeping track of Indian space affairs.
Do you believe that NASA went around the moon just recently?
Sure. Probably.
Sure. Cool. Do you believe the Earth is a ball floating in the vacuum of outer space?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Have you ever seen Curve?
Curvature?
Of the surface of the Earth.
No, not like personally.
So, what would lead you to believe that we live on a planet? I'm just genuinely interested. I'm not having a go at you or anything, mate.
Not hitting on you. That's what you.
I don't know. I was caught off guard. I was building this fucking castle in Minecraft, and I genuinely was not prepared.
And my son plays Minecraft.
It's a good
You
game.
see, when you look out in the Minecraft world, the fog in the background kind of creates like a curve. It's like a false curve, a little bit. Well, it's kind of a brainwashing technique.
Not really. It kind of just goes straight forever.
I actually did a test about it. We
But
compressed it.
in real life, things kind of go over the horizon. Like I can see like the top of things before the rest of it.
What about when you can't? What about when you see a flat surface and you see things that are further than the supposed horizon? What's the answer for that?
What?
I think he has
So
to
in
know
order,
that
in order for things to go over the horizon, you'd need that geometric curve of the circumference that they gave us. Yeah. So that would have to be if you were at, let's say, 6 foot. That boat would have to start disappearing at 3 miles. What if you can see further than that? Does that mean the
I
Earth's
don't think
bigger?
you'd be able to.
Don't think so. All
No,
right, look in the live chat.
huh?
Oh wait, sorry. Look in the. I'm going to post something in the live stream.
Do you know where the live stream voice text is located?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Side
just
chat.
check. Yeah.
Hey, do you have dual monitors, real quick? Because I know it's probably hard to alt tab if you do, but yeah, a lot of stuff
Yeah.
in voice.
I have 3
Okay.
monitors.
All right,
Yeah, I would
can you
just
see
kind
what
of
I just
keep it on there.
posted, or what Flat GPT just posted? If you go in the live stream and then click the arrow that points down, it'll take you to the last post.
The side
Kind of like
chat
live.
and the voice chat?
Yeah, if you
No,
go,
not
so
that
go
one.
back to the main menu, and then 8ls just tagged you in there. But if you go to back to the main menu, and where you came into this room is live stream, just above that is live stream voice text. Just click in there.
So what is this that I'm looking at?
Okay, so this is something we call the black swan. Yeah. So the black swan is they used to think all swans were white, and then they saw a black swan, and they go, okay, all swans aren't white. So there goes the theory of all swans are white. So 1 foot observer height is the camera. It's from it's a still shot from a video. There's heaps of them, but so the horizon should be at 1.22 miles from this observer height. That's where it should start.
How do I know
Now
that this was taken at a foot observer height?
I'll post the video after, but you can go through it. He goes through it with a tape measure, and this is the still shot from that actual video.
Real quick on that note, like how do you know, right? Well, let's just say there's a margin of error. Let's just say it's actually 6 feet, right? The calculation would then be 3 miles. So even if it's that large of a margin of error, right? Look at the distances at those of those oil rigs, and then also you
Miguel
can,
just posted the video too.
yeah, no, you can see the horizon line, right, where the sky meets the ground. That's the horizon, the apparent horizon. It's behind them.
Thanks, Miguel. He just posted the full video. All right, so
Thanks.
if you want to go later and have a look through that video, you can if you want. He shows you the height that he's taking it from. So, Tyler, do you want to click on that picture that I posted and just read through that that text at the top? Don't worry about that Modus Tollens bit, but
The one by Flat GPT bot. That thing?
yeah. So if P then Q.
Okay. So what? This is just saying that those things are farther than how
Well,
many
the
miles?
the actual so the argument's about the horizon. So where in that picture can you see the horizon? Meaning that in this case it's where the water meets the sky, or appears to meet the sky.
Well, I see several lines, but I don't know which one is the exact horizon line.
Well, what's the furthest one? What's the furthest one you can see?
Well, I don't know if that's like the horizon line or like if it's the line underneath it, because it could be like I
Well,
don't
if
know.
it's the line underneath it, then it would be blocking the one behind it, wouldn't it?
No, I'm just saying I don't know where the water actually
Okay,
ends.
where does it look like it is?
I don't know.
Behind,
Let's just say the top line.
yeah, behind platform habitat at 9.41 miles. So behind that.
Okay.
Yep. So we can safely say that horizon line is at 10 miles. Even if we want to use 9.41, yeah, doesn't really matter. So this is the example that I was saying. You were saying, okay, boats go over the horizon. And I said, okay, at 6 foot it should be 3 miles. And then you said, okay, well, that's when it should start going over the horizon. So in this photo, we can see the horizon clearly behind platform habitat. We could call it 10 miles. So why is
Well,
that horizon?
how do I know that that's 10 miles away?
Well, let's use 9.41.
Because anytime I've
these
seen the
are
horizon
actually,
in real life, I can't see farther than 3 miles.
What's subjective?
How do you
Because the
measure
horizon
that?
Because I
How
have
have you measured
fucking
that?
I have fucking GPS and I can go to fucking Lake Erie, see which parts of the land I can see and which parts.
But you're
go
looking
over
with
the
your eye,
horizon.
right? This is using a camera, a zoom camera.
Okay, but again, I'm not looking at this in real life with any point of reference. How do I
What you're
know
saying,
that's
you're not seeing as far with your eyeball, and this is seeing further because it's not an eyeball, because it's a camera.
I think he's asking how is it that we know that it's 9.4
Yeah.
miles, right?
Oh, okay. So if you
That's what
go
he's
on,
asking.
jump on,
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
jump on Google Earth and go to Santa Barbara.
Basically, they know that it's 9.4 miles, right? Because you look it up and it tells you how far those
The oil rigs are.
those rigs are from the land, right?
They're
So
not
they know.
moving.
Yeah, they're not moving. Like they're fixed.
How do I know this isn't just like a different oil rig though?
Well, I mean,
like you guys would say pictures of the Earth is fake. How do I know this isn't?
Okay.
Well, do you believe in pictures of the Earth?
Yeah.
Why?
What do you mean why?
Well,
Why believe in
how do you
pictures
know
of anything?
where?
Why do I believe
How do
in
you know
pictures of
where they're?
Obama? I've never seen
How do you
Obama with
know?
my
How
eyes.
do you know? Don't spiral, mate. How do you know they're real?
What?
How do you
NASA
know
photos.
pictures from space are real? You're asking us all these different questions about a simple photo that we can prove, but yet you're just blindly accepting a
Yeah,
photo
because
from NASA in
the
space,
photo
and you've got no reference
you're trying to
you've got
prove
no
is kind of
reference point.
is a claim that I find kind of worth needing more. You know what I
Well,
mean? Like,
you know what the difference is? Is that this video and this picture, right? The person who did this is not profiting from this. He's got no reason to lie, right?
And we can prove what he's done too.
And yeah, we can look it up. We can look
what
at
do
the
you mean he
location.
has no reason
He
to
had,
lie?
well, I mean, not that he has no reason to lie. He's like, why would he lie?
Why would
Like,
NASA lie? Like, I can just ask you guys the
No, but
same
what?
questions you're
Okay, the
asking
big
me
thing,
right
the
now.
big thing here is it's something that's tangible in the real world. You can actually go and verify this. You can't verify what NASA gives you. You can't go to space. You can't go there to the oil rigs. You can verify how far they are
I mean,
yourself, or you can do a
people-
similar experiment with something that's
People go
specific.
and watch the fucking space launches.
No, if you watch
Just
the
because you
full
see a
video,
rocket going up.
it'll tell you exactly what's going on.
Let me interject real quick, brother. Okay, so I get what you're saying. How do you trust the validity of this photo versus another? Timbo pointed out that, why would you believe, what you're seeing from NASA photos? Which is a fair question. It's like, you got to have
Yeah,
a
I mean,
standard.
NASA's more credible than like a Discord call
Not
full
a fair
of like
question.
people.
It's not fair. It's not a fair question.
Like, you guys have
Not
to
at
have
all.
better evidence than this picture with like
We do, but
numbers and words on it.
You're not willing to
willing
look
to
at
look
it.
at
Though.
I am looking. I'm just
Okay,
saying, like, I'm bringing up
break-
fair
break
questions
down
and you
what-
can't answer it. So
But wait, hold on, don't spiral, bro. Let's break down what this means. Okay? What does this actually mean? So you know about the claim about the circumference of the Earth, right? How it's a sphere, how we know the whole shape of the Earth, and it's assumed to be 24,901 miles in circumference. Would you agree that that's a globe claim, right? That's how we know it's a sphere, or believe it's a sphere, right? Like we didn't make up these numbers. We're going by what we've been told, right? And we're just putting them to the test. So just think about it logically, right? If there is a geometric horizon, meaning a mathematical distance, like the max distance that you should be able to see because of this physical obstruction of Earth curve, right? That's the claim that's being challenged in this photo and in many other photos and many other videos.
I mean, okay, but like I'm in Ohio, so like, do you have somewhere in Ohio where I can see farther than 3 miles?
No, you got too many hills around you.
But why
No,
would you say
there's literally Lake Erie. Lake Erie is much longer than that. And there's no point.
Well,
Lake
go
Erie
there
to
then.
fucking stand up. I have been there many times. That's why I think the Earth is fucking round.
Well, how big is Lake Erie?
Lake Erie's big as fuck.
Like how many miles?
Big as fuck. I like that measurement.
It depends. It depends what part of Lake Erie you're at.
But
Alright,
real
so-
quick, it goes back to why you say 3 miles. That's not that's
Because-
not our limit. That's not
Huh?
like the 3 mile measurement, right? Comes from the distance to the horizon formula. So if you look in the picture, right, see how it says 1 foot observer height? The reason why it's 1.22 miles is because the formula is observer height times the square root of 1.225. So when you have a 6 foot observer height, that is 3 miles. I was just trying to give you a different measurements, but you could be 30 feet high. You could be on a hill. It doesn't matter as long as you take that observer height into your calculation, right? So for example, with Lake Erie, depending on where you're at and like what's across from you, there should be a limit to what you can see based off of their assumption of Earth curvature, which is 25,000 miles roughly in circumference. So all we're doing is putting that claim to the test. Now, real quick, I just want to ask, like, why do you think it's important, and why do you think so many of these videos and photos are at the beach? Like, if you had to logically guess.
I have no idea. Like, just
Sea
because
level.
water.
Water lays flat and stationary at rest.
Right. 0 elevation from sea level. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a good starting point. So
I mean,
that's
it's not
all
going to
we're
be
doing.
perfect, but
it's pretty close. I mean, it's
like, yeah, it's better than anything. But you're not gonna find a sharp edge, flat line, even over the ocean, right? Because the waves are big as fuck. Like,
Hey, fanboy, Google Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, that's an easier way. They have tons of calculators for it. You don't have to actually handwrite this math and stuff. But what you need to understand is why this is so important. Like why this observed measure, like this is an observed phenomenon, right? And the reason why the oil rigs are just as important as any other demarcation point is because A, they don't move, right? They're not moving anywhere. They're not boats, right? You can't like you can't like obscure the evidence that way, and B, you can repeat this, right? What we're given from NASA and other authoritative institutions in terms of like what we can actually independently verify ourselves, it's like literally nothing from NASA it can be verified from with our own experience. Like we have to just trust their word. And I get what you mean, like you're on a Discord call, we're strangers. I totally understand that skepticism, but
I
mean, I kind of do. I get it. Like you want to verify for yourself, right? But you got to have the same standard to everything. Then, like, you can't just be like, oh well, how do I know this photo is real? You just have to take our word for it in a sense. But you can actually go and try and repeat it.
Femboy, you can do this stuff yourself, man. So the problem with photos from space is they're unfalsifiable, so you can't get these photos by yourself. But you can go to the beach and you can take photos of things, and you can measure your height off the ground, and you can.
I mean, I I have yes,
Whoa.
I've gone to the beach and I have looked at shit and it does not go past 3 miles.
How do you
Roughly.
know
Use
3
your
miles? How do you
eyeball.
know it's 3 miles?
Because I use GPS to see
GPS to
a
what?
reference. What?
And what do you mean by 3 miles?
Like
GPS to
I can
what?
look like okay, so when I go up to Lake Erie, right? I can see parts of the land and other parts I cannot see. But they're still on the other side, right? Like Lake Erie is
How far away?
enclosed, there's land all the way around it. I cannot see parts of the land that are farther than 3 miles.
Did you
How do you
use
know?
your eyeball or did you use a zoom lens? That's a huge
Yeah, I
factor.
can literally just use my eyeball.
It doesn't matter. You know why? You know why
It
it doesn't
matters.
matter?
Okay.
You can't even measure these distances that you're talking about. I went surfing on the weekend. I could see the water break. I
I
was in
just
the
said
water.
I can
1
use my
foot.
GPS to see how
GPS
far
to
things.
what?
What do you
GPS to
mean?
what?
I can pull out a fucking map on my phone and I can fucking
And do
see
what?
that it's 3 miles away. Unless
Do what?
unless you think GPS doesn't work, unless you think it's like not accurate or
So
something.
every single time you go to the water, you see the same physical horizon. Is that what you're saying to me?
And like why can I only see like the top of a boat? Why can't
At
I see
what
the bottom of a
distance?
boat?
At what distance?
At what distance?
No, just why would that ever happen? How would the land ever be in front of an object if it
What
wasn't
land?
curved? Or the water, the fucking water. If I see a boat in the distance, I can see the
Perspective.
top of a boat and not see the bottom of
Perspective.
it. The water is in front of the boat. How is that possible?
No shit, man. Do you know what angular resolution is?
No, I've never heard that before in my life.
Look at the picture I just posted in the live stream voice text. Look at the GIF. You will see this effect from perspective increase. As the angle
I gotta-
increases, this is why a zoom
I gotta
lens
get back
matter.
to work. Sorry, see you guys. I'm listening. Now.
Cheers, man. This is why a zoom lens actually would explain why you saw what you saw and you thought it was curved. If you were able to zoom in, you would see more. What you thought went behind a curve, you would be able to bring it back into view and you would realize you did not see a curve. That is the crucial difference in the zoom lens. This is demonstrated in this GIF.
That's a really good gift, actually. That explains
Wow,
it.
that is actually very good.
Yeah. But basically, what's in contention, bro, is the fact that they're claiming that there's a physical obstruction of why you can't see that boat, right? Like why you can't see the bottom of the boat. Their claim is that it's because of the curvature. That's what their claim is, right? We are saying that that is not the case because we can see farther than the max distance that we're supposed to be able to see, depending on your observer height, of course. The higher you
That
go up,
boat still
the more you can
disappeared
see.
from bottom up. Like,
Right.
wait,
Look
right.
at the picture I showed. Oh my god, my man. If it was
Not
a
at
fit
not at the
thing,
distance. Not at the distance that it's supposed to be disappearing at. That's
Right.
the problem.
What do you mean?
So are you saying the Earth is bigger than what they say it is?
No.
Makes no sense, man.
How did I say that just now? By saying it disappears from bottom up. So
Disappears from bottom up, and you're saying it always disappears from bottom up at 3 miles, correct?
at my height, roughly.
Yeah, you say let's say you're 6 foot. All right, that looks even weirder. Sorry, I've got a picture of you in my head wearing a dress at 6 foot, but anyway.
Careful, Timbo. Don't go
Sorry,
to the dark
sorry,
side.
mate. Oh, I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna shut up.
You don't like tall girls, bro?
I
What's
thought
wrong?
you were gonna.
No,
Okay.
no.
I thought you were gonna say something.
Nah, you're good. But essentially, now I see why you're getting the 3 miles thing. So with your naked eye, yes, that is supposedly the distance to the horizon, right? So, okay, let's just say you want to use your naked eye, right? At Lake Erie.
Also, wait. Can I say something really quick? Somebody, I don't know if they're here right now, but somebody said earlier that if I was on top of like the Empire State Building, right, I couldn't see China because there would be too much particles in the way or whatever. And they sent me to like some fucking thing where it was like, oh, the Guinness World Record was taken farther, a picture taken way farther than whatever. And in the Guinness World of Record, it says that they were on top of like a mountain or something, and that's why the picture was so far away.
Non sequitur.
I don't know if they're here right now.
You know, do you watch the news? Do you watch the Weather Channel?
No, not really.
No, do you ever? Well, next time you look, just go to visibility, and it'll tell you how many miles you can see.
Yeah, and
Right.
we know that the higher
what do you
you
mean?
are on the altitude, right? The farther you can see. Like that's obvious. Like
More you can, yeah.
Why?
well, because
you increase your angular resolution. So
yeah.
maybe you need to Google angular
like,
resolution.
No. I understand what you mean now.
Yeah, just stand on the street, right? Or not on the street. Stand on the sidewalk, look away, then climb up your house, get on the roof, then look, and you'll see way
You see
further
way more.
on your roof. Like it's just common sense.
It's just how our eyes work. It's how our eyes work, bro. The thing is, it's like, why is there a limit to our eyes, right? And what we can see? It's just because that's just, you know.
I mean,
we
there's
can't
not
see
a
everything.
limit to our eyes, and
Yeah,
There is.
it's just the angular resolution that makes sense. The rest of you are just like saying random shit.
That's a limit. That's an angular resolution limit.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Everybody else is just saying random shit. That doesn't make sense.
What are you
It's not
talking
random
about?
shit. That's what it is.
Anyways, there is a limit to our eyes. That's
No, there's not. Or how do we see space?
what do you mean? There's no limit. What are you
We can
talking
see
about?
shit
That's totally
infinitely.
different.
Light travels infinitely.
Hold on, wait. Why
Light
do you
travels infinitely. Infinitely.
No,
If it's not obstructed by
because-
anything, it keeps going forever.
That's because they told you that these things are billions of light years away. That's why you think that.
Okay, how far away are they then? They're
I got
closer
no fucking
than.
idea, man.
No one knows. No one can verify what the stars are, bro. We're just
Yeah, and
making
if you're gonna believe them on how far the stars are, then
Do you
how
think
did
pictures of like planets
how
are
did they
fake?
collect the data? How did they collect the data that the stars are that far away?
Are pictures of planets fake?
Exactly. Deflection.
Pictures of light
I just
in the
want to know
sky are
that.
not-
I just have to know
Pictures
your
of
guys'
light-
position
Listen
on
to
that.
the answer, my man. Pictures of lights in the sky are not fake, but that's all they are. Things that are unverifiable that appear as lights to us from our place. That's all. Anything
yeah,
else you might as well talk?
here's the thing. They look at the lights, right, in the sky, right? And then they give you an image that they believe they think it is. They don't actually know that it's this. They kind
How
of
do they
just
not
tell
know
it.
that?
No, they like it's just they theorize that okay, it's
How can they theorize what they're seeing through a telescope? Like they're seeing it.
Well,
It's
the
not
thing
footage
is that everybody
of an
does the same.
object.
Everyone does the
There are
same
no problems.
observation about the sky, right? We can look at the luminaries, we can observe the phenomena, but there's certain people that will make stories about what they are, the distances, the composition, the medium that they're in, and they cannot verify that. So they're giving you stories. We all can do the same or similar observations from the ground, but the conclusion of what they are, it might varies with people. One thing that we can put on that it's been in the record in the it's been recorded is the cycles of the luminaries that repeats again and again and again. That's observable and post-dictable because it's not a prediction of what the sun does every day, right? The sun is gonna rise from the east every morning. We know because it's been doing it every single morning for all generations. So it's not a prediction. Now, if I say the sun is gonna rise tomorrow at 5:30 in the morning, if I check the calendar or the time that it's gonna rise, it's not I'm not predicting it. It's being post-dicted because it's based on the cycles of its movement, right? The same thing with the moon. The moon, it has the weekly cycles, the monthly cycles.
I heard all of these arguments before. I've been listening to
Okay,
you
so
guys
another
for
thing about the
days.
luminaries is that all of the luminaries, including the sun, the moon, the planets, the radiants, the sporadic meteors, and the cycles of the toroidal field, celestial north and celestial south, and the celestial equator, they or revolve around a center point, around a center area of the sky, that's also its own cycle of itself. What it is and how it works, we don't really know. But it does. It does. We can observe the phenomena, and we can record it and put it in the books and say it's going to happen because it's been happening.
Yeah,
Yes,
you can
you
look
can
up. You
verify.
can look up in the sky, pinpoint where a star is, right? And then that same day next year, you look up again, and it'll be in the same spot.
Okay. I just want to know if like the picture of Mars is fake.
Mars is Mars, but what they tell us it is, it's just like what they think
If
it
you
might
take
be.
a photograph of what the light that is in transit between the sun and the moon and the luminary, that luminary specifically Mars, if you take a photograph, that's a photograph of it, right? Then you get people that will give you images or pictures of it, and those are renditions that can be done by artist renderings or computer simulations or computer generated imagery. So you can get different versions of what Mars might be, either the photograph, the image, the picture, the computer generated image, and then you could have drawings of
They're
people
not computer.
drawing for you and say, look, this is Mars, and Mars in the story, in the what people call the solar system, they can draw you Mars in this from a God's eye view perspective or a imaginary perspective, and they can draw you the solar system and say, look, this is Mars, and this is the Earth, and this is the moon next to the Earth, and they can do all these drawings, and you can believe that's reality. But that's nobody in here, nobody in the world has that perspective to give you an image or a drawing of Mars from the outside perspective of reality.
Yeah, all the images of Earth from space that they give us they're all fake.
If you
all
present
the images of space
of Mars from the ground, if
or
you
the
can
images
observe
of
Mars
Earth from
the
space.
if you can see a photograph or a video of Mars from the grounds, that is the observable phenomena that you and I can do and observe, and that's it. But if someone is showing you an image of Mars and someone showing you that they have a rover over there and whatever, that's completely fake.
You know that anybody, like the celestial bodies that are in our solar system, you don't need a really powerful telescope for. Like anybody can buy one and take pictures.
Yes, you can see a light in the sky. We know that. We already went over this, man. You can just look up and see a thing that's in the sky.
What's the point of being like the pictures are not real?
Wait, when you say solar system, difference between the solar system when we portray the rotation of the luminaries, the transits of the luminaries, the wandering stars between the sun and the moon, that we can observe that and maybe take photographs of that, whatever. But then if you draw something and you include like the Earth, the thing below your feet, and you create this solar system in a cartoon or a CGI rendition, that's totally fake.
Okay, I don't know why you add so much on to like your answer.
Because when you say solar system, do you include the Earth in that solar system, like the third rock from the moon, from the third rock from the sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, then Mars? Is that what you're talking about when you say solar system?
Yeah, but I mean, like
Exactly,
obviously,
that's fake. That's fantasy land.
Okay.
You see, you are the observations that you do from the ground, and you and I can do next to each other or apart from each other. We can do the same observation, and then you or somebody else give you a rendition of the solar system, a cartoon of it, including the Earth in it, when they don't have that perspective. They don't have the eye view outside of the Earth, and they are giving you a cartoon of the solar system, including the Earth. That's fake, bro. See, I don't know how else to explain it to you.
Okay.
You can do some spectroscopy to assume what the planets are made of, but they don't actually know because they can't eliminate all the mediums in between. So whatever they pick up might actually be something else. There's no way of telling that you're actually analyzing the thing in the telescopes. So none of it is verifiable and not quantifiable in any way.
I think they
besides-
use like light because light travel or like
That's what I
light
just said,
bounces off different shit
The
differently.
observation of the colors in the luminaries, like let's say the planets or the sun, you can come to a conclusion that it is hydrogen or helium, right? A mixture of those. Some people come to this conclusion, and even the planets, you can see certain colors based on tests that people do on the ground. Like if you grab the noble gases, right? The what is called the noble gases, and you could like neon, helium, argon, whatever. You could grab noble gases and apply electricity to them, and they will give you colors, right? You could put the gases inside a chamber and use a Tesla coil to illuminate them, cause them to light up, and you see colors with the noble gases, right? And some people extrapolate that to the luminaries, to the planets, and they say, hey, we know that Neptune is made out of these gases because it shows these colors, right? But they haven't been there to verify that. So, yes, we can do observations and we can say, hey, we see gases being illuminated in the layers above. And you could probably say that, but you can't.
You cut out, man.
In a lab set, you can do this. You can grab the gases and you could illuminate them and it will give you colors. Yes, you can do that.
Basically, there's no correlation until you can actually verify it in a tangible way, actually by going there and touching it and actually taking the elements from that place. Assuming that it's actually a place you can land on, assuming that it's a place that's physically capable of supporting your weight or any of the things that they tell us. Like Mars is supposedly this planet that you can also walk on, but there's really no proof of that. Besides, if you choose to believe in the movies.
Do you not think it's a solid object? What do you think it is?
Just because I don't think it is something doesn't mean I have to replace that disbelief with something else unquantifiable.
You don't ponder shit like ever. You just
I do ponder,
just
but
don't
it doesn't
know
mean
anything.
no, it doesn't mean I don't know anything. I just don't know this particular thing. It's okay not to know
What
things.
do you think Mars is? Like rationally looking at this object that's red and has some white on the top of it, and it's just like
It's probably one of the
pretty
layers
solid
above
looking.
being it's not. It doesn't look solid. It doesn't look like terra firma because it doesn't look anything like the ground below your feet, the thing that you're standing on. It doesn't look like that, unless you're having these artist renditions that show you some type of terra firma that they say Mount Olympus. Have you seen that photograph? That imagery that they show from Mars, and they tell you, look, Mount Olympus, the biggest volcano in the solar system. Have you seen that? Right? And that's just artists renders or artists imagery.
I don't know what that has anything to do with what we're talking about.
You should note that NASA admits that they use artistic accentuation on their photos, so not always is it actually like something that you can actually view through a telescope yourself. Quite often it's very much distorted.
You're asking us to speculate of what it could be. I will say it's a light show that is in the medium between heaven and earth, because there is the ground that you're standing on below your feet. There is
are all flat earthers Christian?
There is the medium that we're all in, right? Then there is the ceiling above us or whatever layers above us, and then people say there's the waters above, and above that heaven. So it might be the medium between us and that and heaven. So that's speculative argument. That is nothing that we can verify completely because we can't go there. But like I told you before, all of the luminaries revolve in cycles like a clock, like the actually watchmakers the watch that you follow every day, whatever Swiss watch you buy for $300,000. The watchmaker has to adjust his watch to the movement of the luminaries to make it accurate. Okay? So just like a watch in the sky, or a calendar, you can say, because it's much complicated than just a clock. All of those luminaries revolve around a certain point of the sky, just like a clock. That's why when you look at a clock, they adjust the clock, the luminaries, to make it accurate. It's really not that complicated when you do the observations from the movements above, which is very apparent. It's just that people have this disconnect from reality and the things that we can observe and the things that are practical, and then people jump into this fantasy land, like the cartoons of the globe and the Star Wars and Star Trek, and they have like a romantic relationship with that belief, and they want to save this heliocentric or solar system, Milky Way, whatever belief they have about the universe, which is nonsensical, actually. It's complete nonsense.
Yeah, so Tyler, you assume a lot of things about the sky, and before Jimsy started talking, you actually asked the question. You said, "Are all flat earthers Christians?" That's another assumption that you made, which isn't correct. So, speaking for myself, I'm not a Christian, so.
Oh,
a lot of
are you
people are.
atheist?
No,
Oh, what are you?
it's irrelevant.
Are there any atheist flat earthers that exist?
Forget
Doesn't
that
change the shape of
stereotype
the earth,
fallacy.
yeah.
That's a stereotype fallacy.
I don't. What?
That's a stereotype fallacy.
Oh,
Forget that.
I was just wondering.
You're making assumptions, make assumptions. Oh, flat earthers
doesn't-
are this or that. Who cares
I
about
wasn't
that?
making an assumption. I was literally asking a question. That's the opposite of making
You
an
said,
assumption.
are all flat earths Christians? That's a stereotype fallacy.
I think he was just wondering, like, if anyone was like not Christian or like had different beliefs than Christian. 'Cause
There are
there are
some.
like a lot of
It's just,
Christians and
it's just
stuff.
saying
Because I
do
think,
all. Like, how the
yeah.
hell do we
Well,
know?
why you ask that? Because right now in your head, you're creating a cope.
I'm assuming there's none in this call. Okay, I'm gonna just assume that.
I grew up in the Abrahamic religion, and I could say I'm a Christian because I follow the scriptures. I grew up with that. So that's, if you're gonna say someone is a Christian, sure. I grew up under Christianity. That's my family, my friends, my schools. I grew up in that. So I know the antecedent to this reality is a designer, an informer, a creator. So that's all around the world. But I'm not gonna claim that everybody must be a Christian, because I know the world is bigger than, well, the Christianity I grew up with. So there's other people that are not Christian, but they comprehend and they know that there must be an antecedent to creation, therefore a creator, an antecedent to information, an informer, an antecedent to the construct, an architect. So that's pretty to most people.
There are flat earths.
Whoever has a brain,
whoever
has an actual brain and can use it and can come to logical conclusions about reality, they must know there is a design to this place. It's not an accident, like the globe believers.
You're probably quite young, Tyler, around 20, maybe less. I was an atheist around that age, so you'll come around.
I'm not really an atheist.
Oh,
good for you. Good for you, sir.
You guys know what I'm getting at there. Like,
I don't.
Do you believe in the Big Bang?
Huh? Yeah, but no, like flat earthers. Obviously, the idea of flat Earth stems from the scriptures. I imagine.
It's not the only thing. There's a lot of ancient cosmologies that have a flat Earth depiction. Vedic, Norse.
I wouldn't say you could label it flat Earth, because that's a label that is pretty modern. So
true, very true.
When you put all the cosmologies together, they speak about the ground as a motionless topographical plane, you could say. But there's the waters. They talk about the different layers that below, above, right? And there's waters in between. So when we talk about flat Earth, we're talking about the thing that we're standing on, and the waters. Well, the waters is not Earth, because water is water, Earth is Earth. But then there is the heavenly things, which we don't know about, and we cannot claim that we know about the heavenly things. But I can tell you that there is antecedents to things, and just for you to be breathing air, the antecedent to that it's some type of containment, and the antecedent to a container is a designer, and also the cycles of the luminaries that we were talking about. The antecedent to that, to those cycles, it must be an informer, a designer. So there is no way around it. I don't see how people can see it. People must be blind to negate that there is design to this place. So when you look at the cosmologies of all of your ancestors, my ancestors, all the generations before us, they knew, because it was apparent and obvious, that this place is designed.
I mean, I think if it was that apparent and obvious, everybody would think that, would they not?
It's not apparent and obvious for a lot of people because they grew up watching the cartoons of the globe and watching this fantasy land, and their minds have been programmed for them to see this alternative fantasy universe that is being imprinted and programmed into their minds. And that's why a lot of people are lost. They can't see reality and analogy for what it is, which is pretty obvious.
Yeah, there has been like the one thing I do trust on NASA, they recently posted like this summer global warming increased crazy, like just completely crazy. We had like the hottest summer in the entire world since they completely started tracking summer.
Yeah, the weather changes, it gets hotter. Yeah, that's something that can happen in a dynamic system or this
Like, how
section.
do we? Hold on a second. Wait.
We've been on like an industrial rise.
How do we know that that's the hottest summer if they've only been tracking it for so long?
Yeah, we don't really know that. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, I believe it because my parents told me to, and I've been alive so long to know it's the hottest summer of my life.
That's fine.
That's all you know, your life. That's
Yeah.
all you can verify. So
Right.
you don't know
And
more.
it's the mean too. It's the mean of all the summers.
Point
I've
of
been asking
addressing
everyone
that.
around too, and everyone's been telling me it's been a really hot summer.
The point of addressing that is that there's a little bit of a fear monger to that statement about like, oh, it's getting so hot, we need to do something right away.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's funny because we had a really cold winter. So
we have to test you and govern you harder.
Right. No carbon restrictions. We're gonna tax your breath.
Yeah.
You breathe.
You are the
You're causing
you are the
global warming. Imagine the fakeness of it. They call it global warming. Globe.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to harp on that, but I just always find there's fear porn everywhere. You know.
I don't see what the issue. What's the issue with getting warmer? Like it's so more deaths are caused by cold than any other thing in the world. So
Our ACOM would collapse.
Huh?
what the what will
Our
collapse?
ACOM would collapse.
The what will collapse?
Ice Age.
The Ice Age? What do you mean?
We got Ice Age.
How do you get an Ice Age if it's getting warmer?
It's like the exact opposite, basically.
So it's opposite world again. We're going to go off opposite world.
Well, let's go back to your original question. Why is it
Well,
getting warmer why is that bad, right?
Well, get this though. I just want to point out to this young lady that how do trees grow?
With the sun.
Mm-hmm.
What do they breathe in?
Oxygen.
They breathe in carbon dioxide.
And other gases.
So what happens when there's more carbon dioxide in the air? We have more plant life
more
and more
flora.
oxygen.
Imagine if that whole Antarctic region melts and there's like tropical forest growing. That would be amazing.
Heaps of oxygen. More trees, and then the trees breathe in more carbon dioxide, and then we have more air. So the planet's actually getting greener. They don't tell you that, do they? They make you feel guilty about breathing. Think about that.
Yeah, make sure you breathe very deeply every other
The
minute.
dolphins are cute.
Huh?
The dolphins are cute.
I
And the
can
people
agree
in
to that. I
Alaska are
like dolphins.
cool.
I like animals, and I do get the sentiment behind people who are worried about climate change because there is a delineation between having accountability for what you pollute, right? Like pollution, yes, man-made pollution, that is 100% real. We can definitely be doing better in terms of how we solve pollution. But to say that humans are the cause of climate change, there is no evidence to support that.
That's completely backed by the United Nations.
What is backed by the United Nations?
That
The fact,
humans are the entire cause of climate
how do they
change.
know?
They've done so much research on it.
What research?
Again, you're
Good.
saying very non-specific things.
No.
I've done a lot of research on it too, and I've
Yeah,
read a lot of.
the
Everyone knows that humans are the reason for climate
Okay,
change.
what percent of carbon dioxide do humans produce in the natural atmosphere?
If humans didn't make
Hang on. What percent of carbon dioxide do humans produce across the world? What percentage of the total carbon dioxide levels are produced by humans? Do you know that number?
I don't know what percent they naturally reproduce.
Naturally? What do you mean?
Like if we didn't have
If we
industrialized
didn't have
pollution.
humans.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what? Do you want to know what the percent is?
What?
2.3% of all carbon dioxide produced on the Earth is human produced. Do you know what the rest is?
Hmm.
It's all natural. The sea, plants,
volcanoes.
everything.
One volcano erupting will produce so much of that in a few days, in weeks.
Yeah.
Produce like so much of it.
So if we reduce our carbon dioxide output, yeah, we're going to change. We just stop altogether, stop industry altogether. We're going to have 2.3% less carbon dioxide in the air. Do you think that is going to make a difference?
Again, not saying human pollution is a good thing, but just
Yeah, pollution's horrible. Yeah.
Yeah. Just
horrible,
honestly,
but carbon
in terms of
dioxide is not pollution.
right, that is the thing that I'm trying to point out. Like, who said carbon dioxide was a bad thing?
Yeah. It's produced by every natural thing on the planet.
Carbon
You know that there.
for most plants to survive,
You know-
they need to have carbon dioxide.
Not really saying like
What
if you're
up?
like
True,
breathing, I'm
lunatic.
more saying like people like factories and stuff. Like if people didn't make factories, like we wouldn't have like our climate problems and stuff.
But see, that's a huge leap of logic, especially the fact that
If it was like more eco-friendly.
no, I'm not saying that's not a good thing to be more eco-friendly, right? What would you well, since you brought that up, what is more eco-friendly? Would you say EV, electric vehicles?
More like solar.
Okay. Do you know how much pollution solar panels and those photovoltaic cells that expire, you know how much pollution that causes actually?
Mm,
Not to mention the land that they're on, right? I think it was AJ that was telling us about this. He works at he was doing a security company for this big solar farm, right, that they were making, and they had to clear out all of these mango trees, like this swaths of mango trees, putting all these solar panels down, right, and then therefore like making the land infertile. Now it can only be used for solar panels. Like, let's say they got rid of those solar panels, that land would not be fertile anymore. Topsoil would
Yeah,
be
I think
completely
solar
destroyed.
panels should only be put on like roofs and stuff. I don't think it should be put flat on the ground.
Well, do you know what it takes to make a solar panel? The amount of carbon per se that's produced into producing one solar panel?
Well, the whole problem is not being if it's not being looked correctly because the whole energy crisis is bankrupt from the beginning since energy patents have been hidden. Like energy production could be so simple. Like there is an exchange between the temperature, the ground that we're standing on, and the air. There's like a negative, the ground, and a positive charge, and between those two, you could produce energy just by doing an exchange between those two. So there is buildings from the old buildings. There's many buildings that are constructed into the ground. They produce energy just by being like an antenna in the ground and the structure in the ground, and then the rest of the building in the air with antennas on top. Just
like
the
Tesla.
buildings themselves can produce energy. So this we need to produce energy with solar panels is a bankrupt idea from the beginning.
Right. And I get it though, 8Ls. Like I understand the good intentions, but to follow, the narrative or the consensus doesn't necessarily mean it's the right thing to do. It's actually quite dangerous just to follow the crowd. You know what I mean? Like in a mob mentality kind of thing. And that's what a lot of these industries are, and a lot of these controversial topics. They play on your emotions, right? Get you all riled up and like, we need to do something. These are the guys that are responsible. These are the things that are responsible, and they're not genuine to like what their motives are, because the real motives is just more control. It's restriction of movement. 15-minute cities, stuff like that. Like that's all restricting your movement. It's just a level of control that's being layered on top of already the things that control us. But just some food for thought. Fruit for thought. Yeah. Don't take anyone's word for it. Basically, else like if you really want to make changes, make a difference.
Also, just think about logically consistent. Why is it that the last 5 years the temperature has not been rising gradually? It has been all over the place. If it's actually a warming, it should exponentially every year increase and increase and increase. But I can guarantee you the next 5 years is going to be, 1 year is going to be less warm. Next year is going to be warmer, again, less warm, warmer. It's just not going to be consistent. And it's not really a warming up to because of our influence, really. It's just the cycle. The cycle repeats, sort of. It's just what happens.
Right.
I did post a link 24 minutes after the hour. This is from, it's a translation. It was an interview that Ricardo Felicio is a climatologist, expert in climate of Antarctica. So there's information there if someone wants to know more about 24. I can post again. So he's talking about all this.
Oh, should we bring it back to flat Earth though? Just asking.
Yeah.
Yeah. One last thing though, like you took note of this summer that was like so hot. So now you should pay attention. You should like pay attention to the next summer, and don't be with a confirmation bias, but actually like pay attention and see, is it going to be more hot now? And the next year, is it going to be even more hot? Because I can tell you it's not going to be. So is it really global warming then, if that's not the case?
Right.
Yup.
Yeah. Thanks for chilling, by the way, 8Ls. How you registering some of this information? Just curious.
Me?
I mean, yeah, your name's 8Ls.
I'm just reading stuff.
She was fine until we started talking about global warming.
I mean, she was sleepy like 2 hours ago, so I don't know. She's even more sleepy now and reading at the same time.
I was sleepy because I was reading.
It makes sense with your generation.
I don't know.
Backhanded comment.
Lunatic. Or lunatic.
At least I'm reading, bro.
Yeah, that's good. You know, I have to beat my kids to read. Do you know that?
Interesting.
Take out,
You have
That's
to.
take out a.
negative reinforcement.
Oh, is that not
Your
good?
kids to read?
Is that not good?
I don't think that's good.
Oh shit!
You actually serious? No way you are.
Come on.
This is something I might dispute myself, but I don't want to get into it.
What,
What?
reading? I feel you.
No,
Beating
Beating your-
kids.
No, I know.
beating kids.
Yeah, anyone
Sometimes
else
they need a
feel
good
that way
smack.
though?
But...
Like, like anyone feel like our attention span has been like purposely reduced based off of like the instant gratification we experience through like social media, like instantaneous information in a sense. And it's like we try reading a book, I literally feel groggy, and I used to be
Yeah,
an
Oh
avid
my
reader.
gosh. Literally.
I had
like, if the
I had a
burnout
running
is
race.
so true.
I had a running race the other day. I came 10th and I got a medal. It was fucking awesome.
You got a medal, 10th place.
Yeah, man.
But I got
So-
first place medal because I was the only person that ran in the race and I
No.
did it. In a
Now,
5K.
first place don't get them anymore. First, second, and third get nothing,
What?
and then they give them to first, second, and third last. It's called
Wow, that's-
encouragement, guys. Come on, you know.
Wait, hold on.
I'm
I
being
think it's
sarcastic.
just one elaborate joke. He didn't actually run anywhere.
Oh, okay.
You were talking about attention and and instant gratification and stuff like that, and I was just taking the piss out of people getting awards for absolutely nothing.
I really thought you were serious. Like, I was on a run. You got 10th place. Like, yeah, I'm proud of that. All right. How many people were in the race?
Your attention span is so bad you didn't realize it's actually that
marathon.
I'm kind of like multitasking as well.
See, can't concentrate on one thing. They say that women multitask better than men. It's just that they could never finish one thing at a time.
Yeah, who's ambidextrous?
Me.
Oh,
I don't like
nice.
Amber Heard. I'm not a fan.
Bro-
Just kidding.
Bro,
So
stop
my
like Amber Heard.
my thing is I any one-handed sports I play left-handed, and then double-handed sports like golf and things like that I play right-handed.
My thing is I write with both hands and
What?
I play
the same time.
I play sports with I can write at the same time with both of my hands.
That's pretty
I
And
hope you don't, though.
I can also switch hands. I play sports mainly with my right hand, and I do tumbling with. I'm a lefty.
What is tumbling?
Isn't that gymnastics?
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
Yep.
What is it exactly, though?
The big blue mat, right?
It's like where you stay on the ground basically and do flips.
Right.
You flip on the ground. On the ground?
You don't see that? You never seen that in the Olympics? Where it's just like a big blue square, and then they go from like corner to corner doing like crazy flips.
Oh yeah, that's sick. Yeah, that's super cool.
Oh yeah, I like the ribbon one. That's cool.
The ribbon one?
Yeah, they throw the ribbon in the air and they do all those swirly things and they put it through their legs and they do the splits and they throw it up in the air and then they do a double backflip and catch it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that an Olympic sport?
Yeah, I think it's called ribbon.
Very
I don't know.
specific.
I don't know why I'm
Made that up.
questioning it. Freaking shuffling. Okay. Damn it, Timbo.
Well, you should be questioning it because it is ridiculous that
Yeah.
that's an Olympic sport.
I used to be
It is an
ambidextrous.
Olympic sport though.
I want
used
to
to be
see
an
it.
Olympist? What?
I've never heard about the ribbon.
What?
Wait,
I'm
wait,
gonna
wait, wait.
I'm gonna put a video in there.
Lunatic, what did you say? Did
I'm
you say you used
watching.
to be an Olympian? Or
Oh,
like,
No, I
that's
used to
kind of
be
cool.
ambidextrous when I was little, but according to my mother, the school made me pick a hand, and so now I can't do it anymore.
what do you mean
Bro, you should
according
learn
to your
again. It's
mother?
so useful and it's pretty easy to learn.
I should try. I try to use my left hand for more things lately because like sometimes it's automatic, but my right
Yeah.
hand is always the dominant one.
What I did, because that's like, because I started off with my right hand, like whenever, like throughout grade school until I got to high school, I like basically wrote with my right hand, and then I started writing with my left hand to get used to my left hand, and then I started writing with both at the same time just when I got bored, and then I just got used to both at the same time, and I can just switch throughout them.
That's really cool. I'm gonna give it a try to relearn it again.
Just put the ribbon video in the voice text.
I really thought you were joking. Okay, Timbo. God damn it.
Everything's
that's
a
actually
joke,
real, dude.
apparently.
That is actually real? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, man. Watch it. It's fucking amazing.
I wouldn't go that far, but it's cool.
I have seen this. Okay. I didn't think it was a Olympic sport though.
Yeah, they do one with a ball as well. Have you seen that?
I don't think so.
Yes, they use a globe. Most people use a globe, and then they run around and they rotate it at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator. No, but they seriously do. There's another one with a ball as well. It's called ball. Nah, I'm joking. But there is one.
I was like, that was a stretch. Alright.
Yeah.
I'm smelling what you're stepping on.
Now you're gonna be skeptical of anything he says.
Good.
I'm skeptical of
See, Miguel got it.
everybody.
He just posted a clip in there. Have a look at that.
Where? Oh, right there.
Down. Yeah.
Dude, I do this all the time when I'm bored in my room. Not like that, exactly, but
Yeah.
so crazy. Well, I mean, curling is an Olympic sport. And I don't understand why they call it curling. Like, nothing in that, like, activity curls. Like, it's literally just shuffleboard on ice. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
With the broom.
Yeah, yeah.
Heat up
Yeah.
the ice too. Yeah.
Yeah, the fastest sweepers in the world.
Yeah.
Watch out.
The Swedish are the best at it.
Man. We like to push things on ice. Sorry, I can't do a Swedish accent. I don't even know what Swedish sounds like, to be honest. I just think PewDiePie. That's it.
It's pretty accurate, yeah.
What, my one? Oh, yeah. I speak Swedish.
Yeah, you don't.
But already a Scottish. Where's Spike when you need him?
My dad sounds like Spike.
Really?
Spike Spiegel?
Spike face.
Spike. That was he's in here. He was like one of the first people we talked to.
I did not hear. I heard Spike, but not Spake.
Oh, sorry, that's my accent.
So wait, you said your dad had a Scottish accent?
Yeah, I used to live there as well.
That's wild. I feel bad for someone who's trying to learn English, just like be in your dinner table. Just like, what is going on? Like,
Yeah, you got one. Mum's got a Manchester accent. Dad's got a Scottish accent, and then everyone else has got an Aussie accent. Apart from my wife, she's Colombian, so she's got. Well, can't really tease her because she speaks 3 languages, so
right.
She's smarter than I am.
She could talk shit behind your back in 2 other languages you don't know.
Oh no, I speak Spanish, man.
Oh. Well, what's the 3rd language? French?
Hers? Italian.
Oh, Italian. Okay. Sorry, we're getting off topic here.
Australian.
Yeah. Australian, English, and Spanish.
It's pretty tight. I want to learn another language, but I don't know. Babel
I
and
think
Rosetta Stone and all that stuff. I'm just like, ugh, I don't want to do
yeah,
it.
if you learn Australian, then you'll have 2 languages, and then you can then you can Jamaican. What about learning Jamaican?
Don't
That's
be a
wild.
bumba clot. Where's the herb? Jamaicans.
I still
Jamaicans
think
crazy.
the American version of English is probably the easiest to learn because of the pronunciation of letters.
I think it was Joe Rogan that had a joke about that, like talking about how like Californians have like an accent, like when they say hella or stuff like that. And just like,
Isn't
what
it because
accent? What is
they
it? Clear and
speak like,
concise? Oh,
oh
sorry.
my god, like when I went surfing the other day,
Valley
like
talk.
and then we went and got tacos and burritos.
Whoa. Whoa, guys, take it easy.
Oh yeah, you're in Cali.
Whoa. Come on, man.
Not
That's
Sorry.
cool.
SoCal.
Not cool,
Hey,
bro. Don't hate
separate
on
SoCal and
SoCal.
NorCal, okay? SoCal, they call their freeways with a the. In NorCal, we don't.
What, the
freeway?
freeway and freeway?
Yo, I'm gonna take freeway down to your house. All right.
Like, I would say Highway 5, they would say we take the 5. Like, if you ever watched Saturday Night Live, the Californians.
Nah, I
That'll
haven't seen
give you
Saturday
an
Night Live
idea.
in a long time.
Yeah. It's funny. It's the Californians, but it's old.
Well, what's up, Glue? Haven't seen you in a minute.
Just chilling. Balancing back and forth between this and the politics. Getting into the other politics channels. Just a cesspool of interesting.
It's toxic, isn't it?
Yeah. Crazy.
I need a break, man.
Yeah. Too much ribbon, huh?
Well, it's the same repetitive argument all the time, and you just go, fuck, I'm not going to explain it anymore because it's retard.
Yeah, QE's demolishing someone currently, like right now as we speak.
Ah.
He was complaining he didn't have mute powers.
It is pretty like hard to do anything if you can't moderate in there. So the fact that they gave you guys moderation powers in there is so huge.
Yeah.
It's hard to simply speak in there, honestly.
Yeah. Time and place. You gotta have more energy coming from your voice. You know what I mean? Just gotta.
Yeah, I just butt in and speak as loud as possible, and usually people just stop talking.
Yeah, raise your input, your mic input all the way, raise everything all the way, and scream into the mic.
Noted. Let me give it a try real quick.
I think honestly, if you just
If I raise
had
my
a,
mic input to the max, it'll scare people.
I mean, you already scare me. You can write with both hands.
Like, wait, if I turn my mic this high up, it's like scarily loud. I could genuinely pack people out. I could be like, like I could be one of those people.
I actually like it like that. I like it like that. You should leave it like that.
I should leave it like this.
Yeah.
Ooh,
It's fun now.
Is that better?
Because like your voice is soft, so it's normal. But then when you raise your amplitude, yeah, it did get a little loud, but in your normal talking voice, it seemed pretty clear.
How's this?
Jesus, man, get out.
Bro, I just don't like it whenever it's super sensitive, because whenever like I bring my phone near it bugs.
I think Lunatic, we need to get you a better mic. Or at least one that's in front of your face.
This is literally in front of my face, bro.
Did you say bog? You know what we use? You know what a bog is over here?
Bro.
Bro? What's bog?
It's a shit. Having a bog.
What?
So Wait. Hold on, too many things happening at once. Why? So that's right in front of your face? Really? I think there's something wrong with your mic.
Is this better?
I think you got to raise your input sensitivity.
My input says God to your maximum.
Now it's cutting out.
I mean, it was sounding fine, just cutting out. Yeah.
Did I hit a soft spot? I said input sensitivity. She's like, my input sensitivity is.
Here you go. I'll just use this shitty ass microphone.
Yeah. I don't know. It should be doing this as I get closer to the mic. It should increase. Like, there should be like an actual. I don't know.
Guys, we
I'm
got
not an
Panzer
audio
in the
engineer.
call. We got Panzer, somebody new in the call. I don't know if somebody can give him the ability.
Panzer. I don't have that ability. Do you, Timbo, or no?
I think Timbo does, yeah.
He might be AFK for a second. Hang tight,
What's
Panzer.
that? What'd you say?
Oh, we got a new person here, Panzer, with no roles.
Okay.
Oh, we had
You'll
a new
need-
person in here.
Oh.
Why do they always
Yeah,
get
just
scared?
yell out if you need someone if
He's gone.
if they need speaking permission.
He's already gone. As soon as we mentioned him.
Grim's in here as well, so he can do it too. And so can Miguel.
Okay. You can go back to lunch or work or whatever. I'm sorry.
I'm actually at I'm trying to get my plumbing license as well as because I got a building license. So I'm actually at school this week, learning about gas pressure. How's that?
Ooh. You can be a professional piper? Nice.
Yeah, man. And I don't need to hire a fucking plumber anymore.
Oh, no, we're good, Grim. We don't need you, actually. The guy left. Timbo was just saying how you can also give permissions if we need it. All right. Let's see. Who else is in here? Dustpan. Looks like you're VC verified, but you've been in here a while. Where do you stand, man? If you want to join the conversation. Just trying to kind of bring it back on tracks here.
Did
Or
Timbo
not.
just say he's trying to become a certified pipe layer?
Yes, certified. Official.
Okay.
A pipe layer.
No, not a pipe layer, plumber.
Right.
No,
it
it's
was
better.
a joke. It was a joke.
I mean, he did
Nah.
mention the word pipe, so I mean, you might as well be that.
Certified pipe layer. I mean,
Well, I said just professional piper.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in Australia we have two licensed trades, which is plumbing and electrical. They can only be done by a plumber and an electrician who is licensed. If you touch any water, gas, sewer, anything like that, you get massive fines. So I want to get my license in plumbing, so I don't have to hire a plumber because I build houses and do renovations.
so how are you gonna move the gas through the house with gravity? Like, are you like? Do they teach you the fourth dimensional?
Yeah. So what you've got to do is you've got to create a gravity well.
Okay.
And then what that does is that creates a container like the Earth, and you drag it through due to gravity.
Do you need a gravity
you've
bucket
also
for that well?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, at the end you need a gravity bucket.
Gotcha.
But you also need to counter in the refracted gas because that doesn't end up at its position. So you've also got to counter in all that stuff. That's gas loss due to refraction. So
Does
there's a
Coriolis
mathematical
affect-
equation for it.
Does Coriolis affect the gas movement at all, or not?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Only
That's
when
how
Mars is in retrograde. You got to remember that.
Yeah, that's how I get it from one end of the house to the other. It's because I have to lay the pipes east to west.
East to west. Ooh, you dirty dog. I'm just kidding. I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
Lay the pipes. It'd never not be funny to me.
So 8Ls, while we're doing our childish banter, like, what's the most, like, what are you gonna take away from this conversation that you've been having today? Like, if someone went up to you and was like, "So what is flat Earth?" Right? What would you say?
She's asleep.
Yeah, she's out.
Me? No, I'm not out. I'm
Who
thinking.
who else is not named 8Ls?
I'm,
All right.
I'm thinking. I'm thinking.
Okay. All
I'm
right. All
getting
right.
used to the name. I'm getting used to the name. I just got the Discord account. Yeah, I just
Oh,
started
okay.
using Discord. Okay.
I'll give you 30 seconds to think. Any more than that, and then you're 9Ls. All right.
Then that I'd tell them that they believe that
Or you're wrong.
we don't.
It's not belief. It's not belief. We just know because it's a measurement. It's
What?
verifiable.
Well, let her finish the thought. But yes, true.
Leave the Earth. I guess I don't know.
Like if someone said like, so how could they think that Earth is flat? What would you say?
'Cause there's no curvature.
Boom. Beautiful. All right, that's good enough for me. I don't know about you guys.
I mean, that's how I would answer it as well, with a yawn, because it's so boring. Like, how do you not know this yet? Like, I have to yawn during that.
I figured out the problem.
Really? So what?
Yeah. My microphone, why it was so low, I figured it out. I was like, why am I so low? I was listening to myself and I was like, this is why people are talking over me. It makes sense.
You sound much better and authoritative, and I'm still not going to listen to you. Great.
Yeah, fuck you.
Kidding, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that was strong. Fuck you. That was a strong. Fuck you.
I know.
It felt better.
Yeah, let me turn it down then. Let me turn down the voice here.
Yeah, it's much better now. Now, so I pull my gang.
Your
gang?
You're going to pull up when you're gang? Whoa.
My
Paid
gang.
last week.
I'm gonna pull it all the way up. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, you're definitely louder now. So
There you go.
good.
Is that better?
No,
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
good.
Cool.
It's much. Yeah. Now you're scaring everybody.
Good.
Yeah, you gotta tone it down a little bit.
No, stop it.
Nah, fam. Nah.
Nope. Too late.
No, but
created a
honest,
monster.
you honestly don't have to like go up to your mic anymore like that. You don't have to. You're good. It's actually pretty loud now.
I know why. It's because the settings. Oh, it's too loud now. Hold on.
You can turn it all the way up now.
You know what I'm noticing?
Is that
There's
better?
a bunch of random places.
Too
Like
low.
I'm on Google Earth,
Ugh.
and like there's a bunch of random places that don't actually exist, but I guess they don't have a way to verify it. But there's a place in Libya. It's a city in Chad called Doge, which I'm like, okay, that's not real. And yeah, it's not real. There's nothing there. It's just a little label. And then there's another one called Yor. I'm like, that's not real either. It just makes me wonder. It's like, how do they verify anything on Google Maps or Google Earth if this is just allowed to happen? Kind of like Wikipedia. It's like it's pretty weird, pretty wild.
If you get the Google Earth application, the Pro one, you can actually input the pathways and you can find out elevation profiles. And you see that they're actually very inconsistent and they really don't make sense. Like 1 meter down, it drops down as if there's like a huge hole, a huge deep cavern, but it wouldn't happen that way because next meter it's like back to where it was before. It's just not so stupid.
It's stupid. The only reason why I like Google Earth in terms of like finding just interesting stuff on the map is because I can rotate it pretty well. That's it.
Oh, so you can pretend we're spinning.
No. Rotate. Okay. I can tilt it. I can hug it. I can smell it. Okay, sorry, I'm getting a little wild. Okay. I'm glad 8 Ls is just going to be like, yeah, there's no curvature. Now, don't be surprised if you do bring up flat Earth topic to people and then question like why are you even talking to those people? Oh, we're fucking crazy people. I mean, we are crazy, but like, yeah, don't be surprised if you get ostracized or judged for talking to us. So be prepared.
She's gonna be afraid not to fit in. She's gonna be like, "This is awkward. I have to agree with them because that's what they think." So that's the
Yeah.
popular consensus. So I have to follow it.
Yeah.
She's
And
like,
she doesn't have to listen to anybody. She can write with 2 hands and she does tumbles. Like, you can beat up somebody. Be like, all right. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
I have before.
What do? You write with your left hand?
I can.
Does your hand drag over the writing? Is that a problem? Do you have to like hook your hand in a weird way?
No.
Do you?
All right. No, but like my girlfriend in college, like she wrote in pencil, and she hooked her hand in a weird way because her palm would drag over the top of what she just wrote, and she didn't want to smear it. I was like, that's weird. That's not something I have to deal with. My hand's on the right side of everything I write, so
No.
It's weird.
not a problem anymore, I guess.
No. I use a mechanical pencil.
Really?
Yeah.
Which hand do you write with mostly? Your left or your right?
I switch throughout the day, so in my first 2 periods, I'll mostly write with my right hand. My 3rd period, I'll write with my left hand. 4th period, I don't do anything.
Does it matter what your desk looks like? Like, do you have left and right-handed
No, I
desks?
just switched to train. And then, no, 4th period, I do ambidextrous. And
Like
then
2 at the
in
same time? Like,
biology, I just mess around.
trying to show off for somebody? So like,
No, she's just
No.
bored in class,
I'm
probably.
just bored.
Yeah.
oh,
I feel that.
you're like trying to. I thought it was like a power move. Like you're trying to like establish dominance or something. Like,
How is that a power move?
I'm kidding.
No, I'm
It
saying
kind
like
of is, though. Dude,
for
it kind of is.
anybody. No.
If you flip the pencil into your other hand and just like it's
You want
nothing.
you want to see
I've
something
never
cool?
seen that.
You want to see something cool? Check
I
this
mean,
out.
like, people definitely, like, if anyone, like, looks at me, like, and, like, if anyone, like, pays attention to what I'm doing, they're like, "Dang, that's cool."
Yeah.
That's, like, just the basic reaction I get. "Dang, that's cool."
It's just, we don't get it. Like I don't get
Yeah,
it.
it's just,
Doesn't mean
"Dang,
anything.
that's
I
cool."
can literally almost do nothing with my left hand. Like a couple things, but I can't throw. Can't
What was that
Go ahead.
laugh? What did you mean? What did you mean by that? You can do something.
I mean, my left hand is not useless. It's dangled, It's like
Don't.
let your imagination run wild. I don't care.
No judgment, bro. I use my left hand too.
Yeah?
Same thing. Yeah.
Noted.
Feels like someone else.
Why are you noting that? Don't note that.
I note
Get it out of there.
everything.
Throw it away.
Not
No.
Yeah.
All right, am I better
With
now?
my steering wheel with my left hand.
Okay. I'm trying to have this weird balance between not blasting everybody's eardrums out, also not having input sensitivity, so yeah, it's weird.
You sound fine now.
No, you sound good. So now that you can talk, how was your day?
It's fantastic. I went to my favorite tea place and I got a Sri Lankan chai tea. It's
What
good.
did you just say?
Sri Lankan chai tea.
Oh, like Sri Lanka? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was kind of upset though because she put way too much ice in my drink, but it's okay.
Well, they always do. Cheapies.
Yeah.
I always say like load a little ice if I ever get something.
I
They
don't
look
like.
at me like I'm crazy too.
Well, yeah, probably because they're like, "What? You don't like what I'm doing?"
You know what? Ice? You like it cold? Okay, weirdo.
You didn't budget for your ice needs, buddy. Like if I get a soda though, I want the ice all the way up just to like limit how much soda I drink.
I don't drink soda at all.
Yeah, same.
Well, you're smarter than me, so good for you.
I know people that refuse to drink water, and I'm very scared for them.
My mom's one of those people. She's like, I don't like the taste. I'm like, okay.
Seems like a bad idea. Yeah.
It's that's exactly what my friend says as well.
Well, I mean, some
Like, I don't like
people-
air anymore. I'd rather just inhale smoke from now on.
Good luck.
Guilty.
How do I say your name?
8 L's.
8 L's.
8 losses or
right.
ALS, I copied it from my phone.
Yeah, your friend's was 5 L's, but I'm gonna call him 6 L's right now because he's not here.
I'd say it's more than 6 at this point. It's at least 7 or 8. Also.
Yeah. Who's counting? It's unquantifiable. So I'm still. Do you have any other questions, 8LS? Because I know you're still. Are you? I mean, do you consider yourself on the fence now, or are you still a globe earther?
I don't know. I'm finna go on a trip, so I'll bring my camera and I'll see.
Where you? Can I ask where you're going? Is that too much to ask where you're
I'm
going?
finna go to Arizona.
Like
What's up?
Superstition Mountains, Phoenix, Sedona.
There's no beach there.
Yeah, it's pretty flat.
It is.
There's a lot of heat. Also, if you're going right now, isn't it like Haboob season? Isn't it when they get all their rain right now? Or
I don't know.
Boob.
Haboob, dude, look them up,
Sorry.
man. They're
No,
no
I know.
joke.
I know.
They're no joke in Arizona in September. Like,
Trust me, bro. I'm in
get all
Vegas.
the
I
rain in
know.
1 month. Oh, yeah, okay. So,
And
yeah, man.
just moved back from Arizona, but I mean, I'm technically Bullhead City, on the border. Not really in Arizona, but let me tell you something.
crazy.
I was only there for 4 months, and I hated it.
I want to go on a hill because there's like no hills where I'm from, and I want to go on a hill.
From Ohio? Well, actually, Ohio has hills.
No, I'm
Are you-
not from Ohio.
Yeah. What made you say Ohio? What the hell?
I don't think it's too much to ask to look for a hill. I feel like that's a reasonable request. Just want to see some hills, man. got
I don't
hills
know.
everywhere.
When I thought of Ohio initially, I thought of like no hills, but then I realized that it was like right next to Pennsylvania and they have lots of hills.
Oh. Well, where? Well, nah, getting too personal. But okay, cool. So what are you gonna do with your camera?
I just look because it can see farther.
Hey, there you go. If you can, just remember to just kind of notate your observer height. There's probably apps on the phone, right? Probably that can determine your elevation based on your location. I'm not sure how accurate they are, but they'll give you an idea at least about what you should be able to see. And yeah, that'll be interesting.
Yeah,
Maybe
Arizona's got some cool spots.
Yeah.
If you're going to the
Just
valley,
Google any globe Earth calculator and just check out how far you're supposed to be able to see at a certain height.
Right. You also want to have some type of demarcation point in terms of like where the like something that's actually like a build, like something, a landmark building, to kind of have a reference point in terms of like what you're able to see and how far that thing is, if you're going to present it, you know what I mean?
I always
But if you-
wanted to do Tahoe. Tahoe's not that far from me. It's 20 miles across the lake, and there's casinos. There's tall buildings, right? So on the North Shore.
Hey, there you go.
And it's higher elevation, right? So technically, the index of refraction should be better suited for me. But also, like, it depends if it's water's really cold. I don't know, man. There's a lot to it, but like, whatever.
Not really.
Cool to go there anyway.
Yeah. I remember those paddle boats over there.
Everything about Lake Tahoe is freaking awesome, except for how many assholes go there.
I was about to say, except for the people.
Yeah. Except for the immense amount of people that show up there that have way more money than all the people that need to work there for them, you know, pricing out all the local workers. Got to commute in now from Nevada, which sucks.
Yeah. Oh, this is wild. Looking at here. Are you falling asleep?
Somewhat.
Okay. I won't bother you anymore. Any other new globies in here? No.
You check the lobby and hound them until they come in.
Yeah.
Always. Oh, heretics in there.
This guy's been there for like hours, like 8 hours or something. I've seen it long ago.
Oh, they're always in there.
Yeah.
This Fortnite guy.
Arab 69. You understand very well. I mean, it sounds like you got a lot to say, you know, to come say it. Math, physics nerd, there's a guy. He writes good equations in the chat, so he might be cool. I guess. Classic F equals MA.
I'm gonna head over there and see what's going on. So let's
later.
do that. Bye.
Head over where?
Politics server, probably.
Oh, yeah. You know, those other channels, man. It's like some of the shit people say. Like losing a little bit more hope for humanity.
Nah, I'm not. Here's how I see it, right? There's always been psychopaths and assholes in the world. The only difference is their level of access to society.
Well, like, okay, now the good thing is they're comfortable in their basement with a keyboard in a dungeon, just letting out all their fucking hate on people there, which is better than the need to go out in the real world and actually do real harm, I guess.
Yeah.
If they get it out that way, that's better.
Right. Who said yeah?
You're like consenting to it. By going to those rooms, you're like kind of consenting to having to deal with a complete worthless sack of shit.
Yeah, it's a mosh pit.
Yeah. I mean, a mosh pit, at least there's rules. Like, if I feel like a mosh pit's more respectful, honestly.
Yep.
You consent to getting smashed in the face. That's what you're there for.
They're just stroking their egos in there right now. I'm good.
What did you expect?
I expected an actual debate, not just stroking of ego. Ugh.
Well, I'm trying to get somebody from the I don't know if you know this, lunatic, but a lot of activity happens in the lobby. So if you click on the lobby, right?
Yeah.
It's like where you pick up the chum.
Yeah. Anyone who actually wants to come in to the live stream usually starts in the lobby, have an argument there.
Some confidence. And then drag them into the deep water. Watch them drown themselves. Speaking of psychopathic.
I want this math physics nerd dude to come on. I'd like to talk to a math physics nerd, learn something. Doubt it, but I want to give it a shot.
See if he's actually a nerd.
You can always learn something from everyone you meet.
I agree with that. That's a true statement, and a lot of people don't live by that. At least you could learn what not to do. You could learn, yeah. anything really.
Even if it's bad manners, you'll learn not to be like them.
Exactly.
Why can't I reply? Oh, that's
I
stupid.
wholeheartedly agree with that statement. Actually, one of the few things that I believe to be 100% true.
Yeah, this dude's actually a physics nerd.
Maybe.
No, he's definitely a physics nerd.
Nah, you don't.
Get him
You know,
in here.
a
Let's
lot
just
of
call him a
people
nerd.
He's
LARP.
definitely a physics nerd.
Nah, a lot of people
The
LARP.
way he types is definitely a physics nerd, bro. He's distinguishable. He's distinguishable.
Well,
Physics is
it's
applied
possible.
mathematics.
Bro,
Physics
being
is
a nerd.
applied mathematics. That's what he says.
Yeah, being this nerdy is impossible, bro. He's definitely this nerdy.
I thought being nerdy was in. Is it not? Is nerdy? Is it possibly to be too nerdy?
He's in the right nerdy. He's in the right nerdy.
Oh, am I back?
G Lou's just asking for a friend.
Right there. It's Nile.
I'm asking for a what?
G Lou's asking for a friend.
Right, guys. I'm bringing this up. I don't know who we're talking about here, but just hypothetical.
Huh?
Hypothetically, can you be too nerdy? That's all I'm asking. Like, can you? That's all I'm asking.
Depends what you're nerdy about. Oh.
You can be too
Right.
much of anything, honestly.
If you say mathematics, if you use the long form of math, that's too nerdy. It's too much for me. Math
Yeah,
works
especially
fine
when
for
you can fucking punch it into a calculator on an iPhone.
right, or even just like speak it, be like, "Hey Google," blah, 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 and it's
I already tell what's going to happen with this guy. He's just going to talk about semantics, word games, all that. That's all it's going to be. It's never
It's
going to
funny.
agree on terms.
Like, I'm nerdy about building houses. Yeah?
I feel
Was
like
that
that's
too nerdy?
no. I feel like that's not. I feel like that's sexy, Bo. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it, man. I'm gonna say it. I said it.
Thanks.
You know what's funny? It reminds me of Karma when she was like,
I
"I'm
am a not little more interested in VC. Okay, how do he spell that one wrong? Out of every single thing he spelled sophisticated,
well,
he spelled that wrong.
obviously he's he's a physics nerd, right?
Oh, they gave him a tag. He got a Glober tag.
But
Right
you
now,
edit your sentence and
he
it's
is
still
not
wrong.
eating. He is not eating because he would not be tagged. Like, what is he getting? Fucking tube fed? There's no way.
Wait,
I love his
What do you-
tag because it's a flat earther in denial.
he said math
Oh,
with an
hey,
S.
we got
Math
a
with an S
Donkey
here.
Kong. Try to get somebody from a Globie to come in the live stream.
Who else uses math with an S? Is that Australia and UK, or who
Yeah,
does
we
that?
use that. Yeah,
You know
maths,
what?
we call it.
I want you to get rid of that. Can,
But it's, if you think
Hey,
about it, it makes sense because it's many numbers. Yeah? So it's maths.
Real
no,
quick.
but when I think about it, it makes
Wait,
sense to just
We
say
got a
math as
Donkey
plural.
Kong in here. Donkey Kong. What's up, Donkey Kong?
Yeah, he was a glober, now he's a flat earther.
Yeah, he just
Right.
changed, man. That's a
Man.
good guy.
So we're doing too good of a job. We're doing too good of a job.
He came in as a troll. He'll tell you the story. He came in as a troll.
Ooh,
And,
I want to know if you can,
and,
Donkey Man.
We kind of, I think Jedi got him and was nice to him, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on here?
Nobody wants to see that.
What happened? Where'd you put Jedi?
I love Jedi's approach. Awesome. Awesome. My friend.
My friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. But where's the fucking curvature?
Curved.
That was a good impression.
My
How
friend.
did I misspell it, bro? So wrong.
I'm trying to do an Aussie. Like, I'm literally learning because every
No
time
one
I
can
try.
do an Aussie accent, man.
I
Unless
can
you're
only do it if I
Australian.
hear it. I could
I'm
kinda
Australian.
repeat.
What do you mean?
Now one can do an Aussie accent.
Yeah, that was more British.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
That
They
was more
always
British.
like mix together. But
Yeah.
Melbourne.
It's yeah, Melbourne. But what it
Melbourne.
is, it's a real relaxation on the vowels. So if you just try and talk without pronouncing things, you've got an Australian accent.
You just try and talk without pronouncing things.
Yeah, perfect. You got it.
Boom.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I like the way you guys say 32. 30 is what kind of gets me. You say 30. 30?
30.
30.
30.
There you go.
30. Okay.
It is very relaxed. It's almost like you're not even trying to even let anybody know that you care about what you're saying. 30.
Oh, we don't.
Our secret. We don't give a shit.
We're on an island in the middle of nowhere. Damn, it's
You
hard.
went British.
I know.
British.
I keep going
No,
British.
All right, let's do that one. We're on an island in the middle of nowhere.
Nah, you're
Orland.
still Aussie. You're still Aussie.
We're on an
We're in an-
Orland. It's Orland.
Yes, you got it.
No,
Do
We're
it.
on an Orland, middle of nowhere.
Nowhere. Nowhere.
I could
Right,
never
nowhere.
reproduce it without hearing you do it right, like right before me. It'd be hard.
How does an accent like that even form? Like, it's so
Well,
wild.
when you get an island in the middle of nowhere, it just forms.
Island in the middle of
True.
nowhere.
That's true. British. That's an
That's it.
island.
You've got to make all your words go into one word.
So there's literally no diversity of language.
No
Just
time
like
for enunciation. No time for that shit. Dude, there's spiders that are huge. Like you don't have time to enunciate.
Don't worry about the spiders.
you know what is also strange? Oh wait, where's my lighter? Is the fact that like in America, right? Only by like what 1,000 miles, not even the South versus like the Northeast, and then all the different accents in the Northeast, like your Boston accent, like get in the car, get in the car.
Dude, tell me
That's
you don't
more of an
love
Australian
to hear
accent, too.
a Southern woman speak. Tell me you don't love a Southern accent.
I don't love Southern accents. What are you gonna do about it?
Like when you hear a Southern belle speak, like you don't like that. I like it.
I think House of Cards fucked that up for me, to be honest.
You tell me, J-Lu, whether you like my Southern accent or not.
Dude, that wasn't bad. A Southern accent.
You gotta have the Southern loving accent.
You gotta put some grits on the grill.
Oh, that'll get
Close.
people in here. You just be like, yo, or
What are grits?
grits?
Yeah.
I don't really know.
Hominy,
They're like,
it's like a corn-based mashed potato. It's like mashed potatoes, but it's more like corn-based. It's like hominy.
Okay. That'd be nice.
I've had grits like one time in my life, and I was just like, what the fuck is the point of this? It's like non-flavored oatmeal, which is worse.
Dude, you got to put a half a stick of butter in it to make it.
That's
get it
gross.
right.
The fact that you have to do that for it to taste good, it's probably not good for you.
Have you ever had
What
biscuits
about-
and gravy?
Biscuits and gravy? Why would you have a sweet biscuit with fucking gravy?
Wait,
Biscuits
what do you mean
and
a
gravy will
sweet?
change your.
What do you mean sweet biscuit?
Biscuits are things that you have with a cup of tea, like a biscuit, like a.
Wait, are you?
I think you
UK
call them
biscuits
cookies.
are like cookies. Yeah, see, biscuits for us are like bread for the UK. They're like
No, they're scones.
Here in Portugal, we say biscuits, like that.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna.
You're talking
post a
about
biscuit.
you're talking about scones, aren't you?
I'm gonna post what a
Biscuits.
southern biscuit is because biscuits and gravy is legit. I can even post a video of people watching or people of UK people eating biscuits and gravy and losing their fucking minds. It's so good. But okay.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
you're
assist.
talking about like either scones or dumplings. Yeah, they're scones.
You ever
have
see
them with cream
KFC biscuit? That's what he's talking about. That kind of biscuit.
so we have them with whipped cream and jam. That's a scone.
Oh, what?
Okay,
thought
so if you were to
scones
take
were-
that biscuit, you could crush it with almost no force. It's like really fluffy, like
Yeah,
bread.
it's a scone. Yeah.
So they call them scones. That's what they call them.
Yeah.
That's weird. I always thought scones were sweet.
They're harder. They're like crunchy.
Nah, scones are savoury. Yeah. No, that what you posted, that is a scone.
That's a biscuit, dude. All right.
Yo.
I'll show you a biscuit. All right.
Yeah, hit me with a. All right. Because these are fluffy, like they absorb, but like the scones to me are like kind of crunchy-ish. I don't know, biscotti or something like that.
I don't know. I'll never call what that is a scone. I'm sorry. KFC is just indoctrinated into me, bro. I just can't do it.
All right.
Anyway, fuck pastries. Let's get back to flat Earth.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Right.
We got Tiki Bird as well in the call. Who's that?
That's a fucking biscuit.
No.
What?
In way. That's like a tart or what even is that? That's like a Danish or something.
Dude,
No, it's a biscuit with jam.
You gotta remember Glue. You gotta remember he's in upside down world. He's in Australia.
But this
I've had this. We have this in Europe too.
That is not a biscuit, bro.
It is a biscuit.
That's what I'm saying. That's outrageous.
That's pretty
Yeah,
normal.
Miguel just posted some choc chip bickies. That's what we call them.
That's a cookie. That's a clear cut cookie.
That's a cookie. That's a cookie on Christmas, bro. That's the only time I
We
see
call-
those things.
We call them choc chip bickies.
Biscoito. Biscuits.
That's a textbook cookie. Like if there was a picture of cookie in the dictionary, like what that is exactly what it would be. Chocolate chip cookie. I'm not okay with this shit. This might quit. I quit this server.
You know, when you say chocolate chip cookie, right? I always picture that meme, like, cause you know how Bloods don't want to say the C, and you see later, chocolate bit bookies. They literally
That's what we
don't.
call.
Bloods
we call
don't say C?
We call bickies. We call biscuits bickies.
Biggie Smalls.
Yeah, biscuits are cookies for you guys. That's what's. You know what? Biscuits and gravy. It's one of the big things in the South with some fried
Oh, we
chicken.
got who do we got?
whole
Who's
different
Tiki
level.
Birdie? Tiki Birdie.
Any rolls?
Nope. What's up? Welcome. Go ahead,
Oh.
Timbo.
I'll unmute. Don't tell anyone.
You now have
Tiki
access
Bird.
to your microphone.
Yo. How you
How's it
doing?
going?
All right. First question. What's a biscuit?
You could, from the UK point of view, it's like it's just like a hard, like it's like a shortbread biscuit. That's like a biscuit.
Dang. You're on,
Right,
man.
but what's
Welcome
the
to
real
the
answer?
server.
What's
Oh
the
man,
real answer?
you're literally buttering up Timbo.
You're not from the UK though, so what's the real answer?
It's both.
That's a fair answer. It's a fair
Nope.
answer. But hold on, wait. Let's
It's like the chicken or the egg. They're both the same.
Diplomacy doesn't fly
So
around here.
you guys,
You
let's
guys
get back
take
on
it
topic.
away. I'm going back to learning something.
Yeah. All right. So Tiki, how'd you find the server?
Rumble.
Rumble. Okay, that's what's up. So if you had to, choose a side, more on the side of like you believe you're on a globe, maybe a globe skeptic, or
Oh
what would
yeah.
you say?
That's a great filter question. Right off the bat there. First
Yeah.
off, that's a very complex question because you could interpret it in many
Okay.
different ways.
I can simplify it for you, bro.
And also it not necessarily like there's like a spectrum of like
Oh.
flat earthers. Like
I know
obviously
there's
some.
a lot of different ones, but I'll
So,
simplify the question real quick,
but
bro. Do
I'm
you believe
open.
you're on a globe?
Well, technically, from the
Just yes
just
or no,
like
bro.
well, I can't answer it a yes or no question. I just want to say from the scientific standpoint, like modern science, it says it's on a globe. You have to believe it, otherwise,
Otherwise, you
like
get ostracized and
ostracized. Yeah,
kicked out of. But you're not going to be ostracized here. We just want to
yeah.
have a genuine. Don't worry, you're
Um,
good.
Beyond that,
Do you believe you're
yeah,
on a globe though? Like, do you believe you're on a spinning ball in the
it's
vacuum of
hard to
space?
believe. It's hard to believe. So probably
That's a
not.
fair answer. That's a fair answer. For sure. So you're a globe skeptic then.
Definitely skeptical. You have to
Right.
be on like some level of skepticism.
Right. Well, to some extent until you know something yourself. But next question, real quick. If you are on the, let's say you're on the fence, right? What would make you? What is the most convincing, I guess, belief? Like, what makes you think that it's possible that you're on a globe or on a ball?
Well, overwhelming photographic evidence, but even though that it could be like doctored, that would be like the main thing and what you're taught in school and stuff.
So,
But yeah,
photographic evidence.
and just like basic like science, like we all know how like gravity works because I mean we see it like every day, like
I don't.
firsthand. So
I don't
well, we
really
don't
know
see
how it
it.
works. How does
Well,
it work?
that's true. Some people think it's electromagnetism. That's also interesting. Like on a fundamental basis, yeah, everything could be electromagnetic.
Well, we
Like
can actually simplify it though. Like, and I know, I get the could be, kind of mentality. I feel that, but there's certain things that you can know, and you can be, we're all in the same earth. Like, this is objectifiably true that we're all living in the same earth, right?
yeah. Also, like if you like do like math, like there's like measuring
I
like
like that.
circumferences. Like you can also and using like
So
right angle triangles, you can sort of estimate like roughly
how does
what
that
the
work?
height of something is, what the height of something is with the sun as well. So that makes that's like
Wait.
the best evidence, like that the globe
That
is
there's a globe, a right angle.
just no, yeah, like a right angle triangle. That's how you like
How do you
measure
have that? How
using
do you have
trigonometry.
a? Yeah. Okay, let's break that down. What you just said though. A
Yeah,
right angle triangle, right? You can
yeah,
triangulate something in the sky, right? Is that what you're
yeah,
saying? With
yeah,
an elevation angle.
yeah.
So what do you have to do to make an elevation angle observation or calculation? What do you
Like
have
you
to
have,
assume every time?
I don't know. Like you have to be
You have to have two straight lines at
yeah, two straight
least.
lines. Yeah,
Right? So where's the curve?
that's also true.
Right.
Yeah,
Just think about it. Like, simplify it, bro. It's crazy, but just it's crazy right now because of the indoctrination that we've all went through.
yeah.
But like, there's certain things that if you really just take a step back, forget about what anyone told you about anything else, right? Like, objectifiable reality, elevation angles, right? So celestial navigation, for example, using a sextant, right? That would be using an elevation angle calculation, right? Or having two reference points in terms of like, let's say the North Star or Polaris, right? Because that doesn't move. And then you see like Sirius or something, whatever. You see a different star, and then you only need two straight lines essentially to assume the third straight line. But either way, elevation angles all have to be flat. Right?
Why? Like when you brought up like the whole curve example, the issue I have with that is that like if you can't use a right angle because the Earth is curved, then you proved it's a globe.
No, wait, whoa. How?
Well, like because like
we
math
can use
has enough.
elevation angles.
Well, math, like as a scientific principle, has nothing to do with flat Earth. I mean, of course it does, but like you can't apply it. You can't apply it to the curved example.
Well, that's
But
a great thing you brought up though about mathematics, right? It's a tool, right?
yeah, but we can use it to prove flat Earth. I'm saying that. But the problem is that it proves the globe Earth theory.
How?
That's what they use. Because essentially, so like if you think everything's on a horizontal axis, there's like really like it's difficult. Like if everything's on a horizontal axis, like you can't like measure it out the same way as you would like in a curved.
What? That's the exact opposite, bro, of what's true. Like, what do you mean? Elevation angles would not work on a curved surface. It wouldn't work. Basically, all right. So
We're just
you
trying
have
to
a
measure like the phenomenon of like seeing things on the horizon and estimating like how far away they are, because that's the most important thing, because that
well, check it out.
determines
Look at the.
the
Do you have access
seasons.
to Do you have access to the live stream voice text real quick? Do you see that? I want you to see Miguel's last photo there.
He has no access, but I can give him the role.
Yeah.
I want to just say, don't talk about controversial things at the live stream. You know,
you'll be banned.
Okay.
We're not talking about controversial things.
No, he's just He's just warning you. That's all. Like, there's
I'm
trolls
doing-
that come in here sometimes. That's all.
And at the top, you have hashtag welcome. There's some rules there, so welcome and
Thank
enjoy.
you.
I'm gonna give
Yeah,
the
I was
role.
looking at a few of those, but which channel did you want me to look in to see?
Live stream
Yes.
voice text above, but Miguel is saying you gotta actually look at the welcome page if you haven't. Just
Okay.
baseline rules.
You have the rule. Okay, go on.
Okay, now you can probably see it. So right above this VC, you see live stream voice text, right?
I'm looking for it. Yeah,
right.
yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Okay, and then just go all the way to the bottom. Look what Miguel just posted.
Okay. The Glober's right angle. Okay, that's interesting.
You know what I
But-
mean? Like that is what yeah, that's basically how it would work on a globe. So it's like, makes you question it, right? But let's go back to the geometric horizon that's supposed to be measurable.
So-
because it's
Like,
Whoa,
is the
hold on, wait.
point like the fact that it's curved? It means that it's not at a true 90 degrees.
It's not
at all?
curved. There's no curvature, bro. Anywhere. There's no curvature. And we can prove that. We know that you don't have to rely on our word about it, and you can repeat the same things. So let me just run you through a couple things. So why would it be important to go to the beach? Just a logical guess, like your best guess.
Okay.
Why would it be important to make these
Obviously to go
observations?
for a swim, but yeah, obviously no, to see the tide coming in and out, but also you could see the horizon and maybe the sun, clouds, other
No.
phenomena.
No, well, I
But-
mean that's not it. It's sea level. It's zero elevation. That's why.
Well,
Yes.
okay,
Yes.
Yes.
It's sea level.
yes.
Right. So when you're at the beach, any coastline, you have the apparent horizon, and that's a key word, apparent, because the horizon is not a physical location. You get what I mean? It's not. It's
Yeah,
not
but
something
you
that's
would have the
always
apparent horizon anywhere, just about anywhere else. It's just
exactly.
yeah.
So the problem with the fact that or the problem with the globe claim of Earth's circumference, right? You know about the radius of the
Yeah.
Earth, 24,901 miles in circumference. You take the radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles, and you can get a drop over distance calculation. Now, drop over distance is spherical trigonometry. Like, that's what is required for a sphere. There needs to be a measurable drop over distance. So, for example, have you heard of 8 inches per mile squared? Have you heard that in terms
Yeah.
of being okay? So the reason why the black swan, for example, if you could post that, Miguel, that'd be great. Just want to take you through this. I know you probably heard it before or seen it. Okay, perfect. So if you can click on that photo real quick.
I'd seen this one.
But wait, just I want to explain a couple things why this is important. So if we are on a globe, right? If we are on a globe, then the claim that the horizon, right, why ships go over the horizon and disappear bottom up would be because there's a physical or a geometric horizon limit. Basically, that's the obstruction, is the curve of the Earth. That's why we see that phenomenon, why we observe that. But that's not the case. It's not the case because we see too far. As simple as that. There's an actual calculation or distance to the horizon formula based off of the Earth's circumference, the supposed Earth's circumference. That we're just using what they're telling us. That's what Eratosthenes derived. But I digress.
Okay, so you're saying that this is far enough away so that in the globe model it wouldn't be seen.
It would be impossible to see in a globe model. Period. We see too far. Now, let's just say there's a margin of error with this. Let's give the benefit of the doubt, even, right? Do you see how it says observer height 1 foot?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking at that. Yeah.
So the distance to the horizon formula is your observer height times the square root of 1.225 miles, something like that. I think it's 1.22, right? So you see observer height 1 foot, square root of 1 is 1, 1.22. Or, yeah, the square root of, 1 times the square root of 1.22, I believe. Might be fucking that up a little bit if anyone wants to help me out there, but I think that is correct. Oh, okay. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height. That's what it is.
Yeah,
I said it in reverse.
that's it.
Okay. So, if you were 6 feet, let's say your observer height was 6 feet, that is 3 miles. So that should be the max distance we should be able to see in terms of the horizon before it starts to obstruct things beyond it. But if you look at this photo, and oil rigs, they don't move, they're not boats, they're those are the actual distances from the shoreline, right? 9.41, 6.21. Where would you say the horizon is on this photo?
Well, that's a trick question, but
But just on this photo specifically.
wait, let me see. Let me scroll to the bottom if there's a new photo. Or no,
the black swan.
Sorry.
Yeah, the oil rigs one. Would you
I
say?
mean, I can't tell.
It is kind of hard to see, but if you look
It's
closely.
like Neo, like when he woke up from the Matrix. Like it took him a while. Okay, so,
But where would you say? Would you say the horizon's actually beyond that platform habitat, 9.41?
well, of course it is with the flat Earth model.
Well, it's not flat Earth model. Remember, we're just simplifying it to our own observations and our objectifiable reality. We can verify it. You can go out to the beach where this is, Santa Barbara, right? That's where this is.
Yeah, from Miramar Beach.
What's it called?
From Miramar Beach from Santa Barbara.
How do you?
Miramar Beach. It's Miramar. It's like in Portuguese or Spanish we say see the ocean. Miramar.
Okay, can we?
It means it translates to look ocean.
So what's the point?
Yeah.
Where is the horizon then? Like
What would you
my
say?
best guess would be like where it says apparent horizon.
Well, I mean, look at the multiple choice question right there that Miguel posted at the bottom there. You see that?
Oh, okay. Where's the horizon? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it looks like that's an interesting like partition line that
Yeah.
that might demarcate where the actual horizon is, but that also could be an optical illusion. But also, you have to. I was gonna just bring
Well,
this up. Like, I was gonna
okay.
ask. Okay, so if we see like the phenomena of being able to see that station, that gas rig, oil rig,
Mm-hmm.
what about the periphery? Like, what about all the other stuff
What do you
that's
mean we're about
beside
all
it?
the other
Like,
stuff?
I'm glad you
for
brought
example, do
that
we
up.
have like another image,
Oh,
like
some
of
Yes, I'm glad you
of
brought
a,
that up because that picture came as a clip from a video. Now he was panning the camera across, and you could see one of the islands off to the far right, Santa Barbara Islands, and you can
shouldn't be
watch
able
the
to.
yeah. So you can pretty much see where the horizon is from, like that island. That
What's up,
yeah,
Professor Dude? When did you sneak in here? I'm outside, so I didn't see.
snuck. Anyway,
Snu-
yeah, I
s-
came
So,
water.
well, you kind of cut out there. What'd
I
you say?
wonder
Hey,
there
go ahead.
there are probably even more examples.
Oh, there's a preponderance of evidence. Here's what we don't find: curvature anywhere. Literally, like literally, like this right here. This is the reason why you call it a black swan. I think Timbo explained it. Is because you assume all swans are white until you see that one black.
And in the globe defense, there would be refraction. But once you say that this is due to refraction, at that point you give up the physical geometric horizon.
Correct.
At that point, you don't have it anymore. Therefore, there's no globe as well. So
Right.
either way, it's a win-win.
I think I recall a YouTuber going over this and saying that it was like a mirror optical illusion of sorts reflecting off the other tanker.
which means there's no physical geometric horizon. Exactly. That's
Yeah, that's another. Yeah.
See, that's why this is so important in terms of with this kind of conversation. Now, have you heard of the second or third globe claims?
Yeah, that shit's real. Like, that's amazing.
What's real?
Well, isn't that the fact like you can't go past 60 degrees south?
No.
Or is that
no. Globe claim.
Because
The first one is that there's curvature. Drop over distance. That's the first one. The second one is that there's axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. So how do you know anyone in history, all the way up until now, doesn't matter if ancient times, modern times, that has measured and demonstrated the axial rotation of Earth, specifically at the equator, which is like 1,040 miles per hour or something like that? Who measured? How did we get that? How do we know we're spinning 1,000 miles per hour? How is that? How's that determined? You know?
well, probably just like
You say I don't
like
know.
obviously it would be obviously have to no, it would have to be like after we quote unquote discovered that we were rotating around the sun, like orbiting around the sun. That's how they interpreted it, because they would obviously have to measure the spin, take count like the seasons and all that other
Tiki.
So that's what they do.
Hang
They're
tight.
experts.
I'm
They're
asking,
experts.
but hold on. I'm asking you. I said, do you know?
Well, that's my best guess.
Okay, so just say I don't know. That's fine. The thing is, no one's done it. That's why I asked that question. No one's actually been able to demonstrate the Earth in motion. At all. I mean, do you feel like you're moving? I don't.
Well, their breakdown is pretty convincing, though.
Convincing.
Yeah.
How?
But you just
What?
don't. You just obviously you're not meant to feel it because it's. I mean, the
Because it's
way
not there.
because it just feels minute. It's not meant to be that
You feel
like
a minute change? I don't. I don't feel anything.
it's not meant to be
ever
rotating and
feel
like
do you ever feel acceleration? Do you like if you were going straight in a car and then you started turning around the corner, would you feel that?
it's probably like the reason they might say
Oh,
is that because the Earth's mass is so great. Like the rotation, it doesn't. It
hold on.
feels
We're not worried
insignificant
about what
compared
they
to.
say, bro. I'm not worried. We're just. He's just asking you a question. Do you feel acceleration
You
in a
cannot
car?
feel no. Well, no.
You
In a
don't feel
car?
in a car. That's what he's
Yeah,
asking you.
yeah. Of course you do.
Okay.
So
Go ahead, Timbo.
do you know that any change in direction is acceleration? So we don't feel linear movement, yeah? Like one direction. If you're going 100 miles an hour, you don't feel that. But as soon as you change direction, you feel it. So if the Earth is spinning at 1,040 miles per hour, that means it's constantly changing direction because it's spinning in a circle. So that means 24 hours a day, it's constantly accelerating. One day at so in the morning at 6 a.m., the Earth is moving towards you. The other time of the day at 6 p.m., the Earth is moving away from you. Now these things would have to constitute a change in gravity, as long as a change in acceleration as well. So that's just the rotation of the Earth, and then you've got the elliptical orbit of the Sun. So that elliptical means it's speeding up and slowing down as it goes around orbits the Sun. And that's another one. So on top of that one acceleration of the 1,040 miles per hour, you've got another acceleration of the rotation of the Earth around the Sun at 250,000 miles an hour, I think.
You mean around the orbit around the sun speed or whatever?
Yeah.
660. No, 67,000 miles per hour. Oh, you mean with the elliptical
Oh,
part?
okay,
No?
yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. Yep. 66.
Either way.
66.6 thousand. No, but around that. 70,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Then you've got flying through the Milky Way at 500,000 miles per hour.
Oh yeah, that's perfect. Do you see that, Tiki Bird?
Yeah,
And all of that in different vectors. So you're being pulled in all directions.
Now, just keeping that in mind, because that's what they say. That's what their convincing quote unquote argument is, right? But what do we observe in reality? Let's just say we're looking at the luminaries, the stars, right? You know about Polaris?
Yeah, it's the second brightest star, I think. And
I think that's true, but more importantly, it's the pole star. It's it doesn't move. It's the North Star. Some people say it has a wobble, but either way, it's pretty. It doesn't move. Yeah, check it out. See that GIF right there? That Miguel posted with the star trails.
Like these what you're showing, like with the spinning, the helix. It looks like a helix orbit. It looks like a reverse, like Freemason sort of design, like for flat Earth. It's or something like it looks like something very benign.
It's fishy.
Yeah.
But my point is, let's get back to what we see.
Don't be a boomer, man. That's sus.
Yeah. Okay, and then the stars that are like shifting, like.
Well, if you look in the top part, right? The reason why it looks like that is with exposure. So if you have your camera fixed on the North Star, right? That's your point of reference. And then you do a time lapse, right? Let's just say a video, or a series of pictures. Either way, you'll see those star trails make concentric circles, perfect circles, pretty much. I mean, yeah, it's pretty much perfect circles. But so, just logically thinking, right? How is it that we're having all of these different types of movements according to the globe model, right? we're shooting off into space, you know, spinning 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, and then the sun's going around the black hole in the middle of the galaxy
I think
600. Hold on, wait. I was gonna finish the. Let me just finish this. With all those different types of movements, how come in our observable reality that we see perfect concentric circles in terms of Polaris?
I think that we can't refute this model with just like this 2D like telescope image. Obviously, it's a frame by frame, so it's a stop motion, I believe, right?
What do you mean 2D?
It's 2D in the sense that it doesn't look like this 3D one that's shown like below. Like
You think that's
like,
real?
That has
That 3D
dimension.
one? You don't think that's rendered or
I think, of course,
cartoon?
it's CGI. It's cartoon, but it's meant to represent something that quote unquote exists. But like that
How
has
is that not
dimension.
refuted?
So you can't refute it with the 2D image like above. Like it's impossible because it doesn't take into account all dimensions. Like
what do you
like? I'm talking about like, look, like if the one at the top, like, right, you can't show
reality.
like, the depth. Well, yeah, exactly, reality, but like
Yeah.
the depth of all like the planets or all the stars.
So reality's not good enough for you?
No, it is good. It is good, but I wonder like how real that image is. It just doesn't look.
You can go do it yourself.
Okay.
This is the
I'd like
point.
to see a few more, but
There's
Which image are we looking at?
if you look at Miguel's post, a little bit up where it shows the star trails.
The Earth's actual rotation? The GIF?
Yeah, the GIF. Yeah. Where it
Okay,
shows
we're
the
looking-
exposure.
Oh, you guys are. I thought you said image 3D.
Well, he's saying that the reality's not good enough for him. That's what he's saying.
I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good concept.
No, it's not like we didn't make this up. I mean, somebody obviously did the graphics, but this is the claim that we're moving all these speeds and turning and going, shooting, chasing the sun, and a whole bit. Yeah, crazy.
Now, completely counterintuitive to what we actually observe in reality when we look at the sky.
This one's a little bit more like obviously convincing. This is like stargazing, like your typical stargazing, but yeah, this is a much better example.
What is?
The star rotation. This is not possible. That one. Or
Well, whichever ones have depth. This one that isn't like the 2D one with the one spinning.
oh, okay.
But yeah.
I see a newer one. Yeah.
So the thing is, right? That is yes, that's exactly a time lapse, right? The reason why you see those trails, right, is just someone just put long exposure effect.
Yeah,
to
that's about a little like an hour and a half, roughly. Time
oh,
lapse.
that time lapse, yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing is, if this see the top part right there, if the camera was focused on the North Star, which is, it depends on where you are on the Earth, but if you had it focused on the North Star, right, you would see that like you wouldn't see the North Star moving, and the reason why it's like why people add that long exposure is to highlight that the North Star is not moving and that everything else apparent is moving around it, east to west, just like the sun and moon. East.
This is Hawaii. Okay. Miguel just dropped this.
What is this?
Yeah.
The
Go,
laser.
go to minute one of this video. I did post, and then you see the stars circling around.
Okay.
Oh yeah, here you go.
This is a legit thing. This comes from them, man. Doesn't come from us, right?
Right.
They shot these lasers, man. Here's the fascinating thing about shooting these lasers from these observatories, is that when they go up in the sky, they don't cross each other. They should cross each other, and they don't. Fucking weird as.
What do you mean?
So if you shoot like that red laser, right?
At
You
1
shoot
minute?
another one. If you shoot another one way up there, right? They should cross each other, like somewhere way up there, right? They don't. They don't. They stop.
I don't understand.
Okay.
Are you? I think he's trying to make the point.
I'm gonna post a print screen about that one.
I'm trying to understand. I really
Like
don't though.
the lasers go so far. They should see how they should
What
cross.
is it? A mainstream media post, like showing the laboratories? What is it?
This is the Hawaiian Observatory.
Observatory, yeah.
On the Big Island. And they shot these lasers. They shot the video. None of us.
Oh, I see what you're saying now.
See, they should cross, and they don't.
Right.
And I always thought that was interesting.
I get what you mean now.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can find a time lapse of like just no long exposure. Do you have that, Miguel? Where you can show a location of having the pole star in the center of view, and just having it be a normal time lapse with no exposure, just to kind of show you Tiki Bird.
Yeah, in that video, if you go to minute 1, you will see it.
So
in that video,
it is
but,
focused on it. Minute 1, okay.
Yeah, minute 1.
Oh yeah, I see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if you look, just like you were saying, I don't know if it's true, but it you can see it is much brighter than the other stars right there. Polaris is
The Eye of Ra, man.
yeah, it's so wild to look at,
I
man.
heard that term too. I've seen where it makes like all-seeing eye. It does make a little rotation. Polaris does. It's teeny, man, and it takes
Long
it
time.
takes an entire year to make one rotation, and it makes the shape of an eye, an all-seeing eye.
That is pretty weird.
Just keep that in mind.
But just think about this logically, Tiki, right? This is what we observe, and this is why constellations and astrology, is a thing, because we see the same movements in the sky, year in, year out. There's no changes. Like if we're moving that fast through the universe, right? Quote unquote.
So you think it's like a speed thing? So like we're moving at such a rate, like it would be impossible to not like collide or like
No, we wouldn't
have
see
an impact
perfect
or
circles.
see anything or like have any obstruction or like see other things or not see perfect circles. So it's like
yeah,
a
we
speed
would
thing.
not see. We would see parallax. That's what it's called. You would see parallax with all those different movements.
Yeah, basically, the Milky Way, most of the stars, the distant stars, and all that stuff. If we would see some kind of change, they wouldn't be in the same position every year on the same date, man.
So so like what's
Be
like the
somewhere else. They say
like-
that Polaris is shifting 1 degree every 72 years or something.
I think I remember something like that. Yeah.
Something like that, right? So that's what they tell us. We put out. There was a monument in Georgia that had a fixed position of Polaris, and it had been up for like 42 years, and it didn't change anything. So, and if they
Either
would've left it
way.
up, either way, Polaris is never going to move. It's always going to be in the same position.
So what about other stars? Like if
Mm-hmm.
like if we Polaris is like the perfect example. Like can that be demonstrated like on like another like star system, like in astrology?
What?
Like can that be demonstrated on all stars?
What
or is it just
astrology or
So-
astronomy? Which one?
astronomy? Because that's what they would.
Astronomy.
But
Astronomy,
what can be demonstrated? What are you talking about?
Can we be observed?
Like observe like this phenomena, like this spinning phenomena in flat Earth theory. This that's shown in the model.
Well, we don't have a model, but that's an interesting idea. What we do have is observations, and we can see things like the Milky Way in the summertime, it might be in the Western Hemisphere. Winter, it's over at, Northern Hemisphere. Whatever, spring, it's over in the Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah, we get it in spring and early summer.
Yeah, and then in fall, it's over, on the
At the same
eastern,
time, at the same date, every
So
year,
like,
right?
It
so like
resets
another thing
absolutely,
about the
it
stars.
resets absolutely dead balls accurate every time, man. There's no deviation, zero. There's no
Right.
deviation. Perfect.
So like
But
another thing about the stars is we see the same stars no matter what side of the sun the Earth is on.
Right. That's exactly what I was going
Right?
to go to next.
So
Yeah.
now what happens, what they claim happens, is that the star light bends around the sun. Because how could you see it? It would wash out the stars, right? So the starlight has to bend around the sun based on gravity or a gravity well, maybe like a fourth dimensional demon. I don't really know.
we got a
But
gravity well dimension thing.
yeah,
Basically, it's baloney, Tiki
it's a
Bird.
genie. Genie in the bottle did it.
We got
Hey, one sec, is Earth spins. Do you want to go up to VC Chicken? I'll meet you up there. Earth spins.
Yeah. Yeah. And we'll bring you in on the panel too.
That's a hell of a claim, by the way, man.
Coming in hot with that name.
Hot, man.
Hey, Flat Earth Professor, dude, your gain or your input is low. Like you're coming in low vol.
Oh shit. Okay, here we go.
All right.
Oh fuck, that's too hot.
That's better. No, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for
Even an
bringing it up,
audio
man.
engineer has
Checking
trouble
my audio
sometimes.
for me, guys. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, you're getting washed out.
I'm washed out. Now I'm back. Okay.
How dare you? He's not that old. Why would you say that?
In business.
I'm just
No,
kidding.
man. I run a mixer, man. I should be able to fucking handle it, but I need to let somebody hear it, and go, hey, man, yeah, hit the gain up about 4 dB, man. That'd be great. Thanks.
Mic check.
I don't speak audio
All right.
talk.
So we're back. So
And
yeah,
we're back.
The whole looking at stars and getting, what happens in the sky, it's very predictable, it turns out. And even if in a short lifetime, you can check it out enough to really understand what's going on. But
yeah,
we've been, fortunate. There's been a lot of people came before us, did a lot of legwork, man. They worked it out.
Right.
And it's all there. You can witness it for yourself, man. Where you can see Sirius in January in California. I don't know where you're at, but that bad boy is so beautiful. What a killer star, man. So bright. And it's not a planet, man. It's a fucking star. And it's like super bright. Fuckers. And it's like really trillions of miles away. Trillions. And it's like, what the fuck?
How is it trillion? That's another thing,
Trillions of
bro.
miles away, and it's like one of the brightest stars you'll ever see. Sirius, man. You'll see it come up in the east, and it's a fucking bright ass.
Do you guys believe in the pillar theory, like the pillar creation, or like the fact that the Earth is a disc and it's held up by two pillars?
I've seen drawings of that. I have no verification that that's true, but it's interesting.
But like some people actually
Tiki,
believe that.
Wait, check it out, bro. Anyone who claims to know the shape of the Earth is lying to you.
Mm-hmm.
Period. We don't know.
But it's an interesting take because at least it's brought up. It's speculation, but do you know where it's from? Because
yeah, it's very ancient actually.
Biblical things.
Yeah, it might even be biblical. It's biblical, and I think it even goes before biblical. Like BC actually. I've seen some drawings. I've seen some different religious drawings and people's beliefs. I've seen there's like a mirage of them, man. There's like 12 or 15 of them that come from different civilizations throughout time. But a lot of them do have the little pillar thing.
Why do you ask though, Tiki?
It's just a good representation, what
why?
Your beliefs are, because it could.
Why is that a good representation?
Because you could believe many different models about how it actually looks, like the one that's shown.
I can believe in Narnia too, bro.
Dude, I saw this picture of some unicorns on the dark
Well-
side of the moon.
Right.
So,
Oh man,
But-
I believe that too.
But what's the goal of flat Earth then? Is it to like convince people, or like for them to open their minds to
I
see?
don't think we have a goal actually. That's
And-
another thing.
We're
But, like,
chilling, bro. We
well,
want to
I
live
mean-
in the truth. We don't want to
Yeah.
live in an illusion,
We just wanna
illusionary
go for the
society.
truth. That's it.
Exactly.
That's the goal. Truth is the goal, man. That's all.
And truthfully
want the
speaking,
truth.
we don't know what the shape of the Earth is, how big it is, because we can't independently verify it for ourselves because of bureaucratic restrictions.
Because you can't go past 60 degrees
Political.
south.
Political, you know.
Is that the reason you can't go past 60 degrees south or not? Or is that a fit?
What's
is that
the
a
reason?
falsehood?
We don't know.
That is something you can check out for yourself. You don't have to believe us.
Yeah. Just
Um,
take your all Andhoys experience.
Yeah.
There's a great video out there called "Sorry, the Antarctic's Closed."
Yeah, that's what it
Did you
what I
see that
was
one?
referring to. That's what I was referring to.
His name
But
is
60
Ben.
degrees south.
His name is Ben. He runs a YouTube channel called Taboo Conspiracy.
Oh, I never
He's an
heard of
attorney
this
and
guy.
he's really smart and he makes great videos. But he made that video, I don't know, 3 years ago at least. It's been around. But it goes in and he tried to look at all the numbers and what you have to do to actually go there on your own.
And to believe it's like an entire sheet of ice.
And that's it.
Isn't
It's
that
all
funny?
ice. You guys stay away from here. It's freezing cold. Don't come here. Go away. What?
Nothing
Go
to
away.
see here.
Tell me that's not suspicious. Now, all of a sudden, this Antarctic treaty goes into, and then like the next day, NASA's fucking founded.
I've never seen this. Let me see this.
Something like that. Oh, you've never seen that? Oh, you'll love it. There's a lot of great info in there about how much it costs to really to go there, man. It's millions of dollars. I'll say that. I won't spoil it for you, but it's millions of dollars.
The problem is,
It's crazy. Yeah, save
problem
that
is
one.
Tiki.
It's in the voice.
Yeah, I'm gonna
text.
save it.
Save that. You got everybody, man. Go watch that if you want to go to Antarctica, man. Check this out first.
Here's the thing, Tiki, and I'm enjoying our conversation so far. You've been very respectful. So
Yeah, it's been
thank you.
nice. Right on, Tiki Bird. Did you
What
ever
is
go to
your
Tiki-
goal?
Did you ever go to the Tiki room? You ever been there?
No.
That
Mm.
doesn't
You
sound.
never been to, you
That
never
sounds-
been to Disneyland?
Sounds
Have you ever been
dirty.
to
It sounds
Disneyland?
raunchy.
Well, it's a ride at Disneyland, man. I didn't make it up. Check it
I
out.
might
Bet you
have.
it's a ride.
Don't
I'm just
believe
kidding.
me.
I might have.
Tiki room, man, and it had these birds and shit singing. It's pretty wild, man.
There's a bunch of wacky shit there. It was actually kind of boring overall, but
Um,
I heard it's not doing too bad. Well, I mean not too well.
So, but Tiki, I want to ask you, like, what's your goal? What's your goal into diving into this?
Actually, that's a very interesting question because I was gonna say just having the best interpretation of the model. Like, if it's like
we don't have
multiple,
a model.
We don't have a
but
model.
we could make one.
No,
a
we
new,
can't. Well, actually,
a
we
new
could make
one.
a model. We could make a model You're
based
right.
off of our interpretation and what we
could,
think is
actually.
beyond.
It
we
works.
can't make an accurate model.
But it
I mean,
might. It will be a model.
It'll be a functioning model, man, with water and air.
We don't know all the
and-
parameters. That's the problem.
We could
and-
derive the parameters from existing like
But that's let's see that deriving, right? That's where things get tricky, man. You know what I mean?
Right on, Grim.
You know, it's I'm not saying it's not useful for the public to have some type of visual representation. Some people are visual learners, and I totally
Right.
get that.
Oh yeah,
But-
that works.
but that's- But that's not the point here, bro. Because it's like we're not trying to convert somebody's belief into another belief, because that's not what this is. It's just more like opening your eyes to critically thinking for yourself and becoming your own authority. Well, that's my goal anyway.
Now you're getting political. Now what you're saying is that we should organize a brigade to or convince politicians.
I did not say that at all.
And convince politicians for an expedition to below 60 degrees south and reveal what's actually at Antarctica.
Hold on, dude, you are low now, by the way.
I backed off my mic because I wanted.
There you go.
let you guys talk, but I'm on it now.
Okay, so Tiki, I don't know how the fuck you derived that from, from what I.
What was that? Was that like
Get some
storm?
jetpacks and go to the South Pole.
Dude, that was some
Yeah.
Kabuto shit, man. Kabuto shit?
I
What
said,
the hell was that?
I said my goal at least is to get people to open their eyes and critically think and be the authority for themselves. And then he was like, "So you mean we need to start up a brigade and a fucking revolution?"
Gotta get a
He's not
militia
wrong,
going.
bro. He's not wrong.
No, fuck no. He didn't say
Yeah,
anything.
no. What we need is to organize a brigade of like Navy troops.
Who's we? Who's
we?
bro?
Like we, the
I can
people,
tell
and
you,
like
I
we,
can tell you right now.
we,
Once
the
you,
flat earthers.
once you leave the south coast of any of these countries in the south, you're not fucking going anywhere, man.
That's why we have to convince the politicians. We have to convince them that we're not going to use that. No, it's the worst.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine being like arrested or just being like, "Oh, I was
It's not
looking for
even-
the bathroom. I didn't mean to come over here."
It's not even arrested. Like below Tasmania in that southern sea there, the Southern Ocean, these waves, they get like 30 meters tall, man.
Yeah, fuck
So you're
that.
saying there's a way?
Well, okay.
The problem is that you're going to leave from 4 places. You're going to leave from Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, or the tip of South America.
That's
Now,
it.
anytime you leave a port, you have to give a location of where you're going, or you're not allowed to leave the port.
Exactly.
So, where are you going to go?
Do we have to try and extend the battery lives of like miniature drones and fly them out there?
Good call.
Yeah.
What about drones carrying drones? You know what
That's
I
a
mean?
great point because they're
Swarm
rather
of drones.
lightweight.
Here's the problem.
Drone carrying a drone.
What a great idea! And then
Yeah.
once the first drone runs out, the second drone turns on.
Hold on,
There you go.
That's
Dude, it's
not
like
a great
infinite
idea.
energy. It's like Nikola Tesla right there.
Oh, you want to speculate on the actual like good idea? Because drones is not going to be it, man. There's
That
no.
ain't gonna be it. I thought
there's,
about that
there's
shit
no
for
connection.
years.
There's you got no way to propagate a signal. Like, what are you propagating from your boat? Like, how
Yeah.
far? You know?
Radio transmission.
Not
It's
far
still
enough.
gotta poop. Why you gotta be a party pooper, man?
Well,
Can we-
because
can we-
I just want to take this topic seriously. I don't want it to be a joke.
Well, my buddy used to build the early drones, and he built some like the ones you see now that fly with wings and shit, right? The attack drones or whatever you want to call them.
Mm-hmm.
He built some of the early prototypes of those, and he did all the fiberglass work on them to get them aerodynamic and whatever.
I'm not a party. I'm not really a party
Okay,
pooper.
it
It's
was
just
a joke.
I don't
It
know.
was a joke.
No, but
Okay.
I don't know Tiki Bird. I don't know his full intentions yet, so I'm trying to be careful. We're on the live stream. That's all. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought last year was muted. What is
So
that?
I don't
what
think
does
we
that
can
mean?
go too far, man.
No, I know. But if you
obviously.
get my tentative ways, Tiki Bird, no offense. We just met. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't mean to come off as a troll.
That's all. That's all it is. And I know we're fucking around. We're just shooting the shit. I get it. But this is not a, this is actually a serious thing, though. You know what I mean? Why can't we explore? Why can't we go past that? Like what? Why? You know what I mean? That is
Hey,
a huge
all the
statement.
All the countries that hate each other said, "Okay, let's keep everybody out of here."
Let's agree to this. Exactly.
That's not sus at all, man. That's no.
We can't have these cattle people beyond the line. We can't have them traverse and see what's beyond.
But like,
that's not for their eyes.
Tiki, let's go back though, because remember the beginning of this conversation, how you're saying, kind of like not maybe not consciously, but saying how like, well, it's very convincing of the globe model, right? Like, do you get what I mean? Just like 10 minutes ago.
I remember that.
Just
Yes.
really think about your mentality in terms of like 10 minutes ago versus now, just by seeing the truth for your, like, you know what I mean? Like having an open and honest, critical thinking, logic based conversation, right?
Yeah, but I was already partial or to the idea. Like
Yeah. That's why you're
I-
here. I get it.
like I was already open to it, but there are still like fragments of like
Indoctrination.
indoctrination.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
Far
That's
away,
my
man.
point.
Far away. What's the one that's blocking you?
What?
Which
What's
which
the one
which
that's
one's holding you back to the globe,
yeah.
man? Which one?
Oh, what's still stuck there? Yeah, that's a good question. Where do you feel the indoctrination poking out?
oh. I'm a convert now. No. At first, I
No,
said
it's a serious question. So what's
photographic evidence. And I said mathematical models. You already like refuted those. The only other things are like day to day. Like obviously, like we're constantly like bombarded with the idea of like the globe model.
True.
So that would be
what
the last thing.
what in your daily life do you use a spherical Earth for?
I would say the weather. I would
What?
say like when you're watching the news. I don't know. Like what?
Well, you
That's how
don't
you
use
interpret it.
you don't use the weather though,
Oh,
do you?
or like okay, no, you can use a globe. Like obviously, if you have a map, like a globe to like look at the different countries.
Yeah, but is
But
that
that's the only.
reality or is that just a picture that they've presented for you?
Hey, do you guys ever look at maps? I figured something out recently.
I'm a map
real-
nerd, dude. I love
You
them.
know,
all
every
flat.
single map I've ever looked at, ever
Sorry.
in all of my history, they're all flat. Every one of them. Damn, that's weird.
But Tiki, do you see like, and we're not. Do you see how Timbo's questioning, right? What you're saying, because we're not asking why the general public would believe. That's not. It's just you personally, like just you. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say because weather, like when you say weather, like I understand because you in your mind you've got a globe and then you've got these clouds rotating and swirling around and stuff like that. So you think that that's what everything looks like, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially
So if you
because
just
you can't quote unquote see beyond the horizon because apparently
What?
the Earth is
Whoa.
a sphere.
didn't we just show
Apparently,
you the black swan before though?
no,
No.
I was just saying hypothetically. Obviously,
Oh, okay, all right.
hypothetically, you can't see past it, but of course you
Right, so you
can.
can't get past the weather, yeah. So let's look at the weather. So do you think weather can't work on a flat surface?
Oh no, it probably could. And actually, one of the
Well, it
things I
does,
find
but
interesting,
yeah.
no, one of the things I find interesting is the fact like how weather can actually occur within like a vacuum state. How can that actually happen? And
You mean an
also within an
enclosed system?
atmosphere in an enclosed system, yeah.
Exactly.
So because technically the atmosphere as it is now shouldn't even exist because of the vacuum theory.
Beautiful. Exactly.
Exactly. Do you know what a terrarium is?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was this guy. He's an older guy who created like a 1 meter spherical terrarium, and it had a lid on it. Yeah. Now he put a certain amount of water in there, and then he planted these plants in there. And guess what happened? It created its own environment without any outside oxygen. The plants breathed in carbon dioxide, breathed out oxygen, and created an atmosphere where that water kept on getting recycled in a dynamic atmosphere. Now, that was in a fully contained container. Now, if that wasn't a container, that container wasn't closed, he'd have to keep watering those plants.
Right.
So if you use that in the sense of the Earth, like all of this, let's say oxygen, all these other,
Air.
like gases and stuff like that, they're going to go out into the vacuum of space.
Right.
Nothing's going to stop them. So how does that work? Because the Earth would lose water as well.
Mm-hmm. It also begs the question of if
You
there is a
didn't get-
container, how have we went to the moon, right? Or anything about space, like like
Yeah,
none
and
of
why
it.
did the astronauts upon their arrival act,
Weird,
melancholy?
really weird.
Yeah, really
Yeah.
weird.
So weird, man. That's
Like,
the
oh,
weirdest
they should have
interview
been.
I've ever seen.
They should have been like
What
overjoyed.
were you,
Like,
what were you saying, dude?
Hey, Tiki, man, real quick. The third question of the day would be: has
Let's do it.
anybody ever like shown gas pressure without a container? Has anybody ever done that in all of human history?
hey, I have nothing against gas pressure. I think gas pressure is great if it exists in
Well,
flat
I mean,
Earth.
you fill up your tires on your bike or car or whatever, right?
Okay. A
There's-
difference in pressure that exists.
I mean, you can go and fill up your bicycle tire, and it reads a pressure. You know, it reads a pressure, right? You know, it's 30 psi or 20 or whatever it is, right?
Yep. Depending
You
how
got a
much
gauge, I
pressure
don't
is
know.
is
Use
the,
a
is
tire
the
gauge. I use a tire gauge myself. I don't know about you guys, but
isn't it the force of the particles against its containment, right?
well,
And
yeah,
more
that's what's
pressure
happening, man.
more pressure means more particles are
Yes.
applying force, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's why, you know what they say about the gradients. Well, we have, differentials in pressure. It gets less pressure. There's less pressure when you go up in the atmosphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Oh yeah.
if there's differentials, if there's gradients, it's still pressure, and you still need a
right.
container.
Yeah, you got to forget. You can't leave that fact out, and
Right.
that would be unscientific if you left.
Exactly. Exactly. So, any other things? Weather. We went over weather, but anything else that you feel that like that little sting of like, well, what about?
Well, there is one, gravity. I think we've already established, or like
That's
we've already gone through that. But
that's bullshit. Yeah, no problem.
like you could go into electromagnetism because
It's not gravity
that's like
though.
yeah, but no, that electromagnetism that's in flat Earth as well. That's apparently how it's meant to be. Like it's meant to be
It's in,
based off
you're
of
right. It's in flat Earth,
electromagnetism.
It's a phenomenon that we all can
Yeah,
observe.
Hey,
obviously it's not taught like in basic education or whatever in your traditional
hey,
education
it's a
system.
compass. It points north. Next question.
And
What?
hey,
Hey,
what
you know
points
It looks
north?
like, why don't you guys do that report on the sun, and we'll get back to.
What about the core of the Earth?
The core of the Earth. I knew that was going to come up eventually.
Abduction
I see what you're trying to do. You're not trying to indoctrinate me. You're trying to attack me from multiple vectors.
Oh,
Hey,
For-
Tiki,
Not attack you, bro. Not attack
I got a
you.
question.
No, or attack. I'm sorry, attack. Not my,
The in-
attack my indoctrination.
Can I
What?
pose a question to
It's
Tiki
the
real
claim,
fast?
man. It's
Yes,
not
yes,
you.
yeah. Go ahead.
Right. So let's hypothetically imagine that the Earth is moving around the sun at like, I don't know, 67,000 miles an hour. What would happen if there was some gravitational anomaly, there was anything that reduced the speed from 67,000 miles an hour to 66,995 miles an hour? Say an instantaneous adjustment of 5 miles an hour on the Earth. What would happen to everything on the Earth, if anything? What do you think?
A
It's like a
catastrophic event.
0.000. Right. Catastrophic. Like, we're done for. Like, waves like you can't imagine. So, are you, like, when people
It's a great
say,
point.
when people say that we're going at a consistent speed and we'll never notice it, even though it's at an angular velocity of this, that, and the other, are you trying to tell me that it's so consistent that we don't see it yet? At the same time, Earth's speed adjusts from 29 kilometers per second to 30 kilometers per second. It's aphelion and it's perihelion, right? Which is 2,200 miles an hour, which could only be done over the course of 180 days at the most, which is 6 miles an hour per day. So, like, even under the heliocentric model, we have to be adjusting 6 miles an hour per day over 180 days. So is it so consistent that you can never see a perfectly still puddle move? Even with all the centrifugal force that's 0.2 newtons of
It's so
force.
consistent. It's perfect, man.
It's
Don't you know that?
it's so outrageous. And I'm not that's
We
just
got math.
one
Dude,
motion.
we
I'm
got
not talking
math.
about the millions of the other
We did the
motions.
math, you know.
Right.
Don't pay attention to the puddle, okay? just skip over the puddle. Lay your jacket down for your girlfriend so she can walk through the puddle. I
So,
dare you.
so to kind of frame that you said, well, there's one thing, gravity, right, Tiki?
Yes.
What do you mean? Are you talking about why things
The
fall or
force.
why things
Yeah.
rise?
The
Is that all you're?
force. Yeah,
Okay.
the force of why things go down when you drop them. Like,
Okay.
obviously, that it has to be attributed to something.
Okay. All right.
And if it's not electromagnetism, then
Well,
gravity is the best,
check it out.
obviously
No.
explanation.
Check it
Because
out.
Third option.
There is a third option. Check it out, bro. What would happen if you were in a pool, right, and you released air bubbles? Which direction would they go?
they would typically go up. Yes.
Why?
Well, that
Just
boils
keep
down
it
to
simple.
density.
Yes.
That's density,
Density
obviously.
and buoyancy. The air bubbles are lighter than the medium it's surrounded in, the water. So it rises up. It goes up. We don't necessarily know the mechanisms behind density and buoyancy. This is just what we observe and what we call it. Like all right, for example, another example, if you had an iron ball, right? And you dropped it in a vat, like a vat of mercury, what would happen?
The iron would rise up.
Okay. Right. But why though?
It has to. I mean, obviously, with
It's just less dense.
yeah.
That's it, bro. It's just the differences in density and buoyancy. You don't need gravity at all.
Okay. So when I drop,
You know why they need gravity? Because they need gravity to make their globe model work. That's all. That's all gravity is, bro.
that's hold on.
Yeah, that's it, man. You got it.
It's simple.
You laughed.
Simple
I heard
as
you
that,
laugh.
bro.
And then I heard you laugh. You got it, man. You got
That's how deep the indoctrination is, Tiki. Welcome to Flat Earth, brother.
Yeah, the only reason that's there is so that you can live on the bottom of a ball.
Yep.
Yeah? Do you want to
He's
come
in
and join
Australia.
me
He would
and
know.
land down under?
I heard him. I swear.
Hey, what about displacement? Okay.
Wait.
That should
are you
work.
being handled? Are you being handled right now? Who's telling you this?
Displacement's due to buoyancy anyway, so.
You
Okay.
got
The amount of
someone.
water that
Be honest. Be honest. You got someone whispering
The amount
questions
of
in your
water
ear.
that you displace, the amount of water that you displace creates buoyancy.
Wait, Timbo. I gotta know. Is someone giving you
No.
questions? You can be
No.
honest.
No, I'm genuinely well, that's a very abstract idea. The whole density. That does make sense, but it's hard to come to terms with it. Like when you're trying to describe it, like when something falls.
Why?
Well, because that's like according to that model, that's not. If it was less.
Isn't that Occam's razor, bro?
Okay, so if a ball falls to the ground, it's obviously has a higher density than the air falls to the ground.
Yep,
That's
that's it.
essentially what you're just trying to say, and it's essentially just as
That's it.
straightforward as that.
It's as simple
That's
as
it,
that,
man.
bro. Occam's razor.
But it would go in any other direction, wouldn't it? According
Why?
to that.
Why?
Well, because according
What are
to
you saying? It would fall. Are you saying it would fall sideways?
like according to that, because
Why?
based off of density. Because why would it fall down?
Because down is down.
Okay. All right. That
Easy.
about sums it up.
It's easy. Just like all
does
you're
sum it up.
all
That's
you're
the
changing
cool
is
thing about it. It does kind of sum it up. There you go.
you're just changing instead of gravity making down inwards. You're just on a flat surface, and up is up and down is down.
Right.
Like, it's not that
Natural law.
difficult to comprehend, you know. Like it's even to yourself. It's natural to yourself when you start thinking about it. Like everything's flat, and then your down is down. Like it's down. My down. I'm supposed to be upside down. My down is exactly the same as your down. I'm
Make
just in a
down.
different part.
Yeah.
Timbo
Yeah.
lives in Australia, and he has upside down kangaroos. That's all I'm saying.
Bouncing on the sky.
Bouncing off the sky. I love it.
Tiki, the beautiful part about why we all choose voluntarily to come here. There's no money to be made, bro, in flat Earth. Trust and believe
Minus
that.
money.
Yeah, I'm unemployed, but I choose to be here every day because I love having these kinds of conversations and just trying to figure out the nature of reality. And when you can discern indoctrination and assumptions and beliefs versus knowledge, right? When you know something and the simplicity and confidence and like you feel your own power coming back inside, like coming to you. You know what I mean? Like the simplicity.
I
Sorry.
always put it like, hey man, if you want to learn to tune pianos, guess what, man? You got to tune about a couple of hundred, and then you'll figure it out. It's not hard.
Right.
You know, you can do it.
You are your own authority, my friend.
Yeah, and that's
That's
what
the
I do.
point of this. That's the point of this, bro. Is we don't want you to just appeal to us and our videos and our thing. Like, it's cool. The information's here. I'm more than happy to share things that I know and that I've researched. But it's like, you should take everything, all of this information with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? Never fully trust someone just based off of credentials or even like your friends. Like, oh yeah, I love that guy. Like, he's great. And then you go to the bar with this guy and he's a fucking asshole. You know what I mean? Like you have to have that scrutiny with everything. Everything. That's why they're so scared of flat Earth, because it literally causes you to scrutinize. Well, what else have they lied about then? You know what I mean?
Everything.
Everything, dude.
Imagine what a satellite has to do to chase the Earth around the sun on an equatorial orbit. It has to speed up to get around it and slow down to stay near it. And it has to continue to do that. And then there has to be 8,000 of them doing the same thing, while the moon's doing the same thing, while the sun's doing the same thing to something we can't even prove exists. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, the old satellite slingshot. Slow down.
How does it even work, man? Like I trip on that more than anything.
That's why, man. Hey, not only you remember that graphic with us spinning around the sun and we're shooting through the corkscrew of the universe. You guys remember that? It was about an hour ago, maybe less. How the hell? Man, it's
unfathomable.
It's unfathomable.
Unfathomable. That's the word.
The Earth would run right into the satellite once it went right around in front of it, going 67,000
by the way, there's more
miles an hour.
satellite shit out there than ever because it's called satellite junk, and all those satellites are following that same exact.
Tiki. Do you know about Satelloons?
I was gonna ask, what's the theory on GPS? Not how it works, but how it works.
Just ground-based
GPS.
communications, bro.
Fuck that shit.
Really?
Doesn't work in the desert when I go there.
Right. How come it doesn't work? And isn't it supposed to be satellite coverage, right? But here, have you ever heard of Satelloons?
I got to use paper maps when I go to remote places.
Right.
Satelloons.
Oh, what are they?
I've heard of Satelloons. What are Satelloons, man?
Satelloon. I'm glad you asked, Flat Earth Professor, dude. So Satelloons are NASA's.
Can I Google the Satelloon?
Actually, I don't know.
It, right?
You might be.
Yeah, NASA balloon program.
Yeah, there you go. NASA balloon program.
What's that?
What is that? Tiki, do you know what that is, bro?
Sounds like something that was covered up. but
No,
it
it's
might be,
No,
might be
it's
legit.
the
open
gold
knowledge, man.
standard. That's what they say. Literally on the video. It's the gold standard of geospatial
Communication.
data. Yeah.
Sounds
That
pretty
was last
legit.
night. Absolute.
Yeah, but like even all that stuff, yeah, like all your internet. Where do you think all your internet comes from?
Um,
No, it comes from undersea cables. 98% of communications come from undersea fiber optic cables.
Boop, boop, boop. Well, maybe for you because you're all the way in fucking Australia, but
Yeah.
you're on an island, bro.
Of
An
course it
island
does.
in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Right.
Aren't there like transatlantic cables anyway? Like
That's trend.
Yeah,
that? Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
Where do you need? Where's satellites fit into this?
Well, it would be convenient to have something up in the sky, constantly
are.
sending you data.
Now that you know that there's no rotation, right? There's no curvature. You know, we can't leave. There's a container. Why do you think NASA still is the biggest consumer of helium in the world? They started scientific ballooning. It's not like they ended it and was just like, yeah, let's use these fucking stupid little cartoon models. Like, come on.
That thing about the Challenger incident not happening was very
totally
disconcerting.
non-sequitur.
Yeah, and that was actually one of the things that made me lean over to the side of flat Earth.
Oh, you mean all the people with twins?
Yeah. 6 of them
The
out of the
clones.
7.
Constant NASA lies. What do you know? What do you? They're their own worst enemy.
Yeah, for real.
On
Idiots.
purpose. They do that on purpose.
Yep. Hiding in plain sight, revelation of the method. Hey, we told you the truth. You just, you didn't hear it.
The biggest dumbass in charge and let him speak in public. So people are like,
They do it on purpose, man.
It's
There's no-
literally, they get off on
no
it.
explanation for it other than
They
that
get
has
off
to
on
be
it.
Deliberate.
Yeah, it's a Mason thing, by the way.
You
No,
don't
what?
send Don Pettit to
one step
Yeah.
short of putting a clown up there, an actual clown, to tell you about what they're doing.
What happens if you get a leak? You get a leak.
But hey, you ever seen that video about Don Pettit? Tiki Bird?
No, but I'm pretty sure like when you have a leak, it gets recycled, right? Like, never mind.
Boom.
Hey, we got Don Pettit in the house, man. Welcome to 24/7
I go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed the technology, and it's a painful process to build it back up again. But India does. They did a great job.
So they did show us how they recycled their pee, right?
Dude, that guy almost threw up.
Yeah,
What are you talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
Did they really show everything how they do it?
No, they didn't.
I don't
because
think they did.
there's also
It was a bit
how the
sus,
women.
I'll call it, man. It was a
Yeah,
bit
how
sus.
the women pee as well. Yeah.
We didn't get to see it in action. Let's say that. Okay, you know what I mean?
Look, put this suction cup over your vagina,
Yeah,
and
we didn't get to,
yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of pee. It does add up.
They explained it, but they didn't.
I think it was.
demonstrate it.
I
They
think it
didn't
was Paul.
demonstrate it really. They didn't like pour some water in the tube. They didn't do anything, man. They just said, "This is where we pee on this yellow thing over here."
Wow, that's so convincing.
And-
Yeah, but
and
they
that's all do, man.
they
That's all they
but then they play around with water and around all the electrical components.
Oh yeah. Like, what if there's like a globule of like water that like yeah, that like just floats and then like it damages like the entire ship because like it makes contact with like a tiny little component.
I am
Yeah,
100%.
go into the electrical equipment and fucking,
I'll tell
I'll
tell you guys a quick story, man. I ran into a guy I was doing a flat Earth meetup kind of thing, and I had with this iPad there, man, with all the insides of the ISS, right? All the pictures. And I showed it to an electrician. I'm like, "Hey, man, what do you think of this?" And he literally put his hand to his forehead and went, No.
What a nightmare.
Fucking way.
Wait, what
Mm.
happened?
An electrician looked at the pictures of the ISS with all the wires hanging everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Wires hanging down. The wires are everywhere. The
Uh,
wires are. They got computer screens over here and guitars over there and all the wiring's just like a fucking haywire, tangled, mangled fucking shit show, right?
It's like a failed Zoom meeting at this point. It's just like
You know
them with
what?
like guitars and fucking crochet.
Right,
It's just
I work. I've got a couple of contracts in hospitals and stuff like that. Yeah, so you should see how neat the electrical work is in these hospitals.
tight, man.
Everything's all on trays.
33 degrees, 22
yeah,
degrees.
everything.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
What?
It's all
Yeah,
so
this
neat.
shit is-
But,
this shit's like
you know,
goes
these
around
guys are-
corners beautifully.
Yeah,
man.
these guys are floating around in space, and they've got no fucking cable ties. Like, what?
There's no
what's
cable
going on there?
ties. Everything's a mess. There's wires everywhere, computer screens, cameras, shit.
cable ties in 0G.
And I showed it to an electrician, and he literally, man, he put his hand to his forehead and went, "No fucking way, no." And then he literally sat down after that, and I go, "Dude, can I get you a beer?" And he's like, "Yes, please." And he
Yeah,
kept looking at all the shit I had on my iPad, which I had a huge amount of pictures and videos and shit. Anyway, he sat there for like an hour looking at that thing going, "No way." I don't know whatever happened to him, but it was one of those encounters that you show somebody reality. Sometimes they have to stick their hand to their forehead and go,
No.
no, all those cocks, fucking
Right.
cocks.
Look
Anyway.
up. Look at the evolution of spacesuits through the years.
Take a look at that, man, real quick, man. What do we got? All right, we
Shit-
got
Shit's hilarious.
we got the
fuck?
Mercury
Uh-huh.
in 1959. We got the Gemini. Get a little silver. We got gold and silver going. First 1 and 2, man.
Dude, look at the
Gold is
Gemini
first.
one.
Gold is first, silver is second, man. So I would say buy
Right.
gold first if you can. If you can't, buy silver. Definitely. That's what I'm gonna go with.
But
What do you guys think?
I just wanted to point out one thing real quick.
Yeah.
What the hell is the knee pocket for?
Knee
Project
pocket. Which one?
Project Gemini V3.
Gemini? Knee pocket.
It's to put extra pads in there so that they
Oh, I see the knee
can be
pocket.
comfortable.
Yeah, no, that was for the
What
did you
the
guys
fuck
ever
is
heard
that
of
for?
no, that's for your Palm Pilot, dude. That's come on.
I think it's for smokes to, take a
Smoke.
break between takes.
Could be smokes. Yeah.
Look at that. How NASA does it and how the professionals do it. That's what I see. All those
Right.
data cables and
Oh.
everything like that. That's what I see.
I used to do conduit for a bit, so no, yeah. I'm not as OCD as some of the guys there, but no, I feel that. That guy was probably like, "What? What are
Hey,
you doing?"
look at the number 7, man. 1968.
1968.
Yeah, look at that nice, that
What?
sweet knee pocket. Oh, it's a sweet knee pocket
Yeah.
right there.
No, that's from 65 to 67.
Oh, the 68 one.
68.
It's the Goodyear man.
What the fuck is that, man? He's totally out of place, man. Well, there's a few of them that are out
No.
of place.
61. He looks like he's going to a fucking disco. Look at that.
He does look like he's going to a disco. Damn. But what about Mr. I got my hands on my hips, number 1, man, with the gold,
Yeah.
bitches, with the gold. Look at the gold, man.
That's
Don't you
straight out
guys-
of a movie set, man.
Dude, they had to start out with gold. They had to.
It's
There was no other-
flashy.
There was no
No,
other
it's
element.
heat reflective properties.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Well,
real
that's,
gold.
that's when they started NASA, and they were
Blows
like,
me away, man.
"How can we get the budget as high as possible in the first year?" Okay, gold suits. That makes sense.
59. We're going gold.
Yep.
Hey, let's go with the gold. You guys good with gold? Okay, yeah. Let's use gold. Dude, we're fighting the Russians, man. We got to go gold, okay? Because, they could bomb us any minute, man. We got to have the best shit. Gold. Yeah, okay. Go with that gold.
Hey, another thing that Miguel posted, the zipper, right? How is that? What? How?
Those
Yeah.
don't leak. Zippers don't leak, man.
It's a special zipper. It's a
okay.
it's like an atomic zipper. Like it's like a
vacuum zipper, I guess.
Yep.
What?
No, it's NASA technology. Don't ask any more questions.
Okay.
Well,
It works.
that is, dude. I have never seen that picture. I've been out here, dude.
1967. That's
I've
where
been
it
out
is,
here
right
since
there.
1967, looking at this shit. I don't know, man. I think that's photoshopped. I'm gonna
No,
go
no.
with
Look at the 1967, the evolution one, the other one. It's right there.
The
That's the
zipper
one.
is right there in the
In the
groin.
Apollo, Project Apollo. Yeah,
Uh,
right there.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta, yeah,
Yep. Space cuck, literally.
Space cock. Sweet. Straight ahead. Space cock. Space cock in the house. Yeah. How many more times you guys gotta,
No, we don't. It's
just
just
not
hilarious.
not you, NASA. How many more times is NASA gonna spend? What did you tell me? That 125 million a day? Is that where we're at?
85 million.
I
Still,
heard
though.
125 from somebody, man. And it might be a worldwide, not necessarily just NASA.
No. NASA's actually 80. It's like 32.47 billion a year. Comes out to like 85 million a day. I did the
85, okay.
calculation. Let me see here. I'll do it
Anyway,
again.
whatever. It might as well be 115 million. Who cares? What's the difference? That's how they think.
Yeah, it's just
Hey, what do you think about this wonderful? Have you ever heard of negative numbers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what would be an example of a negative number exactly? Anybody got that?
-4.
Like,
-4.
Okay, that's a
How about
concept.
4
but
holes?
In reality, man, is there such thing as like a negative
4 holes?
I don't know.
No, it's more like a process of moving backwards. That's why negative numbers are more like adding a negative. Like
So there's no such thing as negative. There's only